Chapter 1 Qing Shanju. In the 10th year of the Tang era, the venerable King of Daoyang, aged and frail, passed away as the year drew to close. Instantaneously, the court of Daoyang dynasty descended into chaos. Ultimately, under the support of Prime Minister Wang Yang, the Empress, Shang Guanyue, suppressed the minister and proclaimed that 12-year-old prince, Liang Su, as the new emperor, changing the enemy to Qingyuan. In the northern border city, Itis no under te tour lord is a figure of greater renown a pair of dual hears, such as the sisterly unparalleled in history for thy audacity, one remarked. Indeed, how can rival a princio for different zernami and da great general? Another responded. Hey, have you heard? Young lord estobed. Wed? Which lord? Oh, Inno. It must be our vanguard general, Yuan Xiaosa, of course. Could it possibly be that little dandy? Exactly. If it were your young lord, I for the maiden soft one hulo would we privers fa him. Zio sees accomplished in both literature and martial arts heistralithe the roof for northern border. I wonder what he and Glady, sfortunati nato capture he art? Indeed, that maiden must be extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a celestial being. I wish I cold Marisukabodi. You? Surely, you haven oath a not a drink, spouting nonsense. Come, drink up. On Thesican fluorophasmal wooden building bit the street, a few individuals, emboldened be wine, were sharing towels from the day. These was on oft heaf amusements they had enjoyed in recent days, unaware a thought Thory overheard be an old man and a young boy below. Old Sue, did you hear? Theer speaking Gotham, Theo youth exclaimed. What of it, my lord? On this bitterly cold day, that Averncer shuddered, and the north wind pierces through. Should return homeless to Kachakal, Theodor advised, his voice filled with concern. Though he was referred tozold, his stature was not hunched like a thurson lie a few wisps of white herenti day the countless year she had weathered. Return? Old Sue, do I not find it's to flinkter remain within the state? You may go back a fewish, but tishall not, the slightly inebriate Diouth retorted. The young man, adorned with a jade crown, donned a silver fox fur coat, layered of ira idle long robe embroidered with cloud patterns. This ashay thighs waist shimmered like a mirror in the moonlight. Tospico fis appearance, he was indeed a handsome lad, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze sharp and luminous, exuding gazute levigilance amidst this languor. His shyness and thess-like curvature fis lip shinty data playful smile, and dis long hair flowed like Heselk, his figure a striking lipoist. Were it not for Aristotle, one would be compelled to marvel off as a young hero. The two, buoyed by spirits, wander a dameless sly through the streets. As Theer drew to close, the northern border city way, typically adorned with bright red lanterns and filled with joyous voices, exiting Ganora festivi. However, this year, the citadel island, with on lie the bitin north wind howling through the streets, rendering the capital even more solemn. My lord, with a passing goth field King of Daoyang, Theme Tyrell must observe a morning. Order shape and is prohibiting Gani celebration sath new approaches. Hence, Thaganarel has arranged a banquet state. I fio venture out, Thaganarel will surely scold you, old Shoremarked. Lethim scold, e have lite patience for such formalities. Today's New Year's Eve, and Therigus do entertain Athome. Staying within the state wood suffoca team, Theothreplead, histoneritable. Old Sue, hearing this, chose to remain silent. What manner of one is this? It is bitter bay in measure, quite unpleasant, the young lord complained. He, my lord, I tis morelli horserna that te procured. Old suchuckled. The youth scuffed in disbelief boot cooed and dealt boot curse, and that wa continued to jest as they strolled along, their master servant relationship resembling the doff clothes friends. As they walked, they arrived outside a tavern. The establishment was in lie 3-story estel, with lanterns depicting quash painting soft green mountain shanging from Theaves, appeared in quiddy ordinary. Yet, in a time when every household had closed its doors to guests, this tavern stood utaz animal yamits the howlin northwind. Looking up, they saw the sign above the door boldly inscribed with 3 characters Qing Shanju. This mul tavern durest op in lit a fither royal edict. In such times, such behavior must have its reasons. Third Crownedouth pondered, intrigue sparking in his mind. Thought his 3-story tavern was not particularly grained in the northern border city, during such turbulent times, event the most renowned tavern, Guangxing Lu, had seized operation see it, Qing Shan Judared to act with such audacity. I once overreared the general mentioned Qing Shan Ju. It seems it's current to dasa tai cannot be unrelated to him. Old Shermarked. My father? Indeed, otherwise, Hoind northern border city would react so brazenly? Come, let us investigate. With that, Thet entered Qing Shanju. Up and entering the main hall, Theo observed the interior, which was octagonal in shape, featuring a pavilion with flowing water andressing 2-story shy. To the right was Sonorak, displaying hundreds Sofyar Sofinu wine, with calligraphy and paintings adorning food and beams, given Jaitainera Feligans compared to their taverns. Looking around, what set Qing Shanju apart wasits a suffiade forelits utensils jade cupsticks, jade cups, jade pots, and so forth rendering the establishment extravagantly opulent. Esteemed guests, what may I serve you? Ayun Guider approached them eagerly. Bring forth the orphaness tween, old Sue instructed. Certainly with that, the young Guider hurried to retrieve a pot of wine from a jade box atop Weinrock. Up in closer inspection, third jade box radiate de warm luster, craft head from excitement and fat jade, while if the wine petit self was made of pure, fine Hessian jade, devoid of any impurities. That were very taken aback bethiz displaith potalin must be word hover andred tales, but would of the wine within? Esteemed guests, this is the tavern's prized possession, Qing Shan Chui. Only ompet is per wedechmonth, soy rain deed fortunatito encounter it, the waiter proclaimed. Oh, please, enlighten us on what make his it so special, the youth, intrigued be through writer's boastfulness, inquired. Esteem Megis may not know, but Qing Shan quies per wedusing water from Sinjin fused springs, tended to by specialists. Thwater used forber wing is sourced from a mill in old well. This spring what era sweet and refreshing, leaving jade light full aftertaste, uplifting thesperate. Furthermore, the limited quantity of well water allows for only own pot of Qing Shan Q to beber each month, which is is regarded as exceedingly precious, the waiter explained, noticing the skepticism in their expressions. Oh? Then we must asti it. Old Sue, and never expected her fortune esto Alan so splendidly, the youth exclaimed before downing, Gupof winiano negulp. After savoring Thuine, Heffinala spoke, indeed, this is fine wine. It is smooth and silky, imbued with the fragrancy of spring water, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Old Sue, what do I think? If my lord deems it good wine, then it is indeed good wine. Theo youth laughed heartily, and dinner time, Thepper Celeste Batoff Qing Shan Kui Hadvanish down her throats. When eat Kamatimito settled the beal, upon hearing jit was the young lord, Thuo eider dared an attack sept payment however. The youth, no tornado takey advantage, tossed 100 tails and toth the counter before striding with a flourish. As Thetwa crossed the threshold, a figure emerged from the second floor, watching the departing duo with an inscrutable expression, lost in thought. Having exited Qing Shan Ju, the master and servant, still buoyed be their libations, resumed Thierbenter. Old Sue, do I understand wine? What did he think cough Qing Shan Kwao just that? Inano thing goffween. I think that Qing Shan was no thing to speak of. Old Shu replied bluntly. Ha 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 ha. It seems the young lord knows not of whiny either and agrees it was not worth mentioning. What if I just tweak? With that, Thet were erupted into another fight of slaughter, disappearing into thinict. In the northern border royal palace. Where is the Traskell biting? E Havenotzi and Himsing Keth is morning, and with Theban K approaching, why Hashiato appear? Doshanatra Gardmesh's father? Of Waspomid from the throne, where is Sata figure exuding gonorrhea authoritath northern border king, Yuan Chong, no nast got off death. In Hisiath, Yuan Kong had achieved reet feats in battle, serving Gasav Alliant General 4th Dalyang dynasty. After the old King ascended to the throne, Yuan Kong was bestowed the title Sof Northern Border King and Grand General, tasked with defending the north. On set the sharpest spear of Dalyang, had Nobi Kamite's most steadfast shield, ensuring that for decades, the northern tribes did not encroach upon Daliang's borders, mutation to treasonated friend wide. Father, Yorson Hashard that biting Haskot Takillandis current liar sting in his chambers, a voice replied in response to Tuan Chong's inquiry. Father, my elder brother speaks true. I just visited Beating's room, and they said then Glordis asleep. Angwin chimed it. It was well known that northern border king, Yuan Chong, washbulsed with both sin sanddaughters, each a paragon among their peers. His oldest son, Yuan Xiaosa, had trained in martial arts from a young age, accompanying his father in Tobadal, Cladin Blackermorn displaying gun paralleled bravery and martial prowess. Yet, despite being a warrior, Yuan Zio Suis Namari Bruti Under's mother's guidance, had cultivate love for the arts, showcasing remarkable literary talent and strategic acumen, earning Themaniker scholar and horseback during easier so warfare. Heiseld's daughter, Yuan Shuiyin, was proficient in all forms of art music, chess, calligraphy, and painting exceeding her peers in chess, possessing both beauty and grace, earning her thetally off the first talent off northern border. As for the second son, Yuan Biding, had been sent to Mission in his youth to study under the hermit theory and on lyrisant lyre turneto thepalas. Thought his individual may appear handsome and poised, his lack of discipline during his formative years render demaracanto adi bochet's own oft hestreets tannery fine a gentleman off the Boliniag, leaving him rather suited to associate with such illustrious company. You will just protect them, but that lad has been training in my chance and skilled hood. The harsh conditions of my shinar farmer frigid the northern city if he had been susceptible to the cold, he would likely happerish the mount as long ago. Yuan Kong remarked with a resigned smile. Goodness, on such a festive occasion, how can you utter such a min's words, my husband? Tinger has been accustomed to idleness and seckled hood it's only natural for him to wish to avoid such gatherings. Lethimbe, his wife replied. Ah, mother, you truly understand, just as she finished speaking. A figure reproached Theban Cathal, Cledinase over fox fur-coated twas biting. Tinger, you have arrived. I see your health any better? Thank you for your concern, mother. I am quite well know that if I hadn't come, someone would sure have been nagging me gay. For the sake of mears, it twas worth making the strip. Very well, very well. As long as yuk no to comb, or else he would have had to javewa beating. Disregarding Isami wat inept father, Yuan baiting walked straight to Yuan Zai and Yuan Chuyen. To Kingasi it bested Biting, have you been nude again? You truly cannot sit still. My bro theron doer a thing o fel pinjukan coximales, butheriware, arrivingo neuron, Yuan Zuian said with asmile. Thank you, elder brother Anskin's sister. You wouldn't believe it after the death of King Liang, through Holocaust Trisen morning. When old Swandive ventured out, the streets were deserted save for Theflurious Ofgus feathers. The twas thirtle. Not surprising, given the current circumstances. With the imperial decree issued, Hallo dare to ratified. Even Father Ismerly hosting a banquet wishing not a Makifis, Yuan Sui and Gent Lyre plied to Harry and your brother's complaint. After hearing this, Yuan baiting fell silent. Indeed, in this vast realm, the Emperor saw Thorityrant Supreme you how aldera contravened the imperial will? Asheregan Hisficus, the banquet commenced. Upon seeing Yuan Chongrise, Yuan biting couldn't help but smirk. These sold monastruli unoriginalits thesimi old cliques. Esteemed guests, Uriel my comrades, having fought alongside through thick and thin for many years. Today, on this New Year's Eve, I host this family banquet in hopes the tweme, I'll raise our glasses san tostothnor. Yuan Chong announced loudly. With this, Helifta Discupan drank it down in onegod, observing Northern King's actions, Thegist salsa relaxed, raising their cups in a lively atmosphere. Excellent wine. Excellent wine indeed. Shuiyin, biting, come, let us drink together, Yuan Zias said, smiling Gashariza this cup toward Thetwo. Yuan biting looked a thigh selder brother despite having been a parts in Seckledhood, Yuan Zios had taken Retcario hymns in Kari turning from Mishan. Given Yuan Zios illustrious reputation, Yuan biting held Hyman considerable esteem. Elder brother, second sister, I raise him a cup to you. With that, Yuan biting lifted Discupan drank it down. However, asked the wine entered his throat, Heffroned. What oest high's wine taste is so familiar? Is something wrong? These wine is a tria's sword vintage my father has kept, known as Jing Shan Shui. Since Yuavian just returned, these wine is only brought for banquets, so, what do I think? Ice it good? Yuan Zuyan asked it softly. Regardless of its flavor, it brings to mean something of note. Before I returned, I'd walk a stroll around the city. All the shops and taverns were a tight lie shut, except for on a tavern couching Shanju, which was still open. When old Swandi entered, the present to-dos with a Yugof wine, claiming it be the tavern's treasure, named Qing Shan Shui. Due to its rarity, it is exceptionally precious, and its fragrance is identical to this one. Qing Shanju? My father on say instructed metaverse the various markets in Thesitian specifically advised against disturbing Qing Shanju. At the time, it thought litly of it, Boot considering your words, no. It seems Jing Shanja may indeed be connected to my father, Yuan Zios replied thoughtfully. Upon your mention, I recall having Jing countered Simeon claiming Tobe from Jing Shanju delivering wine to residents. It missed Bethish Jing Shanchwei. I fitus asprecious Asius. Itis no under my father seldom brings it out, Yuan Zuyan added it. Up in hearing this, Yuan biting fell into deep contemplation. It seems Jing Shanji's an ordinary establishment to Torrance a chattinshin from the old man. Given the whiny this banquet, it's like clithata significant portion of Jing Shankwa has been jiv tetur household. There must be records behind it. However, after a brief moment, Yuan biting dismissed the thought. Damn it, what do I care? Thesis biting sitai the old man Willie, handly everything'd. Wishol deferdoveret? Chapter 2 The Heir's Wife. Thin earth wind howled, casting a soft, dim light upon the earth, and the snow fell ever heavier, rendering Thais winter increasingly frigid. Within the northern king's residence, PP exchanged cups and shared laughter. For Argian long ravaged be war, the current Trevelry felt particularly precious. Seeing the apportionment, Yuan Kong set down his wine cupan proclaimed loudly, esteemed guests, today's banquet is not sole for merriment have and other matter to discuss. One I believe you have you'll heard about my son's marriage. Yuan bide a glance a day the old man and the high platform and Thena Tuanchausa, smiling. Elder brother, you've never mentioned having gas sweetheart before and now you wordobud. I wonder from where you found a charming sister-in-law? Yuan Zayas and Yuan Swan exchanged knowing smiles, regarding Yuan baiting insolenced. Yuan biting felt Tunisia under their gaze, and a smile gradually stiffened. This marriage, it wouldn't be form, would it? At that moment, Yuan Chong cast a glance at Yuan biting below Wankint. As you all know, you have it twosins, mildest, Shausa, has fought alongsa demison seckled and do have you'll witness it his growth. Misconsin, biting, has been sent away fortuning since he wei Jiarung, and this is our first meeting. This marriage concerns biting. He have found a suitable breed of for him, and on an auspicious day, they shalved. I hope he will gracious with the our present sitto celebrate my sense na journey. Up in hearing this, Yuan baiting choked his win, tears is streaming from his eyes. Damn it, it truly is form. Without a moment's respite, Heliapejapan declaimed, marriage? Old man, have you lost the Ormond? You think you can just find Dane Uni and marry me off? Such delusions. Besides, elder brother is to Vin marry diets why shoot it fault home? Seeing Yuan baiting so agitated, Yuan Chong, disregarding the numerous guests present, began to scold him. You insolent brat, your older brother is mature and steady and need not worry about his marriage. Yet you, upon returning, spend days either cockfightin' Gorai indulgent in debauchery, earning fetidly off first debauchery throughout, he entire young dynasty, and is still show no sign soft reform. Look at your older brother Anskin's sister thing as the 80 self-way disgrace. Ibringi a shame? Yun lahar the world calm first debauchee, but not first young master? Besides, what need is there for my capable elder brother? Is 'tit delightful to lie vimel if he young master, carefree dumberdant? Yuan Chong, hearing Yuan baiting's defiance, raised his voice even higher. Isaiah, you are a truly lacking ambition. If you continue down this reckless path, you may as well be ruined. The world claims a mickle drennery both dragon sand phoenix show why sit thatty have births rebellious on? This matter is note up for discussion of marriages arranged by prince, and you having a choice. The northern princess, seated calmly, fearing the dispute between father and son would become spectacle for the guis, felt compelled to intervene. Biting, your father I son lie looking out for our best interests. You must change our ways since married, you cannot act with reckless abandon as you did before. Mother, what you zid with him as well? Yuan beating exclaimed, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him upon seeing his usual adotting mother stand at them. Yether main Duncan Vincidan turned to Yuan and Yuanchuan. Do I outral you mess soundworthy? Elder brother, second sister, what say you? To his dismay, both remained silent, avoiding Isgazi as if it were a plague. Biting, Thelidio Urfatherandi have Casin for was truly exceptional. Do I not trust our father's judgment? Do I not believe in your mother's discernment? Mother, it's not had I doubted. The size of splendid opportunity. In that case, congratulations to elder brother and sister-in-law. Young man, you were retroly fortunate. Yuan biting Gat Timteto explained further, but was abruptly interrupted by an individual from Thicroad. This individual was Nam Chi Hung, Hoa dan svat alongside Yuan Kong and was no his right-hand man. Noun for his ruthless demeanor and fire snatcher, he was often referred toast he wolf man. Upon returning from Meishan, I twashka heng Hohud brought Yuan biting back to the northern city. That Wohud formed a bonduring their journey, making Hyman oft he few familiar face in the royal residence. Uncle Chi, weary you joining in Thericus? Yuan baiting greeter tid sharply. You insolent brat, your parents sorry and lie looking out for you. Why wu dio your fusaf free breed? Are you out of Fiormond? Chi Heng teased, amused by Yuan baiting singer. Uncle Chi, if you wish to get married, go ahead, I shall not accompany you. Yuan biten gramarkadashu away dismissively. Thegas Cynthia hal observid thun folding scene, struggling to suppress their laughter, for it seemed that light high jiang higher would already disregard the dignity of the illustrious northern king. The following day. Your Highness, the Prince laid our quisti our present Saint Hemain Hall, just as Yuan biting ways enjoy in J deep slumber, a female voice resonate Ted from outside the door. Awoken bith a voice, Yuan biting felt a surge of displeasure and dreturted loudly, it shall not go. Since a departing from Theban Keth the previous day, ha dragged old Sutoan Dolgine revelry on some more, returning inly at dawn, and now, with the Sunal reedy high and Theski, Hismond was still muddled. Your Highness, the Lady has instructeth a regardals of t circumstances, you must make keen appearance. Imploria nato put min a difficult position. Difficult? Ariao threatening? What can you do fire fuse? Yuan Biten replied dismissively, finding the individual before him rather anxious. Then a mistake, Malieve, Annie hope your Highness will forgive him. No sooner athwards left this lipsed Hannah figure pushed the doorpin. Asaluet a swift lid Arteto Yuan baiting side, seizing E's wrist with her left hand. Yuan biting, taken aback by the audacity of T-Salt, immediately execute the roll to evade her grasp. The assailant pursulentlessly, her right hand clawing towards him, Yuan biting countered with an open palm. Anthe Collison released Eshaqueva Thotchaturde near Bejade Cup, sending both combatants staggering several paces back. Ashabieltha striking Visay G. Theun made before him, a Jaltov surprise coursed through on biting. This Maid possesses remarkable martial skills. From just a single move, Yuan biting discerned that she was an ordinary practitioner of T martial arts. As heat tact, her movements were a graceful and agile. Each stride came fused with an energy Thetan lia master of kickled wield. Could it be Thetan ordinary maid has sat to Ned such mastery of chi? In Anirium, mastery of ki signifies a top-tier expert, alavel unattainable be mere martial talents. For an ordinary person, Toriach the steam measuring Kofa Grand Master in Their life fetimus already a considerable achievement, and beyond that lies mastery of chi, the subtle realm, the carefree realm, and ultimately, the divine connection. Each brain eye through in the seriums is exceedingly arduous, and in the percentage, those who reacheth the carefree realmery exceedingly rare. Yuan biting sminter, their clusmischen, ice among them, will let divine connectionist known to have been attained be the legendary swordsmanchi dowling, after which will have been heard of Jit. In an instant, the assailant prepared to strike again, and Yuan biting hastily waved saying, "Namer fighting, no more, it's still morning, and I haven't of an hackfist. Your Highness, I beseech ye auto accompanimento the halth princenth lady are awaiting, ora rival." Upon hearing Yuan biting's declaration to Shes, they made immediately with her hands and spoke respectfully. Understood. I shall join you after a change. Yuan biting waved a shand in acquiescence. Asha stepped outside. Hekastaglan sought the striking a maid beside Hymond inquired, "You possess impressive martial skills, what is your name?" Replying to your Highness, "I am Caldwellon." "Oldman, mother, what brings Sai auto seek meet such an early whore?" First hearing her voice, then seeing her form, Yuan bitings wagarred into the room, a chicken legend hand, and plapedon on toe chair. But when Hanada said his mother seated dragily, smiling at him, a wavy Ophunius say, "Washadoverim," and the chicken leg sudden lila stites epial. Biting, a wish to introduce ye out a somion. His mother said softly, "Huiju, come forth." Ash spoke, a woman emerged from behind the screen, Cladina flowing white gown fashioned from excusida zilk, adorned with delicate white plum blossoms. Talon statuesque, her skin was smooth-ashted, with a prominent nose and lips reminiscent of pale blossoms. Her brows arched gracefully, and her eyes, cold yet clear, exuded dogental menortinged with an underlying sharpness, bestowing upon her an ethereal elegance. Her long hair cascaded down to hair waist, adorned with facing ga exquisite tegidi plum blossom hairpin, enhancing hairother world liora. Even Yuan biting, Hohud frequenteth Miss lavish brothels, found himself captivated by her beauty. Your Highness, lady. Her koal voice prompted Yuan biting to reflectant the fact that she true lie resembled in a cold beauty. Biting, the zisp the lady Yermother has chosen for you, named Huizhu. She's the daughter of General Zhang Qingyao, a close friend of Fiorford. General Zhang Parashidon Thibodeau Field Wenways was but a child, and since then, she has resided within her household. You have returned not long ago and haven't yet Mother. Nout hat Huizhu has reached Hega for marriage, your mother believes out wo would make a fine match. Sashi has arranged thighs engagement. What do you think? Upon seeing Zhang Huizhu, Yuan biting, aside from being taken aback by her beauty and grace, felt a flicker of recognition, as Thoth had encountered her somewhere before. After pondering for a moment and failing to recall, had decided to let it go. Mother, do I outrally believe we're well suited? With that, Yuan biting gresumed gnawing on the chicken leg, wiping the grease from his mouth. These washered lie the demeanor honorable here, he seemed more yakin to a beggar on the street. Impudent lad, your mother Andy Haviel really discussed this matter, and thigh's engagement is non-negotiable. Yuan Chanj exclaimed as she's Yuan baiting centennifuge. I say, old man, why must you sound reasonable? Even if we're willing to marry, should you note inquiry what her the lady is willing? Aforesaid marriage bears no sweetness. I believe if this lady possesses exceptional quality a Swiss objector to theatrial soft marrying aways. Strelike himijulf? Yuan baiting protested loudly. Heth internedto Zhang Huizhu. My lady, what say? Zhang Huizhu, having lost their parents at an early age, was raised by the northern king and his wife. Thuff the tree at Herwell, the paino for loss lingered, rendering her disposition cold and distant. In the royal residence for Overrodkid, aside from the prince and princess, only Xiao Xin Shui entry a Tedder-like family, and she had little interaction with others. Regarding marriage, Idis besto haid through a shesoft prince and princess, Huizhu plead calmly, devoid of any discernible emotion. Long before, she had heard Talsoff this debauched here. Upon returning from Meishan, had drawn to Dao to lavish brothel for 3 days and nights. According to the maidens within, had spent those days indulgent gin wine, music, and revelry, sparing no expense in his generosity, his Saloni na to sustained him for Overrodkid. When Yuan biting final limerjed from the brothel, the maidens swear left with tearful farewells, some weeping openly, while Etherslaned the streets descend Heimof with drum sand songs, creating gaspectically thought would have a leadenito belly royal hadricid northern realm. Zhang Huizhu, initially harboring semi-hope, had expecteth the talisto be exaggerated, yet upon witnessing is demeanor today, she realized the embodied the versus ofterumer cindied, a wastrel loonworthy of respect. Ari outrali swayed bihwadothers say, today marks our first meeting, and theory is no fondness between us. Would I willing la marry a man you denote love? Surely you were not more like coveting the tight-leafed prince wife? Yuan beating exclaimed, sensing her unyielding demeanor. Up in hearing his words, Zhang Hui's hushed them a cold glare, her eyes radiating gackling intensity. If the Tiswadio wish to believe, then so be it, your highness. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, Yuan biting found himself momentarily stunned. What has caused this girl to become so angry? Could it bethought me words were a touch too harsh? Yuan biting, what manner of speech at that moment, Yuan Zuian happened to pass by, hearing Yuan biting's voice arise within the hall, Shintaradin scolded him loudly. Realizing the situation, Yuan biting cursed his misfortune. Since his return, Hisakin's sister Hadelway Street Heim with great care even when Hected slightly outrageous, Shenever rebuked him. Now, being chastised be here in such a manner was unprecedented, indicating that she was genuinely upset. Lady Huizhu has lived in her household since Seckledhood, as dearest family. Even if I had not wished to marry her, you should not speak to reckless words. Hey, second sister, do not be angry. I shall apologize to her shortly, Yuan baiting said timidly, offering a sheepish smiley Shinada said her displeasure. Moreover, Lady Huiz was a stunning by, possessing both grace and talent. General Zhang was a dear friend of father in terms of background and abilities, how could she not be much for you? However, second sister, matter soft he heart cannot be forced. Besides, Olivia life of indulgence would she truly tolerate it? Matter soft he heart can develop over time. Beautifio Dorito Lady Huizhu. Ishal hold yao accountable. Zurian is right. Huizu has grown you ponderer watch few lies. In every aspect, Scheismarathan suitable for you. This matter is settled. I shall speak with the our mother to choose an auspicious date for our wedding. Yuan Chong confirmed, addressing Yuan Biting. Fei said with Theresa Lutz and Seo Fisparent San's sister. Yuan Biting felt a headache he coming and Hieksatethi Holland made High's way towards Star Gathering Pavilion. The Star Gathering Pavilion was constructed by Yuan Kong during the establishment Toft, Northern King's residence, situated behind Thesavin Star Mountain and overlooking the Star Gathering Lake. Each night, their reflection soft Hestar Skyden sedge upon the lake surface, creating an illusion that and could reach tand pluck festers from the heavens. Ascending to the top of the pavilion, one could gaze across the lake and stargazianimous delightful mannered. Since Yuan Beating's return, he had chosen this placious abode, reveling in its tranquility. A this moment, old Su was resting at the entrance, and upon seeing Yuan Baiting approach, he inquired, Your Highness appears troubled what has transpired? Yuan Baiting Grekount events from earlier, on light a fine old Su grinning widely, teeth bared in light. He, splendid news. Young master, you are Tobiud, Anto such a beauty. Congratulations, young master. Me heartfelt felicitation stoy. Congratulations, you say? Have I not discern Edmure reluctance? I am currently vexed, pondering how to solve this predicament. Scholdia continuitogist, is shallenstruct m'into port hat peach blossom will over you. Yuan Biting, with a hint of irritation. Up in hearing this, old Su immediate liar tracked a disprominent grind but persisted. Young master, the sice indeed of fortuitous event. Consider this from your own descriptions. Miss Yus apragonif bodhi, doest this nate lign with our desires? Fortuitous, you claim? Then we know tassum manipulation vidin instead? Me? I, old Su, lack such fortune. I am already content to enjoy the finer things in life alongside of you, young master. Observing old Su's fawning demeanor, Yuan Biting fell to measure freely fan cood, they'll puchide him with a chuckle. Look at your meager aspirations. Follow and assure you, happiness and ta-ta-toft celestial beings awaits you. Chapter 3. Old Su, run fast jousting pavilion. Old Su, what do you think we should do about this matter? I certainly want to marry, and if there's a way to gracefully extricate myself from this engagement without provoking that old man into flaying me alive, that would be ideal. Yuan Biting reclined on a chaise, propping his forehead with one arm while nibbling on green grapes and sipping wine as he spoke. The enchanting scenery before him was indeed refreshing. Yet the turmoil within his heart was a source of great vexation. As Yuan Biting spoke, he received no response. Turning his head, he saw old Su with his mouth stuffed full of chicken legs, relishing his meal to the fullest, leaving no room to engage with the young master's words. Just eat, and you'll eat yourself to death, Yuan Biting scolded. Only then did old Su hear the young master's words. He chuckled and quickly swallowed. Young master, how can you say such a thing? When has old Su ever overindulged? Our physique is quite balanced, after all. I fear not the amount I consume. Old Su had been by Yuan Biting's side since Yuan Chong sent him to Meishan. Yuan Chong once remarked on old Su's culinary skills, entrusting him to care for the young master's daily needs. Yet, after more than a decade of companionship, Yuan Biting had never witnessed old Su prepare a single meal. Though their master often praised old Su's cooking, by the way, have you heard of Yulan? Yulan? I've not heard of her. Why does the young master suddenly ask? The other day, the old man summoned me to the front hall for a conference, and it was this Yulan who came to relay the message. I initially intended to assert my will, but to my surprise, she dashed into the room, attempting to capture me. Upon testing her with a move, I discovered she possesses the ability to manipulate qi. Manipulate qi? You mean to say that this mere maid is a master of qi manipulation? Old Su expressed his astonishment, setting down the chicken leg in his hand. How could such a formidable expert be just an ordinary maid? Yuan Biting pondered, deeply perplexed. I have been away from the manor for quite some time. It seems the changes within these years are indeed swift. Old Su murmured thoughtfully. The more I ponder, the more vexed I become. I shan't think of it. Ever since returning from Meishan, I have indulged daily in pleasures. I have yet to properly explore the northern border princess residence. Old Su, You are more familiar here than I. Quickly take me for a stroll. With that, Yuan Baiting rose and headed downstairs. In the Zhaoxing Pavilion, Miss, do you truly intend to marry His Highness the young master? The prince and the madam have raised me for many years, akin to my own parents. It is only fitting that they take charge of my marriage. Moreover, I am indifferent to whom I wed, and as for His Highness, it merely fulfills their wish. But Miss, His Highness's behavior is quite absurd. Yulan is concerned that you may suffer greatly if you marry him. Suffer? I, Zhang Huayu, have endured far greater tribulations. Do you think he can truly make me suffer? Zhang Huayu replied coldly. Your Highness, is this indeed the renowned Miss Huayu? TSK, she is truly a beauty, I say, Your Highness. Why not concede to her? Concede to you? Look at that frosty demeanor. Though she possesses some beauty, she is as cold as ice. I might as well marry an ice block, Yuan Baiting retorted with irritation. Old Su had initially intended to lead Yuan Baiting around, but having been away from the prince's residence for over a decade, he found himself somewhat unacquainted and inadvertently wandered into the Zhaoxing Pavilion. This pavilion was adorned with plum blossoms, reminiscent of Mei Shengtingyu. Seeing it stirred Yuan Baiting's nostalgia for his days of training and swordplay on the mountain, prompting him to enter for a closer look. However, he stumbled upon the scene unfolding inside, leaving him with no choice but to crouch with Old Su in the corner, fearful of disturbing the icy beauty within. Old Su, look, the maid next to that woman is the Yulan I mentioned. A master of qi manipulation, Yuan Baiting pointed out. Oh, young master, she is indeed a beauty. However, she pales in comparison to Miss Huayu. You old rogue, did I ask for your opinion? Yuan Baiting scolded, unable to contain his annoyance at Old Su's irreverent demeanor. It is indeed peculiar. This master of qi manipulation is merely a maid and appears to be quite familiar with this little ice queen. Young master, this is the esteemed northern border prince's residence. So it is not surprising to have experts present. Furthermore, you've heard of Miss Huayu's background. General Zhang Qingyao is the prince's sworn brother, and the madam raised her with great care. Thus it is only reasonable to assign a master to protect her, cared for so tenderly. And what of me? I left the prince's residence at a young age, facing myriad dangers. Why did my mother and that old man not assign a master to safeguard me? They sent you to follow me, claiming your culinary skills are unparalleled. Tell me, have you ever cooked a meal for me in these years? You eat my food, sleep in my space, and you have the audacity to ask? Upon hearing Old Su's words, Yuan Baiting felt a surge of anger. One might think Old Su was the master, while he, the young master, was the servant. Who could blame you, young master, for your kind heart? Old Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yuan Baiting's tirade, scratched his head and chuckled. Just as Yuan Baiting was scolding Old Su, a Qingyao bird flew in and landed by the window. The Qingyao is a rare bird unique to the northern border. Entirely adorned in azure feathers with droplet-shaped white feathers on its forehead. Small in stature, yet exceptionally fierce, it harbors a natural aversion to humans, making those that can be tamed exceedingly precious. Miss, a message has arrived, Yulan said as she retrieved a note tied to the Qingyao's leg and handed it over. Zhang Huayu opened the note and frowned slightly. Your Highness, given Miss Huayu's expression, it seems it is not good news. What could it be? Oh, Old Su, you are so curious. Why not go ask her yourself? Yuan Baiting replied with a mischievous smile, his gaze making Old Su feel uneasy. I'll pass. I have never met Miss Huayu, and besides, a beauty like her would surely be shy upon meeting. Old Su feigned modesty, prompting Yuan Baiting to exclaim in disgust. Shy? Nonsense, be bold. I shall assist you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Baiting kicked Old Su from the corner and into the Zhaoxing Pavilion. Who goes there? Yulan immediately shielded Zhang Huayu upon seeing someone intrude. Ouch, that hurts, Old Su exclaimed, clutching his rear. Seeing Yulan's vigilant demeanor, Old Su found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively said, If I claim I was merely passing by, would you believe me? In response to his absurd claim, Yulan could not help but scoff coldly. Passing by? This Zhaoxing Pavilion rarely sees visitors. Even the prince and madam would have someone announce their arrival in advance. Passing by? It is evident you harbor ill intentions. With that, Yulan gathered her qi in her palm, preparing to charge at old Su. Wait, wait. Old Su, seeing Yulan about to take action, panicked and waved his hands frantically. Miss Yu, I am but a humble chef in the prince's residence. Today, the madam requested plum blossom soup, and I happened to pass by, discovering the splendid blossoms within, and thought to collect some for ingredients. Oh, is that so? If you are indeed a chef of the residence, how could you be unaware that all matters concerning the Zhaoxing Pavilion require the young mistress's approval? You are clearly lying. Upon realizing his deceit, Yulan could no longer contain herself and lunged at old Su, her energy swirling, moving with astonishing speed. What a fierce girl! Yuan, biting, crouched in the corner, murmured quietly. Seeing Yulan charge towards him, old Su hastily attempted to flee but stumbled over the threshold and fell outside. As Yulan struck towards him, old Su cried out in panic, "Help!" Before his words could fade, a figure flashed by. Adorned with a mask, moving gracefully and swiftly, stepping lightly upon the snow, leaving a trail of plum blossoms in its wake, with a single punch, the masked figure struck Yulan, who, upon feeling the force, was pushed back several steps, while the masked individual remained unfazed. Zhang Huayu, sitting within the pavilion, displayed a hint of surprise on her face. This person has pushed Yulan back with a single punch. Their realm must exceed that of Yulan. In an instant, the masked figure attacked again. And no longer testing the waters, Yulan gathered her energy and charged forward, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at the figure's face. The figure remained calm, evading gracefully. Suddenly, the figure spun around, using their hand as a blade, aiming for Yulan's back. Caught off guard, Yulan received the blow directly. She quickly turned, channeling her energy into a counterattack known as the moon-seeking palm. Yet the masked figure, relying on their peculiar footwork, evaded effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Yulan, Zhang Huayu stood behind the masked figure, and in a split second, the energy from her moon-seeking palm surged towards Zhang Huayu. "Miss, move aside!" Yulan cried out urgently. Though Zhang Huayu had practiced a move or two with Yulan and could fend for herself against an ordinary opponent, she stood no chance against a full-force strike from a master of qi manipulation. In that moment, Zhang Huayu felt a wave of panic. Just then, the shadowy figure darted forward, standing protectively in front of Zhang Huayu, using 2 fingers to gently deflect the formidable palm strike. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the figure shouted, "Old Su, run!" Subsequently, he stepped onto the plum blossoms and left. When Yulan and the others regained their senses, they could only see the old Su hastily running outside, trousers in hand, shouting, "Wait for me! Wait for me!" The scene appeared quite comical. Upon witnessing this, Yulan was about to give chase when Zhang Huayu urgently stopped her, saying, "Let it be, Yulan. This person's martial prowess likely surpasses yours, and judging by the recent events, he harbors no ill intentions toward us. Miss, his internal strength is profound, particularly that peculiar agility. I couldn't even get close to him, and it felt as if he could see through every move I made, rendering me immobile before him. He has likely reached the realm of subtlety. The realm of subtlety, wherein a flower embodies a world, a tree signifies enlightenment. Those who attain such mastery enter their surroundings with their heart, discerning the fundamental principles governing the world, and in battle, they exploit the weaknesses in others' techniques based on their OWN. That moment, Zhang Huayu could not help but recall the figure of that man. In the instant he saved her, she inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance, as if she had encountered him before, though she could not pinpoint when. Miss, what troubles you?" When Zhang Huayu came to her senses, she replied, "It's nothing, Yulan. This man possesses extraordinary martial skills. Please send someone to investigate which masters have recently arrived in the city. We must be cautious. Young master, you have truly put me in a predicament. I nearly fell victim to that girl," old Su complained, panting heavily, clearly having run quite a distance to escape. "Hee, what can I say? You talk too much. What's wrong with a little hardship? Besides, with me around, who could possibly harm you?" Yuan biting chuckled, patting old Su on the shoulder. "Nevertheless, this little ice cube seems far more formidable than she appears. It's as if she knows something is about to unfold." and that Yuan possesses the strength of the mid-stage qi manipulation. Yuan Baiting looked up at the sky, speaking to himself. Although he had been sent away by Yuan Chong to study from a young age, distancing himself from his family, it did not mean he felt no affection for the northern border king's residence. Since his return, his elder brother and second sister had taken great care of him, never treating him with the estrangement of strangers. When his mother saw him, she wept uncontrollably, her long years of longing pouring forth as tears. As for Yuan Chong, though his words were often harsh, Yuan Baiting understood that the old man cherished him deeply. This blood bond instilled in Yuan Baiting a persistent desire for the well-being of this royal household. Young master, why ponder so much? This is the northern border king's residence. No matter how complicated she may be, what of it? Rest assured, old Su is here to accompany you. All you do is eat. Come, tell me, what use are you? Me? I can eat. I can help the young master evaluate all the delicious food in the world, ensuring you can dine with peace of mind and joy. Observing old Su's foolish demeanor, Yuan Baiting's inner melancholy eased somewhat. Come, old Su, tonight we shall indulge at the Wan Hua Tower, and not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 4. The engagement delayed in the imperial capital, a woman delicately inquired. It has been quite some time since I last played chess with the esteemed chancellor. I wonder if you would be interested in a game. The woman was dressed in luxurious palace attire, adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing robe of bright yellow satin embroidered with golden clouds. Exuding elegance, her visage was serene and dignified, with a golden hairpin tilted in her hair, revealing her nobility. She was none other than the Empress Dowager Shengguanyu. Since the passing of the late emperor, the young emperor, Liang Su, had ascended the throne, with Empress Dowager Shengguanyu acting as regent, placing the entire power of the great Liang in her hands. As you wish, your majesty, replied a figure clad in a purple official robe, draped with a dark cloak, topped with a black official hat. It was none other than the current chancellor, Wang Yang. Your majesty, I have heard that the second son of the northern border king, Yuan Baiting, is to be wed soon. What are your thoughts on this matter, Chancellor? In response to your majesty, this humble official, Speak Freely.it, is said that Yuan Chong has two sons. His eldest son, Yuan Xiaosa, is renowned for his martial prowess, a valiant hero revered in the northern border. In contrast, the second son, Yuan Baiting, though blessed with handsome features and remarkable stature, is known for his reckless and extravagant behavior. A well-known dandy. Despite being brothers, their styles are wholly different. According to propriety, the legitimate eldest son should wed first. How could the second son be considered? Oh, from what you say, does it imply that the northern border king has ulterior motives? As far as I know, Yuan Chong has held the title of northern border king for many years. While he remains formidable, he has long harbored intentions of abdicating. Over the years, Yuan Xiaosa has taken command in military affairs, his prowess rivaling that of the northern border king in his prime, and his prestige among the northern troops is soaring. Thus, Yuan Xiaosa is undoubtedly the best candidate for the next northern border king. As for Yuan Baiting, I have heard that he was sent away from the royal residence at a young age and has only recently returned. The marriage arranged by Yuan Chong seems to be a means of solidifying Yuan Xiaosa's position. Please elaborate. The Empress Dowager, having fought alongside the late emperor in numerous battles, understood that military endeavors require valor and fearlessness. Thus, most recruits are spirited youths. In the northern border army, there exists a rule that those with families may not enlist, ensuring that soldiers charge bravely into battle without hesitation. Yuan Chong's arrangement for Yuan Baiting to marry effectively severed his path to military service. Without military achievements, how could Yuan Baiting compete with his valiant elder brother for the title of northern border king? When the late emperor was alive, he recognized Yuan Chong's contributions to the great Liang and conferred upon him the title of northern border king, securing the position as hereditary. If what you say is true, the title may pass to Yuan Xiaosa, which could significantly bolster the northern border's strength, not necessarily a good thing for our great Liang. The Empress Dowager remarked while continuing her game of chess. Your Majesty need not worry. I have a plan. Please share, Chancellor. Back when the late emperor and Yuan Chong fought side by side, they were sworn brothers, and the late emperor placed immense trust in Yuan Chong. When he conferred upon him the title of Northern Border King, he did not employ any means to keep him in check. Now that Yuan Biding is marrying, why not take this opportunity to offer him an official position as a congratulatory gift? Summoning him to court as a hostage to intimidate Yuan Chong. However, given Yuan Chong's extensive experience in the political arena, he would not overlook this point. What if he refuses to comply? Wouldn't that align perfectly with your intentions? If he dares to resist, it is a direct act of defiance, which is punishable by death. Chancellor, your chess skills remain unparalleled. I concede. The Empress Dowager smiled at the chessboard. I dare not, at the Chancellor's residence. Foster father, allow me to handle this matter. A figure dressed in black silk and brocade, adorned with a black and gold crown, and two blood-red curved blades at his waist, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Muir, you have resided in the imperial city for too long. It is time for you to venture out. Take this task and also investigate whether Yuan Biding is truly as the rumors suggest. I shall see to it. At the Northern Border King's residence, husband, is what Huayu just said true? It should be accurate. Huayu mentioned receiving a message from Qingyao in the palace a few days ago. And just now, Qingyao sent another message I verified it. It is indeed a personal letter from that individual in the palace, Yuan Chong said, glancing at the note on the table. Tinger has only just returned to the royal residence and is to be married soon. Why does the emperor suddenly want him to enter the court as an official? The Northern Border Princess inquired, puzzled. The new emperor has only recently ascended, with Empress Dowager Shang Wanyu acting as regent. The power in the court lies firmly in her hands and that of Wang Yang, so this must be their scheme. This is undoubtedly Wang Yang's cunning plot. When the late emperor appointed you as the Northern Border King, Wang Yang had previously suggested keeping Xiaosa in the court as a hostage. That time, the late emperor, recognizing your military contributions and your brotherhood, ignored it. Now that the late emperor has passed, Wang Yang still seeks to undermine you, the Northern Border Princess said indignantly. Xiaosa's reputation in the military is currently at its peak, and once that wretched boy marries, he will be unable to enlist and gain military achievements. Without military merit, he cannot command the Northern Border Army and cannot become the Northern Border King. Wang Yang must have anticipated this, knowing I would pass the title to Xiaosa, and after he inherits the title, he aims to use Biding to threaten Xiaosa, thereby controlling the northern border and solidifying their power. Yuan Chong analyzed, I am well aware of the treacherous nature of the court. Xiaosa is prudent in his actions. And even in this political arena, he can navigate it skillfully, perhaps even surpassing me. As for that wretched boy Biding, I have known since his return from Mei Shengtingyu that he has no interest in this. I had hoped he could lead a carefree life with Huayu, but it seems that Wang Yang will not allow me to have my wish, Yuan Chong lamented. What shall we do? The imperial capital is dangerous. If Tinger truly goes, it may pose a threat. Are you worried, my lady? You were fearless when you accompanied me in battles. The name Bai Li Suha strikes terror in the hearts of many. Yuan Chong chuckled, observing his wife's anxious expression. How can I not be anxious when it concerns Tinger's safety? How can you still find this amusing? Bai Li Suha retorted, somewhat irately. Bai Li Suha, a prodigy of the Bai Li family, renowned for her mastery of the Bai Li soft sword, had reached the pinnacle of qi manipulation upon entering the martial world, effortlessly defeating numerous experts. Due to her exquisite beauty and gentle, kind nature, she was revered as a goddess by many in the martial world. While traversing this realm, she encountered the spirited young general Yuan Chong, and the two fell deeply in love at first sight. Subsequently, she joined Yuan Chong on the battlefield, bravely fighting against enemies. After Yuan Chong was bestowed the title of King of the Northern Frontier, by Li Su he became the Northern Frontier's queen, no longer engaging in the affairs of the martial world. Fear not, my lady, for I, the King of the Northern Frontier, have held my position in this court for many years. How could a mere command from them possibly shake my resolve? My son, the heir to the Northern Frontier, is not someone to be easily threatened. As he spoke, the king's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Indeed, after so many years guarding the Northern Frontier, the world had forgotten that Yuan Chong was a formidable master of the subtle realm. Mist from the Moonlight Pavilion. This letter states that the court desires the young heir to serve as an official. It seems rather suspicious, Yulan remarked. The letter indicated that Prime Minister Wang Yang had submitted a petition to His Majesty yesterday, stating that the king of the northern frontier had diligently defended the northern borders, earning great merit. With the heir Yuan Baiting's impending marriage, it was suggested that he be summoned to the court as a gesture of congratulations, also recognizing the king's years of service in safeguarding the territory. Zhang Huayu gazed at the falling plum blossoms by the entrance. Do you believe Prime Minister Wang Yang is sincere? Of course not. With Brother Xiao Sei's formidable reputation in the army, it is only natural for everyone to assume he will succeed as the next king of the northern frontier. And Wang Yang thinks the same. Thus, under the guise of congratulating the prince, he summons Yuan Baiting to the court, so that when Brother Xiao Sei assumes the throne, he can use Yuan Baiting as leverage against him to control the northern frontier. Yulan remarked with disdain, Wang Yang is indeed cunning and ruthless. Bring Huayu and Baiting here, Yuan Chong commanded his servants. Shortly after, Yuan Baiting appeared before Yuan Chong and Bai Li Su He. Old man, mother, what is it that you called me for? Yuan Baiting inquired as he entered, turning to see Zhang Huayu following closely behind. Long time no see, little ice cube, Yuan Baiting teased Zhang Huayu with a grin. Your Highness, madam, Zhang Huayu observed Yuan Baiting's demeanor and guessed the reason for their summons, but his lack of seriousness left her unimpressed, prompting her to disregard him entirely. Noticing Zhang Huayu's indifference, Yuan Baiting felt a bit foolish but bore no ill will. Turning instead to Yuan Chong and Bai Li Su He, Huayu, you little rascal, do you know why I called you both here? Yuan Chong asked. Spit it out, just say it. Yuan Baiting replied impatiently, you little rascal. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Yuan Chong retorted, his ire rising at Yuan Baiting's audacity. Huayu, Tinger, your mother and I have discussed and decided to postpone your wedding. Postpone? Both responded in puzzled unison. As Zhang Huayu had initially thought Yuan Chong summoned them regarding an official appointment from the court. Indeed, my lady and I believe that the marriage is a bit hasty, thus we have decided to delay it. Old man, why postpone? Why not just call it off entirely? Why complicate things? Yuan Chong ignored Yuan Baiting's complaints and turned to Zhang Huayu. Huayu, you have long expressed a desire to explore the outside world, and the time has come. Let Baiting accompany you on this journey. It will also serve to deepen your bond. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Huayu, initially perplexed by the sudden delay, began to understand when Yuan Chong suggested that she and Yuan Baiting leave the royal residence. Soon, a decree from the court would arrive at the northern frontier, placing Yuan Chong in a difficult position, aligning perfectly with Wang Yang's intentions. However, if the engagement were postponed, the congratulatory gifts would no longer be relevant, and thus the decree would lose its weight. I refuse to go. The martial world is perilous. Why should I subject myself to such trials when I can live freely as a carefree heir? Then stay behind and see how long you can maintain that carefree demeanor, Zhang Huayu retorted coldly. What, little ice cube, are you envious of my carefree life, or do you simply not want to part with me? Wishing for me to accompany you on your adventures? Zhang Huayu's eyes glimmered with icy disdain at Yuan Baiting's audacity. Fine, I shall go, Yuan Baiting declared, surprising both Yuan Chong and Bai Li Su He with his sudden change of heart. Does this mean you agree, Tinger? Bai Li Su He asked, tentatively. Mother, I have spent my youth atop Mei Mountain training with my master, never engaging with the world. I must admit to a certain longing for the martial world. It would be beneficial to seize this opportunity to explore. Yuan Baiting understood that urging Yuan Chong to cancel the engagement was out of the question, but as long as they remained unmarried, there was still room for maneuver. Since we have the time to interact, I might as well take this opportunity to uncover the true nature of this little ice cube, to investigate her true identity. If she has committed any transgression against the northern frontier, I, Yuan Baiting, will not show her any mercy. Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow, Yuan Chong said with a smile to the two, my lord. Is this truly wise? Bai Li Su He inquired, watching the two depart. Fear not, my lady. I shall be here to ensure everything goes smoothly. Chapter 5. So you can smile after all, young master. Are we truly leaving tomorrow? Old Su asked. Why? Do you not wish to? Not at all, but I find this matter somewhat perplexing. The prince has been eager for you to marry Miss Huayu. yet now he suddenly wishes to delay the engagement. It is rather difficult to comprehend, old Su explained to Yuan Biding. It is indeed curious. However, given the old man's experience in the world, his decisions must be based on careful consideration. Besides, this opportunity is rare. I intend to probe into this little ice cube's true intentions. Miss, how wonderful! After so many years in the northern frontier city, you finally have the chance to venture out. Previously, the prince and madam always warned of the dangers in the martial world, forbidding you from leaving the city. Now we can go wherever we please, Yulan exclaimed with excitement, though not rejoiced too soon. The prince and madam's concerns are not without merit. The martial world is fraught with peril, and we are likely to encounter numerous dangers along the way. You must be prepared. Yes, Mista, by the way, have you received any news regarding the whereabouts of the masters lurking within the city that I asked you to investigate? Miss, the reports indicate that there have been no masters of the Qi control realm in the northern frontier city in recent months, let alone any formidable masters of the subtle realm. That is indeed strange. Could it be that the masked individual hails from within the residence? Zhang Huayu pondered aloud. Why, Lord, we shall arrive at northern frontier city tomorrow. Is that so? Do not forget the task entrusted to us by our adoptive father. Send someone to discern whether this young heir is a dragon or a mere insect. Inside the carriage, a man reclined comfortably, wielding a blood-red curved blade, gracefully weaving patterns in the AI. In his embrace lay a woman of snow-white complexion. Draped in a thin veil of azure, her delicate legs exposed, creating an alluring sight that was undeniably captivating. This man was none other than Wang Yang's adopted son, Wang Mu, in his earlier years. While serving as the Minister of Revenue, Wang Yang had discovered an infant abandoned on a winter night. Unable to forsake the child, he took him in, naming him Wang Mu and raising him as his own. Old Su, we are to depart tomorrow. Now that the year-end festivities have concluded, the streets are bustling with open shops welcoming customers, and the crowds have increased significantly. Why don't we take a stroll tonight and purchase some supplies for our journey? Yuan Biding gazed at the vibrant scene within the city, his heart stirred. Since returning from Mei Mountain, he had either slept heavily within the residence or indulged in revelry at the Wanhua Tower, never truly exploring the northern frontier city. Are you eager to visit the Wanhua Tower again? If you wish to go, just say so. No need for pretense, old Su teased with a mischievous grin. Old Su, are you seeking death? Do not project your filthy thoughts onto me. Tell me, when have I ever gone to the Wanhua Tower without you reveling in it the most? Spending my money to woo other women. Yuan Biding scolded, glaring at old Su. Young master, I do it for your sake. At this point, who doesn't know that the young heir of the northern frontier is generous and free-spirited? All the ladies in town are undoubtedly hoping for your patronage. Enough chatter. Are you going or not? My lord, the Lady Yun is still waiting for me at Wanhua Tower. It is simply... Old Su hesitated. Get lost. I shall go myself. With the year-end festivities concluded and the memorial service for the late emperor at an end, the northern frontier city had come alive, adorned with festive decorations. Every household had affixed their long-overdue couplets, as if to make up for the missed New Year celebrations. As Yuan Biding strolled down the bustling street, children dashed past him in playful abandon. In the distance, fireworks soared into the night sky, bursting with a resounding crack, resembling the stars and moon. A truly magnificent sight. Observing this scene, Yuan Biding could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This was the essence of life. My lord, what would you like to see? As Yuan Biding unknowingly strolled past a jewelry stall, the proprietress warmly inquired, Might you wish to take a look, young sir? On such a joyous occasion, selecting a piece of jewelry for your beloved would surely bring her delight and endear you to her even more. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yuan Biding was about to depart when he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Xiao Binghuai? What brings her here alone? He pondered in confusion. Young sir, what do you think of this plum blossom hairpin? The proprietress interrupted his thoughts by offering him a delicate hairpin. Upon examining it, he discovered it was exquisitely carved from coral. In the northern realms, surrounded by mountains and deserts, treasures from the seaside became exceedingly rare. Furthermore, plum blossom hairpins are typically sculpted from white jade, symbolizing purity. Yet this coral hairpin, resplendently red, evoked the tenacity of red plums, reminiscent of the plum groves atop Mei Mountain. "Proprietress, I shall take this hairpin." "How much do you require?" he inquired. "Let me wrap it up for you, young sir." "Just 10 coins will suffice," she replied, placing the hairpin into a box, also carved from coral, before handing it to him. 10 coins? It seems the proprietress is unaware of its true value. Such coral trinkets in these northern lands would fetch no less than 50 taels, he mused internally. "Proprietress, here are 50 taels. Please accept it. And consider the excess as a gift for your child. Oh my, how could I accept such generosity?" she exclaimed. "Thank you, young sir. It is nothing." With that, Yuan Biting made his way towards Zhang Huayu. "Xiao Binghuai, what brings you to meandering about the streets alone?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Huayu looked up to see Yuan Biting gazing at her with a tilted head. "You? What business is it of yours? Is this street reserved solely for your presence?" she retorted, turning to leave, only to be intercepted by Yuan Biting. "Why must you be so unapproachable? What do you gain from perpetually wearing such a frigid expression? Your Highness, are we so intimately acquainted? Why must I owe you any civility? If you find my face displeasing, you are free to look away." "There is no need for further discourse," Zhang Huayu coldly responded. Yuan Biting, momentarily entranced by her breathtaking beauty, found himself lost in thought, oblivious to her words as they drifted away with the chilling wind. "How long do you intend to gawk?" Zhang Huayu inquired. Breaking the spell, regaining his composure, he sheepishly replied, "Apologies, I did not expect you to be so striking." "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness," she said, ready to depart. "Wait, I must inform you, we shall be embarking on our journey tomorrow, and we will inevitably be in each other's company. Your consistent hostility towards me will complicate matters ahead. Embarking tomorrow? Shouldn't Your Highness be spending your final night at the Wanhua Pavilion with your esteemed companions? What need have you for me? Do not misunderstand. My visit to the Wanhua Pavilion will entail nothing more than enjoying some music and drink, I swear." He raised his right hand as if to swear an oath. "Are you not afraid of incurring divine wrath?" Zhang Huayu shot him a disdainful glance. "Come along," she said, resuming her pace, indifferent to his presence. "Hey, wait for me," Yuan Biting called after her, hastily catching up in the distance. Several shadowy figures observed the two, stealthily merging into the night. "What is it? Do you desire candied hawthorn?" Yuan Biting noticed Zhang Huayu had paused, gazing at a stall selling the sweet treat. "Yes, but I have no money. My funds are with Yuan, who took them to procure supplies," she replied. Yuan Biting found her predicament amusing. "No matter, I shall treat you. Indulge to your heart's content," he declared with grandiosity. "Really? Can you doubt my word?" Observing this usually nonsensical nobleman, Zhang Huayu found him somewhat less disagreeable at that moment. "Consider it a loan. I shall repay you once we return home." With that, she approached the stall and purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, handing one to Yuan Biting, which took him by surprise and altered his impression of her. Perhaps this Xiao Binghuai was not so unapproachable after all. The northern capital, a sight to behold, rivaled even the imperial capital in its splendor. The falling snow enhanced the warmth and tranquility of the scene. As they sauntered down the street, they presented a picture of harmony and beauty, evoking envy in those who beheld them. "Aren't you curious why I have such a fondness for candied hawthorn? Everyone harbors their own secrets. While I am intrigued, the answers you willingly share reveal more of your essence than mere inquiries could." Yuan Biting mused. "I never expected you to possess such depth," she remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. In my youth, my father fought in battles, returning home only during the new year. Each time he came back, he would bring me a skewer of candied hawthorn, which I considered the most delightful treat. However, the year he did not return, I waited day and night, but no candied hawthorn arrived. From that day forth, I have not tasted it again until today. It is my first time indulging in years." As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly somber. "Thus, peace is the rarest treasure in this world," Yuan Biting remarked. Reflecting on her words, "Rest assured, from now on, I shall ensure your candied hawthorn cravings are fulfilled." His earnest demeanor evoked an involuntary smile from Zhang Huayu, Who knew you could smile? I had presumed you were perpetually stoic. She teased. Begone, she retorted, her expression returning to its previous chill, though she recognized a flicker of joy within herself. Miss, shall we return home? Just then, Yuelon's sudden appearance disrupted their moment. Your Highness, what brings you here? Zhang Huayu turned to inquire. I have matters to attend to. You both may return first. Yuan Baiting waved them off. Very well, I will take my leave, Zhang Huayu said, following Yuelon back to the palace. Yuan Baiting gazed after her, lost in thought. Perhaps this Xiao Binghuai had her charms after all. Chapter 6. You may try. The northern winds howled, the moonlight dimly illuminating the scene. My lord, I have just received word that a convoy has been spotted 50 miles outside the city, consisting of over 20 individuals. It seems the people from the imperial capital have arrived sooner than expected. Wang Yang is quite impatient, Yuan Chong declared, slapping the table. It is said that the one sent to deliver the edict is Wang Yang's adopted son. Bai Lisu Huo continued. Wang Mu? I have heard of him. Wang Yang's prodigious son, who has been studying under Song Qiao in the Imperial Academy for years, has gained an unparalleled reputation among the royal offspring. Wang Yang must hold this matter in high regard to send his prized son. Scouts report that he has already dispatched a team to enter the city ahead of time, likely with intentions related to Tinger. My lord, will Tinger be in danger? There is no need for concern, my lady. The boy's capabilities are beyond my comprehension. A few insignificant pawns will pose no threat. Moreover, he is the disciple of that old fox. Qinbai Rian, if he cannot handle such trivialities, it would be a disgrace for his master. After parting ways with Zhang Huayu, Yuan Baiting headed towards the Wanhua Pavilion, his irritation mounting at the thought of old Su reveling there. Suddenly, he veered into a narrow alley, halting his steps. Gentlemen, how long do you intend to follow me? No sooner had he spoken than several figures cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, encircling him. You are Yuan Baiting? One masked individual inquired. Indeed, I am he. I take it you are their leader. Pray tell, what business do you have with me? Someone wishes to procure your head, the masked figure stated. Yuan Baiting chuckled lightly. Might I inquire who seeks my head? It would allow me to part ways with clarity. Rest assured, once the deed is done, I shall personally offer you to them as a sacrifice. Oh, you may try. As soon as the man spoke, he lunged forward with his knife, its blade slicing through the air like a massive python that had broken free from its bindings, aimed directly at Yuan Baiting's face. Faced with this onslaught, Yuan Baiting remained utterly unperturbed. He slightly pivoted his waist, channeling energy into his left hand, and with a delicate flick of 2 fingers, he halted the knife's advance as if it had encountered an immovable barrier. With a subtle raise of his fingers, the blade shattered into pieces the very next instant. Immediately, he transformed his right hand into a fist, launching a powerful blow to the assailant's abdomen. The man was forced to abandon his weapon, his palms barely managing to absorb the impact of the incoming fist. However, the force was far beyond his expectations, swiftly breaching his defenses, and his arms exploded apart as the punch struck fiercely at his midsection. He was sent sprawling backwards, blood gushing from his mouth, and it was only with the help of his subordinates that he managed to steady himself. He realized that had he not reacted swiftly enough to block with his hands, he might have already met with Yamad. To his astonishment, the young master possessed such formidable strength. What are you waiting for? Kill him, he bellowed in fury, and no sooner had he spoken than Yuan Baiting darted forward with the speed of an arrow. A resounding slap echoed as his palm struck the man's head, the sound reverberating like thunder in his ears, sending him flying and crashing through a wall, lifeless amidst the rubble. Such swiftness! The remaining onlookers, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with terror, eager to flee. Yuan Baiting let out a cold laugh. Since you've come, you might as well stay. With that, he transformed his hand into a blade, stepping lightly upon the void. And in an instant, those few men collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. A sound echoed from not far away. Enough hiding, come out, Yuan Baiting clapped his hands and said. From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly. Heh, impressive skills, young master. It was old Su. I hadn't expected there to be those daring enough to lay hands on the young master in the northern border city. Should we send someone to investigate? No need. Nothing escapes that old man's eyes in this city. I will inquire of him when I return. Old Su, have someone tidy up. We mustn't let anyone discover. How is the task I assigned you progressing? Young master, I've sent people for several hours now, but they have yet to return. Not back yet. With their skills, if they haven't returned by now, they likely won't. Young master, should we send more people? No, sending more would be futile. Call for me when we reach northern border city. Wang Mu toyed with the blood-red curved blade in his hand, while occasionally pinching the delicate features of a beautiful woman nearby. Humph, rather interesting. But I wonder if this is Yuan Chang's doing, or that of Yuan Biding. At the Wang residence, old man, explain what's going on, Yuan Biding said as he made his way directly to Yuan Chang's quarters. Is the trouble resolved? Yuan Chang retorted. It was hardly a trouble, just a matter of raising my hand, he said, savoring his snacks. Subsequently, Yuan Chang recounted the entire affair to Yuan Biding. Throughout history, with the rise and fall of dynasties, the founding sovereigns were often accompanied by a cadre of capable and loyal individuals, brave and resourceful, dedicated to serving their country. However, once the nation was established, these individuals could become a source of concern for those in power, their accomplishments making them a threat to their rulers. Yuan Biding understood that during the late emperor's reign, he had chosen to overlook Wang Yang's counsel, recognizing the Yuan family as contributors to the state. But now that the late emperor had passed, and Wang Yang held the reins of power, how could he allow the Yuan family to continue to grow? So you intend to delay the marriage contract to silence Wang Yang? Though it is indeed Wang Yang's intention, it is ultimately a decree from the emperor. Defying it would be a capital offense in times of war. It is the common people who suffer. Peace is hard won. How can I easily disrupt that? But you can dodge the first day of the month, yet not the 15th. What then? The late emperor decreed that the northern border throne may be hereditary. After you and Huayu depart, I will personally return to the imperial capital to petition the emperor, allowing your elder brother to inherit the northern border throne. Each northern border monarch has the right to request a reward from the emperor upon ascending the throne, enabling you to remain in northern border city and continue your carefree existence. Old man, you went in circles just to let me continue living as a carefree young master? You rascal, I know you have no interest in court intrigues. You must uphold your role as the carefree young master. Ha 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 ha, rest assured, old man, I will not disappoint you. As dawn broke in the east, the rosy glow swept across the dim sky. Outside northern border city. Young master, we have arrived at northern border city. One man lifted the carriage curtain to take a look, then stepped out, the blood-red blade at his waist glistening alluringly in the sunlight. Have we finally arrived? At the northern border Wang residence, Huayu. This is your first journey away from home. Do take care, bring along ample valuables, and let me know if you need anything, Lady Su urged as she grasped Zhang Huayu's hand. Her eyes filled with worry. Though Zhang Huayu was not her biological daughter, over the years she had come to regard her as her own child. Now, as she prepared to leave the Wang residence, uncertain of when they might meet again, her heart was heavy with reluctance. I understand, madam. I will look after myself. Tinger, you must take good care of Huayu on this journey, and do not allow any mishaps. Understood. Understood, mother, rest assured. Sister Huayu, my elder brother is at the military camp and cannot come out. This is a pair of mandarin duck butterfly pendants specially crafted by my elder brother and me. One is for you, and one is for Biding. I hope you both have a safe journey, Yuan Shuiyan said, handing a jade pendant to Zhang Huayu. Thank you, Sister Shuiyan. Please send my regards to Brother Xiaosa. Zhang Huayu replied gently, Biding, if you dare to bully Sister Shuiyan, I will not let you off easily. Understood, second sister. Its as if you forget I am your own brother whenever you mention her. Yuan Biding said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. This lad is Qi Xianan, son of your uncle Qi, who will accompany you on this journey. He can lend you a helping hand along the way. Yuan Chong gestured to the young man beside him. Greetings, young master, Qi Xianan said, wielding a silver crescent spear. Clad in silver leaf armor beneath the winter sun, his handsome visage radiated a captivating golden glow, and a fierce aura enveloped his striking features. Truly a young general. Yuan Biding nodded slightly and turned to inquire, where is old Su? Young master. I'm here. Old Su puffed as he rushed over. Heh, young master. Look what I brought. He produced a flask of wine from his robe. Peach blossom brew? Old Sue, you're quite the charmer. Did Miss Yun truly allow you to have some? Of course, I, Old Sue, possess extraordinary charm, he said proudly, patting his chest. Itsu, Yuan, standing beside Zhang Huayu, glared at Old Sue, who was jesting with Yuan biting. You are the one who trespassed into the moon gathering hall that day, and there was a masked accomplice. Oh no, I forgot about that. As Yuan questioned him, Yuan biting felt his head spinning, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he placed a hand on his hip, preparing to explain to Zhang Huayu Itsu. I did not trespass into the moon gathering hall. I told you before, I am the chef of this Wang residence. You can ask the Wang, and as for that masked individual, I do not know him at all. Seeing Old Sue's shameless demeanor, Yuan biting found it amusing, not expecting him to respond so quickly. Yuan, what is going on? Yuan Chong asked in confusion as the two quarreled. Old Sue is indeed the chef of the residence. I can vouch for that. Replying to the Wang, that day, enough, Yuan, Zhang Huayu interrupted her, turning to the Wang to explain, it's all a misunderstanding. It's no issue, as long as it's a misunderstanding. Zhang Huayu glanced at Yuan biting, who looked somewhat awkward, and a hint of speculation arose in her heart. All right, it's getting late. Let us set off. Seeing that Zhang Huayu no longer pursued the matter, Yuan biting swiftly shifted the topic. The group departed amidst the sounds of hoofbeats and the creaking of wheels over stone, gradually disappearing into the rosy dawn. Your Highness, Madam, Wang Mu has entered the city at the hour of the rabbit. Chapter 7. The rogue winter had passed, and the warm sunlight of early spring filtered through the treetops, melting the ice and snow into streams that flowed gently, transforming into dew that dripped from the leaf tips onto the cobblestones. The rhythmic sound resembling wind chimes heralding the arrival of spring, a light rain suddenly fell, pattering against the carriage window, drawing back the chill of deep winter. Feeling a bit cold? Yuan biting gazed at the poised Zhang Huayu beside him, whose body trembled slightly. Despite her attempts to maintain composure, her quavering voice and the habitual rubbing of her palms betrayed her. Observing this, Yuan biting promptly removed his silver fox fur coat and draped it over Zhang Huayu. No, please, she protested, attempting to remove the coat, but was swiftly seized by Yuan biting, rendering her immobile. I do not seek any feelings of gratitude from you. However, if this continues, your health will deteriorate. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, and I do not wish for your condition to jeopardize us all. He spoke firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu ceased her protests, her face tinged with a faint blush due to her earlier struggle. Little Ice Cube, you appear rather endearing in this state, Yuan biting remarked with a smile, admiring the exquisite beauty before him, as his fingers gently brushed through Zhang Huayu's dark tresses, tightening the straps of the coat around her shoulders. Zhang Huayu, watching the prince meticulously adjust her attire, found herself struck by his striking handsomeness, his brows like ink paintings, eyes resembling stars, and features both distinct and harmonious, exuding an indescribable charm that rendered him quite dashing and ethereal. What? Are you bewitched by this prince's beauty? Yuan biting teased, noticing her momentary daze. I am merely fatigued and lost in thought, she stammered, realizing she had been uncovered. She quickly turned her gaze to the window, her alabaster cheeks flushing deeper. In the northern kingdom's royal mansion, my lord Madam, the son of Wang Yang, Wang Mu, requests an audience, announced a voice. Let him enter, Yuan Chong replied coldly. After Yuan biting and his entourage departed, Yuan Chong awaited the arrival of this renowned prodigy, eager to discern what extraordinary qualities the emperor's chosen envoy possessed. Why, lord, madam, he has arrived, came the report. Yuan Chong lifted his gaze to see a slender figure entering, a man clad in a black and gold long robe, adorned with a black and gold crown, his dark green hair cascading behind him. His expression was grim, eyes harboring a chilling depth, a faint smile playing on his lips, and at his waist hung a pair of blood-red curved blades. Exuding an air of danger, I have met with the lord and lady, Wang Mu said, raising his hand in a respectful gesture. Dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Among the young in the palace, you are surely a leader. Now that I see you, Your exceptional demeanor confirms it. Wang Yang has indeed raised a fine son. Yuan Chong feigned politeness, though he sensed the ominous aura emanating from Wang Mu upon his entrance. My lord is being overly gracious. I have come at the behest of his majesty, bearing a decree for you. Wang Mu continued. King of the Northern Kingdom, Yuan Chong, who guards the northern frontier and has rendered great service. Upon hearing of the wedding of the heir, Yuan Baiting, has been specially appointed as an honorary cavalry officer to express congratulations. You are to present yourself at court immediately to receive this decree. Thus decreed. Wang Mu pronounced, enunciating each word carefully. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chong straightened but made no move to accept the decree. My lord, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to refuse the decree? Wang Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. Dear nephew, you may not be aware that my son Baiting was to marry soon. However, due to an unfortunate illness afflicting my daughter-in-law, the engagement has regrettably been annulled. Baiting has already left the city with his wife in search of a physician. Yuan Chong explained, I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's grace, yet I fear I cannot comply with this decree. I ask that you return it to the emperor, and when I next enter the court, I shall personally express my apologies. The heir has left the city. When did this occur? Wang Mu inquired. Taken aback. Just prior to your arrival, Yuan Chong replied. Yet yesterday, I was informed that the heir was still in the city. Are you suggesting that you have fabricated this excuse to evade the decree? Wang Mu's voice grew icy. Dear nephew, what do you imply? His Majesty's appointment of my son as an official is a great honor for our family, and I cannot possibly wish to decline such an honor. Yuan Chong's tone darkened, the glint of menace sparking in his eyes as an aura of pressure emanated from him. In that moment, Wang Mu felt as though he were in an Arctic wasteland. Waves of lethal intent crashing upon him, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he felt himself rooted to the spot in the palace. He had believed himself unmatched among his peers, having reached the Qi mastery stage under the mentorship of the formidable Song Qiaosheng. Yet now, facing the Northern King, he found himself utterly powerless. I have been disrespectful, and I ask for your forgiveness, my lord. Wang Mu gritted his teeth, bowing his head, feeling the oppressive aura dissipate. Dear nephew, you are too hard on yourself. However, the situation is precisely as I have described. When you return to court, I hope you will speak favorably of me to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, Yuan Chong said. Rest assured, my lord. I shall convey your sentiments, Wang Mu replied earnestly. Since time is of the essence, why not stay for a meal at the mansion? It would give us the opportunity to become better acquainted. Yuan Chong suggested with a smile, moving to welcome Wang Mu. Thank you for your hospitality, my lord, but I must return to the capital to report. I cannot afford to delay, Wang Mu quickly replied. Understanding that the recent events had made it clear he stood no chance against the Northern King. Very well, allow me to see you off, Yuan Chong offered. My lord, you need not trouble yourself. I can manage on my own, Wang Mu insisted. Then travel safely, dear nephew, Yuan Chong called out cheerfully as Wang Mu hastily exited the royal mansion. Watching Wang Mu's retreating figure, Yuan Chong couldn't help but muse. Indeed, Wang Mu is a child of destiny, having reached the mid-stage of Qi mastery at such a young age. Had he not been so rattled by my presence, he surely would have put up a fight. However, this one's intentions seem unwholesome. He may pose a problem in the future, my lord. By refusing the decree today, I fear Wang Yang will not take it lightly, his wife cautioned. There is no need for concern. Given the frequent incursions by the Xiongnu at the borders, once Xiaosa stabilizes the situation, I shall enter the court to request the decree, allowing Xiaosa to inherit the throne. At that time, I shall pay Wang Yang a visit. Yuan Chong reassured her. Young master, we have reached the fork in the road. Which way shall we proceed? Old Su inquired, his mouth full of plum blossom cake. Truly, Old Su's skills as a driver were remarkable, managing to lull Yuan Baiting into a state of drowsiness. Hearing Old Su's voice, Yuan Baiting poked his head out from the carriage, playfully patting Old Su's shoulder. Old Su, you truly are a natural-born coachman. Indeed, if you find me satisfactory, I shall drive for you my entire life, Old Su chuckled. Yuan Baiting surveyed the two paths before him, one leading south toward Qingzhou and the other west toward the border. Little Ice Cube, Since the old man has said he will accompany you, which way do you wish to go? Yuan Baiting asked, turning to the carriage. Throughout the journey, Zhang Huayu had heard the moniker Little Ice Cube countless times. Initially, she had shot Yuan Baiting a few reproachful glances, but upon realizing it had no effect, she resigned herself to follow his lead. Let us head west to Qingxiao Pass. Qingxiao Pass? Yuan Baiting expressed confusion. Having expected Zhang Huayu to yearn for the southern landscapes she had yet to experience, he was taken aback that she chose to journey west, to a region beset by conflict. Zhang Huayu offered no explanation for his bewilderment, merely gazing at the road ahead, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little Ice Cube, why? Yuan Baiting began, noticing the change in her demeanor, but before he could inquire further, a voice interrupted. Your Highness, Qingxiao Pass is where General Zhang and his wife met their demise. Miss Yuan, who had been quietly observing, explained gently. Yuan Baiting understood that the memory of her parents was an indelible pain for Zhang Huayu, and he refrained from pressing her further, his heart aching for this woman who had yet to become his wife. My lord, what shall we do next? Wang Mu asked, having exited the northern king's mansion and made his way out of the city, the earlier encounter still haunting him. Should Yuan Chong truly fly into a rage and kill him? It would be an unjust end. Though he had a foster father as a powerful ally, he knew that a chancellor's authority, while formidable, was ultimately that of a scholar. The northern king's 40,000 troops were a palpable force. If Yuan Chong were to rebel, how many could withstand the might of the northern king? Gather a few individuals to relay the news to my foster father. The rest will accompany me to Yinghua Hall. He commanded. Yes, Your Highness, night is approaching. Perhaps we should find a place to rest, Qi Shinan suggested, watching the twilight sky slip below the horizon. Yuan Baiting emerged from the carriage, spotting a riverside not far off. He gestured to old Su, let us stop there. Let the horses drink and rest. Thus, the group set up camp by the riverbank. After ensuring there were no dangers in the vicinity, Yuan Baiting approached the carriage. Little Ice Cube, come out and stretch your legs. You've been cooped up in the carriage for too long. After spending the day together, Zhang Huayu found herself inexplicably less averse to His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing Yuan Baiting suggest going out for some activity, she genuinely rose to her feet. However, she had underestimated the biting cold of the night. As she ventured her head out from the carriage curtain, a wave of chill swept over her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Noticing this, Yuan Baiting promptly adjusted her silver fox fur coat and pointed towards a nearby fire pit. Come, let me take you to warm up, he said. Zhang Huayu followed his lead and sat down by the fire, extending her hands towards the flames. Observing her trembling fingers, Yuan Baiting couldn't help but inquire, Are you particularly sensitive to the cold? Your Highness, the young lady has been averse to cold since childhood. Every winter, her body succumbs to unbearable chill, which is why she is not allowed. Yuan, before Yuan could finish her sentence, Zhang Huayu interjected. I was born on an exceedingly frigid winter's day, while my parents were deployed at the front lines. Shortly after my birth, my mother returned to the battlefield, entrusting me to an elderly servant. Unfortunately, while escorting me back to Beijingshi, the servant fell into an icy pit, and I fell in as well. Ultimately, it was a passing prince and his wife who rescued me and brought me back to the royal residence. Ever since that day, I have been plagued by this affliction. I wonder, does this explanation satisfy you, Your Highness? After speaking, Zhang Huayu turned her head to gaze at Yuan Baiting, a hint of amusement gracing her features. As he caught sight of her slightly flushed face illuminated by the firelight, Yuan Baiting found himself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard. Rogue! Zhang Huayu scolded sharply. At that moment, Yuan Baiting shook himself from his reverie and called out into the distance. Old Su, Qi Xianan, did I tell you two to fish? Have you both fallen into the river? With that, he hurried towards the riverbank, eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 8. The green-clad swordmaster Gu Fansong as the cold dissipated. The eastern sky began to brighten, with the morning dew glimmering faintly amidst the swirling mist, creating a picturesque atmosphere. Dewdrops rolled in the grass, reflecting a crystalline radiance. Your Highness, we shall reach Jinan City in just a few hours, Qi Xianan announced from within the carriage. Let us take a moment to rest, for we have traveled through the night. Yesterday, Yuan Baiting had initially intended to rest on the riverbank overnight and set off in the morning. However, Zhang Huayu's frail constitution could hardly withstand the relentless cold. Thus, he reluctantly decided to press on through the night, planning to rest properly upon their arrival in Jinan City. "Miss, do drink some water." Yuan offered a water pouch to Zhang Huayu. Just awakening, Zhang Huayu took a few sips and asked, "Where are we?" "Miss, we are en route to Jinan City, and it will take just a few more hours to arrive." At that moment, Yuan Baiting leaned his head in from outside the carriage and inquired, "You're awake?" "Yes," Zhang Huayu replied softly. Suddenly, she felt something warm nestled against her, and upon looking down, she discovered a crimson crystal shimmering faintly in her embrace. "What is this?" she asked, lifting the crystal and looking at Yuan Baiting in confusion. "That is a fire crystal, originating from extremely hot regions. Having absorbed the intense heat over many years, it contains a substantial amount of fire energy and can be used for warmth. When I first arrived at Mei Shengtingyu, I struggled to adapt to the extreme cold, so my master gave me this fire crystal. Last night, seeing you endure the cold with difficulty, I placed it in your arms while you were in a daze, hoping it would bring you some comfort." "Thank you," Zhang Huayu said softly. "There's no need for thanks. Consider it a gift, don't overthink it. My mother instructed me to take good care of you. I would prefer not to face her wrath if something were to happen to you." Yuan Baiting explained, his earlier warmth dissipating into awkwardness. "Leave. I wish to rest." Zhang Huayu, who had initially felt grateful, instantly responded coldly to his words. "Not far away, boss. Those people look like they come from affluent families. Look at that carriage, so grand. It must be filled with treasures. This time, we are destined to strike it rich." A man wielding a machete exclaimed excitedly to a burly man next to him, who held two axes. "This time, we must not be careless, be cautious of that Gu Fansong. He could ruin our plans. Boss, fear not. Last time we were outnumbered, which allowed that Gu Fansong to flaunt his power. Today, with all our brothers here, even if he dares to show up, we shall ensure he returns empty-handed." At this moment, Yuan Baiting, having just been dismissed from the carriage by Zhang Huayu, was feeling quite miffed when suddenly, dozens of shadowy figures burst forth from the woods, charging towards them. "Robbery!" the leader shouted, brandishing two axes. The shout startled Yuan Baiting, and old Su and Qi Xianin, who had been tending to the horses nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Your Highness, what is happening?" Qi Xianin inquired. "See for yourself," Yuan Baiting replied, crossing his arms and gesturing nonchalantly towards the group, occasionally kicking a pebble as if the situation did not concern him. "Who are you?" Qi Xianin asked, gripping his silver spear tightly, vigilance etched across his face. "They claim to be robbers," Yuan Baiting chuckled in response. "Indeed, we are robbers," the leader echoed, pointing at Yuan Baiting. "If you value your lives, hand over your valuables without hesitation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Yuan, help me out. I want to see what's happening outside." Zhang Huayu, initially intending to rest, was now curious about the commotion outside the carriage. As the carriage curtain parted, a strikingly beautiful face emerged, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with an exquisitely expensive silver fox fur coat. She stepped out to gaze at Yuan Baiting. Boss, look quickly. What a beautiful woman!" the leader exclaimed, momentarily entranced by Zhang Huayu. "A beauty like her should be mine. Furthermore, I will add a condition. Spare our lives and leave the valuables and that woman behind." "What if I refuse?" Yuan Baiting replied playfully. "Then I shall send you to meet the king of hell," the leader declared, raising his axes and charging at Yuan Baiting, who was preparing to confront him. In an instant, a figure leapt down from a nearby tree. Clad in green, with a green silk ribbon binding his hair, he wielded a fusong wooden sword. His handsome visage and closed eyes exuded an air of chivalry. However, as he landed, he accidentally stepped on a pebble, nearly losing his balance, but quickly steadied himself, maintaining his heroic demeanor. "Gu Fansong, it's you again." "It is I, the green-clad swordmaster Gu Fansong. I have always stood against injustice and drawn my sword to assist those in need. Wherever evil lurks, there shall I be, Pa. You dare call yourself a swordmaster? You have thwarted my plans time and again. This time, I shall not let you go," the leader shouted, charging at Gu Fansong with his axes. With a swift motion, Gu Fansong dashed forward. The man swung his axes towards him, but Gu Fansong adeptly dodged, causing the axes to strike the ground and send stones flying. Seeing his first strike fail, the assailant turned to attack Gu Fansong again. Gu Fansong, wielding his sword, blocked the blow with the flat of his blade, the force of the collision pushing him back several steps. "Your Highness," the swordmaster. Old Su stifled a laugh. "Have you ever seen a swordmaster who lacks mastery over energy?" Yuan Biting chuckled as well. Gu Fansong, now you understand your grandfather's prowess, don't you? Yet, the encounter was far from over. Gu Fansong inhaled deeply, launching himself into the air, soaring towards the attacker with his sword spinning in his hand. The assailant, realizing Gu Fansong's fierce approach, hurriedly raised his axes to defend himself, only for them to be effortlessly disarmed by Gu Fansong's sword, which then rested against his neck. "Well, what will it be? Do you yield?" Gu Fansong asked, a hint of triumph in his gaze. "I yield. I yield. I beg you, great swordsman, spare my life." The man trembled, his voice quaking. What did you call me?" Gu Fansong inquired, twisting his wrist, causing a trickle of blood to appear at the man's neck. Terrified, the man hastily pleaded, "Green-clad swordmaster, I implore you, spare my life, then be gone. Do not let me see you again." "Why, yes." The man scurried away, not daring to look back. Gu Fansong watched the fleeing bandits, a sense of pride swelling within him. Another day of ridding the world of evil. At that moment, Yuan Biting approached Gu Fansong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, green-clad swordmaster, for your timely rescue. I am Yuan Linen. There is no need for formalities, young master. I merely acted upon witnessing injustice," Gu Fansong replied modestly. "May I inquire as to your destination?" "This area is several hours from Jinan City, and with bandits roaming freely, you must exercise caution. Though be honest, I am on my way to Jinan City. I had intended to rest here briefly before continuing, but then I encountered these robbers. What a coincidence. My home is in Jinan City. I shall escort you there," Gu Fansong offered. "Are you serious, swordmaster?" "I am truly grateful," Yuan Biting exclaimed. "Young Master Yuan is too courteous. In that case, let us set off." Upon the carriage, Gu Fansong found himself momentarily entranced by the breathtaking beauty of Zhang Huayu before him. As Yuan Biting struggled to articulate an explanation, he recalled the words of the sword god. "Linen is the husband of this young lady. We owe our lives to the timely intervention of Gu Jianxin." With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Zhang Huayu remarked, "What a stunning beauty she is. Yuan Gongzi is indeed fortunate to have such a wife." "It is truly enviable," Gu Fansong could not help but exclaim. "You flatter me, Gu Jianxin," Yuan Biting replied with a chuckle, though he felt somewhat taken aback. "This little ice cube is rather clever," he thought to himself. "But why the pretense? Is this how you usually behave?" "Miss of Jinan City, it appears this place is quite large," Yulan said as she leaned out to observe the street-side taverns and the performers showcasing their talents. Jinan City is the second largest city in the Northern Territory, second only to the capital. Its prosperity is unparalleled, attracting many foreign merchants due to its border location. Here, one can encounter many novelties absent in the capital. Gu Fansong explained to the group, "I must express my gratitude to Gu Jianxin for enlightening us along the way." "I am immensely thankful," Yuan Biting said. "What are you saying, Yuan Gongzi? Do you have any place to stay in Jinan City?" Gu Fansong inquired. "This is my first visit, and I do not own a residence within the city. In that case, if you do not mind, why not stay at my home?" Gu Jianxin suggested. "You are too kind. I cannot impose upon you after all that you have done for us," Yuan Biting replied, feeling a bit uneasy. "Oh, Yuan Gongzi, do not be so polite. Since we are acquainted, it is only fitting," Gu Jianxin insisted. "That seems inappropriate, husband. Since Gu Jianxin has so graciously invited us, why not honor his request?" Zhang Huayu interjected, unable to bear Yuan Biting's insincere demeanor any longer. Little did she know, this perfectly aligned with Yuan Biting's own thoughts. As he silently praised her cleverness, "Since Gu Jianxin insists, we shall not hesitate," Yuan Biting said, feigning nonchalance. They traversed through a secluded alleyway, arriving at a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. The wooden door, its paint peeling, stood ajar. And upon entering, They were greeted by several ancient trees reaching toward the heavens. A cold breeze swept through, sending yellowed leaves spiraling like dancing butterflies, swirling through the air along with clouds of dust. Rolling across the ground and littering it with remnants, Yu Fansong had anticipated a grand estate following his earlier invitations, but upon Gu Fansong's mention, Yuan Baiting realized it was this modest courtyard. Yet, he was not one to disdain the humble. Material possessions held no sway over him. "Grandfather, I have returned," Gu Fansong called into the inner chambers. An elderly figure emerged, leaning on a tall wooden staff. Trembling as he approached, the old man's hair, once dark, was now silvered by time, and his body, weathered by the trials of life, had bent with age. His sight was lost, rendering him a pitiful sight indeed. "Grandfather, we have guests," Gu Fansong said, guiding the elderly man slowly toward Yuan Baiting. Upon noticing, Yuan Baiting hurried forward to support the elder. "Elder, we are friends of Gu Xiong, here to stay for the night. We apologize for the intrusion." The old man quickly replied, "Please, take a seat, do not worry. As long as you do not mind, you may stay as long as you wish to." Gu Fansong, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the shabby courtyard, scratched his head and said, "I hope Yuan Gongzi does not find this laughable." "Not at all," Yuan Baiting chuckled. "Yuan Gongzi, please rest here today. I will prepare a room for you that I am in your debt." "Gu Jinshan, just call me Fansong," he replied. Chapter 9. The Qingxiao Pass case in the capital at the Prime Minister's residence. "Wang Darren, how have you been of late?" A figure clad in a black ceremonial robe emerged from the hall, his silver hair contrasting sharply with his dark attire, adorned with pearls and gemstones upon his black cap, a jade belt cinched at his waist, and boots upon his feet, exuding an air of nobility. "Song Gonggong, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Wang Yang inquired. The visitor was none other than Song Qiaosheng, the chief of the Astral Observation Bureau. Having entered the palace at a young age, he served the late King Liang and was favored greatly, ultimately rising to this esteemed position. Under the tutelage of the previous chief, Han Yusheng, Song Qiaosheng became an adept in the art of poison. Throughout his training, he wielded his power to compel others to deliver living subjects for experimentation, instilling fear in even the members of his own bureau, who dreaded becoming his next test subjects. It was rumored that he had reached the realm of transcendence a decade prior, his strength terrifying, capable of dispatching foes with a mere decree. "Wang Darren, have you forgotten? You previously assured Her Majesty that you would devise a comprehensive strategy for controlling the Northern Territory. Now, several days have passed. Her Majesty has sent me to inquire about the progress of your plans," Song Qiaosheng said with a soft chuckle. "Given the capabilities of the Astral Observation Bureau, you likely already know." Wang Yang replied coldly, "I have merely heard whispers. I came to seek clarification from you, Wang Darren. Yuan Chong has refused the edict under the pretext of a delayed marriage proposal, stating he would personally come to the capital to seek an audience with His Majesty." "He is coming to the capital," Song Qiaosheng frowned. "What? Are you afraid, Song Gonggong? Nonsense. Yuan Chong relies on the might of 40,000 troops to maintain his position as King of the North. If he dares to venture alone into the capital, I shall send him back, just as I did in the past," Song Qiaosheng declared vehemently. "Song Gonggong, your arrogance remains as it was in years past," Wang Yang teased. "Are you willing to test the capabilities of my hand? Your methods should be reserved for Yuan Chong. I have no desire to partake in them," Wang Yang replied dismissively. During the Battle of Qingxiao Pass, the Zhang couple perished, said to have fallen in battle. Yet Yuan Chong does not believe this. He personally journeyed to Qingxiao Pass to uncover the truth. It is said that upon discovering traces of your master Han Yusheng's judge's pin during the retrieval of the bodies, he furiously made his way to the capital, vowing to confront your master for answers, only to be stopped by you at the palace gates. Regarding the events at Qingxiao Pass, I inquired about them from my master afterward, but he remained tight-lipped. To this day, I remain ignorant of what truly transpired there. Upon returning from Qingxiao Pass, my master was gravely injured, his powers diminished, and he has not emerged from seclusion for many years. The late emperor showed leniency to Yuan Chong due to his long-standing service to the country, merely sending him back to the Northern Territory with a decree forbidding him from entering the court. Muir has sent word that Yuan Chong intends to come to the court soon to seek an audience with His Majesty. Aside from this matter, It seems Yuan Chong has made preparations to demand an explanation from your master. Does he think he can? I have previously prevented him from entering the palace. Now I can ensure he does not even set foot past the city gates, Song Qiaosheng retorted. Yuan Chong has 2 sons and a daughter, Yuan Xiaosa and Yuan Shuiyan, who are quite renowned. Mu'er remarked that Yuan Biding is not as simple as he appears. Over the years, Yuan Chong's influence has likely grown stronger, which does not bode well for the Great Liang. Wang Yang lamented, I have heard that his son Yuan Biding has left the northern king's residence, taking his wife to seek medical attention. Since Yuan Chong allowed him into the world of martial arts, I can ensure he meets his demise there, Song Qiaosheng declared coldly. Oh? What do you mean by that? Song Gonggong. 1 emperor, 1 set of ministers. I am merely alleviating the emperor's burdens in the northern king's residence. I wonder how Tinger and the others are faring. Bai Li Suha sighed as she gazed at the small courtyard before her and the past. Whenever Yuan Biding passed this way, he would call out to her. Yet now, only the ancient trees remained. Madam, do you miss the children? Yuan Chong inquired as he approached. Biding has been away for several days, and Shuiyan has gone to the Academy of Arts to study. Xiaosa often remains in the army. The once bustling residence has grown eerily quiet. Rest assured, they are all well. I just received word that the young man and Huayu have gone to Qingxiao Pass. Qingxiao Pass, that involves Ji Qing and General Zhang. Bai Li Suha seemed to recall something, hesitant to continue. Oh, how the years have passed. Father, Mother has always been a painful memory for Huayu. It must be her idea to visit Qingxiao Pass. Yuan Chong sighed. Huayu has always been a pitiful child. I only hope she can live a life free from the burdens of the past alongside Biding. Husband, Huayu's journey to Qingxiao Pass cannot mean she has sensed. Bai Li Suha suddenly realized something, asking anxiously. That should not be the case. After I rushed to Qingxiao Pass, the great fire had already consumed the entire general's residence, leaving only remnants and a partially burned judge's pen. I rushed to the capital, and the world believed I sought vengeance for my brothers, requesting the emperor's decree to allow me to confront the enemy. Furthermore, I have never mentioned the events at Qingxiao Pass to Huayu. She cannot possibly know. Yuan Chong spoke with unwavering certainty. I had advised you from the very beginning to dissuade Huayu from wading into these murky waters. If she truly uncovers something, it may well be too late for regrets now. Huayu is an exceptionally astute child, and that endeavor was her own creation. Should she unearth any clues, it would simply be fate's design. In the Gu family courtyard of Jinan City, young Master Yuan. The room has been prepared. You and Madame Yuan may reside here. Though it may not compare to the grandeur of your family estate, I hope you will not find it lacking, Gu Fansong said. Dear brother Gu, you needn't speak so. It is we who intrude upon you. Moreover, do not call me young Master Yuan. Simply refer to me as Linen, he replied with a hearty laugh. Haha, indeed, brother Yuan is a man of generous spirit. I shall not impose further. May you rest well, brother Yuan, Gu Fansong said, giving Yuan Biding a friendly pat on the shoulder before departing, winking at him in a manner that left Yuan Biding somewhat bewildered. Wait, is he suggesting that I share this room with the little ice cube? Yuan Biding pondered, taking a moment to grasp Gu Fansong's earlier expression. Come in, a voice from within the room beckoned. Belonging to Zhang Huayu. Yuan Biding cautiously pushed the door open, peeking inside to find Zhang Huayu seated at the table, enjoying tea. Did you just call for me? Yuan Biding asked, pointing at himself in inquiry. Is there another person present? Zhang Huayu continued sipping her tea, ignoring his question. Yuan Biding entered with trepidation, filled with confusion. What has come over this woman today? She is inviting me to share her bed. I allowed you to enter and sleep here merely to prevent Gu Fansong from growing suspicious, especially since I declared before him that you are my husband. You'll sleep on the floor while I take the bed, she stated, tossing him a pillow. Why should that be? I want to sleep on the bed, Yuan Biding protested, pouting in displeasure. Because you are my husband, Zhang Huayu replied playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her face, which startled Yuan Biding as if he had seen a ghost. Are you still the little ice cube? Surely you haven't become addled. Yuan Biding's hand trembled as he reached toward her forehead. Do you wish to die? If you refuse to sleep, then get out. Zhang Huayu snapped coldly. Still her. In the Shadow Moon Hall, Hall Master, a man claiming to be Wang Mu requests an audience. Wang Mu, please, do invite him and a stout figure adorned with a scarred visage, exuding an air of authority, was none other than the Hall Master of Shadow Moon, Ing Shichen. Young Master Wang, what brings you to our humble Shadow Moon Hall? Ing Shichen greeted Wang Mu with an eager smile, devoid of the demeanor typical of a hall master, resembling more a sycophant than a leader. How do you fare, Hall Master Ing? Wang Mu seated himself without waiting for an invitation, thanks to the patronage of Gonggong Song. Things are well, Ing Shichen said, pouring tea for Wang Mu with fervent hospitality. I come today bearing a request from my master. I wish to solicit your assistance. Please, go on. The Shadow Moon Hall resides in the Northern Territory, and I wonder if you possess any knowledge regarding Yuan Baiting, the son of the Northern King, Yuan Chong. Wang Mu inquired, to be frank, young Master Wang, despite my years in the Northern Territory, my knowledge of this young noble is quite limited. Yuan Baiting has spent much of his life away from the Northern Palace, only returning recently to indulge in revelry and sporting pursuit. He is widely regarded as the foremost wastrel of the North. However, may I ask why you seek information about him? I presume you are aware of the Emperor's decree summoning Yuan Baiting to court. I have been dispatched to relay this message, yet Yuan Chong informs me that Yuan Baiting has left the estate, accompanying his fiancée in search of medical aid. Until the Emperor's will is communicated, neither my master nor I can find peace. Hall Master Ing, with your extensive connections in the Northern Territory, could you assist in locating this young noble? Wang Mu smiled gently at Ing Shichen. Ah, young master, you flatter me. Were it not for Gonggong Song's support, Shadow Moon Hall would not enjoy its current standing in the vast Northern Territory. Your affairs are my affairs. I shall exert every effort, Ing Shichen promised, patting his chest. Then I am grateful for your assistance, Hall Master Ing. In that case, you might as well stay at my Shadow Moon Hall until I procure news of this young noble. I shall inform you immediately. Very well. I trust you will not disappoint my master. With that, Wang Mu took his leave. As Wang Mu's figure faded from view, another individual emerged from behind the screen, elegantly fanning herself. Shiqiu, what is your perspective? Ing Shichen inquired. In the realm of martial arts, it is known that Ing Shichen, the Hall Master of Shadow Moon, boasts a formidable physique and has gained a foothold in the Northern Territory through his mastery of martial arts. However, few are aware that he is not the sole leader of Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall is divided into the Shadow Hall and the Moon Hall. The former executes missions, while the latter gathers intelligence on adversaries. The Moon Hall's leader is the enigmatic Shiqiu, who stands beside Ing Shichen at this moment. Shiqiu wields the fan with unparalleled grace and possesses strength surpassing that of Ing Shichen. Yet, for years, she has remained in the shadows, rendering her existence a mystery to many in the martial world. Wang Mu claims to be acting on the Emperor's orders, yet the prince has clearly rescinded the decree. His insistence on locating the young noble suggests ulterior motives. Wang Mu's assertion that he and Song Qiaosheng cannot rest until the Emperor's will is delivered likely indicates that Song Qiaosheng harbors intentions toward the young noble. Ing Shichen interjected. I shall dispatch someone to inform the prince immediately. Chapter 10. A wooden sword is still a sword since departing from the northern city. Yuan Baiting has been keenly observing Zhang Huayu's every move. Yet, over the past several days, there appears to be nothing amiss, causing him to doubt whether he has been overly suspicious. During his initial encounter with Yulan, despite her deliberate concealment of her abilities, Yuan Baiting still sensed something amiss. If even my second sister lacks such adept protection, then it stands to reason that Yulan is not a pawn of the old man, he mused. Furthermore, regarding Qing Yao, a young lady long ensconced within the royal residence, what could possibly necessitate her sending word? Yuan Baiting had intended to confront Zhang Huayu directly, but reconsidered, recognizing that she might not divulge the truth and would likely expose his earlier eavesdropping at the Moon Gathering Hall. These uncertainties left him restless, prompting him to rise and check on the peacefully slumbering Zhang Huayu before quietly slipping outside. Once he had departed, Zhang Huayu slowly opened her eyes. Similarly, her suspicions about Yuan Baiting had kept her from resting soundly. Despite old Su's vehement denials, her certainty grew when Yulan pointed him out as the eavesdropper at the Moon Gathering Hall. However, she remained perplexed about the identity of the masked figure. She had once suspected Yuan Baiting, yet according to Yulan, the current young noble's martial prowess was leagues beyond that of the eavesdropper, making it impossible for him to be the culprit. If it is not him, then who could it be? Or perhaps he is concealing something. Yuan Baiting had initially sought a secluded spot to practice his martial arts, only to find himself face-to-face with Gu Fansong, who was engaged in swordplay beneath the moonlight. The sword made of Fusong would seem to come alive in Gu Fansong's hands, each strike more fierce than the last, slicing through the air with an almost ethereal quality, revealing the dedication he poured into his training. Earlier, during Gu Fansong's confrontation with the bandit leader, Yuan Baiting had discerned that Gu Fansong possessed commendable skills. Few could maintain focus in the stillness of the night while training. But one's level is not solely derived from practice. Otherwise, everyone in the martial world would be a sword immortal. As Gu Fansong concluded his training, Yuan Baiting turned to leave, but suddenly, with a whoosh, a sword flew towards him. Responding swiftly, he harnessed his chi to halt the blade mere inches from his body. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it back in the direction it had come. "You truly possess martial prowess," Gu Fansong exclaimed, noting the sword embedded 3 inches deep into an ancient tree. "You are not so bad yourself," Yuan Baiting replied, leaping gracefully from the balcony into the courtyard. After spending several days together, both had come to realize that neither was a person of ill intent. Yuan Baiting was not the typical young noble, and thus, they quickly forged a friendship. "What brings you out here in the dead of night?" "Practicing swordplay?" Yuan Baiting inquired, observing Gu Fansong drenched in sweat. "I, Gu Fansong, am destined to become a sword deity. Have you ever seen a sword deity who does not practice their swordsmanship? Training alone will not make one a sword deity," Yuan Baiting retorted. "The martial arts of this world belong to all. Aside from diligence, one cannot achieve great mastery without understanding." Years ago, Yuan Baiting had trained under his master, Caiyan Baron, on Meishan, spending each day not just practicing and meditating, but also descending the mountain with his senior brother, Shen Rubai, to engage in brawls. When they won, Caiyan Baron would gleefully apologize. When they lost, they would help to restore the honor, only to return to the mountain and engage in more playful scuffles. Over time, the locals began to refer to the three as madmen from Meishan, as Yuan Baiting and Shen Rubai discovered their unique paths through these encounters, thus formally embarking on their journeys of cultivation. By the way, how did you know I possess martial skills? Are you not afraid that your sword might send me to meet the king of hell? Yuan Baiting inquired. "In truth, I had my suspicions even before we reached the outskirts of Jinan City. Prior to making my move, I observed from the sidelines for a while. If you were an ordinary scion of a prominent family, you would have exhibited some signs of panic upon encountering bandits. Yet, you remained remarkably composed, even daring to provoke them. Among the 5 of you, only that younger brother wielding a gun possesses any martial prowess. At that moment, I surmised that you were no ordinary individual. I asked that all. What if I were the one who was utterly oblivious to the world around me? Moreover, upon returning in the carriage, I noticed how you deliberately regulated your breathing to conceal your martial abilities. How meticulous is my observation, wouldn't you agree?" Gu Fansong raised an eyebrow and addressed Yuan Baiting. Throughout the journey, whenever Yuan was present, Yuan Baiting would intentionally mask his breathing to avoid revealing his true strength, yet he had not anticipated that Gu Fansong would discern it. "You certainly observe with keen detail. Come, let me witness the extent of your abilities." With that, Gu Fansong abruptly drew the Fusong wooden sword from the tree and lunged at Yuan Baiting. Yuan Baiting sidestepped deftly, countering with a palm strike aimed at Gu Fansong, who was startled into hurriedly raising his sword to defend, only to be knocked back several paces. "Impressive," Gu Fansong stammered, taken aback by Yuan Baiting's maneuver, for he understood that only due to Yuan Baiting's restrained strength could he have merely been repelled. Otherwise, a single strike would have led to his demise. However, Gu Fansong remained unfazed, his sword intent intensifying as he leaned forward and charged at Yuan Baiting. Recognizing the ferocity of Gu Fansong's advance, Yuan Baiting remained unruffled, stepping lightly as if walking on air, his graceful form re-emerging. Each of Gu Fansong's thrusts fell short as Yuan Baiting effortlessly evaded them. Whether they were jabs, sweeps, or cuts, not a single blow grazed him. Shattering the heavens technique, Gu Fansong exclaimed, quickly forming hand seals as the previously dull Fusong sword was suddenly enveloped in a surge of azure sword energy. Gu Fansong's eyes gleamed with rising sword intent as he approached Yuan Baiting. Observing Gu Fansong in this moment, Yuan Baiting couldn't help but feel perplexed. How had this young man ascended in prowess so swiftly, seemingly on the verge of mastering the Qi control realm? At that moment, Yuan Baiting also grew cautious. Despite the insurmountable chasm between the Qi control realm and the subtlety realm, it did not imply that the former lacked lethal techniques that transcended one's own level. After all, in the realm of martial arts, it was not unheard of for one in the Qi control realm to slay those in the subtlety realm. Yuan Baiting decided to no longer conceal his strength. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes as he summoned his Qi to his fingertips, wielding them as if they were a sword, and swiftly advanced. Faced with Gu Fansong, Yuan Baiting preferred not to engage in a direct confrontation. Both to avoid bolstering Gu Fansong's sword intent and to prevent harming him. Stepping on snow to seek plum blossoms, at the moment of their encounter, Yuan Baiting's movements shifted once more, his speed rendering Gu Fansong unable to discern his presence. As if he had vanished in an instant, "Youngster, do not dawdle," came a familiar voice from behind. It was Yuan Baiting. Gu Fansong hurriedly pivoted and thrust backward, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of sword intent. The three unmatched techniques of Mei Shengtingyu. Technique of stepping on snow to seek plum blossoms, inner cultivation method, falling plum blossoms, sword technique, Mei Shengtingyu cross technique. At the moment of contact, Gu Fansong's Fusong sword was sent flying uncontrollably. And in the next instant, Yuan Baiting unleashed a palm strike, sending Gu Fansong hurtling backward until he crashed against an ancient tree, leaving a human-shaped dent in its trunk. Cough, cough, cough. You little rascal. Your strikes are rather ruthless. Gu Fansong wheezed, clutching his chest. "My apologies. I lost control for a moment," Yuan Baiting replied as he moved to assist the somewhat staggering Gu Fansong. "Get away. I do not require your assistance. What sense is there in being helped by the opponent after being defeated?" Gu Fansong retorted, rubbing his chest while chiding playfully. Yet, despite his words, his body was rather honest, remaining still as he claimed he needed no help. "I never expected your level to be this high. You must have reached the pinnacle of the Qi control realm, haven't you?" Yuan Baiting inquired with a smile. "Pinnacle of the Qi control realm? I had only reached the subtlety realm upon descending the mountain," Gu Fansong replied, choosing to remain modest in public. "However, I am curious, what is this technique you mentioned, shattering the heavens? How could it allow you to elevate your prowess to the Qi control realm in such a short time?" "Are you referring to the shattering the heavens technique?" Gu Fansong confirmed. "Yes, I discovered it in a valley during my quest to become a swordsman, but I lacked any sword techniques or manuals. After finding this shattering the heavens technique, I began to cultivate it. The technique is rather domineering, requiring the practitioner to possess boundless combat intent to truly unleash its potential. In simple terms, it involves continuously igniting one's sword intent in battle to enhance one's strength." "So, you achieve this elevation to the Qi control realm through this technique?" Yuan Baiting queried. "Indeed, but it is not without limits. No matter how potent the sword intent, it can only elevate one to the next realm. Moreover, the higher one's own realm, the more challenging the elevation becomes. According to the texts, once the shattering the heavens technique is perfected at the pinnacle of the Qi control realm, ascending further becomes as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Nonetheless, I, Gu Fansong, do not believe that, in the future, I will certainly become a sword god. A sword god wielding a wooden sword." Yuan Baiting chuckled. "Hee, a wooden sword is still a sword," Gu Fansong replied with a grin. "But tell me, who exactly are you? A typical scion of a prominent family could not possibly reach your level, me? Since you are so curious, I shall reveal myself. I am Yuan Baiting, the young master of the Northern Territory." "You?" Gu Fansong's expression turned scornful, clearly skeptical of his claim. "Setting aside whether or not you are who you say, the young master of the Northern Territory is notorious for being a wastrel. How could one possess such skills? If you do not wish to believe me, I will not insist. However, you are a decent fellow and I, Gu Fansong, shall count you as a friend." With that, Gu Fansong returned to his quarters, leaving Yuan Baiting in a state of disarray in the wind. "Is my reputation truly that poor?" Just then, the sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. It seemed that the commotion from earlier had disturbed the slumbering occupants. Yuan Baiting swiftly darted to the attic, quietly pushing the door open. Seeing Zhang Huayu still deep in sleep, he let out a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the slightly ajar window in the corner. Moonlight poured in, and a faint smile graced his lips as he gradually succumbed to slumber. Back in his room, Gu Fansong was just about to drift into sleep when he suddenly felt a surge of energy tumultuously raging within his dantian. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, attempting to suppress this energy, but it only grew stronger. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Gu Fansong's lips, and he collapsed to the ground. In the Northern Territory, Wang Fu, husband, what did the letter from Master Yu say? Bai Li Suha inquired of Yuan Chong. Shi Qiu mentioned that Wang Mu has gone to the Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to search for that young lad biting, claiming it is to convey the Emperor's decree. The decree? Did you not refuse the imperial edict in front of Wang Mu? Bai Li Suha asked, puzzled. Shi Qiu stated that Wang Mu mentioned Song Qiaosheng, leading them to speculate that Song Qiaosheng is plotting against Biting and the others. That Song Qiaosheng is ruthless. He broke through to the carefree realm a decade ago, and now his strength is likely far greater. Even if the two of us joined forces, we cannot guarantee victory against him. How could Biting possibly contend with him? Bai Li Suha expressed anxiously. Do not worry, my lady. Song Qiaosheng has not left the imperial capital, so he is unlikely to act personally. That lad Biting has been honing his skills on Mei Shengtingyu for many years. It is time he faced some trials. Let us see what he has truly learned over the years, Yuan Chong remarked, gazing towards the setting as Yuan Mui boy. I can protect you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Some paths you must tread for yourself. Chapter 11. 1,000 words burden the green waters. One stroke defines the Blue Mountain's young master. Rise quickly. There were ghosts last night. Old Su's voice rang out in the courtyard. After competing with Gu Fansong, Yuan Biting felt a long-lost exhilaration, casting aside his previous worries, and had slept longer than usual. What are you shouting about? Yuan Biting sat up, glancing at the empty bed beside him, where Zhang Huayu had already vanished. Opening the door, he found Old Su and Qi Xianen surrounded by the ancient tree, seemingly engaged in a discussion. While Zhang Huayu sat at a distance, savoring tea, appearing utterly uninterested in their chatter. Young master, come quickly and see. There is something amiss, Old Su called out eagerly, glancing at Yuan Biting atop the loft. Amiss? Last night, it was only Gu Fansong and me here. What could possibly be amiss? Could it be that someone came after us? Yuan Biting mused inwardly, descending the stairs towards the ancient tree to investigate. As he approached, he could not help but chuckle at what Old Su had described as amiss. The ancient tree had been struck, leaving a human-shaped indentation in its bark. What are you all staring at? At that moment, the voice of Gu Fansong echoed behind him. Yuan Biting turned to look, intending to invite him to investigate the so-called mystery. Suddenly, he noticed a distinct change in Gu Fansong's aura compared to the previous night. The sword intent he exuded was now more domineering. You rascal, could it be that last night? Yuan Biting inquired tentatively. Hee. Speaking of which, I must thank you. You were right. Mere practice alone cannot make one a sword deity. Gu Fansong replied, his face barely concealing his excitement. Last night, as Gu Fansong returned home, he had prepared to rest, but unexpectedly felt the energy in his dantian surging uncontrollably. He hastily tried to stabilize it. But just as he was close to success, the energy surged even more violently. Calming himself, Gu Fansong carefully sensed the change within him. It seemed that the energy now contained a streak of azure sword energy, swift and fierce, akin to what he had felt when executing the heavenly shaking technique. Could this be? He felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly attempted to subdue this energy. As he focused, the energy settled into his dantian, gradually integrating into his being. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he felt as if his entire being was invigorated. Raising his right hand, he was astonished to find a stream of azure energy swirling within his palm. You truly are fortunate, Yuan Biting chuckled. By the way, what are you two looking at? He pointed towards an ancient tree. Saying, Old Su mentioned that there were ghostly disturbances here last night. Gu Fansong followed his gaze and saw a large humanoid indentation in the tree. His expression involuntarily twitched as he shot Yuan biting a glare. Don't gloat. One day, when I become a sword deity, I shall repay this. I await that day, sword deity Gu. Yuan biting replied with a mischievous grin. Enough, enough. This was merely a result of my training yesterday. There's nothing ghostly about it, Gu Fansong insisted. Hey, sword deity Gu. Now that you mention it, this indentation does resemble you. Old Su remarked, glancing between the indentation and Gu Fansong, provoking laughter from the crowd. Yuan biting couldn't help but glance at Zhang Huayu, who was still sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around her. He then straightened his attire and walked towards her. Little Ice Cube, did you sleep well last night? He asked, taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. Why does His Highness concern himself so much with me? How was your own rest? Zhang Huayu replied calmly, her gaze fixed intently on Yuan biting. Why do you look at me so? Naturally, I slept soundly. That's so. Did you happen to hear anything unusual last night? Hear anything? Yulan informed me that around the hour of the rat, she thought she heard sounds of a struggle in the courtyard. However, when she got up to check, there was no one there. Did you hear anything, Your Highness? Zhang Huayu's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Perhaps that girl misheard. Didn't Gu Fansong say he was training in the courtyard last night? There was no fighting. Perhaps, Zhang Huayu conceded, sipping her tea, lost in her own thoughts. By the way, I plan to stroll through the streets with you Lan later. Let me accompany you. This place is remote, and with so many people, unforeseen troubles may arise. I didn't expect Your Highness to possess such martial prowess. Can you compare to Yulan? Zhang Huayu asked with a teasing smile. Naturally, I cannot compare that I sparred with that girl in the estate and needed several days to recover, Yuan biting feigned fear. As if his words were entirely true. In that case, Your Highness might as well stay behind. Yulan and I are merely going to purchase some cosmetics. It would be rather inconvenient for a man like you to accompany us, she said, turning to ascend the staircase. Yuan biting watched Zhang Huayu retreat upstairs, a smile creeping onto his face. What are you in such a hurry? Miss, where are we headed? To the Flower Language Hall. What do we need to go to the Flower Language Hall for? Yulan asked, puzzled. Actually, you did not mishear last night. Miss, are you suggesting that there indeed was a fight in the courtyard last night? But Gu Fansong claimed he was training. Indeed, when I observed Gu Fansong this morning, he seemed to have made a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, Yulan recalled, noting Gu Fansong's apparent enhancement from the previous day. Gu Fansong did not lie. He was indeed training. However, there was another individual present in the courtyard. Zhang Huayu remarked, her eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Among us, only I and General Qi possess comparable strength. If there was a fight in the courtyard that I did not witness at the first moment, it is likely only General Qi could have achieved that. Qi Xianen, unlike ordinary practitioners, cultivates a physical technique, using his body as energy and spirit. He cannot control energy but can break the laws of the world with his formidable physical prowess. A top-tier body cultivator, like the spear Immortal One, can pierce through armor from over 6,000 paces. Qi Xianen has spent many years in the Northern Frontier Army, his strength rivaling that of energy manipulators. Zhang Huayu shook her head, saying, Do you recall the masked individual from Lanyue Hall? I remember. Does the miss have a lead? It was Yuan biting, the one who urged old Su to flee that day. Zhang Huayu replied coldly. For days, she had pondered who that masked individual might be, only to find the answer last night. Your Highness? Yulan exclaimed, then added, perplexed, but when I sparred with His Highness, he was hardly at the level of a first-tier Grand Master. While that masked person was a profound realm expert, last night, Yuan biting rose and left. I intended to follow and see, but through the window, I observed him conversing with Gu Fansong in the courtyard. I do not know what they discussed, but suddenly, Gu Fansong lunged at Yuan biting with his sword, and they began to fight. During the scuffle, I noticed that Yuan biting's movements bore a striking resemblance to that of the masked individual from Lanyue Hall. At that moment, I was certain that person was Yuan biting. Zhang Huayu, astute as she was, had nearly been deceived by the very person who could have become her husband. Miss, do you truly intend to proceed with this? I will not allow anyone who poses a threat to me to remain close, especially since he will one day become my husband. Unexpectedly, this woman wielded considerable power. Why had her father and mother never mentioned it? Could it be that they were unaware? Yuan Baiting mused in the shadows, observing the two women as they departed. Your Highness, did you find anything? Old Su hurriedly inquired upon Yuan Baiting's return. This woman is more troublesome than I anticipated. Yuan Baiting gazed at Zhang Huayu's silhouette at the corner and spoke. Lao Su, compose a letter to Boss Ning, urging him to investigate which individuals from Huayu Hall have dealings in Beijingsheng. It is Zhang Huayu. You would do well not to let me uncover any transgressions against your father and mother. In Chapter 12, Yi Chuan, Wild Chicken Skewers. How is the matter entrusted to the Shadow Hall Master progressing? At that moment, Wang Mu swaggered in, embracing a woman of enchanting figure, his hands wandering in a manner that elicited coy protests from her, exclaiming how annoying he was during his days at the Shadow Moon Hall. He had diligently practiced, and it must be said that the young women of Beijingsheng possessed a charm distinct from those of the imperial capital. Regarding the young master's whereabouts, I have only just received the news and was about to report it to you. Ing Shichen stated, his face a mask of flattery. Oh? Where is he? This imperial decree cannot afford any delays. Otherwise, we would bear the consequences, Wang Mu remarked, settling himself atop the hall seat while teasing the beauty in his arms. It was said that the young master had recently entered Jinan City, accompanied only by the young master's wife and a few attendants. Jinan City? He must be quite swift in his movements. Many thanks to the Shadow Hall Master. I shall seek out this young master, Wang Mu declared, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he left, not forgetting to pat the twin peaks of the beauty's bosom. Watching Wang Mu's retreating figure, Shi Qiu remarked, this Wang Mu is ruthless. Can our young master contend with him? The prince mentioned in the letter that we should not interfere, which suggests he has confidence in the young master. Replied another, perhaps you should accompany him. Should the young master struggle, your presence could lend assistance. Ing Shichen, well aware of Yuan Chang's protective nature, thought it prudent to heed the prince's words, but if Yuan Baiting were indeed to fall into Wang Mu's clutches, the Northern King would undoubtedly seek retribution, especially since the Shadow Moon Hall had nearly been dismantled for Yuan Xiaosa's sake. In Jinan City, to prevent Zhang Huayu from growing suspicious, Yuan Baiting hurried back to the Gu family courtyard ahead of her after leaving Huayu Hall. Little Ice Cube, you truly possess a leisure for elegance, acquiring so many items. Is there a share for me? Zhang Huayu pushed open the door to find Yuan Baiting alone at the stone table, sipping tea, occasionally asking Lao Su to knead his shoulders or massage his legs, entirely at ease. What is this? Does His Highness the young master wish to don a disguise as well? I shall call on Yuelon to ensure the young master's beauty is not overlooked. Zhang Huayu teased, mischief dancing in her eyes, and no need. What an exquisite visage I possess. Such gaudy adornments would only obscure my ethereal charm. Yuan Baiting hastily waved his hand, his shamelessness rendering Zhang Huayu momentarily speechless. Little Ice Cube, let us see how long you can maintain this fade. Esteemed guests, I've had the fortune of meeting you all on this journey. Since we are in Jinan City, I shall treat you today. It the hour of you. Please join me at the Sihai Tower, exclaimed Gu Fansong, startling Yuan Baiting as he suddenly appeared. You rascal, have you struck it rich? The Sihai Tower is the grandest tavern in Jinan City. Not an inexpensive affair. Such remarks are misplaced. Wealth is but a transient thing. Knowing you all is an honor for me, Gu Fansong. Furthermore, this is a token of gratitude for your guidance yesterday. I am a man who believes in repaying kindness. Gu Fansong whispered conspiratorially into Yuan Baiting's ear. Very well, then do not blame me for being ungracious later. At the hour of you, Yuan Baiting and his companions arrived at the Sihai Tower. Upon entering, they drew the attention of the crowd. Look, that lady is truly stunning, resembling a celestial being. Her delicate features, long legs, and graceful figure, coupled with her exquisite poise, are simply unparalleled in this world. One wonders which wealthy family she hails from. Indeed, just look at that enticing mouth. I could hardly resist the temptation to taste. A man was about to continue, but a single glance from Yuan Baiting silenced him, the words dying on his lips. In her past, Zhang Huayu had never indulged in cosmetics. Even so, those who had encountered her were invariably captivated by her beauty. However, before coming, Inspired by the items brought back from Huayu Hall, she had whimsically requested Yuelon to enhance her appearance. Upon exiting the loft, Yuan Baiting found himself entranced by Zhang Huayu's transformed beauty. This little ice cube, even without adornment, was strikingly beautiful. Now, with a touch of rouge, she was truly a rare gem. Noticing Yuan Baiting gazing at her with a dazed expression, Zhang Huayu couldn't help but chuckle. "My lord, how do I appear? Do I look beautiful?" she asked with a gentle smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a demure young bride. Yuan Baiting, somewhat entranced, could hardly hear her words, only brought back to reality by Lao Su's reminder before he almost drooled. Alas, this little ice cube captures attention wherever she goes, nearly eclipsing my own brilliance. He sighed, overhearing the whispers around him discussing Zhang Huayu. At that moment, Gu Fansong threw an arm around Yuan Baiting's shoulders, exclaiming, "Look at you. How enviable you are. Enviable? You have no idea of this woman's cunning. Esteemed guests, please ascend to the upper floor." The waiter promptly ushered them inside. The Sihai Tower was indeed grand, rivaling even the Guangxing Tower of Beijingsheng. Lao Su, surveying the surroundings, continuously filled his bowl with dishes. "This time, I shall make you part with your wealth," Yuan Baiting laughed at Gu Fansong. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a group entered the main hall. "Why is he here? What could he want but a meal? I heard he booked the entire Sihai Tower last time, solely to treat a lady to dinner." The young master of the Yi family possessed such means. It was no surprise, given their immense wealth. And his aunt was the renowned fairy Haitang. "Indeed, I've heard." As Yuan Baiting listened to the commotion below, curiosity piqued. He saw the leader dressed in luxurious silk embroidered with gold thread, holding a fan adorned with jewels. Exuding the air of a wealthy scion, "Young Master Yi, how delightful to see you. We have reserved a private room for you upstairs." The waiter eagerly approached, fearful of neglecting this esteemed guest. The young master merely waved his hand, and one of his servants presented the waiter with 50 taels of silver, prompting an excited response from the waiter, who hurriedly gestured, "This way, please, young master." "Who is that young master?" Yuan Baiting inquired, observing the group ascending the stairs. "That is the young master of the Yi family in Jinan City, Yi Jichuan. The Yi family amasses wealth through trade and is the most affluent family in Jinan City. Yi Jichuan, taking advantage of his family's fortune, is notorious for his overbearing and reckless behavior," Gu Fansong explained dismissively, not bothering to spare a glance at the young master. "And who is the fairy Haitang?" "She is Yi Jichuan's aunt, said to possess unfathomable strength. She resides in the back mountains of the Yi estate and seldom makes public appearances, hence few have seen her." As Yi Jichuan idly surveyed the second floor, his gaze fell upon Yuan Baiting and his companions. Instantly captivated by Zhang Huayu's beauty, in all my years in Jinan City, I have never encountered such an exquisite and ethereal beauty. I must make her acquaintance, he mused, before long, as Yuan Baiting and his companions enjoyed their drinks and engaged in light conversation. A figure approached them. "Esteemed guests, my master wishes to befriend you. Would you honor us with your presence in the private room?" "Who is your master?" Yuan Baiting feigned ignorance, eyeing the speaker. He had already noticed Yi Jichuan's lingering gaze on Zhang Huayu. Clearly entranced by her beauty, "My master is young Master Yi Jichuan," the man replied, lifting his chin slightly, his tone imbued with arrogance, as though he were Yi Jichuan himself. "Wild chicken skewers? Have you heard of them?" Yuan Baiting asked his companions. Zhang Huayu and Gu Fansong shook their heads in unison, indicating ignorance of the term. "Please, do not feign ignorance," the man retorted angrily. "Look, my friends all claim not to know what wild chicken skewers are. Perhaps we should let this matter rest," Yuan Baiting suggested, turning to leave. "Young master, please wait." A man in splendid attire, holding a fan, approached slowly. It was indeed Yi Jichuan. "I am from the Yi family, Yi Jichuan." "Are you the wild chicken skewers?" Yuan Baiting inquired with a smile. "In my mere decade of existence, I have yet to encounter anyone bearing such a name. Today, I am fortunate to meet the wild young master," he said with a cheeky grin directed at Yi Jichuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Jichuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his face reddening, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to lose his composure in front of the exquisite beauty. Zhang Huayu. You jest. My lord, that I happened to catch a glimpse of you while ascending the stairs and found your demeanor quite remarkable. Hence my desire to cultivate a friendship, Yi Jichuan replied, suppressing his inner fury. Though his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Huayu, observing Yi Jichuan's unwavering stare at Zhang Huayu ignited a flicker of ire within Yuan Biting. Although this frosty individual seemed momentarily unaware of any ulterior motives, it was evident that, on the surface, she remained my Yuan Biting's wife, the daughter-in-law of the Northern Realm. How could a mere wild chicken dare to lay claim to her? My acquaintances are all gentlemen of high moral standing, not some brash, untamed boor. Humph, I have spoken to you with kindness, yet you have insulted me time and again, truly lacking in discernment. Today, if you leave this beauty behind, I shall allow your departure. Otherwise, you shall leave this Four Seas tower in a prone position. Yi Jichuan could no longer contain his anger, pointing at Zhang Huayu as he spoke vehemently to Yuan Biting. Oh, who do we have here? Even young Master Yi dares to provoke him. Surely, young Master Yi has taken a liking to that enchanting beauty beside him. What a pity! The onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, cast curious glances. Do they not fear the legendary fairy of Begonia? The argument quickly drew the attention of the surrounding diners, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yuan Biting, observing the approaching assailants, appeared unperturbed. Qi Xianen, Yulan, do you have confidence? Your Highness, leave this to us, Qi Xianen declared with conviction. Although each of the 10 men was a first-rate grandmaster, there existed a hierarchy even among them, particularly between grandmasters and those who had reached the Qi manipulation realm. Only by entering the Qi manipulation realm could one be considered to have touched the threshold of understanding the natural laws of the universe. With a sudden surge, Qi Xianen propelled himself forward, leaving behind visible marks on the floor, indicative of his tremendous strength. He delivered a punch that sliced through the air with a fierce wind. As if it could cleave the heavens, the assailant, recognizing the ferocity of the attack, swiftly attempted to evade, but Qi Xianen, quick to react, spun around and delivered a kick that sent the man crashing into a pillar, causing him to spit blood. After so many years, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The youth clad in silver armor was remarkably powerful, managing to send a first-rate grandmaster flying with a single encounter. Indeed, it seems today young Master Yi may be at a disadvantage. Witnessing his comrade being sent flying, 2 others brandishing swords rushed at Qi Xianen, yet he remained calm, propelling himself backward before executing a swift spin, sweeping one leg to knock both assailants to the ground. Following this, he delivered another kick, sending them back to their previous position. Yulan, witnessing Qi Xianen's rapid-fire prowess, was equally unyielding, gathering her energy and launching herself at the nearest foe. Evading the incoming blade, she leapt into the air, delivering a strike that sent the opponent hurtling backward, as if his chest had exploded. Upon witnessing the astonishing prowess of the young girl, the opposition exchanged glances. Deciding to strike simultaneously, their blades danced like serpents, converging upon you. And be careful, Qi Xianen cautioned urgently. Yet Yulan remained unfazed, her aura intensifying, and the incoming blade shattered before they could touch her. The trio, realizing their attack had failed, attempted to flee, only to be sent flying by Yulan's strike. I never expected this young girl to be so formidable. Even first-rate grandmasters are no match for her. 4, Qi Xianen declared. I have one more than you. Yulan teased, resembling a playful performance rather than a fierce battle. Add one more, Yuan Biting interjected, as another figure was tossed aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the chaos, one individual had attempted to sneak up on Zhang Huayu, aiming to use her as leverage against Yuan Biting and his company, unaware that the young man by her side was merely biding his time. Not out of inability, but lack of necessity. Observing the approach, Yuan Biting wasted no words, delivering a seemingly light strike that sent the assailant staggering, his internal energy spiraling chaotically as if it would burst him apart. The man dropped his weapon, realizing too late that his meridians had been severed, rendering him incapacitated. Hidden behind a screen, Yi Jichuan had been so frightened that he could scarcely speak, his weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Do you wish to continue? Young Master Yi? Yuan Baiting inquired coldly, regarding the now terrified Yi Jichuan. Accustomed to his family's prominence and the prowess of his enigmatic aunt, he had never witnessed such a scene. Although terrified, he attempted to maintain a facade of bravado. Quick, kill them, kill them. There are rewards for it. Yi Jichuan's voice trembled as he shouted to the remaining few. The others exchanged glances, each hesitant to act, their grip on their weapons faltering. Having grown accustomed to lording over others in this city, they had never encountered such formidable opposition. With several individuals lying beneath the pillar, though still breathing, they were likely gravely injured. How could they dare to engage when they could not withstand even a single blow? Withdraw. A voice imbued with gravitas resonated among them, revealing a gray-robed elder descending the stairs. Who is this person? Could it be a helper summoned by young Master Yi? I am unaware. I have never heard of such an individual in the Yi family. Anyone appearing at this moment must be a formidable expert. Lin, old man, save me, Yi Jichuan pleaded, crawling desperately towards the elder, as if he were a lifeline. Don't not worry. I am here, the elder assured, but Yuan Baiting furrowed his brow, sensing the man's impressive, inscrutable aura. I am Lin Shengchuan. May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend? The elder inquired with a bow. Why should I disclose my identity to you? Who are you? I am merely a humble steward of the Yi family. It seems a misunderstanding has arisen between you and our young master, resulting in this predicament. I apologize on behalf of the Yi family. Apologies are unnecessary. Simply allow us to depart, Yuan Baiting replied coldly. Acutely aware of the man's complexity and sensing no fluctuations in his energy, heightening his wariness. Departing is indeed a certainty. However, the Yi family holds considerable standing in this city. Today, you have severely injured several of their guards. Some form of compensation is necessary for the Yi family's reputation. Would you not agree, young friend? Oh? It was clearly young Master Yi who instigated this conflict. I was merely defending my friend. Is that also a transgression? Yuan Baiting countered, his tone dropping in intensity. Of course not. But you must leave something behind to ensure the Yi family does not suffer unduly. Would you not agree? What do you desire? Perhaps the young lady beside you. As I observe, my young master takes quite a fancy to her, Lin Shengchuan suggested, his tone deceptively calm yet laced with an undercurrent of threat. Zhang Huayu felt a tightening in her chest as he pointed at her. Despite lacking martial prowess, she sensed the perilous nature of the situation. Among this group, only Yulan was someone she trusted. If Yuan Baiting were to abandon her, she would be powerless to alter her fate. Noticing Zhang Huayu's unease, Yuan Baiting gently squeezed her hand, whispering reassuringly, "Do not worry, I am here." Although he held suspicions regarding Zhang Huayu, she remained his publicly recognized wife, and he could never compromise his integrity by abandoning another for self-preservation. Zhang Huayu gazed at Yuan Baiting, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility within. Perhaps he truly was not as I had imagined. I desire something as well. Oh, pray tell, what is it that you seek? Young friend? Your head on a platter, Yuan Baiting bellowed, immediately channeling his energy and charging at the man. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move, as Gu Fansong and others, who were prepared to join the fray, were also ensnared in place. As they looked down, they discovered an indigo-green array had mysteriously manifested, imprisoning them. A talisman master? Yuan Baiting whispered in shock. Talisman masters represent a third path beyond chi cultivation and body refinement, relying on their internal force to cast spells and form arrays. The potency of an array is contingent not only upon the master's internal strength, but also on the timing, method, and surrounding environment. Talisman masters, aside from some ordinary practitioners, are generally classified into Earthdo, Jade Kuan, Heaven Gang, and Celestial Masters. A Celestial Master can command an array to subdue myriad foes, and now, before Yuan Baiting stood a mere Earthdo Talisman Master. Heh, young friend, do you have any last words? I speak with sincerity. If that young girl remains, I shall let you depart. Fansong, lend me your sword, Yuan Baiting quietly commanded, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Initially, he merely intended to teach Yi Jichuan a lesson, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. However, The incessant troubles made him realize that kindness invites betrayal. Grasping the Fusang wooden sword, Yuan Baiting circulated his internal energy, his aura steadily escalating, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. If my qi cannot vanquish you, then I shall employ the subtleties to cleave you. Lin Shangchuan observed the youth before him, his brow furrowing. This was the first time he felt danger outside of facing the fairy Haitang at the Yi family's estate. He moved. Yuan Baiting slowly advanced toward Lin Shangchuan, treading upon the void, seeking the plum blossoms in the snow. As he approached, Lin Shangchuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his Qinkuan array would be breached by this youth. He hurriedly summoned his internal force, attempting to bind Yuan Baiting in place. Too late. With a powerful step, Yuan Baiting unleashed a fierce killing intent, charging directly at Lin Shangchuan. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Lin Shangchuan activated his internal energy, twisting his wrist to transform his fingers into a flower, reciting the incantation as specks of indigo-green light gathered in his hand. Myriad realms manifest. A beam of green light erupted from before Lin Shangchuan, and a colossal array materialized, instantly unleashing countless vines that surged forth, glowing with emerald luminescence, racing toward Yuan Baiting. Yuan Baiting's eyes brightened as he swiftly evaded the oncoming vines, which multiplied exponentially. His figure became increasingly swift. But as the vines coalesced into a cage, they ensnared him within. I never anticipated that the Yi family harbored such formidable experts. It seems the youth is in for a rough time. Indeed, this noble son of the Yi family is not to be trifled with. Mei Shengtingyu technique, break. Just as everyone thought it was over, a voice rang in their ears. The cage of vines parted slightly before erupting into chaos. How could this be? This youth managed to escape my myriad realms manifest. Lin Shangchuan had intended to trap Yuan Baiting within the array and gradually siphon his internal energy through the vines. Yet, in an instant, Yuan Baiting shattered his confinement. If this is all you can muster, then I shall take my leave, Yuan Baiting coldly declared, and without waiting for Lin Shangchuan to react, he surged toward him. A flicker of crimson passed through Yuan Baiting's eyes. Behind him lay his vulnerability. This was the subtleties, entering the world with heart, perceiving the laws with the eye. Lin Shangchuan formed a lotus finger seal. His fingers splayed, a flicker of indigo-green radiance flashing by, thousand leaves shield. A talisman array appeared behind him. As a talisman master, he was acutely aware that his back was the critical point. Seeing Yuan Baiting's rapid approach, he erected the array as a barrier. Seeing Lin Shangchuan attempting to shield his back with the array, Yuan Baiting remained unfazed, swiftly repositioning himself directly behind Lin Shangchuan, his speed so extraordinary that none could discern how he accomplished it. Block? Do you believe you can? Mei Shengtingyu technique, open. A cold light gathered at the heart of the Fusang wooden sword as Yuan Baiting thrust it towards the array with all his might. With a resounding crack, the array shattered, and the Fusang wooden sword plunged directly into Lin Shangchuan's body. Lin Shangchuan coughed up blood, and before he could react, Yuan Baiting swung his sword once more, resulting in a head rolling to the ground, none other than Lin Shangchuan himself. He never fathomed that after so many years in Jinan City, he would meet his end at the hands of this youth. The Yi family's talisman master was actually slain by this young man. Who was he truly? The previously ensnared Qi Xianin and others finally broke free from the array's constraints, gazing at Yuan Baiting, their hearts tumultuous like the surging sea. They had not anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential son of a noble family was this formidable. Not far away, Yi Jichuan, witnessing Lin Shangchuan's decapitation, was utterly terrified. Scrambling to escape, Yuan Baiting swiftly appeared before Yi Jichuan. What do you intend to do? Yi Jichuan stammered, trembling. I am a member of the Yi family. My aunt will not spare you. Fear not, young Master Yi. I shall send you to reunite with your Lin family, Yuan Baiting replied with a smile. In Yi Jichuan's eyes, he appeared as a demon. With a swing of his sword, Yuan Baiting sought to end the already speechless young Master Yi. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been immobilized, the sword in his hand frozen mid-swing, and before him appeared a figure who waved their sleeve, sending Yuan Baiting hurtling backward. Look, could that be the fairy Haitang? Is it truly the fairy Haitang? Chapter 14. Master's wife. Before them stood a woman clad in simple garments, her white attire billowing, exuding an aura of purity and aloofness, her gaze cold and distant. Rendering it difficult to meet her eyes, the rebuffed Yuan Biding steadied himself against the Fusong wooden sword. "Are you all right?" Gu Fansong hurriedly inquired. He had just witnessed Yuan Biding's overwhelming defeat of Lin Xiangchuan. Yet the woman before him had effortlessly sent Yuan Biding flying. What astounding power she possessed! As Yuan Biding regarded the woman, he inwardly cursed. What a cascade of troubles, one after another, to traverse the void and appear before me with the ability to send me. Who has entered the subtleties, flying? Only a master of the free and unfettered realm could accomplish such a feat. This is truly dire. To traverse the void and roam freely within the world signifies one of the free and unfettered realm. A master of this realm can traverse the void within a certain domain. Yuan Biding could rely on his seeking plum blossoms in the snow, achieving extraordinary speed to reach Lin Xiangchuan's rear. While a master of the free and unfettered realm could, with mere thought, breach the void and directly appear behind Lin Xiangchuan. "May I inquire who this esteemed senior is?" Yi Qingtang inquired calmly. Aunt, save me!" The frightened Yi Jichuan cried out upon seeing his aunt arrive. Yi Qingtang was well aware of her nephew's tyrannical behavior in Jinan City and harbored disdain for him. Had he not been the last bloodline of the Yi family, she wouldn't have come to this sea-high tower. "I cannot believe it is truly the fairy Haitang. The fairy Haitang has indeed arrived. May I ask why the young man wishes to harm my kin?" Yi Qingtang inquired indifferently, her eyes betraying no emotion. This was the assurance that came with strength. "He seeks to kill me, so I shall kill him," Yuan Biding replied coldly, although he knew he was no match for this fairy Haitang. How could he know the outcome without putting up a fight? "I am present." "You cannot kill him," Yi Qingtang stated, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. To her, Yuan Biding was not yet a worthy opponent. "Yuelon, Qi Xianan, find an opportunity to lead them away," Yuan Biding gravely instructed the two behind him. He recognized that the odds of him triumphing in this battle were exceedingly slim. "And you?" Zhang Huayu asked with concern. Her heart a swirl of complex emotions toward Yuan Biding. He was regarded as the debauched son of a noble family by the world, the masked figure she had come to doubt. Yet at this moment, he was willing to expend every effort to protect them. "Do not worry. I will be fine. You cannot defeat her. Remaining here will only bind my heart," Yuan Biding assured her. "Little one, do you believe you can withstand me?" "They may not be able to leave." Yi Qingtang chuckled softly, finding Yuan Biding's naivety somewhat endearing. "Let us see." Yuan Biding's killing intent flared, his sword energy surging. Compared to when he faced Lin Xiangchuan, his sword intent now resembled a tumultuous wave. He understood that preserving his strength would only lead to his demise. How intriguing! Yi Qingtang regarded the youth emanating a torrent of sword intent, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, albeit just a hint. Yuan Biding's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Yi Qingtang, searching for a flaw, only to find none. "No flaws? Then I shall strike until you reveal one." Yuan Biding darted forward like lightning, wielding the Fusong wooden sword towards Yi Qingtang, and in a blink, he found himself behind her, thrusting his sword forward, only to see Yi Qingtang's figure abruptly vanish from sight. Disappeared? Just as Yuan Biding was momentarily stunned, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly turned, only to find Yi Qingtang. Yuan Biding was sent flying backward, retreating repeatedly, and only by pushing seeking plum blossoms in the snow to its utmost limit did he narrowly evade Yi Qingtang's palm. Observing the youth's ethereal movements, Yi Qingtang furrowed her brow. "What is your connection to the myriad ninjas?" Yi Qingtang coldly inquired. Yuan Biding was somewhat bewildered by this sudden question. Could it be that Yi Qingtang was an enemy of the old man Qian? "What does it have to do with you? If you wish to fight, then fight," Yuan Biding shouted loudly. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Meishan cross technique. Instantly, the originally singular Fusong wood sword, imbued with the essence of falling plum blossoms, transformed into dozens of swords. Alarmingly, the sword energy emanating from these newly formed swords was not in the slightest diminished compared to before. Go. With a commanding shout, dozens of Fusongwood swords, charged with ferocious sword energy, soared towards Yi Qingtang, while Yi Qingtang remained unfazed, her right hand slicing through the air as a 3-foot-long sword materialized before her. The blade, as pure and translucent as jade, radiated a soft luster, while its hilt was adorned with a jade stone shaped like a begonia flower, the begonia sword. With a single sweep of her sword, countless strands of sword energy surged forth, hurtling towards the approaching Fusongwood swords. Mei Shengtingyu cross technique, combined. The oncoming multitude of Fusongwood swords merged into one. Now infused with all the previous sword intent, its power utterly terrifying, a testament to the fearsome nature of the combined technique. Observing this sudden turn of events, a faint smile graced Yi Qingtang's lips. Ah, this move again. I never expected to witness it after all these years. Falling begonia, Yi Qingtang softly called, as countless begonia blossoms floated through the air, converging into a sword of begonia flowers, charging directly at the Fusongwood sword, which was laden with overwhelming sword intent. Upon collision, petals scattered in every direction, but the Fusongwood sword could not breach the distance to Yi Qingtang, eventually falling to the ground as its sword intent dissipated. Yuan Biting immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The combine technique was his most potent strike, a culmination of his own battle intent, yet it had failed to harm Yi Qingtang in the slightest. Was this the power of a master of the carefree realm? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Qingtang had already appeared before him. Speak. Who is Qian Bai Ren to you? How do you wield the Mei Shengtingyu cross technique and the snow-chasing plum? Humph. Want to know? Kill me, and I'll tell you. Yuan Biting retorted fiercely, now wounded and lacking the strength to retaliate against Yi Qingtang, resorting only to verbal defiance. Seeing the young man's stubbornness, Yi Qingtang felt a hint of admiration. Take him back, and we shall inquire slowly. The onlookers gazed at the injured Yuan Biting, then at Yi Qingtang, as Gu Fansong, unable to contain his rage, hurled a punch at Yi Qingtang. He had long regarded Yuan Biting as a brother in life and death, and witnessing him grievously wounded while protecting them ignited his fury. Qi Xianin and Yulan, upon seeing this, also launched their attacks towards Yi Qingtang. Stop! Yuan Biting shouted urgently, fully aware of the terror that Yi Qingtang embodied. Even if they acted together, it would be akin to an ant trying to overturn a chariot, futile and reckless. Yi Qingtang regarded the assailants with a cold snort, flicking her sleeve dismissively in an instant. Qi Xianin and the others were sent flying, crashing against the pillars, blood spurting from their mouths. At that moment, they truly grasped the horrifying strength of Yi Qingtang. Little one, come with me, she said, knocking Yuan Biting unconscious with a single palm strike before vanishing from the Four Seas Tower. Is this the might of the Begonia Fairy? I never expected to witness such a spectacular clash of masters today. She truly is formidable. Miss, what shall we do now? The young master has been taken away. Yulan, suppressing her pain, inquired. Zhang Huayu fought to maintain her composure, glancing at Yi Jichuan, who was attempting to sneak away amidst the chaos. Take him away. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Yi Jichuan scrambled towards the exit, calling out, Aunt, wait for me. But just as the words left his mouth, he was struck down by Qi Xianin, who leapt from above. You are all injured. We must return first. Once you have healed, we can rescue him. But, the young master, do not worry. From what Yi Qingtang said, she has matters to discuss with Yuan Biting. He is unlikely to be in immediate danger. We can only return to recuperate and ensure we have the strength to rescue him. Zhang Huayu spoke softly, fully aware that she needed to remain calm. Yes, Mississippi Yuan Biting, wait for me. I will surely rescue you. In the back mountains of the Yi residence, Yuan Biting slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up from the bed. The pain from his previous injuries caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he was in a bamboo dwelling, adorned with a painting on the bamboo wall depicting a man and a woman admiring blooming begonia flowers. How does the man in this painting resemble the old man Qian? You are awake? At that moment, a woman dressed in simple attire entered the room. It was Yi Qingtang. Come, have some porridge. Yuan Biting accepted the bowl without hesitation, drinking eagerly. He understood that if Yi Qingtang had intended to kill him, he would have perished at the Four Seas Tower. Are you not afraid I might poison it? Yi Qingtang inquired, observing him as he consumed the porridge. If you wish to kill me, why go through all this trouble? Just strike me down with a single palm, Yuan Baiting replied, muttering as he drank. You little rascal, quite clever indeed. I shall be straightforward. I have a question. Who is Qian Bairen to you? Yi Qingtang sighed lightly. Her curiosity piqued. Your interest in the old man Qian is quite pronounced. May I inquire about your relationship with him? Me? I suppose one could say we are friends, Yi Qingtang replied with a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of bitterness, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. Noticing the melancholy that enveloped Yi Qingtang, Yuan Baiting felt a pang of understanding. May I ask one more thing? Is the man in the painting you and Qian Bairan? Yuan Baiting pointed to the painting on the bamboo wall. Yi Qingtang nodded slightly. Are you his wife? Yuan Baiting exclaimed with delight. During his time at Meishan, Yuan Baiting had often heard Qian Bairen recount tales of his youth, where he would frequently mention a girl who loved begonia flowers, describing her beauty, gentleness, and kindness. Yet, whenever Yuan Baiting inquired why he did not seek her out, Qian Bairen would merely smile and fall silent. Disciple Yuan Baiting pays respects to my teacher's wife, he declared, attempting to rise to pay his respects, only to be gently pressed back down by Yi Qingtang. Oh, not move. Lie down quickly, Dio Qian Bairan. Yuan Baiting had never performed any formal rites, always calling him the old man Qian. Qian Bairan was indifferent, and Yuan Baiting would respond with playful banter. Yuan Baiting, you are the young master of the northern region? The disciple of Qian Bairan? Yi Qingtang probed. Also, I am not your teacher's wife. Be careful with your words, or your master might give you a beating. Hee, the old man Qian would not dare strike me. You are indeed the teacher's wife. The old man often spoke of you. Spoke of me? Yes, he would always say how beautiful and kind the girl who loved begonia flowers was. It must surely be you. Yi Qingtang couldn't help but blush at his words. How is your master faring? He is well. He spends every day drinking himself into a stupor, constantly murmuring about his wife, Yuan Baiting replied softly, occasionally sighing, his furrowed brow reflecting an unspoken sense of regret. If one were to speak of the art of fabricating tales, Yuan Baiting was truly skilled. While it was true that Qian Bairen often lamented about Yi Qingtang, the drinking part was purely his own invention, teacher's wife. I know there is some misunderstanding between you and the old man Qian, but if such misunderstandings lead to a lifetime of regret, it would be truly unworthy. He could see that both still held feelings for one another and did not wish to witness their hearts entangled in a sea of longing, with the past feeling galaxies away. As Yi Qingtang listened to Yuan Baiting's words, a sense of melancholy deepened within her. In her youth, she and Qian Bairen had indeed been a couple destined for greatness. However, when her father discovered their relationship, he vehemently opposed it. Thus, they had agreed to elope during the Lantern Festival, seeking to escape the turmoil of their lives. Yet, as fate would have it, on that very day, her father had dispatched numerous skilled warriors to guard her room, preventing her from stepping outside. That night, Qian Bairen waited from dusk until dawn, but his begonia maiden never arrived. For all these years, Yi Qingtang remained at the Yi residence, her heart forever echoing Qian Bairen's words, where you are, I shall seek you. Rest assured, teacher's wife. If the old man dares to bully you, I will stand by your side and fight him, Yuan Baiting declared, raising his fist with conviction, eliciting a smile from Yi Qingtang. On the summit of Meishan, achoo, master, what troubles you? It must be that little rascal cursing me again. You little brat, so sharp-tongued. Alas, it is my fault for having beaten you so severely. Yi Qingtang spoke gently, her words filled with concern. Teacher's wife, do not worry. I am quite well, Yuan Baiting said, though inwardly, he was grinning widely, fully appreciating the charm of his teacher's wife. Wait here. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you to make amends. As Yuan Baiting watched Yi Qingtang depart, he sighed, Old man Qian, I can only assist you up to this point. Chapter 15. Gasps, more gasps slap. Miss, will this truly wake him? Yulan glanced at the empty wooden bucket in her hands. Then at Yi Jichuan, who had been unconscious for a day and night. Following Zhang Huayu's orders, she had poured several buckets of water over him, yet he remained unresponsive. General Qi has been in the military for many years. Perhaps he has a method, Zhang Huayu chuckled lightly, observing Yi Jichuan. Is he pretending? Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Qi Xianen, with a calm demeanor, raised his voice and stated, Miss, there exists a method within the military that is remarkably effective in awakening those who are in a deep slumber. Oh, pray, enlighten me. He continued, in the army, there is a technique known as 10 fingers linked to the heart. One must pierce the fingers of the sleeping individual with bamboo skewers, and then procure an iron wire, tempered by fire, to thread through the fingers along the path of the bamboo. Those who have undergone this 10 fingers linked to the heart invariably awaken. Yi Jichuan listened to Qi Xianen's vivid description. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Since General Qi possesses such an effective method, let us have young Master Yi experience it. Indeed, I shall prepare it at once, Qi Xianen said, moving towards the door. No. Yi Jichuan, already terrified, dared not continue his pretense and hurriedly knelt before Zhang Huayu, pleading, Fairy, spare me. I will give you anything you desire, Yi Jichuan cried out, for he was a man who would yelp in pain even from a mere scratch. And the very thought of 10 fingers linked to the heart was unbearable. Young Master Yi has finally decided to awaken? Zhang Huayu smirked, fully aware that they could never contend with Yi Qingtang. The only leverage they possessed was Yi Jichuan. Fairy, whatever you desire, just say the word, and I will have it delivered to you immediately. Just spare me. At that moment, Yi Jichuan regretted his predicament, lamenting how he had entangled himself with such a formidable individual. Aunt, why did you not take me with you when you left? Tell me, where is Yi Qingtang? As for that, Aunt has never engaged with us much. I truly do not know where she has gone. Yi Qingtang typically refrained from participating in any affairs of the Yi family, preferring to spend her days in the back mountains of the Yi estate, tending to flowers and grasses. Even the head of the Yi family could only see her at her discretion. It appears that young Master Yi is reluctant to divulge the truth. General Qi, let us give young Master Yi a taste of this 10 fingers linked to the heart. I am eager to see if it truly works as you claim. Zhang Huayu remarked leisurely, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I shall speak. Yi Jichuan, terrified at the prospect of undergoing the 10 fingers linked to the heart, hastily declared, Aunt usually remains secluded in the back mountains of the Yi estate. Perhaps she is there now. Might I inquire if young Master Yi could lead us to your esteemed estate's back mountains tomorrow? Whatever the fairy commands shall be done, as long as you do not subject me to that 10 fingers linked to the heart. Upon hearing that he need not endure the torturous method, Yi Jichuan sighed in relief, as anything was preferable to that. However, a sly smile crept onto his face. Humph, do you think you can simply stroll into the back mountains? Can you enter and exit at will? Outside the door, Gu Fansong shivered at the sight of Zhang Huayu's ruthless demeanor. Is this truly the future consort of the Northern Kingdom's prince? Old Su could only chuckle wryly, having not anticipated that the usually taciturn Zhang Huayu possessed such ferocity. If one were to claim she was the prince's consort, few would believe it. Rather, she resembled a bandit from the rivers and lakes. After returning from the Four Seas Tower the previous day, Old Su had disclosed the identities of Yuan Baiting and the others to Gu Fanzong. Yu Fansong was astonished to learn that Yuan Baiting's claim of being the Northern Kingdom's prince was genuine, and even more so that this so-called wastrel prince was, in fact, a formidable practitioner of the profound realm. In the back mountains of the Yi estate, Master, your culinary skills are truly exceptional, Yuan Baiting exclaimed as he devoured a feast of fish and meat. After his injury the other day, Yi Qingtang had only allowed him to consume bland foods, claiming they would aid in his recovery. Though the meals were delightful, they paled in comparison to the sumptuous spread before him now. Do take your time. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more, Yi Qingtang softly replied, affectionately brushing back Yuan Baiting's unruly hair. She found herself quite fond of this unexpected disciple. By the way, Master, your technique, falling leaves and blossoming pearls, was truly formidable. I could not even approach you with my combined technique, Yuan Baiting remarked, still vividly recalling the battle from the previous day. Engaging a practitioner of the profound realm was an opportunity that many could only dream of encountering in their lifetimes. It is not that I am exceptional. Were it your master's combined technique, I would not have been able to withstand it. Has your master ever mentioned the unique aspects of the Meishan cross technique? Yuan Biding shook his head. During his time at Meishan, the old man had insisted he and his senior brother, Shen Rubai, descend the mountain daily to engage in combat, asserting that fighting was the best form of training. The intricacies of the Meishan cross technique were something Yuan Biding had discerned through countless bouts. That old man, how does he teach his disciples? Yi Qingtang chided lightly. The Meishan cross technique follows an extreme path. Each move requires a robust sword intent to unleash its full potential. Noticing that Yuan Biding had set down his chicken leg, Yi Qingtang continued with a smile. However, relying solely on formidable sword intent will not allow one to harness its complete power. The true essence of the Meishan cross technique lies within your internal cultivation method, falling plum blossoms. Falling plum blossoms? Indeed, the strength of falling plum blossoms lies in its ability to enhance your sword intent. Ordinary internal cultivation methods rely on internal force to release one's sword intent, while falling plum blossoms can, at the moment of maximum sword intent, manifest it externally, elevating your sword intent to new heights. That old man, is this truly how you taught me? Yuan Biding inwardly cursed after hearing this. Meishan Achu, have I offended someone recently? On that day, your sword intent was unleashed to its fullest, yet it lacked the enhancement of falling plum blossoms. Otherwise, I would not have been able to easily counter your combined technique. Let us dine first. Later, I shall teach you how to manifest falling plum blossoms alongside your sword intent. Yuan Biding's heart soared with joy at her words. Thank you, master. The following day, outside the Yi estate, do you know what to do? Zhang Huayu asked coldly. Yi Jichuan quickly nodded, fully aware of this woman's capabilities. He had no wish to experience the torment of 10 fingers linked to the heart. Young master, you have returned. The guards at the entrance of the Yi estate greeted Yi Jichuan, eager to avoid incurring his wrath and inviting trouble upon themselves. Yes, these individuals are my friends. Yi Jichuan indicated Zhang Huayu and her companions before entering. Zhang Huayu offered a faint smile, causing the guards to exchange wary glances, their minds racing with speculation. Young master is truly impressive. This lady is far more beautiful than before. Ah, if only I could be like the young master. Surely the maidens of Jinan City would be mine for the taking. As they entered the main hall, Fairy, please follow me, Yi Jichuan, who had been quite haughty moments ago, immediately adopted a subservient demeanor. Fearful of displeasing Zhang Huayu. It was evident that the Yi family was indeed a prominent clan in Jinan City. The journey from the main hall to the back mountains took a full half-hour. Along the way, every servant who encountered Yi Jichuan immediately knelt and stepped aside, fearful of offending this young master, revealing just how tyrannical and overbearing he was in his daily life. Fairy, we have arrived at the back mountains. I believe young Master Yuan is up there, Yi Jichuan respectfully announced, intending to depart, but was halted by Qi Xianen. What? Does young master you wish to leave? Zhang Huayu scoffed. Fairy, you may not know, but my aunt has made it clear that no one may enter the back mountains without her permission. That may be so in ordinary times, but for now, we must trouble young Master Yi to accompany us, Qi Xianen declared, lifting Yi Jichuan as though he were a mere chick, heading towards the back mountains. If the servants of the Yi estate were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. At that moment, Yuan Biding was diligently practicing falling plum blossoms. Ever since Yi Qingtang had guided him the previous day, he felt as though his internal cultivation had undergone a transformative leap. Is someone approaching the back mountains? Yi Qingtang paused her cooking, making her way down the mountain in recent days, aside from tending to her flowers and watering them as usual. Her greatest joy had been preparing meals for Yuan Biding. She felt an immense fondness for this articulate and exceptionally gifted disciple. If that day had truly come, and I had journeyed the world with Qian Bairan, our child would likely be of this age by now. Miss, someone is coming. Yulan suddenly sensed an aura and hurriedly warned, in an instant. Everyone heightened their vigilance, except for Yi Jichuan. Humph, my family's back mountains are not a place one can simply enter. Let us see how my aunt deals with you. You children, the moment her voice fell, Yi Qingtang appeared before them. Where is Yuan Biding? Zhang Huayu inquired coldly. Despite facing a practitioner of the profound realm, she felt uncertain, hoping that Yi Qingtang would spare Yuan Biding for Yi Jichuan's sake. Why do you seek him? Yi Qingtang understood that this group had come to rescue her beloved disciple. But with Yuan Baiting currently engrossed in training, she found amusement in teasing them. The young master of the Yi family is in our custody. Release Yuan Baiting, or we shall take his life. Zhang Huai Yuan Baiting has been slain by me, and as for him, Yi Qingtang pointed at Yi Jichuan and declared, You may kill him if you wish. Consider it a gesture of goodwill towards you. Upon hearing the news of Yuan Baiting's demise, Zhang Huayu trembled slightly, her gaze vacant, and her eyes gradually reddened. Impossible, impossible. He cannot be dead. She had previously believed that Yi Qingtang would not take his life. Contemplating how to leverage Yi Jichuan to coerce Yi Qingtang into releasing him, but now, with Yuan Baiting dead, memories flooded back of when he had held her hand at Sihai Tower, assuring her that everything would be fine with him around, and of his valiant struggles for their sake. Such recollections drove Zhang Huayu towards the brink of despair. You brat, could it truly be? Gu Fansong, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground. Although he had only recently met Yuan Baiting, he had already come to regard him as a bosom friend. How could he not grieve upon hearing of his death? Enough. Do not jest with them. A familiar voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Turning to look, they beheld Yuan Baiting approaching leisurely, a chicken leg in hand. Zhang Huayu, with reddened eyes, gazed in disbelief, unable to discern reality from illusion. You are still alive? Zhang Huayu's voice trembled as she inquired. Yuan Baiting was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He had never witnessed Zhang Huayu so uncomposed, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. In a moment of impulsivity, he retorted, Do you wish for my demise? The moment the words left his mouth, Yuan Baiting realized his blunder. Yet Zhang Huayu's scolding did not come as expected. He looked over to find her eyes still slightly reddened, but her lips had curled into a relieved smile. You truly did not die? Gu Fansong could not help but exclaim, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Heh, do you believe I can still knock you down right now? Yuan Baiting shook his fist. Eyeing Gu Fansong. Splendid, my lord. I knew you would be unharmed. Upon seeing Yuan Baiting emerge, Old Su opened his arms and rushed towards him. Do not feign innocence. Tell me, what were you smiling about just now? As Yuan Baiting looked at Old Su barreling towards him, he kicked out in response. When Yi Qingtang had declared him dead, Yuan Baiting had observed from a distance, seeing the disbelief and sorrow etched on everyone's faces. Except for Old Su, who was, for some reason, stifling laughter. My lord is astute and valiant. I believe my lord could never perish. Old Su continued to flatter while dodging. Disciple, your friends are quite remarkable. Disciple? Everyone gasped in surprise. Since you are here, why not join me for a meal in the mountains? Sure thing, mistress. Mistress? The crowd gasped once more. Chapter 16 Qinqing Shan. In the back mountains of the Yi residence, they all arrived at Yi Qingtang's bamboo courtyard, except for young Master Yi. Before ascending the mountain, Yi Qingtang had warned Yi Jichuan that should he cause any more trouble outside, she would personally see to his end. Yi Jichuan, the sole heir of the Yi family, had been spoiled since childhood, fearing no one in the family save for Yi Qingtang. Now, with Yi Qingtang threatening to kill him, he harbored no doubt. After all, she was the only one who had ever truly struck him. Children, my abode may be humble, and I have no strict rules, so feel free to make yourselves at home, she said, as she busied herself in the hall, a smile gracing her lips. This mountain had never been so lively. Miss, this place is beautiful. Upon entering the courtyard, Yuelon was captivated by the various flowers and plants surrounding her, unable to suppress her admiration. Mim, Zhang Huayu responded lightly, yet her countenance bore a weight of concern. Miss, what troubles you? Oh dear, miss, you are not still fretting over the young lord, are you? Yuelon teased. Zhang Huayu, as if her thoughts had been laid bare, felt her cheeks flush. At this moment, she was at a loss on how to face Yuan Baiting. Since Sihai Tower, her perception of him had undergone a profound upheaval. She could not fathom that someone who had harmed her would expend their very life to protect her. The moment she heard of Yuan Baiting's death, the disorientation she experienced was vividly etched in her memory. Likewise, when she saw him standing alive before her once more, the relief and genuine joy surged within her, a memory she would not soon forget. The news of Lu Ruyan had reached her earlier that day, yet she had refrained from opening the letter. She feared. Previously, she had ardently wished that Yuan Baiting was as she suspected. Now, she dreaded that he was indeed as she feared. Little Ice Cube, what are you pondering? Yuan Baiting's voice drifted into Zhang Huayu's ear, pulling her from her reverie. It's nothing, Zhang Huayu replied, unaware that her tone had softened. You are not disappointed that I am still alive, are you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu paused, gazing at Yuan Baiting. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly stated, I hope you live. With that, she turned and walked towards the hall. This woman, why is she behaving so strangely today? Once Zhang Huayu had disappeared into the hall, Yuan Baiting retrieved a letter from his pocket, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Just before ascending the mountain, Old Su had informed him that Boss Ning had sent word. But he had yet to open the letter in his hand. He was unsure how to choose if the outcome was indeed as he feared. Little girl, what brings you to the hall? Yi Qingtang glanced at Zhang Huayu as she lifted the curtain to enter. This girl is truly beautiful. My dear disciple is fortunate. The young girl has come to express her gratitude for your mercy. Senior, Zhang Huayu said softly. She understood that had Yi Qingtang harbored intentions to kill at Sihai Tower, they would all have perished. You little one, do not speak as if I am some heartless fiend. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of fate, it is merely a coincidence that I have encountered all of you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu smiled gently. It is your kindness and beauty, senior. Otherwise, such a grand coincidence would be beyond the reach of others. I did not expect you to be so eloquent, a perfect match for that lad. Yi Qingtang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu's cheeks flushed, and she offered no rebuttal, accepting it as a tacit acknowledgement. Indeed, too much alike, Yi Qingtang remarked, observing the slightly bashful Zhang Huayu. What does the senior mean? Oh, it is nothing. Seeing you reminds me of a long-lost friend, and I find a resemblance. I wonder where that friend is now? Ah, my dear friend perished over a decade ago, fighting against foreign invaders at Qingxiao Pass. She has long since passed, and it is best not to dwell upon it. Yi Qingtang sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu shuddered, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, Senior, have you ever seen my parents? Parents? 18 years ago, the commander of Qingxiao Pass, Zhang Qingyao, and his wife, Yu Zhixing. You are the daughter of Zhixing? Yi Qingtang exclaimed in shock. No wonder, when I first laid eyes on this girl, I felt as though I was seeing Zhixing's shadow. Zhang Huayu nodded. Why Yi Qingtang genuinely did not anticipate that this visit to Sihai Tower would not only lead her to a remarkable disciple, but also to the daughter of an old friend. Would the senior be willing to share some tales of my parents? Our Yi family has long been engaged in trade, frequently traversing in and out of Qingxiao Pass, which led to my acquaintance with your mother. Given the perilous and harsh conditions of Qingxiao Pass, and with Jinan City nearby, your mother often visited Jinan for leisure. During those times, we would stroll through lantern festivals, tend to flowers, and brew wine together. Life was quite joyful as Yi Qingtang spoke. A smile emerged on her face, as if she were reliving those blissful days with her friend. Alas, such good times were fleeting. 18 years ago, the barbarian forces suddenly invaded. Your father fought valiantly, defending Qingxiao Pass for an entire month, yet he awaited not reinforcements and ultimately fell in battle at that time. I was not in Jinan and could not rush to Qingxiao Pass. When I finally heard the news and arrived, Qingxiao Pass had already fallen, and the barbarian army had retreated. The pass was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers and fleeing civilians, and the general's residence had been reduced to ashes. At this juncture, Yi Qingtang glanced at Zhang Huayu, whose eyes were glistening with unshed tears, unable to continue her narration, her heart aching for the girl. Little one, let the past be the past. Thank you. Senior. With that, Zhang Huayu turned to leave, only to collide with Yuan Baiting. Observing Zhang Huayu's reddened eyes, Yuan Baiting was perplexed. What is the matter with you? Before Yuan Baiting could finish his inquiry, Zhang Huayu dashed out of the courtyard. Mistress, what happened to her? Yuan Baiting looked at Yi Qingtang, who had just emerged. Ah, this little girl is quite pitiable. My dear disciple, you must treat her well in the future, Yi Qingtang remarked, watching Zhang Huayu's retreating figure. Mistress, Yuan Baiting protested internally, feeling wronged. Why does everyone insist I treat her well? who was bullying whom in daily life. As evening approached, Yuan Baiting frequently glanced towards the courtyard entrance, yet Zhang Huayu's figure remained absent. "Mistress, I shall go search for her," Yuan Baiting declared, stepping out of the courtyard, his eyes tinged with a hint of red, as the traces of her passage instantly surfaced in his mind. "Is she this way?" Yuan Baiting followed the traces and soon caught sight of Zhang Huayu's solitary figure perched on the edge of a cliff. Could she be contemplating ending her life? Since he had arrived, he felt compelled to approach her. To his surprise, Zhang Huayu noticed him almost immediately. He walked over with an awkward smile and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Senior Yi just informed me about my parents," Zhang Huayu replied, not even glancing in his direction. Upon hearing this, Yuan Baiting ceased his feigned joviality. "Does the mistress know your parents?" he asked. "I only just learned that my mother was a close friend of Senior Yi during her lifetime. Senior Yi told me that my parents perished at the hands of the barbarians beyond the borders. When she rushed to Qingxiao Pass, the general's residence had already been consumed by flames, leaving nothing behind. Then, is your journey to Qingxiao Pass to visit the site where your parents fell in battle, or to investigate the events of that time?" "Both," she replied. "I had assumed that my parents' deaths were the work of treacherous individuals. Otherwise, how could there be no trace of their bodies? Yet, both the prince and Senior Yi have told me that they died for their country. Perhaps, after all these years, I have indeed been mistaken," Zhang Huayu said, her expression one of despondency. For years, she had been relentlessly pursuing the truth behind her parents' demise, yet now it seemed that her convictions were unfounded. Subsequently, Zhang Huayu produced a letter from her bosom, one that Lu Ruyan had entrusted to her, which she had yet to open. "Would you like to see it?" she offered, extending the letter towards Yuan Baiting in a soft voice. She no longer cared for the contents of the letter, but rather the trust she placed in Yuan Baiting. Yuan Baiting regarded the letter before him but did not take it. Instead, he retrieved a letter of his own from his pocket and presented it to Zhang Huayu. Countering her question, "Do you wish to see this?" "Indeed. It appears you do not fully trust me either," she remarked as they exchanged glances. They both smiled and, in unison, tore their letters into shreds, allowing the pieces to scatter into the air. Carried away by the wind. "So, your display in the courtyard that day was a deliberate provocation for me to notice?" Zhang Huayu inquired calmly, no longer wishing to conceal her intentions. "Yes, it was the only way to draw out your next move and uncover your secrets," Yuan Baiting replied softly, gazing into the distance. "When did you start to suspect me?" "From the moment of Yulan. She possesses the strength of the Qi Master realm, yet serves merely as your maid, which struck me as peculiar. I initially thought she was sent by the old man to protect you, but then I reconsidered. My second sister, as the eldest daughter of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, does not have such a powerful guardian. That led me to suspect that Yulan is indeed your personal aide." Zhang Huayu chuckled softly and replied, "Yulan has been with me since shortly after my birth. We grew up together, our bond akin to that of sisters. When I first met Yulan, my mother assured me that she could be trusted unconditionally, regardless of the circumstances. However, I too am puzzled by her extraordinary strength. It seems she has always been this way. I recall her shattering boulders with a single strike even as a child. Born a Qi Master?" Yuan Baiting exclaimed, astonished. "A natural Qi Master? How terrifying! How many spend their entire lives striving to reach the first rank of Grand Master, only to find it an elusive achievement? Are you truly that surprised? Yet, you seem to possess even greater prowess than Yulan," Zhang Huayu remarked, tilting her head to observe him. "You lack training and do not comprehend the terror of being a natural Qi Master. My current cultivation is the result of relentless effort," Yuan Baiting replied with a wry smile, recalling how he had suffered during his first fight. "I once thought you were merely the frivolous heir as others claim. Yet over time, I have realized my error. Your cultivation is exceptional, your strength formidable, and your thoughts astute. Most importantly, you are willing to risk your life for those around you. Furthermore, I must say, you are quite pleasing to behold," she added. Upon hearing this, even with his thick skin, Yuan Baiting could not help but blush at such direct praise. "Is this still the same cold little ice cube?" Zhang Huayu teased as she observed his flushed cheeks, a smile breaking through her composure. "Do you recall our first meeting?" she asked. Indeed. It was when my mother insisted I marry you. No. Our first encounter was at Qingshan residence. Qingshan residence? That day, you and old Su came to drink, and I was upstairs, wondering how guests could still arrive during such tumultuous times. I stepped out to look and happened to see you and old Su leaving, which explains why I felt a sense of familiarity when I first met you at the royal manor. Was it you? I sensed someone observing us as we departed, but I thought little of it, Yuan Biting replied, somewhat astonished. But why did you go to Huayu Hall? I followed you there and heard Lu Ruyan refer to you as the head of the family. What is the meaning of that? Huayu Hall is a branch of our Qingshan residence, not a branch of Qingshan residence, Yuan Biting exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation of such influence behind Qingshan residence. As she spoke, Zhang Huayu produced a finely carved jade pendant made from exquisite sheep fat jade, emblazoned with a prominent character for Qing. I have seen this jade pendant before, during my time at Huayu Hall. Yuan Biting noted. Zhang Huayu tightened her grip on the jade pendant and slowly revealed. I am the head of Qingshan residence, Chun Qingshan. Yuan Biting was rendered speechless. He had known Zhang Huayu's identity was not simple, but he had not expected this ethereal woman before him to be the head of Qingshan residence. Does the old man know about you? Of course. Without the prince's assistance, Qingshan residence would not have thrived. At that moment, Yuan Biting understood why the old man held Qingshan residence in such high regard, and he comprehended the significance of the message conveyed by Qingyao at Lanyue Hall. My intention in establishing Qingshan residence was to investigate the truth behind my parents' deaths in battle, while also providing the prince with information from the martial world. Yet, after all these years, I have uncovered not a single clue regarding my parents, Zhang Huayu lamented, lowering her gaze to the jade pendant. Her tone tinged with melancholy. This little ice cube is on the verge of becoming a little weeper, Yuan Biting thought, then presented her with a long box made of red coral stone. This is for you, he said. For me? Zhang Huayu exclaimed incredulously, accepting the box and opening it to find a fine plum blossom hairpin crafted from exquisite red coral. I bought this when I encountered you in Beijing City. From now on, if you wish to investigate, I will accompany you, Yuan Biting declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu smiled faintly, falling silent as she gazed at the evening glow in the distance, clutching the plum blossom hairpin tightly in her hand. Chapter 17. The King of Hell's life-granting invitation. Will you be joining us? Yuan Biting inquired, observing Gu Fansong as he packed his belongings. No. My grandfather's health is deteriorating, Gu Fansong replied with a slight sigh. Yesterday, he expressed a desire to see the world beyond Jinan City. Having never left it in his lifetime, I thought to take him to Beiping City. Thus I cannot accompany you to Qingsha Pass. Very well, Yuan Biting responded, ceasing his attempts to persuade him. Since their last meeting with the elder, Yuan Biting understood that the withered leaves were but a breeze away from falling. If you encounter any difficulties in Beiping City, go directly to the Northern Kingdom's royal manor and seek out my old man. Just tell him I sent you, and he will assist you, Yuan Biting said, patting Gu Fansong on the shoulder. In recent days, Gu Fansong had shared in their tribulations, and Yuan Biting was well aware of this. A true friend is hard to come by. A toast to the heavens. You, my friend, indeed possess the demeanor of a Northern Kingdom's heir, Gu Fansong remarked, observing Yuan Biting with a serious expression before breaking into a smile. What? Are you still feeling sore from that slap the other night? Yuan Biting retorted, reverting to his usual playful demeanor as he pointed to the humanoid indentation on the ancient tree in the courtyard. Gu Fansong, unembarrassed, replied with a chuckle, Hey, don't get too cocky. I don't care about your noble status. I'll make sure to return that slap one day. Little did Gu Fansong realize that his words would come back to haunt him, as he indeed slapped Yuan Biting later on. Thank you for your care in recent days, young Master Gu. If you travel to Beiping City, the wine of Qingshan residence is yours to enjoy. Zhang Huayu said as she approached. Thank you, Miss Huayu, Gu Fansong replied. You see, truly worthy of being the future mistress of the Northern Kingdom. She carries herself with such grace, unlike you, Gu Fansong remarked disdainfully at Yuan Biting before turning and entering the inner room. Yuan Biting stood in the wind, feeling somewhat disheveled, and protested, Am I stingy? You should inquire at the Wanhua Tower in Beiping City. Everyone will tell you that this heir is the most generous person under the heavens. Indeed, many young ladies were quite sorrowful when the heir left the Wanhua Tower, Zhang Huayu interjected, sensing trouble brewing and wishing to clarify, but when she turned, she only caught a glimpse of a cold and resolute figure retreating. What has become of this woman? Why does she now speak with such sarcasm? Could it be? At the city gates of Jinan City, a troop of riders emerged, led by a young man on horseback, his silver moon spear shimmering ominously in the sunlight. "Young master, they have exited the city," reported a youth at his side, clad with a blood-red curved blade at his waist. "At last, they have made their move. Yuan biting, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The evening glow has yet to fade from the horizon, and the night is gradually deepening. "Young master, the sky is darkening. There is an inn ahead. Shall we rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow?" Yuan biting replied, gazing at the twinkling stars emerging in the night sky, addressing Lao Su. Throughout the journey, Zhang Huayu had shown Yuan biting nothing but disdain, forcing him to seek companionship with Lao Su. Has the young master had a quarrel with Miss Huayu?" Lao Su remarked with a gleeful expression, observing Yuan biting. "In my opinion, women should be cajoled." Back at the Orchid Pavilion, Miss Yun was, Lao Su excitedly recounted, as if the past was vividly rekindled. "If you continue, I shall throw you off the carriage." Yuan biting feigned a smile, responding to Lao Su, then glanced back into the carriage, fearing that Zhang Huayu might overhear the name of the Orchid Pavilion. "Esteemed guest, please come in. Are you here to stay?" The innkeeper, noticing Yuan biting and his companions entering, hurriedly approached to greet them. "We require 5 rooms. I apologize, esteemed guest, but our inn is quite full today. We only have 2 rooms available." "Then we shall take 2 rooms. "Very well, please follow me, young master." "They have entered the inn and no rush. We shall wait until they have settled before making our move." Wang Mu retrieved a small jade bottle from his bosom, glancing at it with a chilling smile. "Humph, Yuan biting, to be targeted by my master with the King of Hell's life-granting talisman is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. The King of Hell calls for your demise at the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you linger until the 5th? The King of Hell's life-granting talisman is a deadly poison devised by Song Qiaosheng, colorless, tasteless, containing the most lethal substances known to man, such as the wind overcoming, golden scorpion, and heavenly footworm. Most importantly, it holds a drop of Song Qiaosheng's blood, infusing his internal power and poison, crafted for the sole purpose of this talisman. Once a cultivator comes into contact with it, their entire cultivation will disintegrate in an instant, rendering them no different from an ordinary person. After a brief moment, they will succumb to the poison, dissolving into a pool of pus. Truly terrifying. With Song Qiaosheng's current prowess, even those at the pinnacle of the free and unfettered realm could be dispatched with a single talisman. Knock knock. "Who is it?" Yuan biting demanded sternly. "Esteemed guest, the innkeeper has sent me to deliver a pot of our unique peach blossom brew. Available only to patrons of the superior rooms. Come in, esteemed guest, I have warmed this wine for you. It is best enjoyed while still hot to savor its full flavor." "Understood. Please convey my thanks to your innkeeper." Yuan biting responded with a smile, his expression holding a deeper meaning. "Very well, enjoy your meal, esteemed guests," the server said before retreating. "Young master, is this wine worth drinking?" Lao Su inquired, a knowing look in his eyes. I fear I shall not be fortunate enough to enjoy this wine. If you wish to drink, I shall ensure that you are buried beside the Orchid Pavilion, allowing you to be with your Miss Yun every day." Pa, how can you speak such ominous words, young master?" Lao Su retorted with a look of disdain. "Enough, you and Xianan remain in the room. I shall go check on Xiao Binghuai. Yuan biting called out in front of Zhang Huayu's door. "Come in." Yuan biting pushed the door open and found Zhang Huayu and Yulan seated at a table, a pot of wine displayed before them. "So, they indeed came for us?" Zhang Huayu gazed at the wine with keen interest. "What? Did the innkeeper also send you a pot?" Yuan biting nodded and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you drinking?" The server mentioned this as fine wine that should be enjoyed while warm. "You still dare to seek me out, which implies you haven't drunk either." Zhang Huayu leaned her chin on her hand, her eyes clear, adopting a seemingly innocent demeanor as she regarded Yuan biting. Should any other man witness this, they would likely be captivated, yet Yuan biting alone understood the cunning hidden beneath her facade. Your Highness, does this wine pose any danger? Yulan interjected, confused by their cryptic dialogue. Yulan, when that server entered, did you notice anything unusual? Zhang Huayu queried. Replying to Miss, I did not observe anything amiss. Yulan hung her head, scratching her head as she attempted to recollect the events. You, having followed me for so many years, how can you still be so naive? Zhang Huayu sighed in exasperation. Yulan could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Typical in. The host and the servers are usually the same individuals for the convenience of the guests. However, the server who just served us differs from the one who attended us earlier. Moreover, when that server poured the wine, the thick calluses on his palms and fingertips are indicative of someone who has wielded weapons for years. In hindsight, this may not be problematic, but rather, all of its staff have likely been replaced. Truly impressive, miss, as expected of the leader of Qing Shanju, Yuan Baiting remarked, admiring Zhang Huayu's astute analysis. Miss, the young master. Yulan's expression turned perplexed. The knowledge of Zhang Huayu's identity as the leader of Qing Shanju was known only to them and the lady of the Wang family. Yet this young master, it's fine. He knows everything. Yulan, I didn't expect you to possess innate control over qi. You are quite remarkable, Yuan Baiting said to Yulan. Now that he and Zhang Huayu were on the same wavelength, there was no need for concealment. Your Highness is being overly gracious. You are indeed more formidable than I, Yulan blushed in response. Young master, come quickly. Lao Su rushed in, calling out to Yuan Baiting. Upon witnessing this, everyone hurried to follow. Upon reaching Yuan Baiting's room, they were greeted by a foul stench before even entering, forcing Zhang Huayu and Yulan to cover their noses. Following the repugnant odor, Yuan Baiting looked down to find a pool of putrid liquid, prompting Yulan to exclaim in disgust. What in the world is happening? Yuan Baiting inquired. In response to your highness, just moments ago, Lao Su and I wanted to ascertain the nature of this wine, so we went outside and caught a live chicken to drink a small cup. Moments later, it turned into this foul liquid. Qi Xianan replied, his face also contorted with disgust. This poison is indeed horrific. It seems they truly wish to see us perish, Yuan Baiting declared, staring at the repulsive substance on the ground. Young master. This poison appears to be the King of Hell's life-granting talisman, Lao Su said gravely. Having known Lao Su for over a decade, this was the first time Yuan Baiting had seen him so serious. Lao Su, before Yuan Baiting could finish, Lao Su continued. This King of Hell's life-granting talisman is a deadly poison created by Song Qiaoxing of the Imperial Capital's Astronomical Bureau. It is said that any cultivator who falls victim to this poison will see their entire cultivation crumble in an instant, and shortly thereafter, they will meet the same fate as the chicken, dissolving into a pool of pus. If it is truly Song Qiaoxing himself who has come, young master, we may as well bid farewell in this life. Lao Su lamented. The name of Song Qiaoxing sent shivers down the spines of those in the martial world, not due to his martial prowess, for he was not among the top-tier cultivators at the pinnacle of the free and unfettered realm. Rather, it was his mastery of poison that was truly terrifying. Silent and inconspicuous, he could ensnare you before you even realized it. Once poisoned, not even the gods could save you. When he was merely at the Qi control realm, Song Qiaoxing had claimed the lives of numerous experts at the micro-realm with his extraordinary poison skills, a feat both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Hearing Lao Su's words, Yuan Baiting's heart tightened. Typically, Lao Su's carefree demeanor belied his martial prowess. Yet in critical moments, he was the only one who could grant Yuan Baiting a sense of security. In the days when Yuan Baiting had yet to cultivate, Lao Su had always managed to lead him away from danger. Now, seeing Lao Su's serious countenance, Yuan Baiting understood the true extent of Song Qiaoxing's terror. However, no news had emerged indicating that Song Qiaoxing had left the imperial capital. Zhang Huayu furrowed her brows. Even if Song Qiaoxing has not personally arrived, the King of Hell's life-granting talisman is a tangible threat. The newcomer is likely connected to Song Qiaoxing. Yuan Baiting recalled the ambush in the dark alleys of the northern capital and the words spoken by Yuan Chong. Could it be him? Young master, I have poisoned the wine. Should they drink it, their fate is sealed. Excellent, however. We must not let our guard down. We shall wait a moment longer before checking whether our little young master has indeed turned into a pool of pus. As Wang Mu spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The hour of the rat had passed, and dozens of silhouettes stealthily approached Yuan Baiting's room. Young master, there's no movement inside. One individual pressed their ear against the door, straining to listen to the sounds within. Let us go in and take a look, he said, pushing the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a wave of decaying odor rushed forth, assaulting the senses. Wang Mu, as a disciple of Song Qiaosheng, had been familiar with this stench since childhood. Yet, each encounter still wrinkled his brow in distaste. Observing several pools of pus before him, Wang Mu's face lit up with delight. He had not anticipated such ease in his endeavor. It seemed Yuan Baiting was no more formidable than this. Just as Wang Mu reveled in his triumph, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut. Out stepped three figures: Yuan Baiting, Qi Xianin, and Yu Lan. As for old Su, Yuan Baiting had instructed him and Zhang Huayu to leave the inn first. Initially, Zhang Huayu had refused, but only after Yuan Baiting assured him of safety did he reluctantly agree. Having followed us all the way from Jinan City, are you finally unable to restrain yourself from making a move? Yuan Baiting addressed Wang Mu. Yuan Baiting? You're not dead. Wang Mu stared at the newcomer, astonished that if you're alive, how could I possibly be dead? So, you are Wang Mu. It's fortunate you're alive. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. Let me test whether this little young master is a mere insect or a dragon. Wang Mu exclaimed, unsheathing two blood-colored curved blades and licking them in excitement. Humph! You dare think you can challenge your grandfather? Yu Lan, Xianin, the rest is up to you. Yes, your highness. In an instant, Yuan Baiting charged towards Wang Mu. For years of combat experience had taught him that those who strike last are often fools. Wang Mu, unable to contain his inner excitement upon seeing Yuan Baiting move, met his advance with the two blood-colored blades. Seeking plum blossoms in the snow, ever since Yi Qingtang had instructed him on how to attach the plum blossoms fall, Yuan Baiting's agility and swordsmanship had vastly improved in his swift motion. He appeared directly behind Wang Mu, delivering a palm strike that instantly formed a massive shadow of a hand in the air, hurtling towards Wang Mu. Wang Mu, taken aback by Yuan Baiting's speed, felt a cold sweat break out as he quickly turned, slashing with his blade, barely countering Yuan Baiting's palm. Not bad, your martial arts are quite impressive, Yuan Baiting remarked with a smile, noting Wang Mu's swift reaction. Let us see if you can withstand this. Plum Mountain Cross technique, manifest. A flying sword appeared before Yuan Baiting, imbued with overwhelming sword intent, transforming qi into sword, embodying the righteous path. The sword then shot straight for Wang Mu, who, upon seeing this, dared not underestimate the threat. Blood Shadow. He conjured two phantom images with his blood-colored blades and swung them forcefully towards the flying sword. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the room, as if a blade had cleaved through the very air, splintering the beams and causing the roof to explode, exposing everyone beneath the vast sky, a testament to the might of that blow. Not far away, Zhang Huayu and old Su watched the interrupt, a sense of unease creeping into Zhang Huayu's heart as he clenched his hands. They won't be harmed, will they? He voiced his concern. Fear not, miss, our young master is a skilled fighter. Ever since learning that Song Qiaosheng had not come in person, old Su had reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, as if the previous tension had never existed. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and old Su turned alertly. Who goes there? Chapter 18. A sword that cuts down the celestials of the world. Did you too find the spectacle enjoyable? A figure emerged from the night, dressed in white, elegantly wielding a brocade fan, exuding an air reminiscent of a wealthy scion. May I inquire your name? Old Su regarded the newcomer with heightened vigilance. In such a moment, anyone appearing here was no ordinary individual. There's no need for alarm. I am merely a spectator like you, the individual said, gesturing to the inn not far away. Look, isn't it quite the show? As the dust settled, two figures gradually became discernible. Wang Mu stood firm, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I never expected you, little young master, to possess such prowess. It seems I underestimated you. He hadn't anticipated that the reputed debauched young master would be so formidable. In contrast, Yuan Baiting stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent, his expression inscrutable. I too did not foresee that you, grandson, would be so capable. He was acutely aware of the strength of his previous strike. Yet it had only left Wang Mu with a slight injury. Despite being merely at the qi manipulation stage, Wang Mu's power was not to be trifled with. Humph, all talk and no substance. Wang Mu wiped the blood from his mouth and manipulated the blood-colored blades to swiftly shoot forward. Yuan, biting, seeing the blades rush towards him, prepared to evade, only to realize they were not aimed at him. Watch out! Qi Xianan and Yulan, witnessing the incoming blades, hurriedly attempted to dodge, yet the blades did not seem to target them either. With a swift motion, two heads tumbled to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. And Yuan, biting, furrowed his brow, glancing back and then forward at Wang Mu. Has Wang Mu gone mad, killing even his own blood sacrifice? Wang Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. The blood-colored blades pierced the bodies of the freshly slain, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Amidst this mesmerizing hue, the blades emanated an increasingly bloody and sinister aura. The two corpses gradually lost their color, transforming into desiccated husks, while the blood-colored blades remained as crimson as the moon. Their power swelling. That blade was just absorbing blood. Zhang Huayu remarked, incredulity etched across her face. This man is truly deranged, even murdering his own comrades. The blood-colored blades are Wang Mu's life weapon, an evil blade. He has long nourished it with human blood. This blood sacrifice serves to enhance the blade's potency, an onlooker explained. I didn't expect the leader of the Moon Hall to know so much about Wang Mu. How do you know this? May I ask your name? Upon hearing Zhang Huayu reveal his identity, Yu Shiqiu's expression shifted. He belonged to the most concealed faction of the Shadow Moon Hall, and those aware of his existence were few and far between, let alone anyone who could recognize him. Zhang Huayu, noticing the glimmer of hostility in Yu Shiqiu's eyes, remained unperturbed, producing a jade pendant inscribed with the character for green. Chen Qingshan of Qingshan Residence. At your service, Moon Hall Master. Yu Shiqiu was taken aback upon hearing the claim of this young woman as the head of Qingshan Residence, but as he scrutinized the jade pendant she held, he realized she spoke the truth. Few knew of his existence, and the head of Qingshan Residence was among that select group. He had not anticipated that the esteemed head of Qingshan Residence would be such a young and beautiful maiden. Years prior, after Zhang Huayu established Qingshan Residence, it had become a strategic piece for the Northern Territory Royal Court in the martial world. Over the years, the Shadow Moon Hall, being one of the earliest factions to ally with the Northern Territory Royal Court, had engaged in dealings with Qingshan Residence several times. It was said that the head of Qingshan Residence was enigmatic. Yu Shiqiu never expected to meet her, and she turned out to be an extraordinary beauty. Might I inquire how Lady Chen recognized me? Qingshan Residence has documented that the leader of the Moon Hall, Yu Shiqiu, is fond of plain garments and enjoys brocade fans, possessing extraordinary strength. Given that you dare to appear here, you are certainly no ordinary person. With all due respect, I ventured to guess you are indeed Yu Shiqiu, leader of the Moon Hall. It is said that the head of Qingshan Residence is exceptionally astute. Today, I see this is indeed true, Yu Shiqiu replied with a smile. May I ask why the Moon Hall Master has come to this place? A few days ago, Wang Mu visited our Shadow Moon Hall, inquiring about the whereabouts of His Highness the Young Master. What? Zhang Huayu's voice turned cold. Forgive me, Lady Head, but as you know, our Shadow Moon Hall is ostensibly under Song Qiaoxing's command. I reported this matter to the prince. Yet he instructed us not to intervene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu felt some of her unease dissipate. Since it was the prince's directive, he must have his reasons. Seeing Zhang Huayu no longer harboring hostility, Yu Shiqiu continued, though the prince advised us against interference, the information was ultimately provided to Wang Mu by our Shadow Moon Hall. Should anything happen to His Highness the Young Master, I would lose my head tenfold. Thus, I followed Wang Mu here. However, given the situation at hand, it seems I need not assist at all. It appears His Highness's cultivation is likely superior to mine. Old Su, observing the two women conversing as if nothing were amiss, remained fixated on the direction of the inn. Wang Mu, seeing the two corpses drained of their blood, waved, and the blood-colored blades swiftly returned to his hands. You really are ruthless, going so far as to kill your own companions. Yuan Baiting said coldly, regarding Wang Mu, companions, they were merely my sacrificial offerings, destined to die sooner or later. Why not allow my blood-colored blades to relish the kill? After I slay you, I can offer them a proper tribute. With that, the dual blades in Wang Mu's hands blazed with brilliance, a potent scent of blood wafting through the air. Beast! Yuan Baiting casually lifted a sword and grasped it in his hand. Charging directly towards Wang Mu, a surge of true energy suddenly erupted, and the sword flashed like lightning, transforming into a silver streak that cleaved through the air. Wang Mu's eyes burned crimson, and the true energy within him surged violently. Unleashing tremendous power, the two engaged in a fierce battle, a shockwave of true energy exploding outward, instantly shattering the remnants of the surrounding walls. Yuan Baiting's figure soared into the air, Mei Shengtingyu technique. Disperse! Countless flying swords hovered before him, their sword intent more formidable than during the time at the Four Seas Tower. This time, Yuan Baiting harbored murderous intent, holding nothing back. Wang Mu, confronted with the overwhelming sword intent, felt a flicker of fear within. What are you waiting for? Do you intend to strike only after I am dead? Wang Mu shouted. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the corner, continuously chanting something. Instantly, four shadowy figures appeared before Wang Mu. Earlier, Qi Xianin had noticed this individual. While others fought fiercely, he remained immobile in the corner, unexpectedly laying a trap. Yuan Baiting's brow furrowed as he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the four figures. For masters of the Qi manipulation realm, Wang Mu truly is extravagant. It seems this battle will not be so simple after all. Mei Lan also recognized that the four suddenly appearing shadows were each as formidable as she was. Your Highness, this is puppet technique? Does Master you know? Zhang Huayu hurriedly inquired. Having discerned the danger posed by the four figures, it was rumored that the Bai family of Jiangnan possessed an ancestral technique known as puppet technique, which, as the name suggests, involved refining the deceased into puppets for manipulation. Once a puppet was created, it was impervious to blades and knew no pain. If the practitioner were turned into a puppet, they could retain their prior cultivation level, rendering it a truly malevolent art. It was likely that these four were masters of the Qi manipulation realm in life. Unexpectedly, Wang Mu had such powerful allies. Yu Shiqiu's brow knitted in concern as he spoke solemnly. He had initially thought he wouldn't need to intervene, but it seemed that would not be the case, for masters of the Qi manipulation realm were not to be dealt with lightly. Meanwhile, old Su's gaze fixated on the four puppets, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he prepared to rise, Yu Shiqiu moved first. Old Su watched as Yu Shiqiu departed. The earlier killing intent still fresh in his mind, he turned to Zhang Huayu, who wore an anxious expression, and reassured her, Miss, do not worry. With Master Yu here, nothing will go wrong. Zhang Huayu nodded in response, though her worry did not dissipate. Yuan Baiting, let us see how you escape this time. Wang Mu sneered, a hint of malevolence in his expression. Qi Xianin and Mei Lan also broke into a cold sweat, realizing that each of the four puppets possessed strength equal to theirs. Just then, a figure flashed and appeared before Yuan Baiting. It was Yu Shiqiu. Another one? Yuan Baiting thought bitterly, gazing at the unfamiliar figure before him. Damn it! Is this never-ending? I didn't expect so many masters would come for me. Your Highness, the prince sent me to assist you, Yu Shiqiu stated, turning to Yuan Baiting. Old man, how does he know? After I resolve this trouble, I will certainly explain to your Highness. Thank you for your help, senior. As long as you are not an enemy. Wang Mu felt a jolt of surprise at the sudden appearance of Yu Shiqiu. Yuan Baiting, I didn't expect you to have an ally as well. Why shouldn't I have one when you do, you scoundrel? Your Highness, there is no need to speak with him further. Just focus on dealing with him. And leave the rest to us, Yu Shiqiu declared with authority. Hearing this, Yuan Baiting ceased his chatter. Mei Shengtingyu technique, unite, release. The numerous swords suspended in the air coalesced into one, their icy radiance intensifying, as if the terrifying sword intent sought to devour the heavens and the earth. The flying swords hurtling towards Wang Mu under Yuan Baiting's command. Wang Mu, sensing the approaching danger, smirked coldly. With this, can you kill me? The black-robed sorcerer beside him began chanting, and the four puppets directly positioned themselves in front of Wang Mu. Standing firm against the oncoming flying swords, as a sword whizzed past, the first puppet exploded into a cloud of dust. Yet simultaneously, the flying sword fell to the ground, broken into several pieces. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Neither Wang Mu nor Yu Shiqiu had anticipated that Yuan Baiting's strike would shatter a puppet of the qi manipulation realm. Yuan Baiting, however, was astonished by the terrifying defensive capabilities of these puppets. Acutely aware of the strength of his previous attack, I asked that all it took to destroy one. It seems the ensuing battle will indeed be troublesome. Realizing that prolonging the fight was not a viable strategy, Yuan Baiting resolved to end it swiftly. Without leaving any openings, he charged directly at Wang Mu. Yu Shiqiu, seeing Yuan Baiting's movement, also attacked the remaining puppets. With a flourish of his silk fan, 3 willow leaf blades shot forth from the fan's ribs. The puppet, still chanting, moved its right hand and deflected the blades to the ground. This puppet was indeed formidable. Yu Shiqiu noted that his initial attack had failed, but he quickly leaped into the air, performing a kick towards the puppet's head. The puppet did not evade, allowing Yu Shiqiu to strike. With a resounding thud, it felt as though he had kicked a massive bell. The puppet remained unmoved, retaliating with a palm strike aimed at Yu Shiqiu. Caught off guard, Yu Shiqiu raised the fan to defend but was sent flying back several dozen paces. Seeing this, Qi Xianen and Mei Lan immediately attacked the other 2 puppets. In Qi Xianen's hands, the silver moon spear surged forward like a great python breaking free from its bonds, lunging towards the puppet's face. The puppet swiftly produced its own weapons, a pair of twin blades, and parried the spear. Redirecting the force away, the spear grazed the puppet's side, plunging into the ground with a thunderous crash. Qi Xianen swiftly pivoted and aimed a retaliatory strike at the puppet's waist. The puppet, unable to evade, was sent hurtling through several walls, crashing into the ruins. Qi Xianen believed he had vanquished one, only to find the puppet slowly rising once more amidst the rubble. General Qi, these puppets seem almost immortal. Mei Lan remarked, having just shattered one puppet's arm, yet it continued its relentless assault. These puppets are lifeless corpses, impervious to blades, unyielding in their pursuit. Yu Shiqiu said gravely, General Qi, you must eliminate that chanting sorcerer. If he falls, the puppets will lose their controller. I will handle the remaining 2, understood. With that, Qi Xianen charged towards the black-robed sorcerer in the distance. Meanwhile, Wang Mu taunted, Yuan Baiting, you seem rather mediocre. During their earlier clash, he had sensed Yuan Baiting's attacks were no longer as fierce as before. Yuan Baiting, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, focused on regulating his breath. The previous battle, coupled with the energy expended to shatter the puppet, had left him considerably drained. No matter, Mei Shengtingyu technique, slash. The slash technique was the most potent of the Mei Shengtingyu techniques. 1 sword to sever all worldly matters, 1 sword to eradicate all celestial beings. Yuan Baiting channeled true energy fervently into his sword, enveloping it with sword intent, his momentum soaring to new heights. This was his final move. After this strike, he would have no true energy left. Thus, he had to succeed. Qi Xianen rushed towards the black-robed sorcerer, unaware that the sorcerer was also a master of the qi manipulation realm, and for the moment, Qi Xianen gained no advantage. On the other side, Yu Shiqiu had already severed the arms of the 2 puppets, even piercing through their chests with his silk fan, yet they continued their relentless assault. Yuan Baiting's sword intent reached its zenith as he swung forcefully. Wang Mu, taken by surprise, shouted, Save me! The black-robed sorcerer, seeing this, first repelled Qi Xianen with a palm strike, then recited a verse. The 2 puppets in front of Yu Shiqiu instantly positioned themselves in front of Wang Mu, and with a thunderous sound, they shattered into dust. Wang Mu, relying on his true energy, managed to withstand the residual force of Yuan Baiting's slash. Seeing Wang Mu unscathed, Yuan Baiting's heart sank. Have I still failed? Although Wang Mu remained unharmed, he could not shake the growing trepidation as he gazed at Yuan Baiting, who resembled a sword deity. He realized that had it not been for the 2 puppets blocking the brunt of Yuan Baiting's most powerful strike, he would have been gravely injured or worse. He dared not gamble. If Yuan Baiting had any hidden trump cards left, Even a one-for-one exchange would not be worth the risk. We retreat. Wang Mu snarled, turning to slip into the night. The black-robed sorcerer, hearing his command, ceased his actions and withdrew the last puppet, departing as well. 4 puppets, and now only one remains. What a colossal loss! Qi Xianin was about to pursue when he was halted by Yuan Biting. What if this is not Wang Mu's trap? At that moment, Yuan Biting could no longer hold on, spitting a mouthful of blood. The earlier slash had drained him of all his true energy, rendering him as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Your Highness, upon witnessing the scene, the crowd hurriedly encircled Yuan Biting. Meanwhile, Zhang Huayu rushed over after seeing Wang Mu retreat. That moment, she could only resent herself for not having practiced martial arts. Otherwise, Yuan Biting would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Only old Su, upon witnessing Yuan Biting shatter 2 puppets with a single strike, revealed a smile of satisfaction. What a fine young man! I indeed did not misjudge you. Without hesitation, Zhang Huayu entered the room and embraced Yuan Biting, tears streaming from her eyes as she tremulously inquired, "How are you? You mustn't be harmed." The sight of the weeping Zhang Huayu caused a pang of anguish to swell within Yuan Biting. With trembling hands, he reached out to wipe away her tears, weakly assuring her, "I'm fine. Why cry?" Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when he fell unconscious. Chapter 19. I am but a cook in a secluded courtyard. Zhang Huayu gazed at Yuan Biting, who lay on the bed, her eyes red and bloodshot, her lips pale. "Miss, you should rest," said Yuelon, glancing at the sorrowful Zhang Huayu. "I will take care of His Highness." Having followed Zhang Huayu for over a decade, Yuelon had never seen her so heartbroken since the day she learned of her parents' deaths. Zhang Huayu shook her head, her sole wish being for Yuan Biting to awaken. Her heart was devoid of any other thoughts. "Miss, are you still unwilling to rest?" Yuelon turned to see old Su entering with a bowl of unknown contents. "Indeed, no matter how I advise, she will not listen." Old Su sighed as he approached Zhang Huayu. "Miss, your current state will only exacerbate matters. If His Highness awakens and you fall ill, what then?" "Old Su, did you not say he would awaken soon? Yet, it has been a day and a night, and why is there still no improvement?" Zhang Huayu turned to old Su, her urgency palpable. "Do not fret, miss. His Highness merely expended too much vital energy and requires time to recuperate." As he spoke, old Su presented the bowl to Zhang Huayu. "I have brewed a medicinal concoction to aid His Highness's recovery. After you feed it to him, please take some rest." Zhang Huayu nodded, calling Yuelon to assist her in feeding Yuan Biting, who gradually began to frown as the medicine was administered. This medicine contains a trace of vital energy," observing the diminishing contents of the bowl. Zhang Huayu's anxious heart began to ease, and under the persuasion of those around her, she finally went to rest. Once Zhang Huayu had departed, Yuelon looked at the empty bowl on the table and turned to old Su. "Old Su, what is in this medicine?" Upon hearing this, old Su understood that Yuelon had likely guessed something and offered no explanation, simply stating, "It's nothing. I personally brewed it, and there will be no issues." Yuelon, seeing this, chose not to press further, for old Su had been with His Highness for over a decade and would not harm him. "Young master, where shall we go now?" inquired a black-robed sorcerer. Since fleeing in the previous day, he and Wang Mu had traveled for a day and night, finally distancing themselves from the northern territories. The loss of 3 out of 4 puppets weighed heavily on him. "First, let us find a place to recuperate, then head to the Academy of Arts. Since I cannot eliminate Yuan Biting for the time being, I will start with Yuan Shuayan. I intend to see the Yuan clan perish one by one." Wang Mu declared fiercely he was renowned among the younger generation in the capital, but this encounter with Yuan Biting had made him acutely aware of the gap between them. Though arrogant, he was not a fool. Seeking out Yuan Biting again would be tantamount to courting death. Should we inform master and adoptive father? No need for now. I will find a way. As night fell, Yuan Biting slowly opened his eyes, a wave of pain causing him to clench his teeth. Once he regained some clarity, he noticed someone resting on his right arm. Turning his head, he beheld a stunning yet weary face. It was Zhang Huayu. After administering the medicine, she had returned to the room to rest, but her anxiety kept her awake. Thus, she returned to guard Yuan Biting's side. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Seeing Zhang Huayu asleep, Yuan Baiting smiled. This little ice block looks like a child when she sleeps. He attempted to gently withdraw his arm from beneath her, but inadvertently stirred her awake. Zhang Huayu slowly lifted her head, and their eyes met. "You're awake?" she asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Only after a moment did she confirm it, a wave of bittersweet emotion flooding her heart, causing her voice to tremble. "Yes, I'm awake," Yuan Baiting replied, enduring the pain to force a smile. Yet, the next moment, Zhang Huayu lunged towards him, bursting into tears. "I thought you would never awaken," Yuan Baiting, gazing at the tear-streaked Zhang Huayu, patted her back and said. "Why cry? I'm perfectly fine." He reached to wipe the tears from her eyes and added, "Stop crying. You are the head of King Shanju. If you keep this up, I won't be able to call you little ice block anymore." Though he comforted her with words, internally he mused, "Goodness, I'm not dead, yet you are going to suffocate me." Nevertheless, witnessing the bloodshot eyes of Zhang Huayu, he understood that she had vigilantly stayed by his side day and night. "This little ice block has transformed remarkably since we first met. Come, let me help you sit up." With Zhang Huayu's assistance, Yuan Baiting slowly rose. Observing her cautious demeanor, a pang of pain struck his heart. "You've been sleeping. You must be exhausted. Lie down and rest for a while, and no need. Let us go for a walk together. I can manage." Just watched as he spoke, Yuan Baiting raised his arm and threw a few punches into the air. Seeing Zhang Huayu hesitate, he abruptly lifted her and placed her back on the bed, causing her previously pale face to flush with embarrassment. "Do not move. Rest well, I will go take a look outside." Zhang Huayu obediently murmured in agreement, slowly succumbing to her fatigue. After ensuring she was asleep, Yuan Baiting stepped outside. Though he had just awakened, there were numerous matters that required his understanding and could not be delayed. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yuan Baiting encountered Yuelon, who was approaching with a bowl of porridge. "Your Highness, you're awake?" Yuelon exclaimed with joy upon recognizing him. "Yes, the miss has just fallen asleep. Let her rest well." Yuelon glanced toward the inner room and suggested, "In that case, your Highness should drink this porridge. It will be unpleasant once it cools." Hearing Yuelon's words made Yuan Baiting realize he was indeed a bit hungry. He took the bowl and began to drink. As the first spoonful entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Although it was plain white porridge, its flavor rivaled that of exquisite dishes. After savoring it heartily, Yuan Baiting sensed something amiss and frowned. "Yuelon, this porridge?" Yuan Baiting discovered that it contained a trace of vital energy, and upon consumption, he felt his own vital energy slowly reviving. This energy did not belong to Yuelon or Xianon, nor was it from that senior. "Whose was it? Did you notice, your Highness?" "You know," Yuan Baiting inquired of Yuelon. "This was made by Old Su." "Old Su? Impossible. He has never mentioned he possesses martial skills," Yuan Baiting exclaimed in shock at Yuelon's revelation. "Initially, I too was skeptical. When His Highness was unconscious, Old Su brewed a potion that also contained a trace of vital energy. I took the opportunity to ask Old Su after the miss had left. While he did not respond, neither did he deny it. Just now, I witnessed him making this porridge. There is no mistake." Yuan Baiting understood that Yuelon had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. "Old Su, you rascal. You fooled me for so long. Old Su, where are you?" Upon realizing that the Old Su he had been with daily had deceived him for over a decade, Yuan Baiting disregarded his pain and searched the entire courtyard for him. "Your Highness, you're awake." Old Su, having heard Yuan Baiting calling his name, hurriedly emerged from the front hall. "You old rogue, you've deceived me terribly." Upon seeing Old Su approach with a grin, Yuan Baiting kicked out, yet this time, Old Su did not evade. "Your Highness, calm down. We will discuss this later. First, tell me, where is this place? This is a private residence of that person." Old Su gestured toward the hall. Only then did Yuan Baiting notice that seated in the front hall was a figure, the very person who had rescued him from the inn. He quickly approached and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Yuan Baiting's words caused Yu Shiqiu's face to flush. While it was true he had acted, to claim it was a life-saving grace filled him with embarrassment. "Your Highness, you jest. I merely lent a small hand." I cannot accept such gratitude. Please, senior, do not be so humble. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yue Yu Shirqiu. Yue, I have indeed heard of it, but what connection does it have with the old man? May I ask why you were entrusted by him? Yuan Baiting queried, for the old man had never mentioned Yue during their time at the Wang residence. As the autumn moon illuminated the night, Yu Shirqiu understood the doubts harbored in Yuan Baiting's heart and proceeded to recount the events in meticulous detail. Humph. This Wang Mu truly invested considerable effort, even going so far as to seek my whereabouts at the Yue Hall. I hope the young master does not hold it against Yue Hall for divulging his location. Oh, Senior Yu, you flatter me. Since it was the old man's command, your compliance is entirely justified. Humph, old man. I shall settle the score with you upon my return. Now that His Highness the young master is relatively unharmed, I shall take my leave. You may temporarily reside in this villa until your injuries are sufficiently healed before departing. Thank you, Senior Yuan Baiting, for your gracious escort. After Yu Shirqiu took his leave, he turned to Old Su, his gaze filled with a tinge of melancholy. Old Su, undeterred, simply smiled foolishly and said, "Come, Your Highness, allow me to show you what delightful dishes I have prepared for you." Following Old Su into the inner hall, Yuan Baiting beheld a table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes: wine-steamed catfish, purple perilla shrimp, crab-stuffed oranges, jiang yaoqing soup, and fresh reed shoots, among others. Did you prepare all of this? Old Su nodded. Would you care to try some, Your Highness? Yuan Baiting picked up a piece of shrimp, savoring its fresh and fragrant essence that burst upon his palate, harmonizing beautifully with the purple perilla, truly a culinary masterpiece. As he continued to indulge, Yuan Baiting sensed a trace of genuine energy within the dish. This is it. He turned to Old Su, silent. Old Su, feeling uneasy under Yuan Baiting's gaze, chuckled awkwardly. I added just a touch of seasoning, thinking it might aid Your Highness in your recovery. Old Su, where are you? Just as Yuan Baiting was about to scold, he heard shouts from the hall. Old Su responded, in the inner hall. A figure clad in coarse linen, with a face full of white whiskers and hair resembling a bird's nest, rushed in. If one did not know better, they might assume he was a beggar from the streets. Ignoring everyone, he headed straight for the table, grabbing chopsticks and beginning to eat. Slow down. Our young master hasn't eaten yet. Old Su called out, but the man appeared oblivious, continuing to feast without restraint. Yuan Baiting was left dumbfounded, uncertain of this individual's identity. Yet, he remained silent, having discerned that this person was no ordinary man. If his instincts were correct, he was a formidable figure from the Xiaoyao realm. Noticing Yuan Baiting's intense scrutiny, Old Su hastily introduced, Your Highness, this is Su Xianshan. Upon hearing the name, Yuan Baiting was taken aback. Who in the martial world did not know of Su Xianshan? After the ascension of the sword immortal Qi Daoling, if anyone dared to claim the title of sword immortal, it could only be Su Xianshan. It was said that he began practicing swordsmanship at 10, mastered energy manipulation at 15, delved into the subtleties of the craft at 18, entered the Xiaoyao realm at 20, and at 25, broke through to the realm of divine connection, becoming one of the rare masters of the divine connection realm, a true prodigy indeed. With a single sword, he could traverse 30,000 miles of cold light, slaying countless foes. In his youth, he wielded a Zhangqiang sword, dominating the martial world, but after entering Qingzhou, he vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of the sword immortal Su Xianshan. Yuan Baiting had not anticipated encountering such a legendary figure here. I am Yuan Baiting, paying my respects to Senior Exute in the presence of such a powerful being. Yuan Baiting naturally showed respect. Moreover, since he was invited by Old Su, it was clear that he was a friend, not a foe. Su Xianshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for such formalities. Eat quickly if you don't. I might finish it all myself. Old Su's cooking is a rare treat. From Su Xuanshan's tone, Yuan Baiting sensed that he was yet another carefree elder, which suited his temperament quite well. Yuan Baiting, feeling at ease, continued to eat while experiencing the flow of energy within him. It seemed that the vital essence contained in the dishes truly aided his recovery. Once they had both finished, they simultaneously let out satisfied burps. You little rascal, having sustained such severe injuries, yet you can eat so much. That shows considerable talent. Yuan biting, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wondered whether the old man was praising or mocking him. Senior, you flatter me. May I ask what brings you here? I? Just here for a meal. Old Su invited me. The culinary skills of the chef Su Qinggu are not something one can easily enjoy. Chef? Yuan biting asked, perplexed, glancing at Old Su. I'm just a cook. Old Su chuckled. You don't say? You old fool, having accompanied this young master for over a decade. And you never revealed your identity? If you say another word, you may find yourself without a meal tomorrow. All right, I'll say no more. You two carry on. Old Su, you must prepare more delicious dishes tomorrow. Or I want tea come back, Su Xianshan declared before rising and departing, leaving Yuan biting and Old Su staring at each other in silence. Should I call you Old Su or Chef Su Qinggu? Hee, it's better if you just call me Old Su. It sounds more endearing, Old Su replied, though a hint of guilt stirred within him. Old Su, you've been with me for so long without ever cooking a meal. Yet today you prepared such a lavish spread. What is your intention? Yuan biting asked solemnly. Despite his dissatisfaction with Old Su's secrecy over the years, their bond was strong enough to withstand such revelations. To be honest, Your Highness, I must leave. Old Su sighed, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Leave? Where to? Yuan biting did not expect such a response. Oh, the abyss. To fulfill my duties. That day, witnessing the young master defeat his enemies with a single sword reignited the long-dormant spirit within me. Ha ha ha! The god of wine Su Qinggu and the chef Su Qinggu were indeed rare marvels in the martial world. Su Qinggu, the god of wine, lived for wine and died for wine, spending his days brewing, which led him to the subtleties of the craft. He once ventured into the abyss to gather ingredients for brewing the finest wine, only to meet his demise there. Following this, the abyss's master, Gu Mu Su, declared that anyone who entered the abyss would be met with death. Chef Su Qinggu, devoted to the art of culinary delights, spent his days chopping and cooking, eventually reaching the subtleties of the craft as well. Many practitioners, upon hearing of them, vowed to eliminate these two nuisances in the cultivation world. After learning that Su Qinggu fell at the hands of Gu Mu Su, Chef Su Qinggu recognized that to venture there would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he requested assistance from the northern king Yuan Chong to retrieve Su Qinggu's remains. Without hesitation, Yuan Chong led an army of 100,000 to the abyss, declaring that if the remains of Su Qinggu were not surrendered, he would fill the abyss with the corpses of its inhabitants, a truly audacious proclamation. Faced with such pressure, Gu Mu Su had no choice but to yield Su Qinggu's remains. In gratitude, Chef Su Qinggu entered the northern king's residence as a cook, though he never cooked again. When Yuan biting was born, he followed him ever since. After hearing Old Su's tale, Yuan biting fell into silence, knowing he could not dissuade him. Old Su had finally overcome his inner demons, and he should feel happy for him. No wonder the old man praised your culinary skills. Yuan biting broke the silence. That? He knows nothing. I bought all that from the market. He thinks that just because it passed through my hands, I made it myself. Do you think a dignified chef like me would prepare such bland fare? Yuan biting chuckled. If the old man finds out you've deceived him for over a decade, he might just die of anger. Hee. But after all, having spent decades with that old fellow, it would be a pity not to have cooked for him at least once. Old Su sighed, followed by another silence. Do you have any confidence? Hee. None at all. Then why go? I want to go die in the future. I will slay them for you. Is that acceptable? That won't do. Damn it. Fine. Let us sample the peach blossom wine that Miss Qinyun sent you. As Yuan biting drank, gazing at the bright moon above, he dared not look at Old Su, knowing that this might be their last drink together. The two remained silent, drowning their sorrows in drink. Chapter 20. Seek what you desire, for it is the quest for inner peace, Your Highness, Your Highness. In a hazy state, Yuan biting heard someone calling him, slowly opening his eyes to the glaring sunlight streaming through the window. Your Highness, how did you end up sleeping here? Yuan biting rubbed his head, waking fully to find it was Yulan. That peach blossom wine brewed by Miss Qinyun was truly remarkable, leaving both me and Old Su utterly inebriated. Where is Old Su? Yuan biting hurriedly scanned the surroundings, but Old Su was nowhere to be found. Old Su? I didn't see him. When I arrived, You were the only one lying here. Yuan Biding fell into silence for a moment. It seemed old Su had departed while he was drunk last night. Old fool, you must return. I still want to eat the meals you prepare. Noticing Yuan Biding's distracted demeanor, Yulan asked, Your Highness. Are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. I merely overindulged last night. And what of the young lady? She has been by your side for days, growing overly fatigued. Since she fell asleep yesterday, she has yet to awaken. Very well, you may go about your business. Yuan Biding rose to adjust his attire, only to discover something in his bosom. Retrieving it, he found a letter addressed to Yuan Biding from Su Xianshan. Yuan Biding recalled Su Xuanshan's words from the previous day, and his mouth twitched. Old Su, if Su Lao comes by later and doesn't he find you, will he make me cook? Yet as he pondered further, images of the wine-steamed catfish and purple perilla shrimp flooded his mind, causing him to involuntarily swallow. How could you leave without a word, and then burden me with thoughts of such delectable dishes? This is truly insidious. Subsequently, Yuan Biding circulated the energy within his body and discovered that his true qi had indeed recovered by 20%. It appears that the reputation of the old chef Su is not without merit. The sunlight cascaded over the treetops, and delicate branches unfurled their green buds. Yuan Biding entered the inner room and, upon opening the door, beheld Zhang Huayu engaged in her grooming. The smooth copper mirror reflected the exquisite beauty of the lady. Adorned in a flowing white gown, her slender fingers weaving through her hair, with only a plum blossom hairpin as an accent, and her delicate crimson lips radiated an ethereal chill. How beautiful, mother, I believe you now. Your taste is truly impeccable. It is worth noting that even in the flower-laden Wanhu Lu, where beauties abound, none caught Yuan Biding's discerning eye, yet at this moment, Zhang Huayu pierced through his heart like a sharpened blade. You are awake? Yuan Biding inquired softly. Mim, have you recovered well? Zhang Huayu turned around, gazing at Yuan Biding, her voice gentle and cheerful. Not bad, but to fully recuperate will require some time. That is good to hear. By the way, I just received a letter from Qingyao, stating that Wang Mu and his party have left the northern border and are heading towards Qingzhou. Qingzhou? He hasn't returned to the capital? Zhang Huayu shook her head and replied, this time. Although Wang Mu has not sustained severe injuries, he has suffered significant losses. Returning to the capital, he will likely face punishment from Song Qiaosheng. I heard that my second sister recently went to the Shangyi Academy for studies, which is located in Qingzhou. Wang Mu wouldn't. Before she could finish, Yuan Biding's expression changed. There is indeed that possibility, but with Zhang Qiubai, the scholar of Qingyun, stationed at the Shangyi Academy, I doubt he would dare to act recklessly. He had better be self-aware. Otherwise, I shall certainly present his head to old Su as a night pot, Yuan Biding declared, his heart rife with murderous intent. All right, do not worry, my second sister is wise. She will not fall for such a petty villain, Zhang Huayu quickly interjected, noticing the intensity in Yuan Biding's demeanor. I am a bit hungry. Will you accompany me to eat something? Zhang Huayu softly suggested. After the events at the inn, she realized that she could no longer conceal the fact that she harbored feelings for Yuan Biding. However, what about him? Observing the gentle Zhang Huayu, Yuan Biding felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yet he recognized that he had indeed fallen for this little ice cube. Let us go, he said, and the two set out side by side, chatting and laughing. This sight left Yulan, who had come to find the young lady, momentarily stunned before she covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. I must inform General Qi, she exclaimed before stealthily darting away. By the way, why is old Su not here? As Zhang Huayu and Yuan Biding traversed the courtyard and main hall, they noticed Qi Xianin and Yulan but failed to spot old Su. Yuan Biding let out a soft sigh. Old Su has departed. Departed? Yuan Biding then recounted the events of the previous day to Zhang Huayu, in a wonder. That day at the inn, I was observing you from a distance with old Su. When those four puppets appeared, I momentarily sensed old Su's murderous intent. I found it strange at the time. How could an ordinary person like old Su exude such a dense aura of killing intent? Now it seems I have my answer. Old Su has been with me for over a decade. He appears carefree, yet I never expected the burdens he carried within. Every individual is born into this world with their own mission. Old Su's ability to confront his inner self is something you should rejoice in. And what about you? What is your mission? Yuan Baiting turned to inquire to me. I wish to protect those I love. Zhang Huayu replied, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her eyes filled with determination. Little ice cube, you protect those you cherish, and I shall protect you. As night descended, the group dined in the inner hall. The atmosphere slightly tense since Old Su's departure. They understood that this separation from Old Su might be forever. Old Su, I have arrived. A sudden shout shattered the tranquility of the night, lightening the mood. Yuan Baiting recognized it was Su Xianxian and hurried to greet him. Senior, little one, what brings you here? Where is Old Su? Please, Senior, step into the inner hall. I will explain everything. Su Xianxian followed into the hall, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the banquet laid out before him. Without hesitation, he seized a pair of chopsticks and began to eat, only to spit it out moments later. This is not the cooking of that old fellow. Is he trying to fool me? Where is he? Zhang Huayu and the others were taken aback by this unexpected scene. This is Senior Su Xianxian, a friend of Old Su. All three were astonished. The sword immortal Su Xianxian? Yulan exclaimed. Su Xianxian waved his hand dismissively. What sword immortal? Only you little ones believe that. He then turned his attention to Yuan Baiting. I ask you, where is Old Su? Yuan Baiting recounted the events of the previous night in detail, then handed Old Su's letter to Su Xianxian. Su Xianxian read the letter, chuckling. After all these years, that old fellow still cannot let go. Yet as he continued reading, his expression changed dramatically. Damn it, this Old West is trying to trap me one last time. He actually dares to threaten me. Yuan Baiting focused on the letter, which contained a few lines stating, You have eaten my food and owe me a favor. Protect my son, or that meal will be the last I ever cook for you. Old Su, you, forget it. If anyone has eaten his food the most over the years, aside from Su Choshan, it would be me. Consider it repaying a favor. Senior, are you serious? Do I speak falsely? Since it is the request of an old friend, I shall comply. However, do not cause me trouble. If one day you make me unhappy, I shall take my leave without a second thought. Look at what the senior says. I shall express my gratitude first. Yuan Baiting replied with a smile, his heart brimming with joy. Having a powerful figure like the Sword Immortal as a companion, who else in this world, aside from that person in the palace, could compare? Tomorrow we shall set forth for Qingxia Pass, Yuan Baiting declared. He was aware of how significant Qingxia Pass was to Zhang Huayu. Had it not been for their encounter with Wang Mu, they would have arrived there yesterday. But what of your injuries? No matter, they will not heal immediately. Moreover, with Su Lao accompanying us, this journey should go smoothly. Though you think Su Lao is sincere? Zhang Huayu asked. Gazing at the moonlit skyed eye in life, everyone has their desires. Su Lao is not concerned with wealth or power. What he seeks is the bond he shares with Old Su. And what do you seek? I once sought peace for the world, but there are always those who, for their own selfish desires, place others in peril. Henceforth, I seek only inner peace, nothing more. And what about me? Zhang Huayu softly inquired. Uncertain why she posed such a question, her heart fluttering nervously, I seek what you seek, which is inner peace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu's face flushed, and she turned her gaze to the moon, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In the dead of night, under the moonlight, a figure sat in the courtyard, a long sword floating before him, devoid of true qi but imbued with overwhelming sword intent. This was the sword practice Yuan Baiting had engaged in atop Meishan. Typically, sword practitioners wield their swords with true qi. Once that qi is depleted, their techniques lose their potency. Thus, Yuan Baiting contemplated using sword intent to wield his sword, allowing it to flow freely from his heart. The stronger the mind, the more potent the sword intent. This insight had come to him through numerous battles. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Yuan Baiting's eyes as he bellowed. Yet the sword before him remained motionless. Is it still not working? Despite years of practice, he had never succeeded. He had sought counsel from countless masters, yet they too relied on true qi. Though one had remarked, in this world, there are countless sword practitioners. Yet no two swords are alike. If you wish to create your own, you must believe in yourself and craft a sword that is truly unique. Since childhood, Yuan Baiting had etched this saying into his heart. yearning for the day he would discover his own sword. Just as he felt a tinge of despondency, a surge of true chi rushed towards him. Sword, move! In an instant, the sword before him surged forth towards the sword intent, slicing through it with a single stroke. But what was the sensation? A voice rang in Yuan Baiting's ear. He looked up to see a figure reclining on the eaves, legs crossed, casually holding a flask of wine, radiating an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Baiting recalled that he had just wielded the sword with intent. Just now, I felt the sword intent on the blade flowing like water, not the overwhelming waves of battle. And then the sword moved in accordance with that intent. You are not as foolish as you seem. People often think of sword intent as immovable as a mountain or a force that breaks through bamboo. Yet they fail to realize that sword intent can also flow like water, fine and gentle. This is the essence of wielding a sword with intent. Thank you, Su Lao, for your guidance. You need not thank me. I am merely lightening my own burdens. Since I promised Su Qiugu to protect you, if you grow stronger, it will ease my journey as well. Yuan Baiting understood Su Xuanqin's reasoning but felt grateful nonetheless. To receive guidance from a sword immortal was a dream for any swordsman. When I first saw you, I recognized that your inner cultivation method is plum blossom falling. You are a disciple of Qin Bairen? Does Su Lao know Qin Lao too? Not quite in his youth. Some claimed he was the foremost swordsman of Yuzhou, prompting me to seek him out for a duel. Oh my surprise, he proved to be a mere dilettante. And now, it seems he dares to take on disciples. Yuan Baiting felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. After all, Qian Baron had achieved the pinnacle of mastery at the tender age of 18. Who would dare contest his title as the premier swordsman of Yuzhou? With Qian Baron's current swordsmanship, it would not be an exaggeration to place him among the top 3 in the world. Yet, to label such an extraordinary talent as a dilettante is quite a bold assertion. However, when it comes to the sword immortal Su Xianqin, such a claim might hold some weight. Younger generations have a question, and I would be grateful for your enlightenment. What is the essence of the sword? What does it mean to be Su Xianqin? Su Xianqin pondered softly, then offered a wry smile. If I knew, would I find myself in this predicament? If I were truly a sword immortal, why could I not master the sword in my hand? Why did I wound her? Young one, seek your own understanding. With that, Su Xianqin descended from the eaves and vanished from sight. Yuan Baiting gazed at the disappearing figure of Su Xianqin, momentarily at a loss for words. This old man is quite the miser. At the Shangyi Academy, after a few days apart, Sister Xueyan, your chess skills have undoubtedly advanced, truly worthy of being called the champion of the game. A tall figure adorned in elegant robes remarked. Brother Jiang, you flatter me. I have merely studied a few more chess games, Xueyan replied. Yet your painting has reached new heights, she added, admiring the ink-washed landscapes displayed around them. In my free time, I can only dabble in painting, Zhang Qiubai chuckled. Zhang Qiubai, known as the scholar of Qingyun, is a disciple of the revered painter Wu Yizizi. Is said that he surpasses even his master in skill. Having reached the pinnacle of mastery at a young age, regarded as the foremost talent among the youth of Daliang. The upcoming selection examination at the Shangyi Academy is just a few days away. What are your plans, sister? I heard the academy head mention that you may be appointed as the chess instructor. I came here to learn, and if I can teach others, it will surely enhance my own skills. Sister Xueyan thoughtfully replied, I hear you wish to learn painting? Brother Zhang inquired, intrigued. You seem well-informed. Do you have any advice for me? I have heard that despite your years at the Shangyi Academy, you have never taught anyone. Xueyan smiled. You jest, you know I prefer solitude. Teaching is quite a challenge for me, Zhang Qiubai remarked, then shifted his tone. However, if you wish to learn painting, you may come to Qingyun residence, and I shall dedicate myself to your instruction. Oh? May I ask why I am afforded such an honor? Xueyan asked, surprised that Zhang Qiubai would break protocol for her. Your chess skills are unparalleled. The foremost talent of the northern region. Engaging with an intelligent individual such as you would ease my endeavors, and I may also seek your guidance in chess, he replied. Then it is settled. Agreed. Chapter 21. Qingxia passed since Su Xuanqin's disappearance last night. He had not been seen until the morning when he returned. As he stepped through the front gate, he found a figure seated in the courtyard. A long sword before him, its essence swirling around like a gentle stream. The figure bellowed, and the sword responded, soaring skyward. Unexpectedly, this young one possesses some understanding, Su Xianxin mused. Yuan biting, having practiced tirelessly since Su Xuanxin's departure, slowly opened his eyes after a full cycle of breath control. Seeing Su Xianxin approach, Yuan biting hurried to greet him. Thank you for your guidance yesterday, and no need for thanks. I merely acted for my own sake. Su Xianxin replied. At that moment, Zhang Huayu emerged from within, holding a wine jug crafted from exquisite mutton fat jade. Esteemed elder, this is a homemade brew called Qing Shan Shui. Would you care to sample it? Upon hearing of the wine, Su Xuanxin's spirits lifted. Quickly, let me taste. As he uncorked the jug, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Su Xianxin inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling. Excellent wine, young lady, your brew truly delights my heart. If you enjoy it, esteemed elder, I have plenty to share, Zhang Huayu responded with a smile. The wine is indeed fine, yet I know well that one must not accept without merit. I dare not drink without earning it. Su Xianxin cautioned, esteemed elder, my intentions are sincere. I wish to share this wine with you. If you accompany us, I fear you may be put at a disadvantage. Zhang Huayu replied, ha ha ha, you clever girl. You merely wish for me to protect you in the future. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise to that old fellow. Su Xianxin chuckled. But you are quite astute. Young man, you are fortunate to have such a wife. He added, turning to Yuan biting. Feeling embarrassed, Yuan biting thought, why does everyone say the same thing? Is the young heir of the northern region truly lacking? Zhang Huayu looked at Yuan biting, whose hair was disheveled and clothes a bit soiled, and gently asked, did you not sleep last night? Yuan biting nodded. Thanks to the esteemed elder's guidance, I practiced throughout the night. Should you not rest? They had originally intended to depart in the morning. But seeing Yuan biting's fatigued state, Zhang Huayu grew concerned. No worries. I'll tidy up and we shall set out. We can arrive at Qingsha Pass earlier, he assured her. The interplay between the two caused Su Xianxin to feel somewhat speechless. At my age, I must endure such indignities? As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. Qingsha Pass, the premier pass of Daliang, serves as the gateway to the western regions and is the most crucial strategic stronghold of the entire realm. In recent years, barbarian invasions have persistently threatened to breach Qingsha and lay claim to Daliang. Yet the northern army has managed to repel them, leaving countless bones in their wake. It is said that if Qingsha Pass were built upon the accumulated bones of the fallen, none would dare dispute it. Look atop the city wall. A black armored guard points at a shadowy figure moving in the distance. One soldier exclaimed, "At this hour, how could there be a carriage? Should we report to the general?" "Hurry, young master, we've arrived," Qi Xianin announced as he gazed at the three large characters spelling out Qingsha Pass on the city gate. "Tell them to open the gates." Yuan biting stretched his wrists and shook his legs. Good heavens, I did not expect driving this carriage to be so exhausting. After old Su's departure, the task of driving the carriage had fallen to Yuan and Qi Xianin. Just as Yuan biting hesitated over who should take the reins, Su Xianxin spoke up. "That girl Yuan is a woman. How can she drive? The Qi lad is the vanguard, which is also unsuitable. What of Huayu? Would you allow her to take the reins?" Yuan biting looked at Su Xianxin, about to speak, but was interrupted. "What? Do you wish for me to drive for you? Of course not. I will drive, I will drive." Yuan biting hastily replied, "Is it proper for the esteemed heir of the northern region to be reduced to a mere driver?" Su Xianxin observed Yuan biting slowly lowering the carriage curtain, nodding in satisfaction. "Humph. This saves you from being all lovey-dovey with that girl in front of me." The black armored guard, watching the group below, noticed that the leader held a silver crescent spear and became somewhat wary. "Who goes there? The gates are closed. Return tomorrow. I am Qi Xianin, the vanguard general of the northern region, accompanying our young master to Qingsha Pass. Please open the gates promptly." "The young master? How could he be here at Qingsha Pass?" the guard questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, I have never heard of the young master's visit." As the guards exchanged glances, a heavily armored man wielding a halberd approached, none other than Wang Chuan. "The commander of Qingsha Pass. I report to you, General. The individuals below claim to be Vanguard General Qi Xianin and the young master." "The young master?" Wang Chuan furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the northern region's young heir. having returned just a year ago, but had never seen him in person. Please have the young master step forward to speak. Wang Chuan called out. From the carriage, a voice replied, I am Yuan Baiting. Wang Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This driver claims to be the young master. How could a noble heir personally drive a carriage? Does he think I am easy to deceive? Archers, prepare, Wang Chuan commanded. And the black-armored guards atop the city wall instantly readied their arrows, an air of tension enveloping the scene. Qi Xianan, seeing the situation escalate, quickly inquired, General, what is the meaning of this? If you wish to deceive me, at least use some wit. How could the esteemed heir of the northern region personally drive a carriage like a common driver? Yuan Baiting's mouth twitched in frustration. Though you think I wanted this? After driving for hours, I end up attracting such danger? Zhang Huayu, hearing the commotion outside, leaned out to ask, what is happening? This old fool insists that I, a mere driver, am the noble young master. Yuan Baiting pointed at Wang Chuan atop the city wall. Exasperated, Zhang Huayu stifled a laugh. Indeed, it seems you have suffered the young master's indignity this journey. She then looked up at Wang Chuan and felt an inexplicable familiarity. May I ask, are you Uncle Wang Chuan? She called out. Wang Chuan stared at Zhang Huayu, perplexed. How does this girl know me? And why does she call me uncle? Indeed, may I inquire as to who you are? Zhang Huayu, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Uncle, it is I, Huayu. Do you still remember me? Wang Chuan, taken aback at first, soon found it hard to believe. Could she truly be the daughter of my elder brother? You claim to be Huayu, but do you have any proof? Do you recall, uncle, how you secretly took me into the military camp to ride a horse, only to be discovered by my father, who scolded you severely? It truly is you, Huayu. It is indeed Huayu. Listening to Zhang Huayu's recounting, Wang Chuan was certain in that moment that the young woman beneath the city wall was indeed the daughter of his elder brother, Zhang Qingyao. Quickly, open the city gates. With a creak, the heavy gates of Qingxiao Pass finally swung open. As Zhang Huayu watched the gates gradually part, she playfully said to Yuan Baiting, I must trouble the coachman to take us into the city. Yuan Baiting, smiling helplessly, replied, Your address of uncle carries far more weight than my title of young prince. Drive on. Wang Chuan, observing the slowly approaching carriage, hurried down from the city tower. Uncle, Zhang Huayu gently called out, looking at Wang Chuan, whose hair had begun to gray. Huayu, you truly are Huayu. Wang Chuan gazed intently at the young woman before him, emotions swirling within him, tears streaming down his face. You've grown up. Your uncle hardly recognizes you. Yet you, uncle, still seem as vibrant as ever. But alas, you have aged. Look, your hair has turned white, General Wang. Shall we enter and continue our conversation? Yuan Baiting, observing the heartfelt exchange between the two, felt reluctant to interrupt. Yet he knew that prolonging their conversation would be impractical. Uncle, this coachman is none other than our northern border's young prince, Yuan Baiting, Zhang Huayu said, pointing playfully at him. Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. This coachman was indeed the young prince, and he had just scolded him. I am Wang Chuan. I have met the young prince. I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion. Please, punish me as you see fit. Saying this, Wang Chuan attempted to kneel, but before he could, a steady hand lifted him up. What swift reflexes, General Wang. Do not blame yourself. You were merely fulfilling your duty. I, the young prince, will not take it to heart. Yuan Baiting said softly. After all, he is just a coachman, is he not? The hour grows late. Might I trouble General Wang to find us lodgings? It is my oversight. Please follow me, young prince, as the chilling autumn wind swept through. The grass and trees shivered, shedding their leaves like frost. Though it was early spring, the fierce western wind howled through the pass, resembling the cries of wailing ghosts. The black-armored troops stood resolutely, their eyes filled with murderous intent. And the entire city exuded an atmosphere of impending doom. This truly Qingxiao Pass. Your Highness, this is a secluded courtyard within the military camp. Though modest in size, it retains some tranquility. I wonder if it meets your approval? Wang Chuan inquired cautiously. The reputation of the northern border's young prince was known even among the soldiers stationed at Qingxiao Pass. He was notorious for his fondness for cockfighting and dog-walking. for spending lavishly at the Wanhua Tower for 3 days and nights, and for having insulted the sons of prominent families throughout the northern border within less than a year of returning home. Do you dare to call yourselves dandy youths? Allow me to show you what a true wastrel looks like. No matter, a place to stay is all that is required. Furthermore, there is no need to refer to me as your highness. Simply call me Biting. Since Huayu has addressed you as uncle, you are family, and such formalities are unnecessary. Yuan Biting spoke gently. Wang Chuan regarded the young prince with a furrowed brow. Could this young prince be possessed? Zhang Huayu, observing Wang Chuan's confusion, reassured him, Uncle, Biting has always disdained such formalities. You need only heed his wishes. Wang Chuan could only nod in agreement, pondering what schemes the young prince might harbor. Huayu, may I ask what brings you to Qingxiao Pass so unexpectedly? Zhang Huayu, having been sent back to the northern border city in her youth, had never returned to Qingxiao Pass since the deaths of Zhang Qingyao and his wife. Her sudden arrival left Wang Chuan puzzled. As she spoke, Zhang Huayu's gaze turned momentarily melancholic. I have been away from my father and mother since childhood, and even after their deaths, I never returned to Qingxiao Pass. I now wish to revisit and pay my respects to them. It is good that you have returned. If my elder brother were to see how much his daughter has grown and how beautiful she has become, he would surely be overjoyed. Wang Chuan listened to Zhang Huayu's words. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling the days spent bravely fighting alongside his elder brother. Uncle, may I ask where my father and mother are buried? Wang Chuan sighed softly. At that time, the general's residence had been reduced to ashes, and my elder brother and sister-in-law's bodies were never found. I erected a monument for them and buried them on the hill beside the general's residence, so they might gaze upon Qingxiao Pass for eternity. Hearing this, Zhang Huayu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Yuan Biting, noticing her distress, gently took her hand, offering silent support. Gradually, Zhang Huayu's emotions calmed. Uncle, could you tell me what transpired back then? I have long awaited this answer. Very well, you have grown, and there is no need to conceal these matters from you any longer. That day, my elder brother and I were patrolling the city wall as usual when we suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Upon closer inspection, we realized it was the barbarians from beyond the pass. Typically, their incursions were minor skirmishes, but that day was different. They numbered several tens of thousands, marching straight toward Qingxiao Pass, that time. The black armored troops within the city were fewer than 20,000, and our supplies could only sustain us for a fortnight. The barbarian leader, Tuoba Shun, brazenly declared that he would capture Qingxiao Pass within 3 days. Tuoba Shun? Su Xianxian, standing aside, suddenly interjected. You know him? I have encountered him once. I ventured alone into the desert and challenged the man who was then known as the greatest warrior of the desert. Tuoba Shun, in terms of martial prowess, he truly lived up to the title of the greatest warrior of the desert. Alas, he was rather stubborn, and in the end, I managed to outsmart him. Su Xianxian chuckled. Revealing his cunning nature, Tio have been acknowledged by the sword immortal Su Xianxian as the greatest warrior of the desert speaks volumes of Tuoba Shun's formidable skills. Indeed, Wang Chuan continued, Tuoba Shun was truly invincible at that time. My elder brother and sister-in-law fought valiantly, yet they could not withstand him. Realizing that prolonging the battle was futile, my elder brother dispatched me to seek reinforcements while he and my sister-in-law defended Qingxiao Pass. However, the northern Huns were invading at that time, and there were no troops left within the northern border. I journeyed south to Hezhou to borrow soldiers, but to my dismay, the king of Hezhou, Liang Mu, refused to send troops under the pretext of lacking orders. With no other option, I headed north to seek the prince. Upon hearing my tale, the prince promptly led 5,000 black-armored guards toward Qingxiao Pass. Yet, by the time we arrived, the pass had already fallen, and the city had been ravaged by the barbarians. When the prince and I reached the general's residence, it had been reduced to mere ruins. And we could not even find the bodies of my elder brother and sister Laud. At this point, Wang Chuan found himself unable to continue. Listening to his tale, Zhang Huayu trembled, and Yuan Biting tightened his grip on her hand. She gazed at Yuan Biting, unable to contain her sorrow any longer, and wept in his embrace. Miss Yuan, witnessing Zhang Huayu's profound grief, found herself choked with emotion, prompting Yuan Baiting to discreetly signal for Qi Xianen to take Yuelan away. If they both cry, it would be quite the scene. After a moment, the exhaustion from their journey and the pain within her heart caused Zhang Huayu to gradually drift into sleep in Yuan Baiting's arms. After ensuring Zhang Huayu was settled, Yuan Baiting made his way to the front courtyard, where only Su Xianxin remained, still drinking. "Do you believe I could defeat Tuoba Shun?" Yuan Baiting inquired, gazing at the full moon above. "You seek death," Su Xianxin replied flatly, his response immediate. "And what of the future?" "Seek death," Su Xianxin replied bluntly. Yuan Baiting smiled slightly, unperturbed, his gaze still fixed on the moon, lost in thought. Chapter 22. The rising moon. The cold winds of the northwest battered against the iron spear, producing a resonant clang. A dilapidated gate loomed at a deserted street corner, the stone lion at its entrance barely intact, its damaged eyes seemingly having witnessed the passage of time. The plaque above the door faintly revealed the 3 characters of General's residence. "Shall we venture inside?" Yuan Baiting asked quietly. Zhang Huayu gazed at the now crumbling home, memories of her time spent with her parents flooding her mind, and she felt a pang of sorrow. She was born in this once splendid residence, which held the majority of her memories of her parents. Without uttering a word, she nodded gently. As she pushed open the long sealed door, the creaking sound startled the resting egrets within. Treading upon the overgrown grass along the cobblestone path, ancient trees loomed overhead, their leaves dancing in the wind, while the weeds beneath were forlorn, and the rampant vines sprawled in every direction. Only the shattered columns remained, reminiscent of the grandeur of the estate. Zhang Huayu approached an ancient tree, glancing around, and began digging with a stone she found. Yuan Baiting, puzzled by Zhang Huayu's sudden action, chose not to intervene. In a short while, a stone box gradually emerged from the earth. "It is here. It is still here," Zhang Huayu exclaimed, hastily retrieving the stone box, her voice trembling with excitement. Opening the box revealed a jade carving of a plum blossom, which, despite the passage of years, still radiated a warm luster. Zhang Huayu clutched the jade blossom tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What is this?" She wiped her eyes and, with a hint of sobbing in her voice, spoke. "In my childhood, I adored plum blossoms. My grandfather gifted me this jade plum on my birthday. At that time, I believed that if I planted this flower, it would grow into a plum tree. Bearing countless jade plums, I would sit on these steps day after day, foolishly gazing at it, hoping for the day it would blossom and bear fruit." She spoke. Zhang Huayu managed a smile through her tears. "How foolish, isn't it?" Yuan Baiting shook his head, his heart aching for the woman before him. "Come, let me show you around. Let us explore my home." Upon entering the main hall, they observed the decayed window frames and the remnants of a fire scattered throughout. As they walked, the two arrived at a small courtyard, which, in comparison, remained relatively intact, albeit with broken windows and doors covered in dust and cobwebs. Zhang Huayu looked on with delight. "This is the small courtyard where I lived as a child. I never imagined I would see it again." They stepped inside, where an overturned candlestick, a shattered bronze mirror, and a broken wooden chair narrated tales of endurance against time's harshness. Yuan Baiting surveyed the surroundings, when suddenly, a jade ink-painted plum blossom fan on the bookshelf caught his attention. He approached the bookshelf, noticing that the fan was coated in a thick layer of dust. As Yuan Baiting attempted to lift it for closer inspection, he found it utterly immovable. This plum blossom fan is surprisingly heavy, doubtful." He turned to try again, yet it remained steadfast. "Something is amiss. Huayu, do you recognize this plum blossom fan?" he inquired of Zhang Huayu, who had been observing him curiously. Upon hearing his sudden question, she focused on the fan, examined it for a moment, then shook her head. "At that time, I was too young. My father managed everything in this courtyard. Although these items were in my room, they were not truly connected to me. I merely thought the plum blossom fan looked exquisite and wanted to hold it for a closer look. But I did not expect this jade carving to be fixed to the bookshelf." Yuan Baiting spoke gravely. "Huayu, it seems there is something peculiar about this plum blossom fan." Zhang Huayu instantly grasped the implication of his words. "You mean, this plum blossom fan is strange?" Yuan Baiting nodded. "Observe, there are 6 branches of plum blossoms carved on it. The first 5 branches each bear 6 flowers, yet the final branch has only 5. Seeing this, Zhang Huayu rushed over, her gaze fixed on the fan. Indeed, the last plum blossom appeared to exist in form but not in substance. It was easy to overlook unless one examined it closely. The two stared at the missing plum blossom, lost in thought, when suddenly, Yuan Baiting looked up to find Zhang Huayu gazing back at him, and they exchanged a knowing smiled eye in the next moment. Zhang Huayu produced the jade plum she had unearthed beneath the ancient tree, comparing it to the other plum blossoms on the fan, and found a striking resemblance. I believe General Zhang gifted you this jade plum precisely for this plum blossom fan. Yuan Baiting remarked solemnly. He could hardly believe such coincidence could exist. Zhang Huayu delicately placed the jade plum into the missing slot, and with a resounding click, the bookshelf slowly opened, revealing a hidden passageway. Yuan Baiting regarded the suddenly revealed passage with furrowed brows and asked, "Did General Zhang ever mention this to you?" "No. When my father gifted me this jade plum, he merely said it was a birthday present. Without mentioning its significance, I will explore below." "You should stay here," Yuan Baiting said softly, uncertain of what secrets lay hidden beneath, preferring not to expose Zhang Huayu to any danger. "No, I will accompany you. Since this secret passage was opened by the jade plum my father gave me, I trust he would not wish me harm." Yuan Baiting looked at the resolute Zhang Huayu with a hint of helplessness. But upon reflection, he conceded that her reasoning held merit. The two cautiously traversed the dark passageway, the sound of dripping water echoing around them, a chilling wind sweeping through, sending shivers down their spines. Sensing Zhang Huayu's discomfort from the cold, Yuan Baiting took her hand, channeling a warm stream of energy into her, and she immediately felt a surge of warmth envelop her. After an indeterminate duration of walking, they finally reached the end. Yuan Baiting observed a perpetual flame lamp on the wall. With a swift motion, he ignited the flickering light. They discovered they were in a secret chamber, constructed entirely from azure hemp stone. Measuring approximately 5 zhang long and over 3 zhang wide, the dim room was empty save for a square table at its center, upon which rested a sword box. Zhang Huayu approached the table. Feeling an uncanny familiarity with the sword box, it was rectangular, measuring over 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width, crafted from superior golden thread nanmu, embellished with intricate carvings, and adorned with a character for the moon atop its lid. Zhang Huayu tried to open it, but it seemed as if the sword box was fused shut, impervious to her efforts. At that moment, Yuan Baiting noticed the character for the moon and speculated if there might be a hidden compartment. "Huayu, check if there is a concealed latch above the moon character," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu traced her fingers along the moon character, soon discovering a secret compartment. With a press, the golden thread Namu sword box sprang open, revealing a long sword within. The scabbard measured about 3 feet, slightly over an inch wide, with a hilt that matched the scabbard's width, the entire sword a lustrous white, with a moon character etched on the hilt. "This is my mother's sword," Zhang Huayu exclaimed, finally understanding why the sword box felt so familiar. "Are you certain?" Yuan Baiting inquired. "According to previous accounts by my teacher and General Wang, General Zhang and his wife perished in battle. How could a warrior part from their sword? Why does Lady Zhang's sword appear here? It cannot be mistaken. As a child, I would sit in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting the jade plum to bloom, while my mother practiced with this very sword beside me, often teasing me for being foolish." At that moment, Zhang Huayu noticed a jade tablet beneath the scabbard. Upon picking it up, she saw it inscribed with Southwest Sword Cave, and on the reverse, her name, Huayu. "This jade tablet bears my name. A name?" Yuan Baiting took the jade tablet from Zhang Huayu and confirmed, "Indeed, it does say Huayu. Could this be the sword your mother left for you?" "But my mother never taught me swordsmanship during my childhood. She often claimed it was not suitable for girls. I suspect your mother had your safety in mind. Those who wield a sword bear a responsibility. It is easy to take up a sword, yet difficult to lay it down. She may have wished for you to distance yourself from the tumult of this world. Then why did she leave this sword for me? Your mother likely knew she could no longer protect her beloved daughter and entrusted this sword to you, hoping you would use it to safeguard yourself," Yuan Baiting said slowly, though it was merely his conjecture. Zhang Huayu gazed at the sword within the box, lost in thought. "Mother, Is it truly so? Young master, miss, you have returned. Upon seeing Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu enter, Yuan hurried to greet them, only to notice a sword box on Yuan Baiting's back. Young master, did you not accompany the miss to the general's residence? How come you have time to acquire a sword? This is my mother's relic, not something Baiting purchased, Zhang Huayu softly replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan realized she had once again overstepped and lowered her head in shame. Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Huayu chuckled lightly. It's all right. It's all in the past. There's nothing that cannot be said. Yuan Baiting observed Zhang Huayu beside him, understanding that she was merely feigning ease. Though many years had passed, witnessing her mother's relic firsthand would stir emotions in anyone, let alone for her. As it was the reason for her long-held pursuits, that moment, Su Xianxian, upon seeing Zhang Huayu return, rushed over with delight. Little girl, you have finally come back. The wine you gave me has all been consumed. And you promised me that you would ensure I had enough. Rest assured, I will keep my word. I will ask Yuan to fetch it for you shortly, she assured him. Now that sounds more like it. Just as Su Xianxian was about to depart, he inadvertently caught sight of the sword box on Yuan Baiting's back. Young man, where did you acquire that sword box? Do you recognize this sword box? Esteemed elder, Yuan Baiting promptly placed the sword box on the stone table. Open it and see. As Yuan Baiting opened the sword box, Su Xianxian observed it with an expression of recognition. Indeed. Esteemed elder. Do you recognize this sword? Zhang Huayu inquired tentatively. Naturally, this sword is named Mingyueshang. It belongs to the Southwest Sword Cave, the sword of the Moon family as Saintis. Southwest Sword Cave? You are unaware? In exchange for this wine, I shall share some tales. The Moon family of the Southwest Sword Cave possesses unparalleled sword forging techniques. It can be said that all renowned swords in the world originate from their hands. My own Kangjiatzi was forged by the then head of the Moon family, Moon Hai. Each generation of the Moon family produces a Saintis, and the sword paired with this Saintis is named Mingyueshang. I recall that Mingyueshang vanished along with the Saintis, Moon Jiqing, over a decade ago. How could it be in your possession? Esteemed elder, this is my mother's relic. Your mother? She is Moon Jiqing? Did you know my mother? Zhang Huayu asked eagerly. I met her once. When I sought out Moon Hai to forge a sword, your mother was still younger than you. It is no wonder. I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you. I could not have imagined that her child has grown so much. Do you recognize this object? As he spoke, Yuan Baiting retrieved a pin from his bosom. The pin, measuring approximately 1 foot in length, was entirely jet black, and upon its shaft, a jade character was faintly discernible. Though the brush tip had suffered the ravages of time, leaving only a remnant, it did not detract from the fact that this pin was indeed a fine instrument. Zhang Huayu gazed at Yuan Baiting, her heart filled with curiosity, for she was unaware of the origins of this pin. Su Xianxian took the pin, examined it closely, and then burst into hearty laughter. Isn't this the judge's pin belonging to that old codger Han Yuxing? How did it come to be in your possession, little brat? I brought it back from the general's residence. I wonder what Han Yuxing is. Han Yuxing, known as the Jade-Faced Judge, served as the chief overseer within the palace. Wielding a legendary judge's pen. Was said that his skill evolved through 5 stages. The first pin was alive. The second pin was flawed. The third pin was dead. The fourth pin's soul vanished, and the fifth pin scattered the spirit. Now, losing one of the 5 judges' pins, particularly to you, would surely infuriate that old man. Do you happen to know where Han Yuxing might be now? Su Xianxian shook his head. That old fellow vanished over a decade ago. There has been no word of him since, he chuckled. I recall the time I sought him out for a duel, pushing him to exhaust all 5 of his pins. In the end, I was still unsatisfied and even borrowed one of his pins. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess of that swordsman in his prime. Enough of this, enough. I am weary. Little girl, do not forget my wine. With that, Su Xianxian swaggered away. After his departure, Zhang Huayu and Yuan Baiting returned to their chamber. When did you acquire this item? Why have I never seen it before? Zhang Huayu inquired eagerly as soon as they entered, astonished that Yuan Baiting had discovered something unbeknownst to her. Yuan Baiting, noticing her curiosity, quickly explained, Do you remember when I went to retrieve the sword case? At that time, I felt something beneath my feet, and due to the dim lighting, I picked it up, only to find it was this pin. Why did you not inform me upon your return? Hee, I forgot. Yuan biting sheepishly scratched his head. You truly did not intend to keep this from me? Hearing this, Yuan biting sprang up. You little ice cube. Are you starting to doubt me now? If I wanted to conceal it from you, why would I bring it up before my elder? Zhang Huayu couldn't help but chuckle at Yuan Baiting's animated reaction. This young lord truly was amusing. It was a wonder how he thrived in such a bustling environment as the Wanhulu. However, Zhang Huayu soon composed herself, stating with gravity, the elder mentioned that Han Yuxing vanished over a decade ago. Yet his judge's pin has now appeared in this hidden chamber. My father and mother also perished in battle around the same time. Could this all be mere coincidence? Regardless of whether it is coincidental, Han Yuxing must know something of import. Yet, after such a long absence, where shall we seek him? Zhang Huayu lamented, Oh, not fret. When the water reaches the bridge, it will flow straight. For now, we may need to venture to the southwest sword cave. Yuan Baiting reassured her, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Tuoba-sun, southwest sword cave, Liangmu, Han Shengyu. This matter is becoming increasingly entangled. Chapter 23. The 10th game at the lake at the Shangyi Academy. Renowned as the most prestigious institution in Daliang, the academy boasted the most formidable faculty across the realm, attracting numerous royal offspring who would travel far from the imperial capital to hone their skills. Shangyi Academy was graced with the presence of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Daosheng, the sage of chess, Fan Shiping, and the sage of painting, Wu Yazai, collectively known as the three sages of Shangyi. Wang Daosheng served as the current head of the academy, overseeing its myriad affairs. Fan Shiping had chosen to withdraw from the world, with rumors suggesting that his retreat was linked to Yuan Shuiyin, the sole daughter of the northern border king, Yuan Chong. When Yuan Shuiyin was merely 12, she sought out Fan Shiping for a chess match. The Battle of the Tianyuan 7 games commenced, upon seeing that Yuan Shuiyin was nothing more than a child, just over 10 years old. Fan Shiping initially hesitated to engage. However, considering her status as the beloved daughter of the northern border king, he resolved to conclude the match swiftly. In the first 3 games, Fan Shiping emerged victorious with ease. But by the 4th game, Yuan Shuiyin transformed her typically gentle and methodical style into a tempestuous onslaught. Taken aback by the sudden shift in her strategy, Fan Shiping was caught off guard and lost the 4th game. He ultimately succumbed to Yuan Shuiyin in the final 3 games as well. From that moment on, the chess sage declared his retreat into seclusion, never to return, while Yuan Shuiyin gained immense acclaim in Daliang's literary circles. Being hailed as the foremost female talent of the northern border. As for Wu Yazai, he departed shortly after accepting Zhang Qiubai as his disciple. Fortunately, Zhang Qiubai mastered all of his teachings, ensuring they would not be lost to time. Sister, today marks the day of the Academy's selection of disciplines. What are your plans? Zhang Qiubai inquired, observing the bustling crowd within the courtyard. Did you not promise to teach me the art of painting? Do you intend to renege on that now? Of course not. I, Zhang Qiubai, am a man of my word. I merely feared you might have other intentions, Zhang Qiubai hastily clarified upon noticing Yuan Shuiyin's retort. Worried that she might misconstrue his motives. Ever since he had declined the headmaster's offer to teach painting, he had endured relentless nagging from the headmaster until he mentioned his intention to instruct Yuan Shuiyin. Only then did the headmaster's demeanor improve slightly, so his reluctance stemmed from concern that Yuan Shuiyin might not wish to learn. You are overthinking it. I came here specifically to study painting. After Wu Yazai's passing, is there anyone in Shangyi Academy who can rival your skills? Sister, you flatter me, Zhang Qiubai replied with a smile. Young master, we are approaching Shangyi Academy. Are we truly going to enter and study? A black-robed sorcerer inquired softly. By Feng, if you seek death, I shall not hinder you, Wang Mu retorted with a cold smirk. Though Shangyi Academy is filled with literary scholars, they hail from various influential factions within the martial world. I have no desire to make a grand entrance and draw unnecessary attention to myself. Moreover, this Qingyun scholar Zhang Qiubai is not to be trifled with. He is renowned as Daliang's greatest prodigy for a reason. Wang Mu had heard of Zhang Qiubai's reputation while in the imperial capital. It was said that several martial artists at the insightful realm had caused a ruckus at Shangyi Academy, only to be swiftly dealt with by Zhang Qiubai, who struck them down with a single palm, leaving the entire martial world in shock. 2 years prior, Jiang Qiubai had already reached the pinnacle of the insightful realm. It remained uncertain whether he had since broken through to the transcendent realm. We must tread carefully and avoid attracting his attention. Yes, young master, Bai Feng replied. Given Jiang Qiubai's illustrious feats, Bai Feng understood that his own abilities as a mere qi manipulation practitioner would render him insignificant in comparison. What are your plans, young master? Today marks the selection day at Shangyi Academy. Ever since the chess sage Fan Shiping retired, there has been no one to teach chess at the academy. However, with Yuan Shuiyan's arrival, I have heard she will take on the role of chess instructor this year. Are you intending to become her disciple? And then, you grasp the situation well. Only through this means can we draw close to Yuan Shuiyan and seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Wang Mu declared with malice. Humph, none of the Yuan family shall escape my grasp. Within Shangyi Academy, the crowd gathered at Hushi Terrace. Have you heard? This year, the academy finally has a chess instructor. Is that so? Who is it? Since the chess sage Fan Shiping's retirement, no one has taught for many years. You truly are out of the loop. I heard this year's chess instructor is none other than Yuan Shuiyan, the sole daughter of the northern border king. Yuan Shuiyan, the one who forced the chess sage into retirement during the Tianyuan 7 games. Indeed, she is celebrated as the greatest talent of the northern border, not only skilled in the arts but also reputed as a stunning beauty. Is that so? I must see for myself. By the way, I also heard that Qingyun Scholar will not be teaching this year. I had hoped to become his disciple. Come now, he hasn't taught in quite some time. Besides, even if you wanted to, he may not accept you to in the Wincy Pavilion. Jiang Qiubai remarked, Sister, it seems everyone is quite eager for you to take on the role of chess instructor. Brother, you jest? They are merely curious about the reopening of the chess discipline after so many years. Yet you, brother, will not be teaching this year, leaving many disappointed. Yuan Shuiyan noted. Disappointed? I can hardly be blamed for that. I never claimed I would open a class or take on disciples. Besides, I did promise to teach you, sister, which counts as a form of instruction. Jiang Qiubai replied with a light-hearted laugh. All right, the selection conference is about to begin. Let us proceed, he suggested, and the two descended from the Wincy Pavilion. Distinguished guests, I am Lu Wenguan, the academic supervisor of Shangyi Academy. Today marks our selection conference, and I welcome all students to engage in discussions and pursuits at our esteemed institution. A man clad in a blue silk robe and adorned with a scholar's cap proclaimed loudly, "It has begun." It is finally starting. Indeed, such an event occurs only once every 3 years. I must secure my place at Shangyi Academy. Esteemed guests, this year the subjects at Shangyi Academy include music, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea ceremony, philosophy, and classical studies, among others. Please choose wisely. Additionally, each instructor will only accept 10 disciples, so consider your decisions carefully. May I inquire, esteemed instructor, how might one gain entry into the chess hall this year? To enter my chess hall, one must break the chess formation I have set. Fear not, for the formation will not be overly difficult. Those interested are welcome to give it a try. A woman clad in a flowing, gauzy gown responded. She is Yuan Shuiyan, is she not? How beautiful! Come, let us hasten to unravel the chess match. Junior sister, you mentioned it would not be overly difficult, yet it took me a full day and night to decipher your game. Jiang Qiubai let out a bitter laugh. You, who have devoted yourself to the art of painting since childhood, have never learned chess, so have unraveled my game in such a short span of time. You must possess considerable talent, remarked Yuan Shuiyan with a light laugh. Junior sister, please refrain from praising me. Had you not provided that final hint, I might still be pondering in your northward pavilion today. Young master, they are right there. Bai Feng pointed towards the two individuals on the platform. Wang Mu followed his gaze, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. She Yuan Shuiyan. Quite a striking beauty. Yet alas, what a pity that she was born into the Yuan family. Let us proceed to unravel the chess match. Underneath the northward pavilion, a crowd gathered, all eager to enter the chess hall and solve the puzzle. Could this possibly be the legendary 10 matches of Donghu? One person exclaimed in astonishment. The 10 matches of Donghu? Indeed, back when Fan Shiping had yet to become a chess saint, he engaged in 10 matches against the foremost national player, Shi Xiangxia, at Donghu, hence the name. Some have noted that the moves of these two players possessed an ethereal quality, devoid of mundane concerns, seemingly a gift from the heavens, far beyond the reach of ordinary players. So, who emerged victorious? A draw? A draw? Yes, during those matches, Fan Shiping played black for 4 games, while Shi Xiangxia played black for 6. Ultimately, their skills were evenly matched, resulting in a draw. I never imagined I would witness the chess match of the legendary chess saint here. Ah, we should take our leave. How can we possibly unravel this chess match? Let us go. Let us go. In the end, only a handful remained in front of the northward pavilion, contemplating how to solve the game. Jiang Qiubai observed the crowd returning from the northward pavilion and remarked with a smile, "Junior sister, so many have come from the northward pavilion, yet I have not heard anyone claim to have solved the game. It seems they have all been stumped by your chess match. The 10 matches of Donghu between Mr. Fan and Mr. Shi are a classic in the chess world. If it were so easily unraveled, would not the title of chess saint be a title anyone could claim? Yet if no one can solve it, junior sister, would you not be left without a student?" As Jiang Qiubai spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, as if he had just realized something. "Junior sister, could it be that you were thinking?" Yuan Shuyan smiled slightly. "To have no students, would that not be delightful?" Jiang Qiubai shook his head in response, a bitter smile crossing his face. "Why, junior sister truly is quite clever. Young master, we have arrived at the northward pavilion," Bai Feng said. "It seems the chess match set by Yuan Shuyan is no simple feat. So many have returned empty-handed." Wang Mu remarked, observing the disappointed students coming back from the northward pavilion. "Do you have confidence?" "Whether I do or not, I will only know once I try," Wang Mu replied. Having played chess with his adoptive father Wang Yang since childhood, his skills were certainly commendable, and he felt a sense of anticipation for this entrance match. "Step aside, everyone," Bai Feng urged, clearing a path through the crowd surrounding the chess match. "Young master, this must be the match." Wang Mu nodded slightly, remaining silent, yet a moment later, he furrowed his brow. "Young master, what troubles you? I never expected that Yuan Shuyan would use the 10 matches of Donghu by the chess saint Fan Shiping as a test. It's no wonder so many have returned defeated," he mused. "The 10 matches of Donghu? The 10 matches of Donghu are the classic battles between the chess saint Fan Shiping and the great player Shi Xiangxia. This very match is the first of those 10. Is there a chance the young master could unravel this match?" "I cannot be certain, but it is worth a try," Wang Mu replied, shaking his head. "Truly, the 10 matches of Donghu are remarkable. Shi Xiangxia's white pieces exhibit a fierce offensive, while Fan Shiping's 58th move in the lower left secures maximum liveliness, yet the upper left is attacked first by the white pieces, placing them ahead by 10 points. In practice, the urgency to attack the upper left presents a disadvantage. One bystander explained in detail. Indeed, observe how the white piece leaps to 11, maintaining a significant advantage. Even at 118 moves, the white pieces execute a splendid sacrifice while still holding a considerable edge. It is said that this first match was won by Fan Shiping. Yet how can the black pieces survive? Wang Mu gazed intently at the chessboard, lost in contemplation. During his time in the imperial capital, his adoptive father had gifted him a tome containing 3 match records, detailing the styles of play of Fan and Shi. The upper side of the white pieces should be severed to seek an opportunity for an initial strike, Wang Mu murmured. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in Wang Mu's eyes, followed by a soft chuckle as he made his move with the black pieces. The black pieces clearly secured the initiative, and after 232 moves, the white pieces faced defeat. The black pieces triumphed by 7 stones. "The match is unraveled. The match is unraveled," bystanders exclaimed as they witnessed Wang Mu's success in solving the match. "Unraveled? Someone has truly managed to solve the 10 matches of Donghu. Who could this talented individual be, capable of achieving such a feat?" The crowd, drawn by the commotion, hurried toward the northward pavilion. Jiang Qiubai observed the throng surging toward the northward pavilion, perplexed. "Junior sister, what has transpired? Has someone truly unraveled your chess match?" Just as the two were still in doubt, a disciple from the Academy of Arts came running towards them. "Mr. Yuan, someone has unraveled your chess match." "Understood, thank you." Yuan Shuyan responded, her expression unchanged, yet ripples of emotion stirred within her. She had originally devised this chess match with the intention of no one being able to solve it. This way, She would neither contradict the will of the palace lord nor have to exert herself in her future teachings. Now, however, she found it unexpected that someone had indeed unraveled her game. Junior sister, I never anticipated someone could solve your chess match. Your plan may be thwarted, Jiang Qiubai chuckled. What? My plan thwarted, and you are so pleased? Yuan Shuiyan feigned anger, causing Jiang Qiubai to hold his breath in fear, hurriedly explaining, No, no, how could that be? Yuan Shuiyan chuckled softly and then said, Let us go and see. The two made their way to the northward pavilion, where they found the space filled with people. Thanks to the guidance of the Academy of Arts disciples, they finally reached the chess match's location. Is it you who unraveled my chess match? Yuan Baiting inquired softly, gazing at Wang Mu. Yes, I am Wang Mu. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Yuan, he replied, feigning formality. He was about to become a disciple under Yuan Shuiyan, so it was crucial not to reveal his true intentions. Do you recognize this match? Indeed, Mr. Yuan, I do. What you have laid out is the first match of the 10 matches of Donghu, where the goal is for Mr. Fanshiping, playing black, to emerge victorious. Yuan Shuiyan examined the chessboard before her. Wang Mu's moves mirrored those of Fanshiping from years past. Have you previously studied the 10 matches of Donghu? I have not, yet I was fortunate enough to peruse a tome containing 3 match records, which detailed the playing styles of Mr. Fan and Mr. Shi, Wang Mu explained. Since you could unravel this match through your understanding of the 2 gentlemen's styles, it is evident that your proficiency in chess is remarkable. Why then do you seek to study chess at the Academy of Arts? You flatter me, Mr. Yuan. You are the foremost authority in the chess world of Daliang. I wish to study alongside you and strive to advance my skills in chess. Since that is the case, you may join me at the Northward Pavilion, Yuan Shuiyan said softly. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. I shall not dishonor my master, Wang Mu replied respectfully, yet a glimmer of malice flickered through his mind. Yuan Shuiyan, you shall have your share of troubles in the future. Then Yuan Shuiyan turned to Jiang Qiubai, saying, Senior brother, since I have arrived at the Northward Pavilion, I find myself somewhat weary today, and shall not accompany you on your leisurely stroll. I shall seek you out tomorrow, if that pleases you. No matter, junior sister. Do rest well, he replied. After parting ways, Yuan Shuiyan addressed Wang Mu, from now on, come to the Northward Pavilion every day at the hour of the snake to study chess. Yes, I will remember it carefully. Upon returning to the Northward Pavilion, Yuan Shuiyan picked up a chess manual from her desk. As she opened it, a note slipped out, bearing a blue seal. Gazing at the note, Yuan Shuiyan smiled slightly, biting, just as you said. Wang Mu has come to the Academy of Arts in search of me. Chapter 24. The 3 calamities of the linked matches. Young master, it has been several days. When shall we make our move? Bai Feng inquired of Wang Mu, who was engrossed in studying the chess manual. It has been several days. Yet the young master seems to have no desire for action. Wang Mu, upon hearing this, did not respond. He set down the book and gazed out the window. The gentle patter of rain fell upon the bluestone pavement, mist enveloping the entire Academy of Arts. Through the window, the Northward Pavilion could be faintly seen in the distance. After the selection conference, Wang Mu had originally thought that entering the Northward Pavilion would provide him the opportunity to eliminate Yuan Shuiyan. However, he did not anticipate that although she had only taken him as her disciple, Jiang Qiubai would join her daily at the Northward Pavilion to learn from her, complicating Wang Mu's plans and leaving him without an opportunity for action. Are you so anxious? Do you believe you can best Jiang Qiubai? Wang Mu turned to Bai Feng and asked. Bai Feng, upon hearing this, lowered his head in silence. That is Jiang Qiubai, the leader of the younger generation. No rush, let us wait and see. Now, let us head to the Northward Pavilion. Wang Mu spoke, rolling up the chess manual in his hands before rising to depart. During his recent days spent at the Shangyi Academy studying chess, he couldn't help but reminisce about his earlier years at the Royal Academy. Back then, aside from diligently heeding the teachings of his masters, he also had to practice under the supervision of his mentor at the Astronomical Bureau, leaving him little leisure time. Thus, the nightly chess games with his adoptive father, Wang Yang, became a rare source of entertainment. Now, engaging in daily matches at Wangbei Pavilion with others felt strikingly similar to those times. Yuan Shuiyan, it is a pity you were born into the Yuan family. Had it been otherwise, we might have become great friends. Gentle rain washed over the earth, the air fragrant with the scent of moist soil. As the two walked along the path to Wangbei Pavilion, Have you heard? Master Zhang is going into seclusion. What? Another retreat? Did he not just reach the pinnacle of the subtle realm 2 years ago? Is he now aiming for the unfettered realm? That is rather swift. Master Zhang truly deserves his reputation as the leader of the younger generation in Daliang. Indeed, even the subtle realm is a level many dare not even dream of. Young Master Zhang Qiubai is entering seclusion. Today may be an opportunity, Bai Feng remarked, observing the students discussing as they passed by. If that is the case, then today it shall be, Wang Mu replied, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Albeit tinged with regret. Yuan Shuiyan, I am sorry, but today you must die. At Wangbei Pavilion Master, this student, Wang Mu, pays his respects. You have arrived? Please, take a seat. Wang Mu cast a glance at the empty round chair beside him, which typically belonged to Zhang Qiubai. May I inquire why Master Zhang is absent today? Yuan Shuiyan, looking at the vacant seat, chuckled softly. Senior brother is in seclusion today. Are you perhaps feeling somewhat unaccustomed without him? You jest, Master. I merely find myself at a loss without the daily matches with Master Zhang. No matter. Since he is not here, let us play a game today. Go play chess with you personally is a privilege for me. Wang Mu said, taking his seat as their game commenced. However, as they played, Wang Mu sensed something amiss. Yuan Shuiyan seemed to be subtly guiding his moves and strategies. After 128 moves, Wang Mu halted, furrowing his brow. Is this, perhaps the three-stage interlocking captures? The three-stage interlocking captures, it is said, originated from the distant land of the East, separated from Daliang by the sea.at that time. The East had yet to unify. Someone had witnessed a game between the legendary Go Master, Sun Hai, and the esteemed player, Li Xian, at the Hanoji Temple, where this intricate formation first appeared. The so-called three-stage interlocking captures refers to three simultaneous points of contention on the board. Sun Hai could capture Li Xian's stones at the first point, only for Li Xian to retaliate at the second, and eventually, Sun Hai would capture again at the third, creating an endless cycle of capture. Yet, following the public revelation of this formation, the Hanoji incident occurred, rendering it a harbinger of ill fortune. Did not expect your chess skills to be so profound. Might you be able to unravel this three-stage interlocking captures? You flatter me, Master. I have only heard whispers of it. I cannot compare to Master Fan's 10 games at Donghu. I am unable to break it. Yuan Shuiyan smiled faintly. There is no chess formation that cannot be broken. The inability to do so merely stems from insufficient skill. Please, enlighten me. If one cannot break the formation, does that mean the player cannot be defeated? Yuan Shuiyan gazed at Wang Mu, her smile lingering. Wang Mu's expression shifted upon hearing this. Could it be that this woman? It seems I am the dullard, he conceded. Do not blame yourself. A player engages in more than just the pieces on the board. Very well, Master. However, I have one more matter. Speak. I have heard the peach blossoms outside the palace have bloomed. I happen to bring a jar of fine peach blossom wine from the imperial capital and would like to invite you to the peach blossom grove at dusk for a gathering. To enjoy the blossoms, sip wine, and discuss chess. You are thoughtful. Return now, and I shall come at the appointed time. Yes, I take my leave. Once the two exited Wangbei Pavilion, Yuan Shuiyan glanced at the chessboard before her. Murmuring, Wang Mu, I wonder if you can break this game? Young Master, are you considering taking action in the Peach Blossom Grove? Bai Feng inquired once they were a distance from Wangbei Pavilion. He could hardly believe that Wang Mu's intentions were merely to invite Yuan Shuiyan for a leisurely drink among the blossoms. With Zhang Qiubai in seclusion today, it was indeed a prime opportunity. Anyone else who entered the Shangyi Academy would surely be courting death. Since fleeing the Northern Territory, Wang Mu had found a place to regroup and unexpectedly broke through to the peak of the Qi manipulation realm. While such a feat might not carry weight in the martial world, within the predominantly scholarly Shangyi Academy, he stood as the foremost figure, second only to Zhang Qiubai. After a spring rain, the clouds lingered, and many gathered at Wenxi Pavilion, admiring the peaks concealed within the dense mist, indulging in poetry and painting, reveling in the tranquility. Yuan Shuiyan strolled leisurely along the path within the hall, making her way to the peach blossom grove outside the palace. Wang Mu, have you finally mustered the courage to act? Young Master, Yuan Shuiyan is coming, Bai Feng announced, spotting a figure approaching along the path. Master Wang Mu quickly welcomed Yuan Shui into a small pavilion within the grove and poured her a cup of peach blossom wine. The spring rain has just passed, and it is still a touch chilly, so I warmed this wine. I wonder how you find it, master? Yuan Shuiyan lifted the cup to her lips, taking a delicate sip before smiling lightly. You are quite considerate, young master. Among the peach blossom wines I have tasted, this is indeed the finest. I am glad you like it, Wang Mu said, pouring her another cup. Yet, Yuan Shuiyan gazed at the freshly filled cup but did not raise it again. May I ask why you invited me here today? There is no particular reason. I merely wish to engage in a chess discussion with you. Such beauty deserves to be enjoyed with fine wine. Do you not feel joyous, master? In that case, might I inquire if you have devised a strategy against the three-stage interlocking captures you encountered earlier? Yuan Shuiyan laughed softly. You speak truly. There exists no formation that cannot be unraveled. If a formation cannot be broken, then it is the player who must be defeated. But whom do you intend to best, young master? You. Wang Mu's expression darkened, abandoning his previous gentleness for a fierce countenance. I? What do you mean, young master? Have I offended you in some way? Yuan Shuiyan, your error lies solely in being born into the Yuan family. Had it been otherwise, we could have been excellent friends. To be friends with you, young master, is something I do not dare to aspire to. With that, she raised her cup nonchalantly, sipping as if they were still in a harmonious camaraderie. In truth, it would be a pity to kill someone like you. They say you are the foremost talent of the Northern Territory, and having seen you now, it is indeed a fitting title. Wang Mu spoke sincerely, having genuine admiration for Yuan Shuiyan's talent. Thank you for your compliments. But as I have mentioned, the inability to break the formation merely indicates that your skill is not yet strong enough. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu's expression shifted. Could it be that this woman had been prepared all along? No matter, he would kill her regardless. Attack! Wang Mu shouted, and Bai Feng immediately lunged at Yuan Shuiyan. Yet, she did not flinch, calmly sipping her wine. As Bai Feng's fist came within a foot of Yuan Shuiyan, it halted abruptly, as if striking a giant bell, producing a resounding chime. Young master, something is amiss, Bai Feng warned, sensing the anomaly. Wang Mu's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Shuiyan, his murderous intent clear. No wonder you remain so composed. It seems I underestimated you. With that, Wang Mu summoned his full energy, drawing forth two crimson curved blades and hurling them at Yuan Shuiyan. In an instant, a figure appeared before Yuan Shuiyan, elegantly waving a sleeve, sending the two flying blades and Bai Feng hurtling back. Wang Mu's expression changed drastically as he recognized the person before him. Zhang Qiubai, how could it be you? Did you not enter seclusion? If I had not gone into seclusion, how could I draw you out? Zhang Qiubai chuckled. Wang Mu then turned to Yuan Shuiyan. You knew all along that I intended to kill you. Having failed to eliminate the Northern Court in the Northern Territory, you thought to come to the Shangyi Academy to eliminate me? Young master, you may be overestimating your chances, Yuan Shuiyan replied with a light laugh. Is that so? Wang Mu scoffed coldly. Then I shall see what abilities you, a scholar of the azure clouds, truly possess. Bai Feng, summon that puppet. It would not be easy to gain the upper hand before Zhang Qiubai. Wang Mu fixed his gaze on Zhang Qiubai, sneering. Bai Feng hesitated. The four puppets had been forged from the remains of Qi manipulation realm masters slain by Song Qiaosheng, taking considerable effort to create. Now that only one remained, he was reluctant, knowing the punishment he would face upon returning. Seeing Bai Feng's inaction, Wang Mu shouted, What are you waiting for? Do you intend to wait until death before summoning it? He is Zhang Qiubai. Wang Mu's shout jolted Bai Feng from his stupor. Indeed, he was Zhang Qiubai. I do not wish to perish here. In an instant, incantations filled the air, and a formation materialized before Bai Feng, with a puppet slowly emerging from it. The puppet technique of the Bai family from Jiangnan? Quite intriguing. Zhang Qiubai smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. Senior brother, you have my gratitude. Senior sister, it is but a trifling matter, he replied casually. Before his words could fade, Zhang Qiubai swiftly appeared before Wang Mu, delivering a palm strike that startled Wang Mu into immediately raising his blade in defense. The blood blade aura within him surged forth, barely allowing him to withstand Zhang Qiubai's seemingly light strike. Seeing his first attack thwarted, Zhang Qiubai did not linger, turning instead towards Bai Feng. Noticing this, Bai Feng promptly urged his puppet to intercept, and the puppet's long knife slashed downwards with the force of a mountain. Just as it seemed destined to succeed, Jiang Qiubai waved his right hand, and the knife shattered into several pieces before he struck towards the puppet. "Break!" Jiang Qiubai exclaimed, and in an instant, the puppet crumbled to dust. With a single palm strike, the puppet, at the Qi manipulation realm, was obliterated. This scene left Wang Mu and Bai Feng frozen in astonishment. Is this truly Jiang Qiubai? Dear sirs, do remember to stay focused during a brawl. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, Jiang Qiubai's voice rang out in their minds, startling them into retreating and creating distance between themselves. At Wincy Pavilion, someone suddenly shouted that there was a fight in the Peach Blossom Grove, instantly drawing the attention of scholars who were enjoying poetry and wine. "Look, that seems to be Master Jiang. Master Jiang. Wasn't he said to be in seclusion? It seems there is also Master Yuan. Who are those two who dare to lay hands on Master Jiang? They truly do not fear for their lives. Let us see how Master Jiang deals with them." Wang Mu looked at Jiang Qiubai with a mixture of fear and excitement. "Blood shadow!" Wang Mu bellowed, and the blood-red curved blade in his hand burst forth with radiant light, manifesting two phantoms that were significantly larger than those previously seen in the inn, with a sweep of his hands. The phantoms surged towards Jiang Qiubai at incredible speed, while Wang Mu pursued closely behind. "Break the bamboo!" Jiang Qiubai shouted lightly, summoning a phantom of a brush from the air, inscribed with a powerful character that seemed to wield the might to delineate the very heavens. "Move!" With a command from Jiang Qiubai, the brush raced towards the blood shadow, as if a celestial brush was sketching, and in a moment, the blood shadow dissipated into nothingness. Not deterred, Wang Mu advanced swiftly, his dual blades aimed at Jiang Qiubai's vital points. Bai Feng also dashed towards Jiang Qiubai. Only when the puppet disintegrated into dust did Bai Feng comprehend Jiang Qiubai's terrifying prowess. If they did not join forces, they would not only be unable to prevail but might also lose their lives here. "Sowie!" Jiang Qiubai called out again, summoning another phantom of a brush, this time inscribed with the character Chao. "Fall!" The brush descended like a star from the heavens, hurtling directly towards Bai Feng. Could that be Master Jiang's celestial brush? It must be. The brush inscribed with the character Chao. Could it be the brush of Chao Zhongda? It is said that Master Jiang can channel his true energy through the celestial brush. Master Jiang truly deserves to be called the leader among the younger generation. Just as Jiang Qiubai's words faded, a scream erupted from Bai Feng as the brush directly severed his arms. The severed limbs flew aside, splattering blood upon the peach blossoms, rendering the pink flowers extraordinarily enchanting. Meanwhile, Wang Mu's dual blade struck out, only to be repelled by a single palm strike, sending him crashing against a peach tree, petals falling like white snow, a burial shroud. Wang Mu clutched his chest, blood pouring forth, barely managing to lean against the tree to stand. "Young master, save me!" The pale-faced Bai Feng cried out to Wang Mu, his arms severed. "Young Master Wang, do you still wish to fight? If not for Senior Sister's warning that killing you would bring trouble, do you really think you two could have lasted this long?" Jiang Qiubai scoffed, a wave of pressure sending Bai Feng hurtling away, landing beside Wang Mu, gazing at Bai Feng, who had lost his arms, and feeling the severe injuries to himself. Wang Mu realized he had lost all hope of victory. "Ha ha ha, I never expected this three calamities interlocking scheme to truly be an ominous sign. Yuan Shuiyan, we shall meet again," Wang Mu declared fiercely before aiding Bai Feng in fleeing from the Peach Blossom Grove. "Thank you for your hard work, senior brother." Watching the two retreat, Yuan Shuiyan rose to express her gratitude to Jiang Qiubai. "It is nothing. However, I believe if I do not eliminate them this time, they will certainly make another attempt in the future. Senior sister, do exercise caution. Isn't that what having a senior brother to protect me is for?" Yuan Shuiyan replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Qiubai, who had been unbothered until now, swiftly turned his head away, hoping Yuan Shuiyan would not notice the flush on his face, unaware that his ears had already turned crimson. Yuan Shuiyan retracted her smile, her gaze icy as she looked into the distance. "Wang Mu, this is the true game." Chapter 25. The gray-robed Taoist since discovering the jade token inscribed with Huai Yu in the secret chamber of the general's manor. Along with Su Xuanshan's words, Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu considered heading to the southwest sword cave to see if they could glean any information from the Yu family. A group traversed a rural path, where a green owl screeched in the sky before landing by the roadside carriage, perching at the window. Zhang Huayu retrieved the letter from the owl's leg, glanced at it, and a smile graced his lips. Su Xianxian, upon seeing the owl, expressed some surprise. He had heard tales of the owl's ferocity but had never seen anyone use it for delivering messages in his years traversing the Jianghu. Initially thinking the young lady was just an ordinary miss, it now seemed he had underestimated her. After perusing the contents of the letter, Zhang Huayu exited the carriage. At that moment, Yuan Baiting was feeling quite vexed. Here I am, the noble heir of the northern border, and now I find myself reduced to a mere coachman. Northern, the owl has brought a message, Zhang Huayu stated, extending the paper to Yuan Baiting. As Yuan Baiting read the letter, he burst into hearty laughter. This Wang Mu still wishes to lay hands on my second sister. Does he truly believe she is merely a talented young lady? The letter stated that Zhang Qiubai intervened, allowing his second sister to break the scheme. This Zhang Qiubai Zhang Huayu believed that everyone in this world pursued their own interests. Indeed, Zhang Qiubai was the foremost in the Academy of the Arts. But if he acted solely to protect those within the academy, it would be understandable. However, even so, expelling Wang Mu and his companion from the academy would suffice. But as the letter indicated, had it not been for Yuan Shuiyan's intervention, Zhang Qiubai would have intended to execute Wang Mu and his companion on the spot. Are you suggesting that Zhang Qiubai has ulterior motives? Yuan Baiting turned to look at Zhang Huayu, who seemed hesitant to speak. You're overthinking it. Zhang Qiubai simply has feelings for my second sister, which is why he protects her so fiercely. Upon hearing Yuan Baiting's words, Zhang Huayu found it hard to believe. After years in the Wang residence, she had never heard her second sister speak of such matters. Do not blame yourself. This is something mother told me, and even my second sister is unaware. When she was 12, she went to the Academy of the Arts to compete against the then chess sage Fan Shiping, defeating him in the 7 games of Tianyuan, which led to Fan Shiping's retreat from the world. It was then that Zhang Qiubai first laid eyes on my second sister. Mother said that as soon as my father brought her down from the carriage, he felt a gaze upon her. Looking back, he saw a scholar, around 14 or 15 years old, and that was Zhang Qiubai, which infuriated my father. Later, when my second sister departed, Zhang Qiubai gifted her a brush. Now it makes sense. What does my second sister think of Zhang Qiubai? Why do you think my second sister went to the Academy of the Arts to learn painting? Yuan Baiting chuckled lightly. Zhang Qiubai, if you let down my second sister, even if you are the foremost among the younger generation, I shall make you plead for mercy. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a sudden screech echoed from a nearby valley, startling the horses into a frenzy, their eyes wide with fear. Yuan Baiting immediately leaped forward, grasping the reins to steady the horse. Meanwhile, Qi Xianen plunged his silver moon spear into the ground, securing the reins upon the spear to regain his balance. Young master. It seems the sound is coming from over there. Qi Xianen pointed towards the distant valley. Yuan Baiting furrowed his brow as he followed the direction of Qi Xianen's finger. Xianen, let us go see. He instructed. Be careful, Zhang Huayu cautioned. Understood, Yuan Baiting replied, patting her hand before rising to follow Qi Xianen towards the source of the screeching. As they followed the sound, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a valley. The scene before them made them gasp in astonishment. In the valley stood a colossal python, rearing its head, measuring over 10 zhang in length and about a zhang in diameter, its entire body black, clad in heavy scales, while its head was a striking blue, with a long sword embedded therein. Young master, could this be the boss snake? Qi Xianen murmured. The boss snake is a ferocious beast from the southwest. Ancient text record. In the southwest, there exists the Ba Kingdom and the Zhuwan Kingdom, home to the black snake with a blue head, known for devouring elephants, only to regurgitate their bones 3 years later. Illustrating the fearsome nature of the boss snake. The boss snake's mouth opened slightly, occasionally flicking its tongue, its eyes filled with menace. Before it sat a gray-robed Taoist, seated upon a great stone, with a handsome face, a prominent nose and delicate cherry-red lips. If one does not observe closely, one might mistake this figure for a woman. Seated cross-legged, He radiates an overwhelming aura of true energy, his tattered robe stained with splatters of blood. And his Tai Chi bun somewhat disheveled. It appears the previous cries were the result of a fierce battle between the Ba Shi and this Taoist priest, and it is likely that the Ba Shi is the very sword atop this young priest's head. Yuan Baiting gazes at the gray-robed youth, somewhat entranced, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Just as he ponders this, the Ba Shi has already lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at the gray-robed youth, intent on devouring him whole. The gray-robed youth remains with his eyes closed, yet his hands deftly weave a spell, divine light spell. With a sudden utterance, a golden radiance envelopes him, causing the Ba Shi, so close at hand, to find itself unable to swallow its prey. In its fury, the Ba Shi abandons its initial intent and instead lashes out with its tail, obliterating everything in its path. Trees splintering and grass being uprooted. Binding spell. In an instant, the Ba Shi's movements appear to be frozen. Slowing dramatically at this moment, the gray-robed youth springs into action, leaping away from the massive boulder, aware that he could not restrain the Ba Shi for long. Indeed, mere moments later, the Ba Shi's lengthy tail strikes out towards him with alarming speed, shattering the boulder where he had just been seated. The gray-robed youth, having narrowly evaded this ferocious strike, is now drenched in sweat, drained from his prolonged struggle with the Ba Shi. "Young master, shall we lend a hand?" Qi Xianin inquires, observing the gray-robed youth's labored breathing, aware of his depletion of energy. Go. Yuan Baiting commands, and the two leap down into the valley. Still gasping for breath, the gray-robed youth, seeing newcomers, assumes they are foes and instinctively prepares to unleash a spell. "Rest assured, Taoist priest, we are here to assist you," Yuan Baiting quickly reassures. The gray-robed youth regards the two descending figures with suspicion. Anyone would be on guard upon encountering strangers in such a remote gorge. As he scrutinizes the speaker, a sense of familiarity wells up from within. "You are? Yuan Baiting?" The revelation startles Yuan Baiting. He had not anticipated being recognized here, especially when even his own black armored guards at Qingxiao Pass regarded him as a mere stable boy. "You know me? May I inquire your name, Taoist priest?" "Xie." "What? Have you forgotten me? Have the beatings erased my existence from your memory?" He replies with a light chuckle. "Itsu," Yuan Baiting exclaims. Xie was someone he had encountered during a scuffle at Mei Mountain. An adversary who had left a lasting impression. At that time, Yuan Baiting and his senior brother, Shen Rubai, were undefeated among their peers until they crossed paths with Xie Shentong. The three were merely 13 or 14 years old, and Xie Shentong had decisively bested them, leaving Yuan Baiting undeterred, returning to Mei Mountain to train and challenge him time and again, ultimately enduring over 8 defeats before yielding. "What misfortune led you to provoke this creature?" Yuan Baiting gestures towards the nearby Ba Shi. The Ba Shi, startled by the sudden appearance of the two, flicks its tongue nervously, fixating its gaze on the trio. "It's a long story. This beast has been enraged. An escape is no longer an option. Besides, my sword is still lodged in its head. Let us join forces to vanquish it. You need not remind me. Had I desired to flee, I would not have descended just now." With that, Yuan Baiting channels his true energy, having regained only about 50% of his strength. Xie Shentong scrutinizes him, raising an eyebrow. "Qi manipulation realm? Have you squandered your time chasing after maidens these past few years? Spare me your prattle. Had I not been injured previously, you would be the one in trouble," Yuan Baiting retorts. Xie Shentong, sensing the urgency, drops the teasing demeanor. "Our priority is to deal with this foe. Xianin, you target its right eye. I shall strike its left eye, and Shentong, you retrieve the sword." "Understood." The two reply in unison. In an instant, the trio springs into action. Yuan Baiting employs the snow-seeking plum technique to its fullest, leaving behind flickering afterimages in the air. Despite the Ba Shi's massive size, it moves with astonishing speed, eager to avoid being struck by its tail, lest it be crushed in an instant. Qi Xianin grips his silver moon spear tightly, a golden light igniting in his eyes, as he crushes a boulder beneath him and leaps into the air, aiming directly for the Ba Shi's right eye. Meanwhile, Xie Shentong rushes toward the Ba Shi's head, chanting binding spell. Once more, he attempts the spell, but this time its effect is minimal. The Ba Shi, sensing the trio's coordinated assault, whips its head, targeting Yuan biting first. As the creature lunges, Yuan biting channels all his energy into a punch aimed at the Ba Shi. Upon impact, it feels as though he has struck solid iron. Though the Ba Shi recoils in pain, it nevertheless sends Yuan biting flying away. At that moment, Qi Xianen, spear in hand, charges toward the Ba Shi's right eye. But the creature swiftly tilts its head to the left. Unfazed, Qi Xianen performs a mid-air spin, launching his spear with a force that seems to tear through the air, striking the Ba Shi's neck and piercing through. Xie Xiantong, seizing the opportunity, rushes to draw the sword, only for the wounded Ba Shi to shriek in agony, its tail sweeping towards the trio. They hastily evade the strike as the massive tail crashes into the valley, sending rocks tumbling down, leaving Zhang Huayu in the cart deeply concerned. Su Lao, do you think they are in danger? He asks anxiously. Su Xuanjin, observing Zhang's restlessness, chuckles, how would I know? Rather than asking me, why not go see for yourself? Realizing Su's point, Zhang dismounts and heads straight for the valley. Miss, come back, it's dangerous. Yulan cries out, but Zhang Huayu appears oblivious, resolutely forging ahead. Elder, this is all your fault. Yulan chastises Su Xuanjin before also dismounting and sprinting after Zhang. Su Xuanjin finds himself at a loss for words, never anticipating that the young girl would be so audacious, his offhand remark prompting her to act. Unbelievable, this beast has gone mad. Yuan biting wipes the blood from his lips. Reflecting on the recent blow from the Ba Shi, his agile maneuvers had mitigated much of the impact, yet he still sustained injuries. That spear strike should have been fatal, Qi Xianen exclaims in disbelief. Having witnessed his silver moon spear pierce through the Ba Shi's neck, the only true weakness lies in its head, where I struck. Only by piercing its head can we hope to slay it. Xie Xintong remarks, having expended a considerable amount of his remaining true energy with the last binding spell. If only I had a sword. Yuan biting grumbles in frustration. Back when your master instructed you to seek a sword at Mei Mountain, you scoffed, claiming they were mere scrap metal, insisting you deserved the most unique sword in the world. Do you now regret your words? Just as he finishes, a sword cleaves through the air, embedding itself before Yuan biting. Mingyue Shang, thank you, Elder, Yuan biting exclaims jubilantly. Such a display of skill could only belong to Su Xuanjin. Seizing the sword, Yuan biting feels a surge of renewed vigor as golden light flickers in his eyes. Though he is far from fully recovered, he has reached a pivotal stage. Now he recognizes that facing this frenzied beast requires everything he has. Xie Xintong glances at Yuan biting with a knowing smile. This is the spirit I remember. Xianen and I will distract this beast. Do you have confidence in retrieving the sword? Leave it to me. With that declaration, the trio moves without hesitation. Qi Xianen darts towards the Ba Shi's tail, while Yuan biting heads for its head to draw its attention, with Xie Xintong poised for action. Mei Mountain's cross technique, scatter, Yuan biting commands, unleashing the Mingyue Shang as it transforms into hundreds of shimmering blades, each radiating a terrifying intent. Attack, with the utterance of the command. The multitude of blades hurtles towards the Ba Shi, eliciting a terrifying shriek as the creature attempts to shatter some of the incoming projectiles. Seizing the moment while the Ba Shi is distracted, Qi Xianen leaps from behind, launching himself high into the air, gripping his spear tightly as he aims for the Ba Shi's tail. With a thunderous crack, his spear drives deep into the Ba Shi's tail, pinning it in place in agony. The Ba Shi lets out a furious roar, turning its attention away from Yuan biting to pursue Qi Xianen, intent on devouring the one who hurt it. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Xintong races towards the Ba Shi's head. Sun character, clone, dozens of shadowy figures manifest, and at last, one clone retrieves the sword lodged in the Ba Shi's head, tossing it to Xie Xintong. Meanwhile, the Ba Shi, now frenzied, continues its relentless assault on Qi Xianen. Jin character, break the universe. A sudden Jun hexagram materialized above the head of the Ba snake as Xie Xintong thrust his sword towards it. The blade pierced through the hexagram with a terrifying sword intent, penetrating the creature's skull. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley, startling Zhang Huayu and Yulan into hastening their steps. Gradually, after a mournful wail, The boss snake finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The three gazed at the motionless creature, their anxieties relieved, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Damn it, we have finally slain this beast," Yuan Biting remarked with irritation. Having already been injured, he now bore new wounds from the confrontation with the boss snake, leaving him understandably vexed. "What are you doing?" Yuan Biting questioned, noticing Xie Xiantong fiddling with something in the belly of the boss snake. Xie Xiantong remained silent, only to later approach Yuan Biting, revealing a small object emanating a faint purple glow. "What is this?" "The snake's gallbladder," he replied. "You took such a great risk for this trinket?" "Of course not. I came because my master mentioned that villagers nearby have been mysteriously disappearing. He suspected a ferocious beast lurked here, so he sent me to investigate, and then I encountered this creature." "You fool, why didn't you run when you couldn't win? If it weren't for me, you would have met your end today," Yuan Biting scolded loudly. Just as Xie Xiantong was about to retort, a call from the cliffs behind them reached their ears. It was Zhang Huayu. She and Yulan hastened to this spot upon hearing the fading cries, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Yuan Biting and the others unharmed. Xie Xianong turned to regard the one calling out, momentarily entranced. "What a beautiful woman!" Once they returned to the valley, Zhang Huayu, noticing the bloodstains on Yuan Biting's clothing, asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. It's all that creature's blood," Yuan Biting said, gesturing toward the now lifeless boss snake with a smile. However, Xie Xiantong rolled his eyes at this. "What are you pretending for? Do you think I haven't seen you spit blood? May I ask who this is?" Zhang Huayu then turned to Xie Xiantong in his gray robe, inquiring of Yuan Biting. Yuan Biting threw an arm around Xie Xiantong's shoulders, saying, "This is Xie Xiantong, a friend I made while still in Meishan." Xie Xiantong, taken aback by this sudden embrace, felt his cheeks flush and quickly freed himself. Yuan Biting, observing Xie Xiantong's evident discomfort, chided, "You fool, what are you acting like a shy maiden for?" Xie Xiantong remained silent, merely casting him a glare. "I am Zhang Huayu. Pleased to meet you, Daoist Xie," she introduced. "Such beauty. May I ask how you are related to this fellow?" "Biting is my husband," Zhang Huayu replied softly, casting a glance at Yuan Biting. "You truly are fortunate," Xie Xiantong remarked, though a subtle hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. "So many years apart, and you have already found someone you cherish?" Chapter 26. The Old Taoist with a Cow Nose. As the group returned along the quiet forest path, Yuan Biting lifted the curtain of the carriage to find Su Xianxin reclining on the carriage bed, propped up on one hand while pouring wine into his mouth with the other. What a sight! Not a sword immortal, but a drunken sot. Upon noticing their return, Su Xianxin raised his gaze slightly to Yuan Biting. "Injured?" Zhang Huayu might have been able to overlook Yuan Biting's facade, but in front of Su Xianxin, his little ruse evaporated. Hearing Su Xianxin's inquiry, Yuan Biting quickly gestured for silence, not out of pride before Zhang Huayu, but simply to spare her worry. "Thank you for lending me your sword earlier," he said, in no trouble. "It wasn't my sword anyway. But you, young man, have some audacity, venturing to confront the boss snake when you're only half recovered, not fearing being swallowed whole." Yuan Biting chuckled. "Isn't it because I have the esteemed elder here? If I were to perish before your eyes by that boss snake, where would your dignity lie? Not to mention the ridicule from common folk." Su Xianxin, unimpressed by Yuan Biting's bravado, dismissed him with indifference. "You and that lad from the Qi family could hardly handle the boss snake. I sensed some Taoist techniques earlier." "Who did you encounter?" "An old acquaintance, merely a young Taoist." At that moment, Xie Xiantong climbed into the carriage. Initially intending to return to his temple, he had learned that Yuan Biting was also heading southwest, so he decided to accompany him for safety. Su Xianxin scrutinized the young Taoist in the gray robe. His disheveled hair could not conceal Xie Xiantong's exquisite features, and the sword in his hand emanated a chilling light. Su Xianxin's gaze gradually became somewhat teasing. "You, young man, even Taoists are not spared." "Junior Xie Xianong greets the esteemed elder," Xie Xianong said respectfully. Despite the elder's shabby appearance, he recognized that anyone whom Yuan Biting called elder was far from ordinary. Considering Yuan Biting referred to the likes of Qinbai Ren as old man with ease, Su Xianxin waved his hand dismissively, turning away and gradually succumbing to sleep. The group traversed the serene woodland, and soon, A mountain gate began to come into view. The words Qingyang Palace were prominently inscribed above. Qingyang Palace, renowned as the foremost Taoist temple in the southwest, is a sacred site of Taoism. While it may not rival the ancestral home of Taoism at Longhu Mountain, it is not without its own prestige. Legend has it that the Taoist patriarch Zhang Daoling once instructed the Tao Te Ching to the magistrate Yin Shi, parting with the words, "After you have traveled the Tao for 1,000 days, seek me in Chengdu at Qingyang. 3 years later, Zhang Daoling arrived at this place, and Yin Shi came as promised. Zhang Daoling manifested his divine form, seated upon a lotus pedestal, while Yin Shi expounded upon Taoist teachings. From that day forth, Qingyang Palace became a sacred ground for celestial gatherings and the transmission of Taoist wisdom. I did not expect you to be a Taoist of Qingyang Palace, Yuan Baiting remarked, gazing at the characters above the mountain gate. Did you not also fail to mention that you were the heir of the Northern Territory? Throughout the journey, Xie Shintong had listened as Qi Xianin and Yulan referred to Yuan Baiting as Your Highness, only to discover that the young man he had beaten countless times was indeed the young heir of the Northern Territory. The day is nearly dark. We might as well rest in the temple for the night and depart tomorrow, Xie Shintong suggested, glancing at the waning twilight. Yuan Baiting, not one to be impolite, readily agreed. Shintong, do you have esteemed guests arriving? A voice like a bell suddenly resonated from the mountaintop. Strangely, upon hearing this voice, the horses remained eerily calm, not making a sound. Master, my friends wish to rest in the temple for the night, Xie Shintong said, bowing respectfully towards the mountain gate. No problem. As esteemed guests, they are naturally welcomed. Just as Yuan Baiting thought the matter settled, the resounding voice echoed again. Old friend, how have you been? Yuan Baiting turned to look inside the carriage. The only person whom the head of Qingyang Palace would refer to as old friend could only be the one within. He, Zhao Yongqing, you old Taoist, I never expected you to still be alive. Zhao Yongqing, the current head of Qingyang Palace, was considered a breath of fresh air among the many heads of Taoist temples. In his youth, he had disdained the sycophantic behavior of the old heavenly master from Longhu Mountain towards the royal family, believing it disgraced the reputation of Taoism. He had borrowed the pretext of debating the old heavenly master to confront him at Longhu Mountain, where he berated him thoroughly. The many old Taoists of Longhu Mountain, enraged by the insult to their master, pursued him, yet they could not even lay a finger on him. Instead, he left the words Dog Dao inscribed on the stone wall before the heavenly master's residence. Even to this day, those two characters can still be faintly seen on the stone wall, leading future visitors to the heavenly master's residence to take the mountain trail, avoiding the main entrance altogether. You old man Haven T died, so of course I'm still doing well, Zhao Yongqing, shedding his earlier calm demeanor, began to scold Su Xianxin. Damn it, Su Xianxin, you've caused me to break my vows again. What a sin! This sudden outburst from Zhao Yongqing elicited a chuckle from Yuan Baiting. Meanwhile, Xie Shintong, upon hearing his master call out Su Xuanxin's name, was struck with astonishment. Although he had surmised that the elder in the carriage was no ordinary figure, he had not anticipated that it was the sword immortal Su Xianxin. After a brief moment of adjustment, the group passed through the mountain gate and arrived at the main hall of Qingyang Palace. The Wu Jiaidian S. Yuan Baiting and his companions crossed the palace entrance. They spotted a rocking chair in front of the Wujidian, where a figure reclined, clad in a simple robe yet of fine quality. One hand rocked a fan while the other savored tea, appearing quite leisurely. Upon noticing Yuan Baiting, the person quickly rose and approached, completely disregarding Xie Shintong, who was about to address his master. Yuan Baiting regarded the approaching Zhao Yongqing with confusion. Did this old Taoist not despise sycophants? Why was he so eager to approach him? I presume this is the young heir of the Northern Territory, Yuan Baiting thought nervously as he observed Zhao Yongqing's beaming smile. Does the Taoist know me? Naturally, I have met the young heir before, Zhao Yongqing replied. When was this? Why do I not recall? Naturally, your highness does not remember. Over a decade ago, I was preaching in Northern Territory City, and your father, Yuan Chong, invited me to the royal residence as a guest. Coincidentally, it was the day you were born, and I still remember the mark on your backside. I see, Taoist, you truly have a good memory. Yuan Baiting, upon overhearing, hastily interrupted Zhao Yongqing, who was about to continue his discourse. The sword-shaped birthmark on his posterior was a secret known only to his parents and himself. With so many people around, if Zhao Yongqing were to divulge how he had been bare-bottomed, it would surely invite peals of laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Huayu, standing nearby, stifled a giggle, for the lady had already recounted Yuan Baiting's childhood escapades to her in great detail before she departed the Wangfu. Not only was there the birthmark on his backside, but even more outrageous tales were shared, making it evident that Zhang Huayu was perhaps even more informed than Yuan Baiting himself. Following Yuan Baiting's gaze, Zhao Yongqing's expression shifted. Alas, that old fool must have gone to pilfer my elixirs. Your Highness, I must take my leave. He then dashed down a nearby path, calling out as he ran, Xintong, please entertain His Highness well. I shall return shortly. Yuan Baiting stood frozen in place, pondering the peculiar behavior of the Taoist priest. Turning around, he noticed that Su Xianxin had vanished without a trace. The moonlight was splendid, and Yuan Baiting, alongside Zhang Huayu, strolled leisurely before the hall. Their arduous journey had already caused the likes of Yuelon and Qi Xianin to retire for the night. Yet Zhao Yongqing had yet to return despite his promise of a brief absence. Could it be that he is still pondering matters concerning the general's residence? Yuan Baiting observed Zhang Huayu, who appeared somewhat despondent. The brilliance of the full moon, the fierce Tuobahuan, Liang Mu, and even Han Yuxing from the palace. All these complexities exceed my initial assumptions. Before heading to Qingxia Pass, I had genuinely hoped that the demise of my parents was merely an unfortunate accident. Otherwise, I find myself at a loss on how to uncover the truth. Yuan Baiting offered no response but pointed to the radiant moon above, saying, humans experience joys and sorrows, while the moon waxes and wanes. Only by following one's heart can the best outcomes arise. If you wish to investigate, I shall accompany you. Should you prefer to return to the northern realm at once, I will gladly join you. Zhang Huayu remained silent, recognizing the wisdom in Yuan Baiting's words. Her quest had never truly been for the truth, but rather for understanding her own heart. Are you too enjoying the moonlight? Just as they were absorbed in their thoughts, a voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they beheld the long-absent Zhao Yongqing. He appeared somewhat disheveled compared to before. His finely crafted Taoist robe bore several holes, and his previously well-kept Tai Chi bun had devolved into loose strands of hair. Indicating that the priest had recently endured a calamity, I asked the Taoist, all right? Not to worry, merely a minor skirmish, Zhao Yongqing replied with a smile. The moonlight is splendid tonight. I have brewed a fine pot of tea. Might I engage in a game of Go with you, Your Highness? With me? Yuan Baiting inquired. Of course, if the lady wishes to join, I would be most welcoming, he added, having discerned the close rapport between the young lord and the maiden. Thus feeling no concern that others might overhear. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I am quite weary from my travels and would not wish to intrude upon your enjoyment, Zhang Huayu replied with her keen intellect. Although she understood Zhao Yongqing's words might not be entirely courteous, to accept would seem somewhat inconsiderate. Watching Zhang Huayu depart, Yuan Baiting turned to Zhao Yongqing and asked, might I inquire where you wish to play? Right here shall suffice. The moonlight enhances the ambience, Zhao Yongqing suggested. Yuan Baiting smirked, enhanced ambience? Are you truly a person of elegance? Seated before the Wuji Hall, the two prepared for their game with a pot of fine tea and 2 jars of yunzi. And under the moonlight, it truly felt somewhat elegant. My skills in Go are not on par with my elder sister's. Winning would be a challenge, Yuan Baiting admitted. This was no exaggeration, for Yuan Shuiyan was renowned as the foremost player in the Liang chess community. To claim victory over her would be sheer folly. However, since returning from Meishan, he had been persistently urged by his elder sister to play in his attempts to win even a single game. He had perused various revered texts such as the chess techniques and Xianshi Xianji, which were celebrated in the world of Go. Although he had yet to achieve a victory, his skills had improved significantly under his sister's rigorous tutelage, making it no simple feat for an ordinary person to best him. No matter, it is merely a pastime. The two decided who would make the first move, with Yuan Baiting taking the black stones and initiating with the 3-3 opening. A strategy once hailed as the best by the master Shi Xiangxia. Zhao Yongqing, unfazed, countered directly with a star point, effectively diminishing the strength of Yuan Baiting's opening. As they continued, each made 11 moves with black and white stones, evenly matched in their contest. Yet, Yuan Biting's 11th black stone caused Zhao Yongqing to pause momentarily, his subsequent moves becoming less swift as he contemplated deeply before placing his stone. As the saying goes. From the point of severance, the game is born, and Yuan Biting's ensuing strategies all stemmed from that crucial move, forcing Zhao Yongqing to remain on the defensive until he could stabilize the situation with his 38th white stone. "Did you seek me out solely for a game of Go?" Yuan Biting inquired while placing his stones. Zhao Yongqing took a sip of tea before responding. "What does His Highness wish to ask?" "I indeed have a question. I have heard that you despise sycophants and have even chastised the old Tianshi of Lunghu Mountain to the point of causing him to spit blood. Yet today, upon meeting me, you seem as overly enthusiastic as a palace eunuch." Caught off guard by Yuan Biting's candidness, Zhao Yongqing nearly choked on his tea. "Damn. Your insults are rather crude," he coughed before continuing. "The old Tianshi was merely someone I found intolerable for his self-proclaimed superiority in Taoism, looking down upon other temples, and it has nothing to do with the Liang royal family. If His Highness is interested, you may visit the Tianshi mansion and inquire about my calligraphy." Observing the smile on Zhao Yongqing's face, Yuan Biting couldn't help but reflect on the trials the old Tianshi must have endured. Noticing Yuan Biting's silence, Zhao Yongqing pressed on, "Do you have further inquiries?" "Yes, I wish to know your true intent in seeking me. May I ask how you perceive the pieces on this Go board?" Yuan Biting smiled knowingly at the question. "Ah, I see. Why is it that both scholars and valiant warriors are drawn to the game of Go? Because it is their only means of wielding their power. Each piece's positioning and utilization is determined solely by them. They envision the board as a reflection of the world, seeking to dominate their adversaries step by step, becoming the rulers of this realm. Though the pieces merely traverse the board, all sentient beings are but pawns in this grand game. In my humble opinion, the pieces on the board are propelled by forces unknown to them. Whether cast aside or employed, they exist merely within the whims of the player. The player dictates their fates, while they are simply tools in the player's pursuit of victory. Pray tell, do you consider yourself a player or a piece?" Zhao Yongqing inquired with a chuckled eye. "In such a vast world, who can truly claim to be the player? That individual in the palace. Neither he nor I can lay such a claim. Yet if I were merely a piece, I would be a piece capable of biting the player's finger." Yuan Biting replied with a light laugh. "Interesting. Your response has indeed taken me by surprise," Zhao Yongqing remarked. "Indeed, in this vast world, we are all but pieces. I have heard whispers of your ventures into the Jianghu, that the Northern Realm King seeks to secure a carefree existence for you. Yet do you truly believe you can transcend this game?" Yuan Biting, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Since ancient times, those who enter the halls of power find no respite at home. The old man wishes for me to have a carefree life, even if it means sacrificing the position of Northern Realm King. I would fare better. However, entering the Jianghu is fraught with peril. Should I emerge as a carefree lord, it would be well and good, but I dread becoming a mere pawn, finding it difficult even to bite the hand that plays. Perhaps I must indeed adopt the 3-3 opening, he mused. Chapter 27. The hexagram of fire and greatness in this world. One cannot escape the grip of self-interest. The pursuit of benefit and avoidance of harm is human nature. Though Zhao Yongqing's words carried an undertone of counsel for Yuan Biting, he too had his own agenda. After a moment of reflection, Yuan Biting smiled and said, "Your words hold merit, but I wonder what your intentions are in this game?" "Ha ha, Your Highness jests. In a game of Go, even the minutiae cannot guarantee absolute victory or total defeat. Yet there will always be a winner and a loser. I can only wager that this game will secure peace for the future." Upon hearing Zhao Yongqing's statement, Yuan Biting began to form suspicions about his true intentions. "Oh? Might I inquire whether you are betting on me or the Northern Realm?" Zhao Yongqing was taken aback by Yuan Biting's forthrightness. The cup of tea he had nearly brought to his lips was set down once more. "Very well, being direct is preferable to vagueness. I wager on your Northern Realm," Zhao Yongqing directly stated, as his chess piece lunged towards the spiraling black dragon in the cloud board. The realms of the martial world and the court have never been adversaries. It is no small feat for Lunghu Mountain to ascend as the foremost sect of Taoism within the martial realm. A triumph undeniably bolstered by support from the imperial capital likewise, The various martial factions within the territory of Daliang, aside from some trivial skirmishes, maintain a semblance of harmony, a situation not devoid of Longhu Mountain's influence. Ever since Zhao Yongqing learned of the palace's intention to summon Yuan Baiting to court via a decree, he sensed that the tranquility of the past would inevitably be shattered. If one were to liken the relationship between the northern frontier and the imperial capital to a placid pond, then this decree is undoubtedly a colossal stone cast into its stillness. As the saying goes, a single stone can stir 1,000 waves. No one shall remain unscathed amidst this tumult. As for why he did not choose the more powerful Daliang royal family, akin to Longhu Mountain, Zhao Yongqing had pondered this as well. However, setting aside his personal grievances with Longhu Mountain, the two characters emblazoned before the Celestial Master's residence offer a glimpse into their standing. Furthermore, with the backing of Longhu Mountain, what need would the Daliang royal family have for his humble Qingyang palace? Surely, you jest, esteemed elder. You are aware that I have no interest in the court. From where does my northern frontier originate? Moreover, whether it be my father, the northern army, or the common folk within the northern cities, my elder brother is undoubtedly viewed as the rightful heir to the northern throne. Regardless of circumstances, that crown shall never rest upon my head. I fear your expectations may be in vain. This statement holds truth. Not only does Yuan Baiting have no desire to claim the so-called title of the Northern King, but even if he did, how could he contend with his illustrious and formidable elder brother? Observing the certainty with which the young lord spoke, Zhao Yongqing chuckled. There is no need for the young lord to belittle himself. I once cast an oracle at the time of your birth, and it revealed a hexagram of great fortune. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, what does this hexagram signify? The upper trigram of the great hexagram is Li, fire, and the lower trigram is Qian, heaven. This hexagram is auspicious, indicating that the young lord bears the mark of a fated child. Esteemed elder, is your oracle accurate on ordinary days? Yuan Baiting inquired with a light chuckle. Fairly accurate, though regrettably, you may find this particular oracle to be a miscalculation. As he spoke, Yuan Baiting placed a black piece on the cloud board, and in an instant, the slight advantage he had regained with the white pieces vanished entirely. Esteemed elder, shall we continue? Zhao Yongqing gazed at the dwindling white pieces on the board, realizing his fate was sealed, and he willingly set down the piece he had yet to place, smiling lightly. The young lord possesses commendable skill in chess. I concede defeat. You have my respect. With that, Yuan Baiting prepared to rise, but Zhao Yongqing hastily interjected, Young lord, tomorrow is the temple fair at my Qingyang palace. Perhaps you might consider staying a few more days before departing. Esteemed elder, are you suggesting that you wish to confine us within Qingyang palace? Yuan Baiting laughed. Young lord, how could you think such a thing? My intentions are sincere, Zhao Yongqing replied with a grin. If that is the case, then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Yuan Baiting made his way down the narrow path back to his room. Reflecting on Zhao Yongqing's earlier words, the world is complex and ever-changing. Being born into a family of the court, how many eyes are set upon the throne of the Northern King, and how many regard the Yuan family with predatory intent? Setting aside others, that group led by Wang Yang is no easy adversary. Even if he chooses not to vie for the title of Northern King, if someone with ill intent were to strike at the Yuan family, could he simply stand by? Yuan Baiting sighed. It seems that my carefree position as a young lord is not one I can maintain. Just as Yuan Baiting was lost in thought, a sudden dart of shadow lunged toward him. He quickly focused his energy into his palm and caught the approaching object, revealing it under the moonlight. Is this a pill? Not bad, kid. Nice reflexes. Following the voice, Yuan Baiting looked up to see a figure lounging on the roof's edge, clutching an enormous gourd. However, the gourd did not appear to contain wine. The figure occasionally poured something from the gourd into his mouth, clearly relishing it. Esteemed elder, what are you doing? It was Su Xianxian. Heh, kid, come up here. I have something good for you. Yuan Baiting wasted no time, propelling himself straight up onto the roof. What good thing does the esteemed elder have for me? Open your hands. Su Xianxian grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, Yuan Baiting raised his right hand, only to receive a scolding from Su Xianxian. Damn it, you little brat, don't be too greedy, 2 hands. Yuan Biding had no choice but to extend his other hand. Forming a cupping gesture, Su Xianxin chuckled as he poured the contents from the gourd, and a cascade of golden glimmers spilled forth. As the light gradually faded, it revealed plump and lustrous pills, each inscribed with a delicate character for clear. Yuan Biding's eyes widened in disbelief. Esteemed elder, this is, these are the pills refined by that old thing Zhao Yongqing, all taken by yours truly. Su Xianxin laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Yuan Biding felt a wave of embarrassment. You truly are a bandit. While Taoist pills are not particularly rare, each year, various temples from Longhu Mountain send some to the northern king's residence, including several boxes of pills at the level of the sect leader, and even some exquisite pills refined by the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain. While these pills may not be of great significance within the northern king's residence, in the martial world, those refined by sect leaders are highly sought after, let alone those of celestial master caliber. However, the pills crafted by Zhao Yongqing, known as the Pill Immortal, are of an entirely different caliber, surpassing even those of the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain. There are even legends stating that Zhao Yongqing once refined a pill capable of resurrecting the dead. Watching Su Xianxin consume the pills as if they were mere candies, Yuan Biding couldn't help but ask, "You took all of Zhao's pills without fear of him causing you trouble?" "Trouble me? You just saw him not long ago. He has already sought me out." Yuan Biding then recalled that when he encountered Zhao Yongqing earlier, his hair had been disheveled, and his robe was somewhat tattered. It seemed this was the doing of Su Xianxin. Moreover, what of a gourd of pills? He can always refine more. I've left him plenty. If Zhao Yongqing were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. You left him plenty? All my finest pills have been taken by that old scoundrel. Even Yuan Biding cursed inwardly. More shameless than this young lord. Such a rarity. Su Xianxin, oblivious to Yuan Biding's eye rolling, continued to stuff his face while saying, "These pills, you ought to eat sparingly. They are quite potent." Yuan Biding watched the unrelenting bandit before him, his mouth twitching in response. "Old man, how can I trust what you say? By the way, what did Zhao Yongqing want with you?" Su Xianxin asked as Yuan Biding remained silent. Yuan Biding then recounted his earlier chess match with Zhao Yongqing. For reasons unknown, he found himself unguarded around Su Xianxin, much like how he had been with the old Su in years past. Upon hearing this, Su Xianxin laughed heartily. That old coot is starting to worry about these trifles. He wants you to protect Qingyang Palace in the future. Esteemed elder, you jest? As a mere young lord? How could I possibly safeguard such a grand establishment as Qingyang Palace? Su Xianxin shook his head and said, "You're too clever for your own good. It makes you seem overly shrewd. If you cannot protect it now, can you not do so in the future? Has he cast an oracle for you?" "Esteemed elder, how do you know?" Yuan Biding inquired, confused. He hadn't expected Su Xianxin to be aware of events from over a decade ago. "I do not know. Since you ask, it must be true. Kid, he chose you not out of trust in you, but because he trusts in himself. Then, esteemed elder, do you know how accurate Zhao's oracles are?" "Never missed." Su Xianxin paused, suddenly adopting a serious tone. "Before heading to Qingzhou, I sought Zhao Yongqing for an oracle. The hexagram indicated minor misfortune and great sorrow, but at that time, I was brimming with youthful vigor. Too proud to heed such nonsense, dismissing it as Zhao Yongqing's folly. It was only after my journey to Qingzhou that I truly understood the meaning of minor misfortune and great sorrow. It was after that trip to Qingzhou that the famed sword immortal Su Xianxin vanished without a trace." Observing Su Xianxin, who had previously been carefree and unrestrained, now adopting such a serious demeanor, Yuan Biding couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the old Taoist did not deceive me? Noticing Yuan Biding lost in thought, Su Xianxin leapt down from the roof and vanished into the night, leaving behind Yuan Biding, who stood there holding the pills in both hands. "Kid, since you did not agree to him tonight, according to that old coot's temperament, he won't let you off so easily." "Ha ha ha!" The next day, sounds from outside the window gradually roused Yuan Biding from his slumber, dispelling his drowsiness and compelling him to rise and wash up. Moments later, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Biding, are you awake?" Upon opening the door, he found it to be Zhang Huayu. "I just finished washing up. What is the matter?" Yuan Biding inquired gently. "Come, I'll take you to a place, as she spoke. Zhang Huayu grasped Yuan Baiting's hand and hurried outside. A cacophony of gongs and drums filled Yuan Baiting's ears. Look! Zhang Huayu exclaimed joyfully. Yuan Baiting lifted his gaze and beheld the Wuji platform before the Wuji Hall. Adorned with an abundance of vibrant flowers, their brilliant hues enveloping the Qingyang Palace. Among the throngs of people, women donned resplendent attire while men exhibited a certain charm. Various vendors were present, some beating gongs and drums, others displaying their crafts and receiving applause, while many more came to the temple to offer prayers for blessings. This was the annual temple fair held at Qingyang Palace to celebrate the birthday of Laozi. And coincidentally, with the palace in full bloom, the master decided to host both the temple fair and the flower festival as a form of celebration. Many who came to admire the blossoms would also pay their respects to Laozi, lighting incense and seeking blessings, which over time evolved into a custom, becoming a grand event within the Qingyang Palace. Unbeknownst to them, Mei Shengtingyu, who had appeared by their side, began to explain to Zhang Huayu and Yuan Baiting. Observing the lively scene before him, Yuan Baiting mused to himself that the old Taoist from yesterday had not deceived him. Indeed, there was a temple fair taking place. Xie Daozhang, might you enlighten us on the location of the place for blessings? Zhang Huayu inquired of Mei Shengtingyu. It is within the inner hall. You may follow me, he replied. Baiting, shall we go to seek blessings? Zhang Huayu whispered, and before Yuan Baiting could nod, she pulled him along behind Mei Shengtingyu. Making their way towards the inner hall, upon reaching the inner hall, the number of people seeking blessings was not significantly fewer than those outside, though they moved rather swiftly. Mei Shengtingyu presented 3 incense sticks to each of them, stating, Tao gives rise to 1, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, 3 gives rise to all things. After they finished their prayers and emerged from the hall, they tacitly refrained from inquiring about each other's wishes. Young master, miss, you too have come to seek blessings? Yulan suddenly appeared before them. Zhang Huayu nodded slightly. Yulan, have you come to pray along with General Qi? Upon hearing Zhang Huayu's words, Yuan Baiting noticed Qi Xianan standing behind Yulan. Xianan, I must say, you have been quite secretive. I ought to inform Uncle Qi about this, Yuan Baiting remarked mischievously. Flustered, Qi Xianan quickly waved his hands. Young master, no, I merely accompanied Miss Yulan to seek blessings. No such thing, let us go. Without waiting for any arguments, Yulan firmly pulled him into the inner hall. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Huayu and Yuan Baiting couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Xianan's prowess in military affairs, he truly knows nothing when it comes to matters of the heart. Is it that young master is quite knowledgeable about such affairs? Zhang Huayu teased with a laugh, realizing he had been caught off guard. Yuan Baiting averted his gaze, focusing instead on a nearby stall that had begun to capture his attention. Noticing the slight furrow in Yuan Baiting's brow, Zhang Huayu ceased her pretense of annoyance and gently inquired. What troubles you? Look, Yuan Baiting pointed towards the stall. Zhang Huayu followed his gesture and saw a small booth with 2 wooden chairs in front, a wooden table laid horizontally, upon which rested a bamboo tube and a turtle shell. The bamboo tube containing several wooden slips. Behind the table sat a Taoist clad in a slightly tattered robe, unmistakably not one of the Qingyang Palace's own. Behind him, a wooden bamboo pole displayed a white banner adorned with a Taiji Bagua diagram, beneath which was inscribed, the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, the dragon in all directions. What kind of Taoist is this? Has fortune-telling made its way to Qingyang Palace? Zhang Huayu remarked, puzzled, do you not find this intriguing? Yuan Baiting replied with a smile. Care to accompany me for a fortune-telling? Very well. The two approached the stall and took their seats on the small wooden chairs, noticing the sign on the white banner indicating that a fortune could be told for 10 coins. What is it that you wish to inquire about? The man asked, to their surprise. The fortune-teller was a blind man, his voice bearing a certain weariness, though he did not appear to be of advanced age. What is your purpose? Zhang Huayu asked softly. Do not worry, young lady. Though I am blind, it does not impede my ability to provide your fortune. Daozhang, do you realize this is Qingyang Palace? Setting up your stall before the Wuji Hall? Are you not attempting to undermine its prestige? Yuan Baiting chuckled lightly. Young master jests. Wandering Taoists traverse the world, offering fortunes wherever they go. If my actions were to bring disgrace upon Qingyang Palace, Then it would be best for this foremost Taoist temple in the southwest to take down its signpost. The Taoist words, devoid of malice, were delivered with a sense of ease and fearlessness that garnered respect from the younger generation. Pray tell, what can you divine? Whatever you wish to know, I can provide insight into. Very well, since you charge 10 coins per reading, I shall offer you 20 coins. Please, Daozhong, tell me about my fortune. Please wait a moment. The man retrieved 3 copper coins from within his Taoist robe and placed them into the turtle shell. Zhang Huayu rested her chin on her hand, observing the tude, having never believed in such divination. Her act of seeking blessings was merely for novelty's sake. Could the course of a lifetime truly be determined by these 3 small coins? Even if it could, she firmly believed that she alone held the reins of her destiny. When Yuan Baiting expressed his desire to have his fortune told, she assumed it was merely for amusement and accompanied him out of curiosity, harboring no interest in the outcome. The Taoist held the turtle shell with both hands, mumbling incantations, shaking it gently. Moments later, the 3 copper coins tumbled from his mouth and landed on the long table. The man counted them meticulously, spreading the coins out and tracing the patterns on their surfaces, before slowly announcing, "Fire has great success. Congratulations, young master. This is an auspicious reading. May I ask, Daozhong, what does this reading signify?" This is the Great Abundance hexagram, symbolizing fire in the heavens. The sage should restrain evil and promote good. Following the heavens mandate, the sage observes this hexagram, taking lessons from fire, aligning with destiny, and praying for good fortune. Young master is destined for greatness. The man smiled as he spoke. Another Great Abundance hexagram? Yuan Baiting muttered thoughtfully. Observing Yuan Baiting's contemplative demeanor, Zhang Huayu couldn't help but chuckle. What troubles you? The Taoist claims this is an auspicious reading, yet you seem troubled. Do you not appreciate auspicious readings? That is certainly not the case. I thank the Taoist for his kind words, Yuan Baiting quickly responded, realizing his oversight and smiling. Daozhong, here is your 20 coins. Please accept them. Thank you, young master. With that, Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu rose to depart. Shortly after they left, a figure clad in the robes of the Qingyang Palace's headmaster approached the stall. Junior brother, how did it go? Zhao Yongqing inquired. Senior brother, yet another Great Abundance hexagram. It appears I was not mistaken. This young master is indeed favored by destiny. By the way, junior brother, did that young master say anything? He did not say much, merely left behind these 20 coins before departing. Zhao Yongqing picked up the coins from the table, only to find a slip of paper concealed beneath them. Upon reading it, he discovered it bore the words, "What my elder entrusted, Baiting shall carry on." Zhao Yongqing shook his head at the note in his hand. This lad is indeed quite clever. Meanwhile, Yuan Baiting was still reveling in his discovery of Zhao Yongqing's scheme, unaware that the hexagram he received, the Great Abundance, had not been manipulated in any way. Chapter 28. 2 taels of gold for 2 taels of wine. After agreeing to Zhao Yongqing's proposal, Yuan Baiting found his days at Qingyang Palace to be most exhilarating. Each day was filled with either training and meditation alongside Zhao Yongqing or exploring the mountains and enjoying leisure with Zhang Huayu. He even ventured into Zhao Yongqing's alchemy chamber on numerous occasions, pilfering quite a few precious elixirs, completely forgetting his earlier disdain for Su Xianqian. Zhao Yongqing was quite generous, allowing him to choose any elixirs and teaching him the art of alchemy without reservation. However, while Yuan Baiting might have shown some aptitude in martial arts, he was utterly inept in the craft of alchemy. Despite exhausting tremendous effort, he saw no sign of successful elixirs, and in fact, he managed to ruin several of Zhao Yongqing's alchemical furnaces, nearly causing a catastrophic explosion in the alchemy chamber that had been preserved for a millennium. Infuriated, Zhao Yongqing kicked him out, marking the stone wall outside the chamber with a warning that read, "Dogs and Yuan Baiting are forbidden from entry." The letters were boldly inscribed, exuding strength comparable to those found before the Tianshi mansion. "Master, you've arrived. Take a seat." Zhao Yongqing slowly opened his eyes, gesturing to a nearby mat for Xie Shintong to sit. In days past, this was where Yuan Baiting learned meditation and cultivation from Zhao Yongqing, but today, as they were preparing to depart, only Zhao Yongqing remained. "What is it that you wish to discuss with your disciple?" "Shintong, what kind of person do you believe this young master to be?" Xie Shintong found Zhao Yongqing's inquiry rather perplexing, unsure of his intentions, yet he responded earnestly, I would say that while my encounters with Yuan Baiting have been somewhat tumultuous, he appears to act with consideration. His character seems quite upright, and he diverges from the reputation of a frivolous young master. What I seek to ascertain is your opinion of him. Have you formed any judgments? The disciple does not grasp the master's intent. I have never formed a particular opinion of this young master. Zhao Yongqing regarded Xie Shintong with a knowing smile, saying, You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. In recent days, whenever you catch sight of Yuan Baiting alongside that young girl, a fleeting pang of regret crosses your face. Can you truly assert that you have never harbored any thoughts about that young lad? Master, please do not misunderstand. My feelings towards Yuan Baiting have always been those of an old acquaintance, nothing more, Xie Shintong hastily replied, his face flushed. His relationship with Yuan Baiting, if one were to describe it as profound, was merely based on a few encounters, yet if deemed superficial, they had indeed traversed life and death together. Although he harbored some affection for Yuan Baiting, he kept it buried in his heart. Now, being confronted with it openly, especially by his own master, left him utterly discomfited. Zhao Yongqing, observing this, chuckled, I was merely jesting, my dear disciple. There is no need for such agitation. Moreover, while you may call me master, you have never formally become my disciple within the Qingyang Palace. Ultimately, you are still a layman. Having these 7 emotions and 6 desires is quite normal. As practitioners of the Tao, we cultivate our true hearts. The Tao moves with the heart's desires, and the methods of the Tao are natural. Pursue what you wish, as long as you do not stray from your true intentions. Yes, I shall remember this. He acknowledged, today, you shall embark on your journey with them, correct, master? You intend to send me away from the palace? Xie Shintong, perplexed by his master's intentions, misinterpreted it as his master growing weary of him, and his eyes immediately reddened. Zhao Yongqing, noticing this, quickly reassured him, Oh, you young lad, how could I ever wish to expel you from the palace? The Qingyang Palace will forever be your home. You are welcome to return whenever you desire. Years ago, during his travels, he had chanced upon a mountain village beset by bandits, where the villagers had been slaughtered. Upon his arrival, only corpses remained. Just as he lamented his late arrival, he heard the faint cries of an infant from a half-burned wooden house. Rushing inside, he discovered the cries emanated from a water tank covered by a wooden lid. Lifting the lid, he found a swaddled baby placed within it, seemed that in a desperate bid to keep the child hidden from the bandits. The family resorted to this drastic measure. Unable to abandon the innocent child, Zhao Yongqing took the baby back to Qingyang Palace, naming him Xie Shintong. Growing up in Qin, originally savoring the moment, Zhang Huayu could not help but cover her mouth and cough upon hearing the words, eliciting a hearty laugh from Yuan Baiting. Fear not, my dear lady, it is but a legend, surely not to be taken seriously. The owner, with a grin, exclaimed, A fine wine indeed. This 40 gold is worth it. With that, Yuan Baiting tossed the pouch of coins to the owner, who eagerly caught it. His smile widening. It is said that the youth of the northern realm are generous with their spending. And today, it seems, they have encountered a windfall of great fortune. As Yuan Baiting and company prepared to depart, they noticed a group approaching from a distance. At the forefront rode a man on a chestnut steed, clad in glimmering armor that suggested he belonged to the Hezhou army. The group sauntered towards the wine stall, prompting the owner to hurry forward. Esteemed soldiers, do you seek to indulge in some wine? The leader dismounted with a flourish, hand resting upon the long blade at his waist, exuding an air of arrogance. Bring forth all the finest wines and meats, for my brothers and I wish to drink heartily. Alas, good sir, the owner replied, we have some wine left, but all the meat has been purchased by that gentleman over there. We have nothing remaining. The man followed the owner's gesture and his gaze fell upon Yuan Baiting, which inadvertently piqued Zhang Huayu's interest. She was taken aback to see such exquisite individuals and thought, it seems tonight shall be quite enjoyable. Noticing the man's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Huayu furrowed her brow. Feeling quite irked at that moment, a figure darted out beside the leader, pointing at Yuan. Brother, look, there's another one. If you fancy her, take her, he said, striding towards Yuan Baiting and his entourage. Yuan Baiting remained calm, continuing to sip from his cup as if oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Leave these two beauties, and the rest of you. Be gone. Do not spoil my mood." As the man approached, he pointed at Zhang Huayu and Yuelon, declaring, "As soldiers, do you not fear the law?" Yuan Baiting set down his cup and replied slowly, "The law? This is the law." With that, the man drew his sword, plunging it into the table before him. "Brother, these two beauties are truly rare finds. Unlike those wretched women from yesterday, ugly and disobedient, they offended my eyes." Rubbing his hands together, he envisioned the delight of sharing the night with such exquisite company. Hearing this, the leader burst into laughter and turned to Yuan Baiting. "Did you hear that? My brother has taken a liking to these two. Those who are wise should leave quickly." Yuan Baiting merely chuckled, shaking his head, completely unfazed, and took another sip of wine. Nearby, the lecherous man could hardly contain his excitement and boasted, "My beauties, come with me. I promise you a night of ecstasy." With that, he reached for Yuelon's hand. Unable to bear it any longer, Qi Xianen swiftly drew his blade, aiming for the man's arm. By the time the man realized what was happening, his severed arm lay on the table, and he let out a piercing scream. Astonished that these people dared to strike against a member of the Hezhou army, Qi Xianen wasted no time, and with another swift stroke, the man's head flew from his shoulders, landing beside the startled chestnut steed, which whinnied in terror. The leader was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing his brother's headless body, rage consumed him, and he lunged at Qi Xianen with his sword. Qi Xianen deftly dodged and, using the table for leverage, kicked the man away. Clutching his chest, the leader felt the surge of blood rage within him. Shocked by the youth's formidable skills, "Kill them! Spare only the two beauties. Leave no one else alive." At the command of their general, the soldiers surged toward them without hesitation. Qi Xianen brandished his silver moon spear and swiftly engaged the advancing crowd. With a powerful thrust, he pierced the throat of the leader before he could react, dispatching him instantly. With a swift kick, he propelled himself forward, executing a seamless sweep that left the surrounding Hezhou soldiers silent and lifeless. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining soldiers scattered in fear, disappearing from sight. Returning to Yuan Baiting's side, Qi Xianen said, "I acted rashly, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Your Highness." Indeed, in the heat of the moment, he had impulsively struck down the man who threatened Yuelon, and then decisively eliminated the leader. However, he understood that despite the man's heinous nature, he was still a soldier of the Hezhou army. If his actions led to a conflict between Hezhou and the Northern Realm, he would bear the weight of immense guilt. Yuan Baiting smiled gently at the owner of the wine stall, who had cowered behind the counter in fear, and said, "Shall I presume you are cursing your fate for encountering us devils?" The owner trembled, shaking his head vigorously. "Please, noble sir, do not misunderstand. I would never dare." Although he may have cursed them in his heart, he would never admit it. After all, a man like Yuan Baiting, who disregarded authority, could easily dispose of someone like him. "I appreciate your wine, and it is worth the price. Today, I have caused quite the ruckus at your stall. Having killed a few soldiers, I shall offer you an additional 200 gold as compensation. What say you?" The owner's despair turned to elation at the mention of 200 gold. A sum that would ensure he could live comfortably for a lifetime. "Thank you, noble sir." He had no doubt about Yuan Baiting's words. Someone so generous would not seek to amuse himself at the expense of a lowly merchant. If you wish to continue selling your wine, you should head to the Northern Realm, where they will witness what true wine is. Yuan Baiting's words reflect a sense of helplessness. How could he be unaware that the wine, once it reaches the Northern Territories, would inevitably differ from what is found in the Southwest? Yet, the merchants of the North are infuriatingly duplicitous, diluting the drink and engaging in deceit. It is essential that the people of the North experience genuine Wenjun wine, so they have something to boast about, allowing the world to label them as unsophisticated simpletons. After Yuan Baiting has feasted and quenched his thirst, the group moves away from the wine stall and continues their journey towards the Southwest Sword Cave. This sword cave, located at the confluence of Hezhou in the Northern Territories, lies atop a secluded mountain, seldom frequented by travelers. Gradually, The area surrounding the cave has transformed into a training ground for martial artists. In Hezhou, due to the existence of this southwest sword cave, the populace takes pride in wielding swords. Unlike the roving heroes of the northern territories, the locals are martial in spirit, yet not all are practitioners. It is instead the quality of one's sword that determines status. As Yuan Baiting observes his surroundings, he notices numerous sword bearers. Though they are clad in coarse linen garments, their swords are resplendent, with at least one adorned with gemstones. Some are even embellished with pearls and precious stones on both the scabbard and hilt, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, as they swagger about, exuding an air of confidence, as if the very world bows before their blades. However, in Hezhou, where scholarly pursuits are exalted over martial endeavors, commoners may carry swords, but any who dare to draw them in broad daylight to settle disputes will face the wrath of the authorities. The consequences can range from a few punitive strikes to imprisonment, with the severity determined by one's fate. Wang Liangmu, the ruler of Hezhou, is the half-brother of the late emperor, having accompanied him in campaigns during their youth. Yet he has only ever engaged in the art of strategy. In his words, how could these brutish folk, who only wield weapons, comprehend the intricacies of his strategic mind? Thus, he harbors no fondness for Yuan Chong, an alien prince who relies solely on brute strength, and maintains a strict prohibition against martial practices in Hezhou. Consequently, the martial artists of Hezhou prefer to train around the southwest sword cave, where they can practice freely without the looming presence of officials. Leaning against the cart, basking in the warm sunlight after indulging in food and drink, Yuan Baiting feels quite content. Since he had managed to persuade Su Xianxian to bring Xie Xiantong along to drive the cart, he has found his burdens considerably lightened. Upon rounding a bend, two young swordsmen appear on the broad official road, standing with swords in hand, their demeanor regal, unmistakably not of the common folk. Remarkably, they seem to have coordinated their attire, one clad in white and the other in black, creating a striking contrast that captivates the onlookers even before a single sword is drawn. The crowd surrounding them casts expectant glances, eagerly awaiting the moment the swords are unsheathed to erupt in cheers. Yuan Baiting, feeling somewhat bored and eager for amusement, promptly instructs Xie Xiantong to halt the cart. Such an entertaining spectacle is not to be missed. The occupants of the cart, unaware of the unfolding drama, lean out to see what has caught their lord's attention. They assume it is merely a fleeting whim of the young master, and since they have little else to occupy their time, they decide to indulge in this diversion. Yuan Baiting pulls Zhang Huayu along towards the throng, searching for a gap to squeeze through, intent on securing a prime position to witness the duel. It appears as if the two swordsmen are waiting for him. As soon as he finds his footing, they leisurely draw their swords from their waists. The crowd gasps, their eyes wide with anticipation, terrified of missing any thrilling moments that could later be recounted to friends and family as tales of grandeur. Such duels are a rarity in Hezhou, not merely for lack of skill, but also due to the fear of being apprehended by officials who would not hesitate to administer harsh punishments. The duel unfolds with fervor, flashes of steel dancing in the air, evoking a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. Even the passing horse-drawn carriages come to a halt, captivated by the display. The black and white swordsmen exhibit an impeccable synergy, fierce yet unscathed in their clash. Observing the duel, Yuan Baiting finds their technique lacking. After all, he is a disciple of the top 3 masters of swordsmanship, and even a practitioner like Qi Xianin would recognize the numerous flaws in their forms. However, their performance is undeniably lively, and the spectators are oblivious to their shortcomings, showering the duo with copper coins. Despite some lacking sufficient funds in the past, Yuan Baiting would have enthusiastically cheered and rewarded such displays with substantial sums. Yet today, he feels no such impulse. After watching for a while, he grows somewhat disinterested and turns to Zhang Huayu. Although she is not a martial artist, she is no stranger to swordsmanship. Her mother, as the saintess of the southwest sword cave, would practice daily, and while Zhang Huayu never trained formally, she could easily match the performance of these two. Shaking her head, she replies, "They are inadequate. Their swordplay is mediocre. And I can do better. That's so. Might I request a demonstration someday?" Yuan Baiting, though aware of her accurate assessment, is intrigued to witness his unskilled wife in action. How could I, as the esteemed leader of Qingshan, Deign to perform for others? She retorts playfully. And what of you, my husband? Do not jest. I have yet to cross the threshold of your northern palace, so you cannot claim me as your husband yet. She laughs, well aware of Yuan Baiting's intentions, refusing to grant him any advantage. Yuan Baiting, resigned, turns his attention back to the duelists. Their swords, while not extravagant, are certainly superior to those of the average person, prompting him to reminisce about Gu Fansong, the first friend he made after leaving the northern territories. Jiyu Fansong often proclaimed his ambition to become the sword god, yet the wooden sword he wielded was battered and worn. Yuan Baiting had offered to craft him a fine sword, but he had adamantly declined, asserting that a swordsman should not change his weapon casually. Even a wooden sword could earn him renown. Gu Fansong's story is somewhat pitiful. Having lost his parents at a young age, he relied on his grandfather for companionship, yet after nearly 2 decades in Jinan City, he had not garnered any fame or fortune. He once encountered a young woman with whom he seemed to share a deep connection, even reaching the stage of discussing marriage. However, when he brought her home to meet his grandfather, the dilapidated state of his household and his grandfather's frail health made her reconsider. Declaring, "I do not care about your lineage, but I cannot allow myself to be burdened for a lifetime." From that moment on, Gu Fansong found no further romantic prospects, and even if one appeared, the thought of his home strewn with fallen branches and leaves deterred him from pursuing them. After meeting Yuan Baiting, the affection displayed between him and Zhang Huayu filled Gu Fansong with envy, inspiring him to resolve to become a sword god and find a partner akin to Zhang Huayu, someone who, while not necessarily beautiful, would be devoted to him, allowing him to hold his head high before those who once rejected him. After that fateful night when Gu Fansong practiced swordplay under Yuan Baiting's guidance, they dueled several times, yet Gu Fansong always emerged bruised, prompting Yuan Baiting to hold back his strikes. Nevertheless, Gu Fansong remained undeterred, insisting that each battle brought new insights, returning the next day, invigorated and eager to train. On one occasion, a moment of distraction caused Yuan Baiting to knock Gu Fansong unconscious, leaving him in a cold sweat as he carried him back to his quarters. Hearing him mumble about becoming a sword god, what has become of that aspiring sword god now? Is he in the northern city? Has he found a beloved but lacks the courage to pursue her? Yuan Baiting ponders, while the duelists before him have begun to sweat profusely. They do not genuinely wish to duel. Rather, they heard rumors of someone exchanging 2 taels of gold for 2 taels of wine and are attempting to earn some coins through their swordplay. In a moment of carelessness, the black-clad swordsman slashes the cheek of the one in white, who, upon feeling the blood, grows frantic and retaliates with his sword. The onlookers, witnessing the bloodshed, erupt into delighted cheers. The excitement palpable, Yuan Baiting, realizing the duel has intensified, smiles knowingly. He has seen through their ruse. While their earlier seamless cooperation had bored him, the current fervor has piqued his interest. "Do you think they deserve a reward?" he inquires. Zhang Huayu, having recognized the swordsman's intentions, replies playfully, "Now that they truly engage, you seem interested. If you wish to reward them, go ahead. After all, it is not your silver being spent." Despite knowing that Yuan Baiting is not as reckless as the rumors suggest, Zhang Huayu understands that he is indeed generous with his expenditures in the northern city. As the courtesans of the Wanhulov can attest, in the past, it was said that the young lord was extravagantly generous, inciting jealousy among other wealthy youths, some of whom imitated his lavishness, though many returned home to face the consequences of their pretensions. Observing Yuan Baiting's newfound enthusiasm, Zhang Huayu opts not to intervene, especially since she cannot. After all, Yuan Baiting is spending the treasury of the northern palace, not her own. They are indeed worthy of a reward, Yuan Baiting declares. "Let us give them 1,000 taels. Just 1,000 for such a spectacular display. Those few bowls of wine cost 200 gold. Zhang Huayu teases, "While abroad, one must be frugal, lest I exhaust my funds and have you begging at my side in the future." Zhang Huayu hastily shook her head and chuckled, saying, "Begging is utterly out of the question. If anyone were to beg, it would be you, your highness, for I possess silver." Yuan Baiting, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. "It appears this young lady is already contemplating a division of assets before we are even wed." Yuan Baiting pursed his lips, and Qi Xianen, standing nearby, intuitively turned to fetch the silver notes from the carriage. If it were 1,000 taels of gold, it would not be surprising if these two swordsmen fought until they bled. Indeed, they could even slay each other with a single stroke. Otherwise, would anyone truly believe that in this peaceful world, no one would pick up what was lost on the road? 1,000 taels. Good heavens, how many rituals must one perform to earn that back? Watching Qi Xianen retrieve the silver notes, Xie Xuantong's face twitched. It is true that he is a disciple of the Qingyang Palace's leader, yet his irresponsible master only knows how to spend money on precious herbs for alchemy, often skimping on his disciples' allowances, and even occasionally requiring him to perform rituals to make ends meet. As for Yuan Baiting's earlier expenditure of over 200 gold at the tavern, Xie Xiantong held no strong opinions. After all, the value of alcohol is subjective. Some deem it worthwhile, while others do not. Moreover, they had indeed caused quite a bit of trouble for the tavern owner, and 200 gold, while considerable, was still somewhat justifiable. However, these two swordsmen, whose skills were mediocre at best and full of flaws, were deemed worthy of 1,000 taels after merely exchanging a few blows. If that were the case, I could certainly perform far more splendidly than they. As the two men noticed the prolonged silence, their initial anger had long since dissipated, and the fervor of their duel had diminished. They had even donned new garments for this performance, which had now become somewhat lackluster. Although the onlookers could not comprehend the intricacies of the swordplay, could they not discern the quality of the spectacle? Witnessing the duo's increasingly perfunctory efforts, the crowd began to jeer, inciting the two swordsmen to the brink of drawing their blades against the onlookers. Qi Xianen divided the silver notes into 2 piles of 500 taels each and presented them to the two swordsmen, who, upon seeing this, instantly beamed with joy and expressed their gratitude. However, one of them inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Huayu amidst the crowd. That woman is truly enchanting. Before he could finish his thought, he was suddenly sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth, prompting the other to hurriedly assist him in fleeing. Yuan Baiting merely smiled, remaining silent. This lad is becoming increasingly astute. Chapter 30. The battle at Taoliaping. Though the southwest sword cave may sound modest, it actually occupies the entirety of Wangjian Mountain, resembling a small city. The gates are continuously thronged with swordsmen, each carrying a sword as they come and go. The closer one gets to the sword cave, the more martial artists one encounters. The officials of Hezhou can only turn a blind eye, for the taxes collected from the southwest sword cave alone could sustain half of Hezhou City. The Yu family, relying on their sword-forging techniques, commands great respect in Hezhou. After all, who wouldn't wish to ascend the lofty branches of the Yu family, even if one cannot share in the profits? Possessing a Yu family sword would earn one accolades throughout Hezhou. The Yu family forges over 10,000 swords each year, and while their quality is superior to that of other renowned swordsmiths, they ultimately cannot compare to the Yu family's own signature sword. The Yu sword, as its name suggests, is marked with the Yu family's insignia and is typically forged by the elder masters of the family. Only this sword can truly embody the essence of the Yu family's sword-forging art. Generally, only one Yu sword emerges every 3 years, and it is not for sale. Should anyone wish to acquire this treasure, they must participate in the annual martial arts competition held on the day the Yu family opens the furnace, with only the victor being permitted to take the Yu sword home. Or alternatively, the Yu family may bestow it upon them. Yet, in the past century, the Yu family has only gifted 3 swords. The first was the famed Peach Blossom Willow, forged by Yutsong, the head of the Yu family and a legendary swordsman of the previous dynasty. Yutsong, the founding patriarch of the Southwest Sword Cave, was born in a poor border village in Hezhou Dai. In his youth, he could only work as a lowly apprentice in the village blacksmith shop to fill his stomach. Fortunately, the master blacksmith recognized his diligence and agreed to teach him the art of sword forging. Despite being illiterate, young Yutsong displayed a natural talent for forging swords. From the moment he crafted his first sword at the age of 10, he vowed to create the world's finest sword. Through hard work and innate ability, young Yutsong gradually gained a reputation in his village, attracting more and more clients seeking his craftsmanship. Eventually, he amassed wealth and established the Southwest Sword Cave on Wangjian Mountain, leading the Yu family onto the path of becoming a renowned swordsmithing dynasty. Although life had undergone a complete transformation, one thing remained a regret in Yu Tsang's heart. Despite years of forging, he had never created a sword that he deemed the finest in the world. During that time, the young prodigy Qi Daoling traveled far and wide, eventually arriving at the Southwest Sword Cave, where he met Yu Tsang. They shared a bond akin to that of long-lost friends, drinking and performing sword dances, singing songs of camaraderie, contemplating the fleeting nature of life. One moonlit night, emboldened by drink, Yu Tsang expressed his desire to witness Qi Daoling's Peach Blossom Willow technique, renowned as his signature move, said to be capable of making the king of hell laugh with one strike and making deities weep with the second, thereby shaking the world with its fame. Qi Daoling, not one to hold back, clasped a wine jug in one hand, slightly intoxicated, and with his fingers poised like a sword, effortlessly leveled the peak of a mountain comparable in height to Wangjian Mountain. Yu Tsang stood in stunned silence, unable to believe such a person existed in the world. However, he soon burst into laughter, while the drunken Qi Daoling remained oblivious to his intentions, fearing he had inadvertently injured his mind with that previous strike. Yu Tsang proclaimed that he had just grasped the essence of what constituted the world's finest sword. He then made a pact with Qi Daoling, promising to present him with the world's finest sword 3 years hence. Qi Daoling took this as drunken ramblings, readily agreeing but not taking it seriously. Little did he know, 3 years later, Yu Tsang would indeed seek him out with this so-called finest sword. Upon seeing the sword, Qi Daoling, though it remained sheathed, could sense an overwhelming sword intent that even he, a legendary swordsman, found imposing. The sword measured approximately 4 feet in length and 1.5 inches in width. Forged from meteorite iron, its entire body a deep black, it bore intricate patterns of ancient gold, and the sharp blade emanated a chilling light, while the hilt was crafted from the teeth of ancient tigers. Featuring a subtle Qi character, the moment Qi Daoling laid eyes on this sword, he recognized it as a rare treasure and immediately named it Peach Blossom Willow, believing that the most domineering sword technique deserved the most delicate name. Embodying a sense of balance, with this sword, Qi Daoling became a force to be reckoned with in the martial world, ultimately earning the title of Sword Immortal. However, after Qi Daoling's passing, the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom Willow became unknown. The second sword gifted by the Yu family was the Tsangjiazi, bestowed upon the current Sword Immortal, Su Xianzhen. At that time, Su Xianzhen was unable to find a sword that truly met his expectations, so he sought his fortune at the renowned Yu family's Southwest Sword Cave. The head of the Yu family at that time was not the current Yu Jinheng, but his father, Yu Hai. Upon seeing Su Xianzhen, who was known as a minor sword immortal, arrive in search of a sword, Yu Hai wasted no time and spent 3 years crafting the Tsangjiazi for him, stating that the Yu family's sword should be matched with the strongest swordsman in the world. The third sword was the Mingyue Shang, belonging to the Yu family's holy maiden. Curiously, it is said that no male descendants of the Yu family can manifest even a trace of true energy, while the daughters possess commendable talent in cultivation, especially the holy maiden of the Yu family. Each generation of Yu family maidens boasts unparalleled cultivation talent in the martial world, such as the previous holy maiden, Yu Jiqing. From a young age, Yu Jiqing exhibited extraordinary gifts, earning the title of the female sword goddess in the martial realm. By the age of 18, she had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, mastering the Yu family sword techniques created by Qi Daoling, leaving all in awe. Once again, the triannual battle at Taoliaping approaches, leaving one to wonder which fortunate soul will claim the Yu sword this year. Indeed, it is rumored that this year's Yu sword was forged by Elder Yu Shan of the Yu family. Elder Yu? I have heard that this elder has not forged a sword in decades. Who would have thought we would witness a sword forged by him tomorrow? Indeed, I too aspire to win a Yu sword one day. You? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. The Yu sword, coveted by all, is likely beyond your reach. Throughout the journey, Yuan Biding observed the flowers along the roadside and heard numerous tales about the Yu family and the Southwest Sword Cave. Elder, about the Yu family. Before Yuan Biding could complete his thought, Su Xianzhen interjected, 200 gold. Yuan Biding's face twitched, the meaning of which he could not discern. What could possibly be amiss with this old fellow today? Little did he know that since Yuan Biding had rewarded those 2 swordsmen 1,000 taels, Su Xianzhen sought to temper the young man's arrogance. Those 2, who could barely wield a sword, had effortlessly received 1,000 taels for their lackluster swordplay, and the old sword immortal wondered if asking for 200 gold was unreasonable. The others in the carriage were unaware of the situation. But the whims of a sword immortal were indeed to be expected. Meanwhile, Zhang Huayu, fully aware of the dynamics at play, secretly smiled at Yuan Baiting's discomfort. It was indeed Su Xianxin who could make him choke. "Elder," Su Xianxin remarked, observing Zhang Huayu's hesitance to speak. "You are quite protective of him, knowing I shall not answer his inquiry, so you come to ask instead? Very well. Along this journey, you, my little girl, have displayed a commendable poise and cleverness, earning the favor of an old man like me, unlike that troublesome lad who lacks precision in his actions. Furthermore, having indulged in your wine along the way, I find it difficult to refuse you. Ask whatever you wish." Zhang Huayu smiled gently. "Thank you, senior. Might I inquire if you are familiar with the Battle of Tailiping? As for Tailiping, I have merely heard tales of it, never having truly witnessed it myself. It is said that the sword immortal Qi Daoling and the head of the Yu family, Yu Cong, were close friends. The two would often drink and discuss swordsmanship atop Mount Wangjian Point one night. At Yu Cong's behest, Qi Daoling performed a stunning display of Wadao Yiliu, leveling a nearby peak with his sword. After Qi Daoling's passing, the Yu family renovated that peak, naming it Tailiping as a tribute to him. The Battle of Tailiping is an event held by the Yu family every 3 years on the day they ignite the furnace in the sword cave. During this event, they commission an elder swordsmith to forge a sword inscribed with the character Yu over the span of 3 years. And the Battle of Tailiping serves as a contest to claim this sword. The Yu sword? Zhang Huayu glanced at the Minjueshing resting beside her. The sword indeed bears the character Yu. Could it be this Yu sword? Su Xianxin regarded Zhang Huayu, perhaps having discerned her thoughts, and spoke. Your Minjueshing is not merely a Yu sword. Though it bears the character, it was forged by Yu Cong, the founding patriarch of the Yu family, and is the sword of their holy maiden. It is incomparable to any Yu sword. This Yu family has a history of sword forging spanning over a century, during which they have gifted only 3 swords, the first being Qi Daoling's Taoliying, the second my own King Jizi, and the third, the Minjueshing you possess, bestowed upon the Yu family as holy maiden. Then what of your King Jizi, esteemed senior? Su Xianxin, known as the Sword Immortal, had not revealed his own sword throughout their journey. Zhang Huayu, curious yet unable to find a suitable moment to inquire, now seized the opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xianxin replied softly, "It is lost." Zhang Huayu was not naive. The sword of an immortal had gone missing. Such news would surely draw skepticism, even from the most indifferent of passers-by. Noticing Su Xianxin's reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden, especially someone who has weathered the storms of life for decades like a sword immortal. Outside the carriage, the driver Yuan Baiting listened intently to the conversation within, silently praising Zhang Huayu for her astuteness. Initially vexed by Su Xianxin's unintended rebuke, he felt reassured when Zhang Huayu spoke on his behalf. "Might you have any insights into the Yu family, esteemed senior?" Zhang Huayu continued her inquiries. "Concerning the Yu family, I possess only a smattering of knowledge. The sword cave in the southwest is a colloquial term for the vicinity of Mount Wangjian. Decades ago, the Yu family established the Wangjian villa here, and over the course of 100 years, it has flourished into its current stature. When I first arrived at Wangjian villa, I was about the same age as that troublesome lad. At that time, the head of the Yu family was Yu Hai, who forged my King Jizi. The current head, Yu Jinheng, is likely Yu Hai's son. Yuan Baiting had heard some tales about Yu Jinheng. It was said that he succeeded his father as the head of the Yu family after Yu Hai's death and has a son and daughter. His daughter, Yu Xiaoyan, is considered exceptionally gifted among the younger generation of the Yu family. As for his son, Yu Xiaohu, he is quite an anomaly. He defied the tradition that forbids males from practicing martial arts, being born with an innate ability to manipulate qi and possessing immense strength. Though he lacks proficiency in the Yu family's sword techniques, his martial prowess is formidable and few dare to challenge him. However, Yu Xiaohu's mental faculties are unfortunately impaired. Even at over a decade old, he behaves like a child of 5 or 6, a source of great sorrow for Yu Jinheng. Moreover, there is another matter you may have heard of. Since its inception, the Yu family has adhered to the custom of having men forge swords and women practice swordsmanship. Why is that? I cannot say for certain, but among the women, the one with the greatest talent is often designated as the Holy Maiden. Your mother, Yu Jiqing, was the previous Holy Maiden, revered as the goddess of the sword, adored by many swordsmen in the martial world. Upon hearing the mention of her mother, Zhang Huayu's eyes dimmed noticeably. This journey to the southwest sword cave was meant to uncover information about her mother, yet she anticipated that it would not be an easy endeavor. Young master, look. Qi Xian'an's call broke Yuan Baiting's reverie. He glanced ahead to see the entrance of Wangjian Villa teeming with people, gathered around a notice board, seemingly engrossed in something. Let us go see, he suggested, pulling the carriage aside as they made their way toward the crowd. Upon reaching the notice board, Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu found a space to squeeze in and observe. The notices detailed the Battle of Tailiping, stating that the victor would receive the Yu sword forged by the Yu family's elder. Yushan, with no other rewards offered. It was rumored that both Yu Xiaoyan and Yu Xiaohu would participate in this year's Tailiping. Is that so? The two siblings are both incredibly talented. I wonder who will emerge victorious and claim the Yu sword. Not necessarily. I have heard that the son of the king of Hezhou will also attend. Young Master Liang is no ordinary foe. Young Master Liang, is it not true that the king of Hezhou despises martial arts? Ah, you are unaware. Young Master Liang is quite the opposite of his father, having trained under martial arts masters since childhood, showing little interest in scholarly pursuits. However, it remains to be seen just how formidable young Master Liang truly is. Is there any doubt? The son of the king of Hezhou is certainly a dragon among men. Upon returning to the carriage, Zhang Huayu leaned out to inquire, what is happening ahead? Nothing of consequence. Merely announcements regarding the Battle of Tailiping. However, I overheard that the Yu siblings will indeed participate, along with the son of King Hezhou, Liang Mu, vying for the Yu sword. Liang Mu's son? Zhang Huayu furrowed her brow. Are you aware of him? I have heard that Liang Mu has a single son named Liang'an, whose disposition is entirely different from that of his father. From a young age, he has been inclined towards martial pursuits. However, his true capabilities remain uncertain. Yuan Baiting was not overly concerned about Liang'an. His own strength, bolstered by Zhao Yongqing's elixirs, had recovered significantly, allowing him to contend with even Jiang Qiubai. Moreover, their purpose in visiting Wangjian Villa was to investigate the engraved jade tablet and matters concerning Zhang Huayu's mother, making any confrontation with Liang'an unnecessary. Since tomorrow marks the Battle of Tailiping, we might as well witness this spectacle and gain some insights about the Yu family, Yuan Baiting suggested softly. Zhang Huayu nodded. Their understanding of the Yu family was scant, and acquiring more knowledge before their encounter would certainly prove beneficial. Mother, I have arrived. Senior, if we speak of masters, who could possibly surpass you? Why not test my skills? Yuan Baiting said with a beaming smile, his inner thoughts laid bare. Throughout his journey, he had not been shy about scheming against Su Xianxin. Receiving guidance from the sword immortal would far surpass decades of solitary cultivation. Unfortunately, ever since Su Xianxin had offered him a hint at Qingxiao Pass, it had become increasingly difficult for Yuan Baiting to obtain further instruction from him. With your meager skills, do you truly think it worth my while to intervene? Not to mention me, even this little Taoist would likely best you, Su Xianxin retorted, having seen through Yuan Baiting's hidden intentions. From the moment he laid eyes on Xie Xiantong, he recognized that the young Taoist's prowess was on par with Yuan Baiting's, if not superior. Had he known that Yuan Baiting had been bested by Xie Xiantong no fewer than 100 times, he would have deemed it his just deserts. Standing nearby, Xie Xiantong remained silent, merely smiling at Yuan Baiting while casually shaking the sword at his back, as if besting him were merely a trivial matter. Observing this, Yuan Baiting's lips twitched. He had first-hand experience of Xie Xiantong's strength since childhood. Even after all these years, it was evident from their encounter with the boss snake that the young Taoist's abilities were likely still above his own. Damn it, I had forgotten about that. Watching Yuan Baiting being scolded yet again, Zhang Huayu found it somewhat amusing. This young lord, who had previously been quite unruly, had not had a moment's peace since leaving the northern border city. He was either being hunted or subjected to Su Xuanqin's mockery. After old Su's departure, he had no one to vent his frustrations to, and he was feeling quite dejected. Look, it's young Master Liang. I never expected him to truly come, someone remarked. The previous evening, when Yuan Baiting and his companions arrived at Wangjian Mountain Villa, It was already dusk. The inn and tavern within the villa were fully booked, with some guests even camping outside just to witness this grand occasion. They searched around and found that the Yu still had vacancies, likely due to its steep prices, which ordinary swordsmen could hardly afford. However, for the young lord of the northern border, such a trifling expense was inconsequential. Upon checking in the previous day, they had already heard that young Master Liang was also staying at the Yu Inn. To their surprise, during breakfast, they caught sight of this young lord from Hezhou. Following the commotion, they turned to see a group of more than 20 people descending from the second floor, all clad in feathered armor and wielding long spears. Evidently soldiers from Hezhou. Among them was a man dressed in an elegant black robe, exuding an air of distinction. His handsome features were occasionally marred by a glint of cruelty in his eyes. And he wielded an ancient, dark long sword that radiated an aura that discouraged approach. I asked that Liang. Quite the spectacle he presents, Yulan remarked, pouting slightly. Unbeknownst to her, her small utterance caught Liang An's attention, and he shot a fierce glare her way. Yulan, however, showed no fear and stared back defiantly. Yuan biting and Zhang Huayu observed the exchange but chose not to intervene. If Liang An was so easily provoked by a mere comment from a bystander, it would only serve to illustrate his foolishness. The accompanying Hezhou soldiers began to approach Yuan biting, but Liang An halted them. We must move on. Do not let trivial matters impede our objectives. As the group exited the inn, Yulan could not resist making a face at Liang An's retreating figure, prompting Yuan biting to exclaim, "Aren't you afraid that the Hezhou young lord might retaliate and cause you trouble?" "I fear nothing. After all, isn't General Qi here to protect me?" Yulan teased. This elicited a blush from Qi Xianan, who silently nodded in agreement. Besides, how could a mere Hezhou young lord compare to you? The young lord of the northern border. Ha! Even if he cannot, I never claimed I would protect you, Yuan biting replied. Your Highness, if you don't protect me, how can you expect the young lady to pay you any mind? Yulan playfully retorted. Having realized that this young lord was not one to take himself too seriously, she became increasingly bold in her speech, making one wonder if she were the daughter of the northern border's royal family. Yuan biting was left speechless. How had this young girl gained the audacity to threaten him with a mere ice cube? Was it possible that his usual demeanor had led her to believe he was an easy target? He then contemplated feigning anger to teach Yulan a lesson for her insolence, but was interrupted by Zhang Huayu. Enough of your banter. Now that Liang An has left the inn, it seems the Battle of Taolu Ping is about to commence. We should head over early to secure a good vantage point and witness this grand spectacle. Zhang Huayu felt a sense of urgency as they approached the southwest sword cave, eager to uncover its mysteries. However, upon entering the Wangjian mountain villa, she experienced an unprecedented calmness, no longer feeling the need to rush. Very well, let us proceed, she concluded. The battle at Taolu Ping was indeed a significant event for swordsmen. Along the way, they encountered people of all ages, from toddlers to those in their 70s, all carrying swords. Strangely, not a single person in Yuan Biting's group was armed. Su Xuanshan's Kangji seed was nowhere to be found, and the bright moon was far too conspicuous to be brandished openly at the Wangjian mountain villa. The only one among them who carried a sword, Xie Xiantong, felt that his Taoist robe stood out too much. So he changed into ordinary attire before leaving the inn, leaving his sword behind. Yes, they made their way to Taolu Ping. Many swordsmen glanced at Yuan Biting and his companions, assuming they were mere outsiders come to witness the spectacle. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to Taolu Ping. Having recently experienced rain, the area was shrouded in mist, lending it an otherworldly quality. Given that Taolu Ping was not far from Wangjian Mountain, the Yu family had constructed a suspension bridge and a thick iron chain between the two locations. The suspension bridge was intended for the spectators, which included children, the elderly, and even ordinary folk without martial skills, allowing them to enter Taolu Ping. The thick iron chain, however, was specifically designed for participating swordsmen and practitioners, serving as a precaution against incidents similar to those from 3 years prior when someone unworthy managed to claim the moon sword. An event that had brought great shame to the Yu family. To enter Taolu Ping, participants had no choice but to cross this iron chain, regardless of whether they relied on sword techniques or agile footwork. As long as they did not utilize external force or assistance from others, they were free to proceed. By the time Yuan Baiting and his group arrived, they encountered a crowd of sword seekers preparing to cross the Iron Chain Bridge. It was evident that crossing this bridge was no simple feat after the rain. The surface of the chain was slick with droplets, swaying precariously, while beneath it lay a valley between two mountains, with a flat expanse of water that seemed bottomless. Should one happen to fall, even with the Yu family's experts present, there was no guarantee that everyone could be rescued. Thus, if one fell, they could only rely on their own fortune. "Miss, young master, please exercise extreme caution on this slippery iron chain," a voice warned. "Understood," came a bright female voice in response. The group turned to see a man and woman standing before the iron chain. The woman was tall and stunning, dressed in white attire typical of martial practitioners, holding a pure white longsword that suggested a capable individual. The man, on the other hand, was large and exuded a powerful aura. Yet he clutched a candied hawthorn and called out to his sister, creating a stark contrast between his imposing figure and childlike demeanor. Despite this, no one dared to mock the evidently simple-minded young man. Aside from his identity as a Yu family member, he was a master of qi control, and a single displeasure from him could result in someone being struck dead without a soul daring to object. "That must be Yu Xiaoyan and Yu Xiaohu," Zhang Huayu remarked, observing the duo. "Look, Yu Xiaohu loves candied hawthorn just like you," Yuan Baiting teased, pointing at the young boy, prompting Zhang Huayu to react with flustered punches aimed at him. Yuan Baiting did not evade, allowing her to strike him. To outsiders, it appeared as mere playful banter between childhood friends, helping to lighten the otherwise solemn atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xie Xintong turned his gaze elsewhere. All of this, seemingly inconsequential, was noted by Su Xianxian, who chose not to comment. After all, what business did an old man have meddling in the affairs of the young? Yet, Yuan Baiting, young man, you may well be in for a fright when the truth reveals itself. As the two continued their playful scuffle, the Yu siblings began to cross the Iron Chain Bridge, an endeavor that was as simple to them as eating and drinking, given their status as leading contenders for the Moon Sword. With a wave of her hand, Yu Xiaoyan unsheathed her sword and stepped onto it, soaring toward Tao Lu Ping. "Sword control technique?" Yuan Baiting gasped. He was well aware of this technique, typically reserved for masters above the Xinqiao realm. Could Yu Xiaoyan truly be a master of such caliber? Yuan Baiting was skeptical. "What's wrong? Are you already intimidated?" Su Xianxian asked casually. Her sword control technique is likely unique to the Yu family, differing vastly from that of a true master of the Xinqiao realm, who can command countless swords, each capable of defeating enemies. "I see. Then, if I may inquire, how many swords can you command, senior?" "One," Su Xianxian spoke softly. "One sword? Why the need for so many? Are you planning to sell iron?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayu chuckled, realizing that only Su Xianxian could manage Yuan Baiting. "Miss, look over there." Yu Lan pointed towards the Iron Chain Bridge and said. After Yu Xiaoyan crossed the bridge, Yu Xiaohu followed closely behind. However, his manner of crossing was worlds apart from that of his sister. If Yu Xiaoyan glided across like a celestial being, then Yu Xiaohu was akin to a mischievous monkey. He stepped onto the bridge and then somersaulted, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. The guards at the bridge, witnessing their young master's antics, remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to such behavior in a theatrical display. Yu Xiaohu flipped himself beneath the iron chain, gripping tightly with both hands, and swung toward Tao Lu Ping. Earning applause from the gathered crowd, a few others followed suit, some leaping with agility, others taking cautious steps. Despite a few mishaps, they all managed to cross safely. Before long, they arrived at Liang'an, the heir of Hezhou, who was the subject of much anticipation. It was said that he was the complete opposite of Hezhou's Wang Liangmu, favoring the art of martial prowess, and everyone was eager to see how he would traverse the Iron Chain Bridge. Liang'an approached without hesitation, stepping directly onto the bridge, advancing steadily towards Tao Lu Ping. Aside from the bridge's stability, there was nothing particularly remarkable about his crossing. It seemed that the Hezhou heir's skills were rather ordinary, falling short of the Yu family's young lady. Indeed, he was merely more stable than the average swordsman. It appeared that this year's moon sword would remain in the hands of the Yu family. While the crowd continued their discussions, Yuan Baiting furrowed his brow. "What do you think?" he inquired of those around him. "Your Highness, If one were to cross the iron chain bridge as steadily as he did, I could manage it as well. Qi Xianan spoke in a low tone. But his abilities should exceed that. If he cannot best the Yu siblings, then Liang and S efforts in coming to Tao Lu Ping are in vain. Yuan biting fell silent. At that moment, Xie Shintong turned to speak. He is a master of the subtle realm. When he crossed the bridge, the glint in his eyes indicated that he had pinpointed the bridge's stable points. Stepping precisely on them to maintain balance, do you have confidence in defeating him? Hard to say, but it shouldn't be a problem, Xie Shintong replied casually, for he had never feared anyone in combat. Just as the crowd prepared to head toward Tao Lu Ping, a figure suddenly darted across the iron chain bridge, capturing everyone's attention once more. It turned out to be a monk, whose handsome features bordered on the enchanting. Adorned with a dot of cinnabar between his brows, dressed in a flowing white robe, embellished with subtle golden trim, and a jade flute secured at his waist, he exuded an air of nobility. With a light step, the monk leaped several feet, and in another bound, he reached Tao Lu Ping in the blink of an eye. Also a master of the subtle realm, Xie Shintong remarked, his tone far less casual than before. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Biting recognized that this monk's prowess likely surpassed his OW, and it appeared that the upcoming battle at Tao Lu Ping would be far more lively than anticipated. With skilled fighters arriving one after another, Chapter 32. A coin for each, 100 coins for one. The group swayed as they arrived at Tao Lu Ping, which proved to be quite expansive, capable of accommodating over 1,000 spectators. Regardless of age or gender, all eager to witness the spectacle. In the southwestern corner of the plaza stood a 6-story pavilion, modest in size, yet the 3 bold characters inscribed above signified its significance. The Sword Concealment Pavilion. A man draped in a blue-green robe stood atop the pavilion, his stature commanding, with long black hair flecked with silver, revealing the passage of time. With sharp eyes, he scanned the steadily arriving crowd. This was the Yu family's triennial grand event, and should a farce akin to 3 years prior occur again, the Yu family would become the laughingstock of the martial world. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a woman clad in a flowing white dress. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, her simple plum blossom hairpin accentuating her ethereal presence. "Shi Qing," he murmured, as if recalling an old acquaintance. "Master, what is it?" inquired a figure beside him, donned in an ancient robe and a mask. "Yu Shan, the Yu family's elder." Eugene Hung snapped back to reality, hastily replying, "Nothing. Today is a grand occasion. Everyone is here for the elder's moon sword. Eager to witness the unparalleled brilliance of the sword forged by our esteemed elder, I wonder if the elder is ready. Everything is prepared, but to be honest, it has been decades since I last forged a sword, and I find myself somewhat anxious about reigniting the forge today. Haha, you are our Yu family's acknowledged master for sword forging. It should be second nature to you." Eugene Hung chuckled lightly. "Do you not jest?" "Mastered, I have not struck a single red iron piece in over 10 years. I fear I may embarrass the Yu family upon reopening the forge today." Yu Shan, a genius in the art of sword forging, possessed a talent not inferior to Yu Tsong's. However, an accident years ago led him to fall into the forge, and thanks to Eugene Hung's quick reflexes, he survived. Nonetheless, he lost an arm and sustained severe burns. Now forced to wear a mask, as he claimed his face was too frightful to show. Yet, his innate passion for forging remained undeterred. In recent years, he began forging with a single arm, and even so, his talent was undeniable. The swords he crafted were worth their weight in gold. Thus, in an effort to redeem the disgrace from 3 years prior, Eugene Hung tasked Yu Shan with forging a sword for the battle at Tao Lu Ping. Determined to demonstrate the Yu family's mastery of sword forging to the world, meanwhile, Yuan Biting and his companions were unaware that Eugene Hung had already noted their presence. They simply sought a place to sit and enjoy the spectacle. "I heard that Elder Yu Shan is the finest swordsmith in the Yu family since Yu Tsong. I suspect many will vie for the moon sword this year," Zhang Huayu remarked, gazing at the throngs of people. Naturally, otherwise how could this ordinary moon sword attract the attention of the Yu siblings and Liang An? Considering the various skills displayed during the crossing of the Iron Chain Bridge, Yuan Biting anticipated that today's excitement would be considerable. As the sound of drums echoed, everyone's gaze converged on the Sword Concealment Pavilion. "Ladies and gentlemen, Today marks our Wanjian Mountain Villa's triennial grand event. Your presence is a tremendous honor for our Yu family. I trust you have heard that the victor of the Taolu Ping battle will receive the moon sword forged by our esteemed elder. Wonderful. I never expected to witness Elder Yushan's crafted sword today. Indeed, Elder Yushan's casually forged swords are already priceless. This moon sword, forged over 3 years, must surely be the king of swords. Is that you, Jinheng? Zhang Huayu asked, her expression somewhat complex as she looked at the speaker atop the pavilion. Her mother was a saintess of the Yu family, thus she had an inescapable connection to them. However, she wondered what relationship Yu Jinheng had with her mother, as it had been years since her mother passed. Yet no one from the Yu family had sought her out. Only the head of the Yu family could represent them at such an event. Do not worry, some matters will eventually come to light. Yuan Baiting reassured her, understanding her thoughts. As Yu Jinheng's impassioned speech resonated, the crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch. Reignite the forge. With that command, the entrance to the sword concealment pavilion slowly opened, releasing waves of heat that caused the crowd to recoil. Unable to gaze directly to their astonishment, the Yu family utilized an entire mountain as a forge, with Taolu Ping situated atop it. Indeed, the greatest swordsmith in the world. Such a feat is unparalleled. Just as Yuan Baiting was taken aback by the Yu family's grand display, a resonant sword hum pierced the air, and in an instant, a flying sword, imbued with immense sword intent, soared into the sky. With a slight flick of Yu Jinheng's finger, the sword gently glided towards the sword concealment pavilion, landing gracefully in his hand. The sword measured just over 3 feet, its body shimmering in dark gold, adorned with delicate patterns along the blade, sharp and exuding a chilling aura. Near the hilt, it featured serrated edges, with the character for moon subtly engraved upon it. A gentle wave of his hand produced a melodious sword hum. Truly a magnificent sword forged by Elder Yushan. Indeed, if I possessed such a sword, I could roam the martial world unchallenged. Even Liang'an, who had previously shown indifference towards the moon sword, now turned his gaze towards the sword concealment pavilion, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This sword is mine. Even Yuan Baiting, who had once dismissed the moon sword, could not help but acknowledge that this was indeed an exceptional blade. This sword is quite commendable, although it cannot compare to my esteemed Zhangjiaozi. It certainly surpasses the previous Yuezi sword by a considerable margin. Beside me, Su Xinshan remarked, how many fine swords can be acknowledged by a sword immortal? Esteemed guests, the sword I hold in my hand is none other than the sword of the victor from the Battle of Taolu Ping. The ultimate champion shall be awarded this blade. Without further ado, let the contest commence. I wish you all fruitful endeavors, worthy of such a grand occasion. With these words from Yu Jinheng, the Battle of Taolu Ping officially commenced. The rules were quite simple. In combat, one party yields or meets their demise, thus leading to failure. Soon after, 2 figures leapt onto the stage. One stood confidently with a sword, while the other brandished 2 short swords in a reverse grip. Their encounter ignited an intense battle spirit. Since we have some leisure time, shall we place a wager? Yuan Baiting said to Zhang Huayu with a grin. What shall we wager on? Let us bet on which of the 2 combatants will emerge victorious. With a stake of 1-1. Very well, I wager that the swordsman will prevail. Then I shall bet on the one wielding the 2 short swords. What do you say? Zhang Huayu nodded, and soon Yu Lan and others joined in, while Su Xinshan scoffed, claiming that such a meager stake was beneath him. Even beggars on the street would scorn it. Yuan Baiting paid him no mind, treating it as mere entertainment as he gazed upon the duelists. The swordsman sprang into action, launching himself forward with a powerful thrust aimed at his opponent. To the onlookers, his speed was nothing short of astonishing. The wielder of the short swords, undeterred by the aggressive advance, met the challenge head dash on. As the 2 weapons clashed, the swordsman thrust his blade, only for it to be parried by the dual short swords, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. Yet, he remained composed, skillfully lifting his sword to disarm his opponent, sending the short swords soaring into the air. Just as the swordsman thought he had found an opportunity, he unwittingly stepped into his adversary's trap. The previously airborne short swords suddenly reversed direction and shot directly towards him. Can he also wield sword techniques? Zhang Huayu gasped, astonished. Not at all, look closely. he has concealed 2 silver threads in his sleeve, manipulating the short swords with them. Those unaware would naturally assume he mastered sword techniques, Yuan Baiting explained. If everyone possessed such skill, the martial world would be filled with those flaunting their prowess. Taken aback by the unexpected maneuver, the swordsman quickly pushed off to retreat, only to find that his opponent denied him any chance. The short swords followed swiftly, and he had no choice but to parry with his own sword. However, the force of the short swords proved overwhelming, causing his long sword to slip from his grip and fly away in a flash. His opponent appeared before him, and by the time he realized it, the short swords were poised at his throat. "I concede," he murmured, astonished that he had fallen so swiftly in just a few exchanges. It seemed that fate had denied him the Yuezhi sword. The spectators around him were thoroughly entertained, most hailing from Huzhou, where such thrilling displays of martial prowess were a rare treat. Their cheers resounded, celebrating the spectacle before them. "Well, I have one. Pay up," Yuan Baiting chuckled. Among the 5 of them, only Mei Shengtingyu shared his sentiment. He handed over his winnings to express gratitude for Yuan's keen eye. Following this, Zhang Huayu seemed intent on challenging Yuan Baiting, placing contrary bets, while Yulan, wishing to support her friend, joined in as well. Although Qi Xianin felt a tad embarrassed, he followed Yulan wherever she went. This, of course, infuriated Yuan Baiting, who scolded Qi Xianin for being henpecked, claiming he was no true man. As the competitions continued, Xie Xuantong's purse swelled with riches, bringing him great joy in the realm of skilled combatants. Outcomes were determined in an instant, contrasting sharply with those who hesitated or merely sought to con the crowd. The next match features Liang against Yu Xiaohu. The announcer's voice rang out, and Yuan Baiting knew that the main event was about to unfold. He turned to propose. "For this round, let us raise the stakes to 101. What do you say?" Zhang Huayu, no fool, had heard of Liang's prowess as an expert in the subtle realm, while Yu Xiaohu merely reached the pinnacle of qi manipulation. Denying Yuan Baiting a chance to speak further, she declared, "I place my bet on Liang. If you back Liang, then I shall support Yu Xiaohu." Yuan Baiting countered. In this instance, Xie Shengtingyu also sided with Zhang Huayu to bet on Liang's victory, to which Yuan Baiting merely smiled, as if victory was already in his grasp. Prior to this, Liang had been meditating, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around him, as if the others were unworthy of his attention. Upon hearing his name called, he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He had trained within the Huzhou army from a young age. Though his father disapproved of his martial pursuits, being an only son, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Fortunately, Liang had proven himself, achieving rapid advancements in his abilities over the years. "Xiaohu, it is your turn," Yu Xiaoyan said to her somewhat simple-minded brother in the Yu family. Yu Xiaohu heeded no one's words, including their father, but he was entirely obedient to his sister. Yu Xiaohu responded softly, munching on a candied hawthorn as he ascended the stage. Yet, none dared to mock him from below. After all, despite his simplicity, he was still a master of qi manipulation. Ridiculing him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Seeing Yu Xiaohu on stage, Liang made no delay, approaching with his ancient, dark sword, each step emanating a palpable pressure that left the spectators in awe. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohu acted as though he were oblivious, continuing to nibble on his candied hawthorn until Liang stood before him for a considerable time, at which point he finished his treat. "My sister promised that if I defeat you, she would buy me some candied hawthorn," he declared. "Regrettably, it appears you shall not be able to savor those treats," Liang sneered, and no sooner had his words fallen, Liang drew his long sword and charged at Yu Xiaohu. Sensing danger, Yu Xiaohu's jovial demeanor vanished, and he rushed toward Liang in response. Despite being a master of qi manipulation, Yu Xiaohu's childish mind lacked comprehension of martial arts techniques, relying instead on brute strength and instinct. As Liang deftly dodged Yu Xiaohu's thunderous punch, the ground trembled beneath the impact, sending rocks flying and creating a substantial crater. Is this truly the might of a master of qi manipulation? Impressive indeed. That punch from Yu Xiaohu was undeniably ferocious. Had it connected with Liang, he would likely have sustained severe injuries. Unfazed by the spectators' comments, Liang smiled as he propelled himself toward Yu Xiaohu, his sword enveloped in a fierce aura. Yu Xiaohu, realizing his initial attack had failed, turned to face Liang, letting out a powerful roar as he charged forward. "Fool!" Yuan Biting muttered under his breath. As anticipated, just when Yu Xiaohu's fist was about to strike Liang, the latter vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a sound akin to the breaking of air descended from above, as Liang appeared over Yu Xiaohu. Wielding an overwhelming sword intent that descended upon him, Liang truly intent on delivering a lethal blow. This could spell disaster for the young master of the Yu family, Yu Xiaohu. Sensing the danger, looked up and shouted, stabilizing his stance as he unleashed both fists toward Liang, and the clash of fist and sword created an intense standoff, neither side willing to yield. Liang, astonished by the unexpected strength of the seemingly simple-minded boy, felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. "Fool! Even at your strongest, you are merely at the pinnacle of qi manipulation. I will strike you down with my subtle realm prowess. How will you withstand it?" Gradually, Yu Xiaohu began to struggle under the pressure. Liang let out a fierce shout and launched a kick toward Yu Xiaohu. Caught unprepared, Yu Xiaohu was sent flying, though he remained within the confines of the stone stage. Furious at this affront, Yu Xiaohu, who was used to being treated with respect, erupted with an intense battle spirit, his qi enveloping him as he aimed to shred Liang into pieces. Liang, observing the wrathful Yu Xiaohu, smirked with cold amusement. "This is getting interesting." Yu Xiaohu, fists charged with qi, propelled himself toward Liang, crackling with lightning, his punch imbued with tremendous force, as if it aimed to tear through the heavens. Thunder Fist. This was the only martial technique Yu Xiaohu had mastered, and combined with his raw strength, it transformed into a formidable force. "Who would have thought Yu Xiaohu possessed such power?" Yuan Biting remarked. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, one must be cautious. Should that strike connect, it could be disastrous. Liang An's smile faded as he focused intently on the approaching threat, a crimson light flashing in his eyes. He recognized the opening. Behind him lay his opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, his qi surged violently within him as he charged toward Yu Xiaohu's rear. However, despite his childish nature, Yu Xiaohu was no fool. Sensing the impending danger, he had already prepared a defense as Liang vanished from sight. Yu Xiaohu swiftly turned, unleashing a powerful counterstrike. Liang was taken aback by Yu Xiaohu's quick reflexes, prompting him to channel even more qi into his strike as he unleashed a devastating blow. With a swift thrust of the sword, a formidable surge of true energy left the onlookers momentarily blinded. Only Yuan Biting, Xie Xiantong, and the seemingly drowsy Su Xianxian displayed a radiant gleam in their eyes, while a handsome monk seated at a distance also focused intently on the arena. "Victory means payment," Xie Xianong chuckled. As the energy dissipated, Liang and sword plunged directly into Yu Xiaohu's shoulder, blood slowly oozing out. "Xiaohu!" Yu Xiaoyan cried out, rushing forward with her sword, only to be halted by Yu Jinheng beside her. "1 is allowed on the stage until the contest concludes. It is the rule, father," Yu Xiaoyan exclaimed urgently, her heart aching for her younger brother, unable to bear any harm inflicted upon him, especially now that he was injured. How could she possibly endure this? "It's nothing," Yu Jinheng replied calmly, knowing that although Yu Xiaohu was hurt, it was not severe, likely due to Liang An's mercy. Otherwise, Yu Xiaohu might have lost an arm. In pain, Yu Xiaohu cried out, "I don't want to fight anymore, sister. I want to eat candied hawthorn." Ignoring his injury, he made a beeline for Yu Xiaoyan. Liang wins. With the outcome announced, the crowd erupted in chatter. Who would have thought that young Master Liang was so formidable? Even the young master of the Yu family couldn't match him. Indeed, it seems this year's Yu sword will fall into the hands of the Hezhou Wangfu. Liang unsheathed his sword and walked toward the crowd. Initially, he intended to incapacitate Yu Xiaohu, but considering the complex relationship between Wang Jian Mountain Villa and Hezhou, he refrained from severing ties. After all, he didn't want to face the consequences of angering the elder back home. Hearing of Liang An's victory, Zhang Huayu excitedly turned to Yuan Biting and declared, "Pay up, 100 each." "When did I ever say 100 each?" Yuan Biting retorted, displeased, realizing the girl was attempting to swindle him. "Your Highness, Do you really lack such a trifling sum? Yulan chimed in. The remaining Xie Xiantong, upon hearing of the potential earnings, quickly joined in the commotion, while Qi Xianan remained silent, knowing Yuan Baiting would not mind. However, having spent years in the Northern Border Army, he had developed a strict sense of discipline and would never dare joke with His Highness. Yuan Baiting, seeing Zhang Huayu eagerly eyeing his purse, could only smile helplessly as he pulled out 400 won to distribute among the four. Enjoy your little fortune, but had I not deemed it uninteresting to outsmart Liang An, not a single coin would I have parted with. Chapter 33. Cursed Fate. After Yu Xiaohu conceded and stepped down, the surrounding spectators erupted in sighs and curses, as many, like Yuan Baiting, had lost their bets. Only a few dared to chuckle quietly, not daring to announce their amusement. After all, gamblers are often reckless. Angering them could lead to dire consequences. It was no surprise that such a grand event in the martial world was the perfect opportunity for various gambling houses to open their doors, drawing in eager bettors who sought to profit handsomely. Since learning that the Yu siblings and the young master of Hezhou would participate in the battle at Tailiaping, some gambling houses even offered enticing odds of 1 to 100, hoping to attract gamblers from all corners. At dawn, Yuan Baiting, feeling idle, wandered through the city and inadvertently spotted a gambling house with a wooden sign reading, Liang An versus Yu Xiaohu, 1 to 100. He observed the entrance, which was packed with those betting on Yu Xiaohu's victory. After all, who had seen young Master Liang's strength? Most people were unaware of his capabilities, while the tales of the Yu family Xiaohu mastering the peak of energy manipulation were well known in the martial world. Recognizing an opportunity, Yuan Baiting recalled his frequent visits to various gambling houses while in the northern border, where his gambling skills were commendable, though his wins and losses depended solely on his mood. When in good spirits, he might lose 1,000 gold, treating it as a gift to the house for amusement. When in a foul mood, the house could suffer greatly. He once emptied the largest gambling house in the northern border overnight. Gambling inherently involves both winning and losing, yet that night, Yuan Baiting lost not a single coin. Observers could clearly see he had employed some trickery, but without evidence, what could they do? Moreover, who would dare to confront the young master of the northern border? As Yuan Baiting squeezed through the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, Liang An, 100 gold. His voice resonated like thunder, drawing incredulous stares from the crowd, who could hardly believe he had wagered such a substantial sum on Liang An. 100 gold? Just like that? On Liang An? Is he out of his mind? Yuan Baiting paid little heed to their astonishment. After placing his bet, he continued his leisurely stroll, his wager not stemming from a lack of funds, but rather from a sense of moderation. If he truly emptied the gambling house, he might incite resentment. Thus, while Zhang Huayu and the others entertained thoughts of finally seeing the young master part with his wealth, they remained oblivious to the fact that Yuan Baiting had already struck it rich, 401. Or 4,000 taels, it mattered not. The next match features Yu Xiaoyan against Wu You. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Who is this Wu You? I've never heard of him that I don't know, but facing the eldest daughter of the Yu family seems merely a formality. Indeed, given how thrilling the previous match was, I hope this Wu You doesn't lose too embarrassingly. Hearing her name, Yu Xiaoyan wasted no time, taking to the stage with her sword. Her cool demeanor, combined with her martial attire, exuded an aura of grace and confidence. After Liang An had harmed her brother, she was solely focused on defeating her opponent swiftly to confront Liang An and avenge Xiaohu's injury. In the realm of martial arts, none were unaware of the Yu family's legendary siblings. Yu Xiaohu, born with an extraordinary talent for energy manipulation, was a prodigy, while his sister, Yu Xiaoyan, possessed even greater potential. She had recently broken through to the subtle realm, making her the most favored contender in the upcoming battle at Tailiaping. As she stepped onto the stage, a figure in a golden-threaded white monk's robe leapt up from the crowd, a handsome monk whom Yuan Baiting had previously encountered. He approached with his palms pressed together, walking gracefully, a string of white jade beads around his neck, murmuring softly to himself, embodying the image of an enlightened monk. Seeing this, Yuan Baiting and Xie Xiantong exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. In the entire martial world, they were among the elite. Yet this monk stirred within them an unprecedented sense of unease. Is this Wu You? A monk, and rather striking at that. Where did he spring from? I've never heard of him before. Who knows? Perhaps he simply seeks to make a name for himself at tailiping. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Yu family recently broke through to the subtle realm. I suggest he concede early, as it's better than suffering a beating. While Yuan Baiting recognized the monk was no ordinary opponent, he pondered how it truly mattered to him. Recalling the 400 he had lost earlier, he addressed the crowd. Come, who are you betting on? Zhang Huayu and the others turned their attention to Xie Xiantong. For while Yuan Baiting sometimes miscalculated, Xie Xiantong had never lost a bet. Xie Xiantong, seeing everyone gaze at him, openly declared, I bet on Wu You. Following suit, the others eagerly wagered the 100 when they had just won. Yuan Baiting chuckled to himself, realizing his companions aimed to extract some wealth from him. But he didn't mind. After all, he had already earned a significant sum today, so he could indulge them. In that case, at 1 to 100, I bet on you, Xiaoyan. The others brightened at his words. Having previously discussed how to coax Yuan Baiting into betting more, they never expected him to offer it willingly. Xie Xianong remained unfazed, fully aware of Yuan Baiting's deliberate ploy. He recognized that Wu You was exceptional. As the crowd deliberated their bets, Wu You on stage began speaking, extending his right hand toward Yu Xiaoyan in a gesture of respect. Ba, please, he intoned, his voice clear and resonant, accompanied by a melodious chant that echoed in the ears of the spectators. Showcasing an extraordinary level of cultivation, Yuan Baiting turned to Su Xianxin behind him, seeking insight. Su Xianxin, aware that Yuan Baiting was growing impatient, quickly responded, What is it you wish to know? With his thoughts laid bare. Yuan Baiting smiled and said, In that case, I shall be straightforward. Are you familiar with the Buddhist teachings? Su Xianxin replied, I know a little. Buddhism emphasizes meditation and has many schools, each with distinct practices. However, meditation generally divides into two paths, the lesser vehicle and the greater vehicle. Do you know which path Wu You follows? Hard to say, but I suspect it is the lesser vehicle. The lesser vehicle seeks personal liberation, aiming to attain arhat status, and its practices can be divided into 6 stages: preliminary meditation, first meditation, second meditation, third meditation, fourth meditation, and the stage of supernatural powers. Given that the young monk is reciting scriptures, he has likely achieved the third meditation. Yuan Baiting pondered this revelation, considering the terrifying implications of the third meditation. He couldn't help but wonder what the state of supernatural powers would entail. At this moment, the expression on Yu Jinheng's face was notably grave. The reason why the Yu siblings were invited to participate in this grand event was due to their knowledge that the Yu character's sword forged in Yu Mountain was of superior quality. Ever since the disappearance of the Saintess Yu Jiqing, the ancestral sword of the Yu family, the Mingyue Shang, had also vanished without a trace. Now, the sword of the victor from Talu Ping was the most powerful sword remaining in the Yu family. As the head of the Yu family, he naturally did not wish for such a precious blade to fall into the hands of others, and thus contemplated sending the siblings into action. Should they triumph, the sword would remain with the Yu family. However, he had not anticipated that the heir of Hezhou would possess such formidable martial prowess, defeating Xiaohu with a single stroke and forcing him to concede. Now, the last flicker of hope for the Yu family rested solely upon Yu Xiaoyan. Yet even though Yu Jinheng was not versed in martial arts, he understood that, facing the white-robed monk standing on the stage, Yu Xiaoyan's chances of success were exceedingly slim. Yu Xiaoyan, showing no hesitation, turned and bowed, saying, I beg your pardon. With a swift movement, she drew her long sword, gripping it firmly, and charged towards Wu You. With a call, Startle the swan! She surged forward, her sword radiating with a brilliant light, strands of true energy swirling around the blade as she aimed it at Wu You. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had not expected Yu Xiaoyan to employ the Yu family's sword technique right from the outset. The young lady's immediate assault suggested that the monk might not endure for long. This is splendid. I've wagered a considerable sum on Miss Yu. It seems I shall profit handsomely this time. Wu You, witnessing Yu Xiaoyan's advance, smiled and said, I am sorry for the offense. He then sank slightly, hands flipping, and performed the Zen seal. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyan felt a dizzying sensation in her mind, causing her sword's thrust towards Wu You to falter and its energy to weaken. Wu You then stepped forward slowly, delivering a palm strike towards Yu Xiaoyan. Fortunately, she regained her composure just in time. channeling all her true energy to retreat, her forehead slick with cold sweat as she faced the monk, who maintained a faint smile, while her heart churned tumultuously. She considered herself exceptionally gifted. Although she had not inherited the position of the Yu family's saintess, she was the foremost figure in the family, aside from her missing aunt. Yet now, as the so-called first of the Yu family, she found herself nearly defeated by this monk in a single exchange, revealing the extraordinary strength of this seemingly innocuous monk. Second call, Moonlight. After the previous exchange, Yu Xiaoyan realized that only by exerting her utmost effort could she hope for any chance of victory. Hiding her abilities would only lead to her demise. As she spoke, her eyes shone with golden light, and she swung her sword towards Wu Yo, unleashing a terrifying sword intent and true energy that erupted with a shrill cry, a crescent-shaped sword energy racing towards Wu Yo. Yet Wu Yo remained unfazed, still smiling, as if he were a celestial being, calm and composed. Buddhist diamond, golden bell shield. In an instant, a golden light radiated from Wu Yo, resembling a massive bell. The sword energy collided with the bell, producing a series of resonant clangs that forced the onlookers to cover their ears in defense. Such robust true energy, Yuan Baiting remarked, observing Wu Yo on the stage. It was then he fully realized the terrifying strength of this handsome monk. Although Yu Xiaoyan's strike could be blocked, it would not be as effortless as Wu Yo had made it seem. Xie Xuantong's expression also shifted. While he rarely descended the mountain, it did not imply a lack of discernment. This level of pure and potent true energy was something he had never encountered before. Conversely, Su Xinshan scratched his nose lazily and remarked, "Who would have thought this bald monk took in such an excellent disciple?" Upon reflection, the two old codgers, Zhao Yongqing and Qianbai Ren, have indeed recruited some remarkable students. It is somewhat enviable for me. As the golden bell shield manifested, Wu Yo swiftly executed the groundless step, a surge of overwhelming true energy radiating from his feet, shattering the full-force sword energy unleashed by Yu Xiaoyan. What? This monk actually broke the Yu family's second call, Moonrise. It seems this little monk possesses considerable strength. The Yu family's sword technique, known as Moonlit Tide's 9 calls, encompasses 9 sword moves, specifically crafted by Qi Daoling for the daughters of the Yu family. It is said that mastering the 9th call allows one to summon clouds and command the moon, traversing the world at will. The Yu family's saintess, Yu Jiqing, had only reached the 6th call before earning the title of the female sword god of the Jianghu, while Yu Xiaoyan, despite her youth, had already achieved the 4th call. 3rd call, Biyao. Yu Xiaoyan tossed her long sword into the air, forming a hand seal, causing the sword to manifest several circular moonlit shadows that surged towards Wu Yo with terrifying sword intent. Heaven-shattering seal. In Wu Yo's eyes, golden light blazed forth as he gathered energy around himself. In that moment, a colossal Buddhist palm appeared above the platform, crashing down upon the circular moon shadows. With a single strike, the shadows dissipated into nothingness. This moment, Yu Xiaoyan could not help but spit out blood. Relying on her sword for support to steady her form, she realized that her 3rd call could not inflict even a scratch upon the monk before her. She understood the chasm that lay between them, akin to a vast gulf. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Hu, munching on candied haws, saw his sister injured and shouted, hurling aside his snack, ready to charge onto the stage. Fortunately, Yu Jinheng quickly intervened, assuring him that his sister was unharmed, thereby preventing the little rascal from rushing forward. Benefactor, why not simply conclude this? Wu Yo gazed at Yu Xiaoyan, recognizing her inability to continue fighting. He was not one to relish conflict, preferring to win amicably. Little did he know that Yu Xiaoyan was no delicate flower. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she gripped her sword tightly, the breeze tousling her hair as a glimmer of lunar light flashed in her eyes. 4th call, Sai Shengming. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyan resembled the radiant full moon, her brilliance overwhelming. Yet in the next instant, that moonlit radiance vanished, replaced by a sharp glimmer of sword light. Wu Yo, too, retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Yu Xiaoyan swung her sword once more, the vanished light bursting forth anew, the swelling sword energy charging towards Wu Yo, shattering the marble platform beneath her feet as if opening the gates of the underworld. Buddhist diamond, Prajna palm. Wu Yo shouted, thrusting his palm forward, shattering Yu Xiaoyan's strike effortlessly, extinguishing any trace of light. Following this, Wu Yo stepped lightly, advancing towards Yu Xiaoyan. Before she could react, he struck her on the back with the palm, and she promptly lost consciousness. "Ba, I apologize for the offense," Wu Yo murmured, carrying Yu Xiaoyan off the stage. He had long discerned that she was merely a spent force. Yet he had not expected her spirit to be so unyielding, striving to unleash the fourth call. Had he not shown mercy, the backlash from her shattered sword energy would have severely injured her. His decision to knock her out was also made with the understanding that, given her temperament, she would not relent easily. He had merely come to claim the sword. He could not bring himself to take a life. Thus resorting to this course of action, Wu Yo, victorious. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, astonished to witness such a thrilling contest in their lifetimes. What was a mere sum of silver compared to this? After all, attending a performance at the Pear Garden required payment. However, among the crowd were those who had wagered their entire fortunes, now left in despair, having anticipated a substantial profit from the Taolu Ping contest, only to return empty-handed. Zhang Huayu and others beamed at Wu Yo's victory, glancing at Yuan Baiting, who, in turn, cheerfully produced his purse, handing out 10 taels to each person. In truth, money was of little consequence to them. But seeing Yuan Baiting part with his wealth was of great significance. After all, who among them was an ordinary individual in need of funds? Of course, Xie Shintong was the exception, given his scoundrel of a master. Yulan, gazing at her bulging purse, smiled at Yuan Baiting and said, "Your judgment could use some improvement, my lord." Yuan Baiting, disinterested in retorting, felt a surge of joy within. After all, he had wagered 100 gold at the gambling house in the city. 100-fold payout for Wu Yo's victory. At this moment, both gambling houses in the city echoed with cries of despair, resonating through the skies. Who in heaven's name placed such a bet? Chapter 34. Gifts only of the Yu character sword. The previous day's battle between the eldest daughter of the Yu family and the white-robed monk was monumental. Yet it rendered Taolu Ping utterly unrecognizable. In light of this, the Yu family had no choice but to announce a temporary halt to the upcoming contests, intending to resume after the repairs of Taolu Ping were completed. This battle had showcased to the world what it meant to be a practitioner, willing to risk their lives, as they wielded the power to topple cities with a mere gesture, a feat unimaginable to ordinary folk. Particularly after witnessing Wu Yo's prowess, those who had initially wished to compete for the Yu character sword promptly retreated from the contest at Taolu Ping. After all, if even the eldest daughter of the Yu family had fallen to the monk, why would they subject themselves to a similar fate at his hands? At long last, the competition leaderboard was left with only Hezhou's young master Liang and the esteemed master Wu Yo, igniting a fervent anticipation among the onlookers for the duel between these two illustrious figures. However, the true sensation arose from the events that transpired following the contest the previous day. Upon returning from Taoliaping, Yuan Baiting chanced upon a gambling den and, without a second thought, strode directly inside. The others assumed that the young master, intrigued by the preceding wagers, sought to indulge in a few games of chance. Yet, to their astonishment, just as they were about to depart, Yuan Baiting emerged from the establishment with a large chest cradled in his arms, an object that would have been too cumbersome for an ordinary person to lift. With a grin stretching across his face, he turned back every few steps to express his gratitude to the individual stationed at the entrance of the gambling den. The man, however, wore a sullen expression, his face ashen, resembling a forlorn husband who had just lost his wife, lamenting loudly and drawing the attention of passers-by. What on earth had happened? Zhang Huayu and the others were at a loss and inquired. "It's nothing, just a little incident. However, if given the choice, I would rather lose my wife." "Ha ha ha," Yuan Baiting chuckled, tossing the chest to Qi Xianin, who, unaware of its contents, nearly stumbled as he caught it. Before the others could react, Yuan Baiting turned on his heel and darted into another gambling den. Moments later, a fresh round of lamentation erupted from within, and Yuan Baiting emerged once more, cheerfully clutching yet another hefty chest. Observing this comical back and forth, Zhang Huayu and her companions were left dumbfounded. Could it be that, in his desperation, he had resorted to robbing the gambling house? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Yuan Baiting hastily urged, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. If they have a change of heart later, we'll be in trouble." Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards the inn, cradling the chest as if he were fleeing with stolen goods. "Miss, what on earth is happening with the young master?" Yulan voiced her concern as she watched him recede into the distance. "Should we return the money to him?" If Yuan Baiting had truly lost his wits over a mere sum, their predicament would be dire. Zhang Huayu, equally perplexed, followed him back to the inn. Upon entering the room, they found Yuan Baiting breathlessly seated at the table, sipping tea, with the very chest he had retrieved from the gambling den placed at his feet. After Qi Xianen set down his own chest, Zhang Huayu asked, "What is contained within these chests? Did you rob the gambling house?" Yuan Baiting paused to catch his breath before beaming, "Why not take a look?" Qi Xianen complied, and as the chest opened, a collective gasp filled the room. The chest was brimming with gleaming gold, its radiance almost blinding. Yulan counted and exclaimed, "One chest contains a full 10,000 gold pieces. So, 2 chests amount to 20,000 gold." Even Su Xianxin, typically stoic, could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you telling me you actually emptied the gambling house?" Yuan Baiting's expression shifted instantly, feigning indignation as he replied, "What do you mean by that? I, a dignified young master of the North, would stoop to such petty theft for a mere trifle? A trifle?" Su Xianxin retorted. 20,000 gold could sustain thousands of black armored guards. "While you may not care, I believe you are capable of such unscrupulous deeds." Yuan Baiting fell silent, pondering if he was indeed perceived as a rogue in their eyes. "Northing, what on earth is going on?" Zhang Huayu did not believe Yuan Baiting capable of such disgraceful behavior, yet regrettably, he had never been one to adhere to conventions. If she were aware that this young master had once, in his impoverished youth, collaborated with his senior brother and Xiexian to rob a wealthy merchant escort, she would surely be taken aback. Fortunately, they had deemed that merchant a scourge exploiting the common folk, believing they were ridding the world of a blight. Faced with their relentless questioning, Yuan Baiting recounted his betting escapade at the gambling house earlier that morning. So the young master has been pocketing profits without involving us. Yulan pouted, feeling slighted. She had anticipated that the young master would share some of his winnings, only to discover he had amassed a fortune behind their backs. Well, in gambling, there are wins and losses. How could I guarantee a victory? If you had accompanied me and lost, you would surely hold me accountable. On the other hand, Xiexian was regretting not joining in. Although he did not gamble, he possessed the discernment to recognize who might win or lose. How had he overlooked this? Yuan Baiting, not one to be stingy, reveled in his victory, distributing 100 gold pieces to each, prompting Yulan to declare him a celestial deity of wealth, bestowing riches upon mortals. Just as Zhang Huayu believed Yuan Baiting would pocket the remainder for himself, he suddenly changed his demeanor and declared, "Xianen, I entrust you with all the remaining gold." "Entrust it to me?" Qi Xianen expressed his confusion. Even if the young master had no desire for wealth, it would make more sense to hand it over to the young lady. "I give it to you for a purpose," Yuan Baiting stated gravely. "I need you to assemble a battalion of 2,000 men for the north in the shortest time possible." Since Zhang Huayu had informed him of the troubles in the north a few days prior, he had grown concerned. The Xiongnu and Xianbei were encroaching, and with his elder brother and Uncle Qi preoccupied, the forces left to guard the north would be scant, to prevent any treachery against the Wang residents. Yuan Baiting required this battalion to keep watch over the northern city. As a veteran general, Qi Xianen was well versed in the art of warfare and training troops, making him the most suitable candidate for this task. Allowing Yuan Baiting to rest easy, however, Yuan Baiting understood Qi Xianen's apprehensions. This battalion would not be part of the Northern Army, and without an official title, should any ill-intentioned individuals accuse him of treason, it would be a grave offense punishable by death. "Leave the other matters to me. Focus solely on your task. I need this battalion to be capable of engaging in combat," Yuan Baiting continued. Whether or not they would be loyal was not his concern. After all, such matters were mere rhetoric. The proud Northern Army, loyal to Yuan Chong, had risen through years of struggle and bloodshed. The soldiers revered their king. who consistently led from the front. It was no wonder Yuan Chong had maintained his position in the north for decades. Yes, young Master Qi Xianan, though uncertain of Yuan Baiting's sudden desire to form this battalion, resolved to comply with his command. We will likely remain at Wangjian Villa for a few more days. Use this time to expedite the task. After receiving the order, Qi Xianan wasted no time and promptly exited Wangjian Villa, heading towards Qixia Mountain, which was not far away. The resplendent Qixia Mountain, the illustrious Northern Army, young master, we have confirmed that the individuals who attacked our Hezhou forces at the tavern are currently at Wangjian Villa. Do you know their names? Liang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within. Since returning from the battle at Taoliaping the previous day, he had been diligently cultivating, hoping to enhance his prowess. He had heard of the duel leaderboard, which now featured only him and Master Wu You. Having witnessed the match between Wu You and Yu Xiaoyan, he could only describe Wu You with 4 words: unfathomably deep. This realization weighed heavily upon him. As the young master of Hezhou, he had no shortage of fine swords in his army, but none of them caught his fancy. With the thrice-a-year competition at Taoliaping approaching, and knowing that the swordsmith this time was the long-absent elder of the Yu family, Yu Shan, he had vowed 3 years prior to seize that sword. I have yet to ascertain the details, but based on descriptions from a few brothers who encountered him, I have sketched a portrait of the leader. I asked him. Liang scrutinized the drawing in his hand, recalling that he had indeed seen this person among the group he encountered yesterday morning. Now that I know, there's no rush. Once I obtain the Yu sword, I shall personally capture him and offer him up as a sacrifice to the Hezhou banner. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyan lay in bed, still in slumber, while Yu Xiaohu, believing his sister to be merely asleep, remained silent, fixating on the candied hawthorn in his hand. Yu Jinhe observed the two with a sigh, realizing that the Yu family would likely miss the opportunity to claim the Yu sword this time. Seeing this, Yu Shan assumed that Yu Jinhe was worried about Yu Xiaoyan and quickly reassured, "Master, the doctor said that the young lady simply exhausted her energy and will recover after a few days. There's no need for concern, I know this. Speaking of which, we must express our gratitude to Master Wu You for his restraint. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would have suffered a severe blow. Indeed, I have dispatched a generous sum to Master Wu You's inn, but he returned it." "Returned it?" Yu Jinhe mused. "That makes sense. Master Wu You's extraordinary realm renders him indifferent to our petty coin. Very well, let us remember this kindness for now. By the way, have you made any progress on the girl I mentioned? Resembling Zhiqing? Having found no useful clues, it is only known that they hail from the north." "The north?" Eugene murmured, lost in thought. "Hey, I heard that person won several thousand gold yesterday." "Several thousand gold?" "It was a full 10,000 gold. I personally witnessed the gambling house owner fill an entire chest with gold." 10,000 gold? I heard that person bet on 2 matches and won them both. Not just at the gambling house you mentioned, but at the one across the street as well. Ah, does that mean he made 20,000 gold from the battle at Taoluping? 20,000 gold? Enough to last a lifetime. Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu were meandering through the streets, listening to the gossip of passers-by, and Zhang Huayu couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, now you're famous in this Wangjian Villa. The gamblers are all eagerly awaiting you to place your bet on the final match, hoping to follow in your footsteps to fortune." The news of yesterday's emptying of 2 gambling houses had spread throughout Wangjian Villa by today, prompting the remaining establishments to change their odds from 1 to 100 to 1 to 10. They certainly did not want this young man to set his sights on them. If he truly lost 10,000 gold, it would render their efforts futile. Yuan Baiting smiled wryly and said, "I dare not place a bet on this final match. A small bet yields little profit, while a large one only invites resentment, making it a thankless endeavor." He still recalled the gambling house owner's expression when he lost his wife. One must leave a line for others. If he were to bet 100 gold again, the owner might very well come after him with a knife. As they walked, they came upon a tea house and decided to step in for a drink and a brief respite. Since leaving the north, they had been drinking all the way. A change of pace was indeed a refreshing diversion. Yuan Baiting originally intended to see if Wangjian Villa had any good blacksmith shops to forge some scale armor and long swords for the Bei character camp. However, after searching, he found nothing suitable. It wasn't that Wangjian Villa's craftsmanship was lacking. Rather, as Yuan Baiting's first personal guard camp, It was only fitting to use the finest armor and sharpest weapons. The blacksmith shops along the streets of Wangjin Villa catered to ordinary warriors, even those unskilled in combat, resulting in a roughness in their craftsmanship. Such subpar materials were certainly beneath Yuan Baiting's notice. Upon entering the tea house, Yuan Baiting felt a gaze directed at him. Looking around, he spotted a monk in a white robe seated in a corner. None other than Wu Yu. Wu Yu raised his teacup, and Yuan Baiting, assuming the monk was inviting him to tea, walked over to the long table without hesitation. "I bring many people. Do you mind, master?" Wu Yu took a sip of his tea and replied with a light laugh. "No harm. Meeting is fate. To share a drink with you all is a blessing earned from my past life." "You are too modest, master. Yesterday, I witnessed your match against the young lady of the Yu family. Your skills were remarkable, swiftly defeating Yu Xiaoyan. You flatter me. You two are not to be underestimated either." Wu Yu pointed to Yuan Baiting and Xie Xianong. Yesterday, during the contest between Liang and Yu Xiaohu, he had already noticed these two. At the moment of Liang An's final strike, the others could not discern what transpired. Only Yuan Baiting and Xie Xiantong, their eyes shining with brilliance, revealed themselves to be formidable masters in the subtleties of combat. Of course, he could not perceive Su Xianxian. Although Su Xianxian had fallen from the realm of Shenluo Tiantong, he was still a master of the carefree realm, beyond Wu Yu's ability to discern. "May I inquire why you have come to Taolu Ping? Is it truly for the Yu character sword?" "As far as I know, few in the Buddhist community practice swordsmanship." "Yes and no. I am indeed here for the Yu character sword, but it is not for myself. Are you seeking the sword for someone else?" "Yes and no. I am here on my master's orders, sent to find someone and invite him to gather at the Han Temple. However, it is customary to bring a token of goodwill when visiting someone. Having lived in a secluded temple for so long, I am unsure what would be appropriate. Coincidentally, the person I seek is a swordsman who has practiced since childhood, yet has never possessed a sword. I thought to find a Yu character sword for him as a gesture of goodwill." A hush fell over the group. So, this monk sought the Yu character sword merely as a gift? If those who had risked their lives for the sword were to hear this, they would surely be incensed. "Damn it, the sword I have longed for is merely a token of goodwill in your eyes?" Yuan Baiting steadied himself and asked, "Might I ask where the person you seek is located?" "My master said he is in North City." "North City? We just came from North City. Perhaps we know the person you seek and can assist you." "I seek the young master of the North." Yuan Baiting. Chapter 35. The Four Meditations, the Buddha's Anger. What? Still pondering what Master Wu Yu said yesterday, Zhang Huayu observed Yuan Baiting's distracted demeanor upon his return from the tea house and inquired. Yuan Baiting nodded and smiled wryly. "I cannot discern whether what that monk said is true or false." When Wu Yu mentioned he was searching for him, Yuan Baiting felt a strange sensation arise within him. He never anticipated that this unfathomably powerful monk had come specifically for him. Fortunately, Yuan Baiting had kept his wits about him and did not reveal his true identity. After all, the monk appeared harmless. Yet whether he was friend or foe remained uncertain. As Wu Yu had stated, he was following his master's orders to invite him to the temple. Yet the specific reason for this invitation remained unspoken. He only mentioned that it was his master's wish. Having grown up in Meishan and later returned to the north, Yuan Baiting had never had any dealings with the Buddhist community. He could not fathom why Wu Yu's master would send someone so far to find him. If the intention was to establish a connection with the north, it would be more appropriate to seek out the elder, or at the very least, his elder brother. It made no sense for them to seek a wayward son like himself. Feeling somewhat troubled, he originally intended to discuss this matter with Su Xianxian, but since he had distributed 100 gold to each person a few days prior, the old fellow had vanished without a trace. And he had yet to see him again. "What are you afraid of? Did you ever fear when I beat you several times?" Xie Xiantong interjected. In the past, Yuan Baiting was indeed relentless. It was unclear whether he was simply foolish or truly fearless. No matter how much he was beaten, he would return the next day, full of vigor, ready to fight again. Thus, over the years, he never dared to claim he had defeated Yuan Baiting. He could only say he had bested him. Indeed, why trouble yourself over events that have yet to unfold and spoil the joy of the present? Zhang Huayu added. Having managed the Qingshan residence for so many years, she understood the necessity of foresight. Yet she also recognized that it was impossible to cover every angle. After hearing her words, Yuan Baiting found some merit in her reasoning. What demons and spirits dare to obstruct my path? I shall cleave them with a single sword. Seeing Yuan Baiting's tense expression finally relax, Zhang Huayu felt a sense of relief. Quickly, we must hurry. The duel between the young master and Master Wu Yu is about to commence. I heard the odds at the gambling house have skyrocketed again today. Is that so? Let us go and place a few bets. If we win, I can find a beauty to indulge in. Zhang Huayu, noticing the crowd heading towards the gambling house, attempted to distract Yuan Baiting from his worries. Why not join in and place a few bets? Not going, Yuan Baiting firmly refused. Ever since winning 20,000 gold, he had no desire to return to that gambling house. Even passing by, he would quicken his pace, for fear of being recognized by the gambling house owner and subjected to a barrage of hostile glares. Furthermore, although he had won a considerable amount, it was still within the gambling house's tolerable limits. Should he place another bet, he would surely incur the resentment of those in the establishment, which would be courting trouble. Additionally, any gambling house that could operate in various locations must possess some degree of influence. The gambling houses within Wangjian Villa were likely connected to the Yu family, and since he would be visiting the Yu family in the future, it was prudent to maintain a degree of discretion. Why? Are you afraid? If you're frightened, we can simply avoid those two houses. Come on. Before Yuan Baiting could respond, Zhang Huayu tugged at his hand, and seeing this, Xie Xianong stepped forward to assist. Why do you also side with her? Yuan Baiting asked, puzzled by Xie Xuantong's intervention. Xie Xianong replied sheepishly, Hee, I also wish to earn some money. With that, the two of them led Yuan Baiting toward the gambling house. Bet secured, bet secured. The young master of Hezhou against Master Wu Yu. If the young master wins, the odds are 50-1. If Master Wu Yu wins, the odds are 80-1. The match is about to begin. Those without bets should place them quickly. The final battle was tantalizing the gamblers, as evidenced by the throngs gathered at the gambling house entrance. Yuan Baiting and his companions finally managed to squeeze inside. Locating the betting counter, esteemed patrons, have you come for the Talu Ping battle? Indeed. May I inquire whom you wish to bet on? Our odds are unmatched throughout Wangjian Villa. Might I ask who currently has the most wagers placed? Yuan Baiting inquired with a smile. Naturally, it must be our esteemed young master of Hezhou. I can tell from your accents that you are not from Hezhou, so you might be unaware of our young master's prowess. Allow me to enlighten you. Our young master is indeed a formidable master at the profound realm. Is that so? No wonder so many hold him in such high regard. Zhang Huayu, unfazed by Yuan Baiting's sardonic tone, turned to Xie Xiantong. She had lost faith in Yuan Baiting and placed her trust solely in this young Taoist priest. With nearly 100 matches under his belt, he had never lost a single game. Anyone who witnessed such a feat could not help but exclaim his prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xiantong remarked, 10 gold, bet on Wu Yu. He understood the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. So he wagered a modest sum of 10 gold, merely to make a small profit. Zhang Huayu and Yulan followed suit with their own 10 gold bets. This drew the attention of numerous gamblers. A wager of 10 gold was rare in this small venue of Wangjian Villa, where typical stakes were merely a few taels, and even affluent scions would bet no more than 100 taels. Were these few attempting to replicate the audacious gamble of the individual from a couple of days prior, wagering 10 gold for a chance at 100? Ha! They were likely daydreaming. Betting on Wu Yu might lead them to a complete loss, leaving them no time for lamentation. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Come, I'll wager 10 taels on our young master. Zhang Huayu, unconcerned, assumed victory was in their grasp and cheerfully exited the gambling den. Heading straight for Taoliupping.it was no wonder that this final showdown attracted such attention. The crowd gathered to witness was several times larger than in the previous days. Upon entering Taoliupping, Yuan Baiting spotted Su Xianxian, who leaned casually against a wall with a wine jug in hand, exuding an air of comfort. You've arrived, Su Xianxian said, acknowledging the approaching crowd. Where have you been these past 2 days? I searched high and low for you but found no trace. Why seek me? Do you wish for me to discipline you? Su Xianxian teased. Heh, if you're so inclined, I would gladly oblige, Yuan Baiting replied with a grin. To engage even a few moves with a sword immortal was a tremendous opportunity for him. He contemplated inquiring about Wu You's words but reconsidered, realizing the presence of too many onlookers made it unsuitable for private discourse and decided against it. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the final battle at Taoliaping. The victor shall claim the moon sword, and I trust you are all eager for the contest to commence. Without further ado, let us begin. Next up, Liang and against Wu You. The match had finally begun, and anticipation bubbled within the crowd. Such a duel was a rarity that many would never encounter in their lifetimes, providing ample material for boasting before family and friends. On the stage, Wu You and Liang opened their eyes as their names were called, swiftly moving to take their positions on Taoliaping. The ease with which they executed their movements garnered applause from the audience. Wu You regarded Liang with an unperturbed demeanor, softly stating, "Please, esteemed patron." Liang, his fervor ignited as he gazed at the moon sword above the Zhangjin pavilion, turned his attention back to Wu You, his murderous intent laid bare. Sky shatter! Liang understood that this monk was no fool from the Yu family, so he unleashed his most lethal attacks from the outset. With a fierce sword intent and unyielding killing aura, Liang charged at Wu You, wielding his ancient black long sword. Wu You, in contrast to his previous demeanor against Yu Xiaoyan, sprang into action, employing his graceful footwork to position himself before Liang, and just as the sword was about to pierce him, he evaded with a sidestep and countered with a punch aimed at Liang. Liang, seeing this, spun to block with his sword, and the clash of fist and blade sent both combatants staggering back several steps. Yet, in the realm of skilled combatants, there was no respite. Liang, undeterred by the setback, swiftly advanced again, their exchanges of swordplay and Buddhist martial arts becoming an intricate dance of conflict. The speed of Liang's sword intensified, while Wu You's fists met the challenge head-on, their pace accelerating as neither yielded an inch. Impressive. I had no idea our young master possessed such mastery in swordplay. Indeed, it is astonishing to witness that this monk is equally formidable. Suddenly, Liang leaped back, then propelled himself forward again like a bolt of lightning, thrusting directly at Wu You. Yet, upon reaching Wu You, he vanished from sight. As he employing that technique again? Wu You murmured as he observed the spot where Liang had disappeared. And then radiant golden light enveloped him. Buddhist diamond, golden bell shield. A colossal bell materialized, encasing Wu You within. No sooner had he spoken than Liang descended from above, having reappeared, shouting, "Break it!" Liang's long sword glimmered ominously as he lunged towards Wu You. The force of their collision generated a tremendous shockwave that spread outward, barely contained by the four guardians of the Yu family, preventing harm to the onlookers. "Buddhist diamond, Prajna palm," Wu You bellowed, the golden light surrounding him dissipating as he struck forward with a palm aimed at Liang. Liang swiftly retracted his sword, evading and landing a short distance away. As he regarded Wu You, he was astonished that his strike had failed to breach the golden bell shield, and that Wu You had countered with another technique. The oppressive force from Wu You's Prajna palm had left him shaken, affirming the monk's extraordinary might. Yuan Baiting watched the duel unfold, lost in contemplation. He recognized Wu You's unparalleled strength, surpassing even his own and Xie Shentong's. However, he had not anticipated Liang to be so formidable as well. With his previous encounter at the tavern, where Qi Shinan had slain several of the Hezhou soldiers, compounded by the situation involving Zhang Huayu's parents at Qingsha Pass, Yuan Baiting realized he would inevitably cross paths with Hezhou. If a conflict arose, it would be quite troublesome, especially since he was on Hezhou's turf. "Come, Yuan, give this old man a shoulder massage." Suddenly, Su Xuanqian's voice broke into his thoughts, causing Yuan Baiting's eyes to light up. "How could I have forgotten that I have this sword immortal by my side? Given my hospitality, I trust he would not stand idly by should any difficulties arise." With a sense of relief settling in his heart, Yuan Baiting turned his gaze back to the duel. Liang appeared to be chanting something, fingers weaving intricate gestures, causing his sword to seemingly acquire a life of its own as it surged towards Wu You. Not to be outdone, Liang leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch. Wu You's eyes gleamed with intensity as he observed the approaching sword and fighter, and he cast his white jade prayer beads into the air, which, as if possessed of spirit, entwined around the sword. Liang, taken aback by Wu You's unexpected response, realized his plan had backfired. No matter. Let us see whose skills prevail. Liang, raised in the Hezhou army, had seen battle since adolescence, honing his ruthlessness on the battlefield in contrast to Wu You's unyielding Buddhist martial arts. Liang's techniques were far more insidious, targeting vital points with every strike. He thrust a punch towards Wu You's chest, but Wu You countered by drawing him in, leaving Liang momentarily off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Wu You unleashed a palm strike towards Liang's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Return!" The ancient black longsword, previously entangled with the prayer beads, shot towards Wu You. In a moment of desperation, Wu You turned and aimed a palm at the sword. However, Liang capitalized on the moment, executing a whip kick that sent Wu You flying. Above the Cangjin pavilion, Yu Jinheng observed the escalating duel with a wry smile. It seems the Xiaoyan siblings were not unjustly defeated. These two are clearly superior in strength. The rivers and lakes truly produce exceptional talents. Beside him, Yushan echoed, "Indeed. It appears this realm will soon belong to this new generation." Wu You, having been kicked away, executed a somersault to regain his footing, and the prayer beads returned to his neck. Esteemed patron, impressive techniques. Oh, is that so? Let us see if you can withstand this. With that, Liang's true energy surged violently within him, and his long sword radiated fierce brilliance as he cried out, "Long across the heavens." With a mighty roar, Liang swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy akin to a raging sea, hurtling towards Wu You. The sword energy carved through the air, kicking up dust and debris, and the freshly repaired tailliaping cracked anew, causing Yu Jinheng visible distress. Wu You, rather than evading, sat cross-legged, eyes shut, hands clasped in prayer, emitting a gentle golden glow. Why was he not dodging? Was he courting death? It seemed the moon sword was destined for the young master. Below, Yuan Baiting and Xie Shintong furrowed their brows, sensing an unprecedented height of mental focus emanating from Wu You. Buddhist diamond, Buddha's fury. Just as the crowd anticipated Wu You's demise beneath the sword, he finally opened his eyes, and a faint golden Buddhist figure materialized behind him, its gaze filled with the vastness of countless stars, captivating all who beheld it. What is this? Yuan Baiting and Xie Shintong stared in astonishment, fully aware of the overwhelming pressure exuding from the figure, as if it could shatter all malevolence in the world. This was the Buddha's fury, one of the Buddhist sect's ultimate techniques, attainable only by practitioners who had reached the fourth dhyana. At this moment, Su Xianxian was also captivated, unable to resist sitting up and gazing at Wu You on the stage, explaining to the 2.4 Zen, "This Wu You has actually reached the 4 Zen." Both Yuan Baiting and his companion exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, they had witnessed Wu You at the 3 Zen level, whose power was undeniably formidable. What then of the 4 Zen, you two little brats? What are you so astonished about? The 4 Zen is not easily attained. Just look at that pale golden Buddhist statue behind him. It seems to merely represent the pinnacle of the 3 Zen. However, considering this young monk's tender age and his ability to reach such a state, he must be close to the 4 Zen at this moment. Wu You raised his right hand and gently struck at the sword energy, and the illusory figure of the Buddha behind him mirrored his actions. With a single palm strike, the sweeping sword energy immediately shattered, its residual force dispersing in all directions. "Form the formation," Yu Jinheng bellowed, as 4 graceful figures swiftly took their positions at the corners of Tao Lu Ping, their palms meeting to form a semicircular grand formation that contained the residual force. However, the 4 of them spat out blood, clearly injured by the aftermath. Seeing the residual force dissipate, Yu Jinheng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Most of the spectators at Tao Lu Ping were ordinary folk or average swordsmen. Such residual force would likely be unbe in the star-picking lake of this young lord. One could nurture a millennia-old giant turtle. Were it not for the old man's stubbornness, I would undoubtedly have taken that ancient creature out for a stroll. Within the pavilion, a figure held a jade box, feeding the canary in its cage, while at a round table in front, a monk clad in white robes sat, a long sword resting beside him. Savoring tea, upon hearing the arrival of guests, he hastily set down the jade box and stepped forward to greet them. "From the Yu family, I am Yu Jinheng. Honored to meet you, Your Highness. Does the head of the Yu family recognize me? Naturally, I have long heard of the illustrious name of the young lord from the Northern Territories, Yu Jinheng replied with a smile. Although Yuan Baiting had acted discreetly after leaving the northern city, it was not surprising that a prominent family like the Yu could locate him. At this moment, the white-robed monk turned, rising to pay his respects with a smile. Benefactor, it is good to see you again. Master Wuyo, it has been quite some time. I must congratulate you on acquiring the moon sword. Upon entering, Yuan Baiting had spotted Wuyo but was uncertain why he was present there. Thank you, but you have truly kept me in the dark. Benefactor, had I ventured to the Northern Territories, I would not have known how long I would have searched for you. Yuan Baiting chuckled awkwardly, having thought that Wuyo had departed from Wangjian Villa the previous day, only to unexpectedly encounter him again today, which was rather embarrassing. I hope the young lord will not take offense. I originally invited Master Wuyo to my residence to express my gratitude for his leniency towards my subordinate during a previous encounter. However, upon hearing he was seeking the young lord, I asked him to stay and await your arrival. Oh? How did the head of the Yu family know I would certainly come? You jest, young lord. Did you not come to Wangjian Villa for my Yu family? On what grounds do you say that? Simply because of the two young ladies accompanying you, Yu Jinheng remarked, glancing affectionately at Zhang Huayu and Yu Lan. Are you two little ones named Huayu and Lan? The two exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Indeed, you resemble each other remarkably. What does the head of the family mean by that? Zhang Huayu and Yu Lan looked at Yu Jinheng, puzzled by his words. They had come for matters concerning their mother, and from Su Xianxian, they learned that their mother was the saintess of the Yu family, thus establishing a connection with the Yu house. Though the nature of it remained unclear. Come, let us sit and converse. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Huayu could not help but inquire, does the head of the Yu family recognize my mother? Yu Jinheng sipped his exquisite celestial tea and replied slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Of course, I not only know her but am also quite familiar with her. You two little ones should even call me uncle. Uncle? Yu Lan exclaimed softly. While Zhang Huayu appeared somewhat unsurprised by this revelation. Indeed, back in the day, Yu Jinheng began to elaborate, but Wuyo rose at that moment. Head of the Yu family, since you have private matters to discuss, I shall not intrude. I recall the young lady mentioned she wished to discuss martial arts with me, so I shall take my leave to engage in that conversation. That would be much appreciated. Master. With that, Wuyo exited the pavilion, making his way to the stone platform. He had no interest in the affairs of others, for the Buddha teaches that knowledge brings disturbance. Why seek such troubles for oneself? As Wuyo's figure receded, Yu Jinheng turned to Zhang Huayu and continued, your mother and I are siblings. While Yu Lan's mother, Yu Yaqing, is my cousin. I in her youth, your mother, as the saintess of the Yu family, was exceptionally gifted. At that time, I was frail and ill, and my father intended to entrust the Yu family to her care. However, your mother aspired to wander the world and did not wish to be confined to the small confines of Wangjian Villa. Seizing an opportunity when my father was inattentive, she and Yaqing stealthily slipped away, wandering the martial world ever since. Eventually, your mother encountered Zhang Qingyao, the general of the Northern Territories, and they wed, while Yaqing also found her own beloved, resulting in the two of you. Do you recognize this? Zhang Huayu asked, producing a jade token from her bosom, the very one discovered in the sword case. Yu Jinheng examined the token for a moment, saying, this is the saintess decree of the Yu family. Only the saintess can possess it. With this decree, one can command the entire Yu family. Yet, this inscription, Zhang Huayu expressed her confusion. If this token bore your mother's name, it would make sense, but it currently bears yours. Does this mean you are the saintess of the Yu family? It seems this is something your mother left for you. Look closely, and you will notice signs of alteration on the token. It is likely that your mother changed her name to yours. As Zhang Huayu raised the jade token for closer inspection, she indeed noticed the traces of re-engraving, causing her eyes to redden. Mother, is that truly you? Does this mean with this saintess decree, I am the saintess of the Yu family? Seeing Zhang Huayu's despondent demeanor, Yuan Baiting interjected, your highness may not be aware, but to become the saintess of the Yu family, one must meet 3 conditions, the sword attendant, the saintess sword Mingyue, and finally, this saintess decree. The sword attendant? Indeed, The sword attendant is unique to my Yu family. Each generation of saintess is accompanied by a sword attendant who possesses innate mastery of qi, their essence intertwined with Mingyue, nurturing the sword. Yaqing was the sword attendant of Jiqing. Yuan Baiting turned to look at Yulan, realizing why this young girl possessed innate mastery of qi. She was likely the sword attendant of the Yu family. However, he refrained from voicing this, for the martial world was treacherous, and even the most pleasant words could mask insincerity. What then is this Mingyue? The Mingyue, as the sword of the saintess, was forged by our ancestor Yu Tsangdai in those days. The sword immortal Qi Daoling requested the great talisman master Nan Zizhong to set a restriction, allowing only the one with the highest innate talent in the Yu family, that is, the saintess, to wield this sword. Only the saintess of the Yu family can draw forth the Mingyue, so what about outsiders? Yuan Baiting recalled the previous battle with the boss snake, where Su Xinshan had borrowed a sword mid-air. Was it not the Mingyue? At this juncture, Yu Jinheng could not help but smile wryly, remarking, "To be honest, Your Highness, if it is an outsider, there is no such restriction on the Mingyue." Yuan Baiting fell silent. Did these three old men truly employ this restriction against their own kin? Regrettably, the Mingyue had vanished after Jiqing's demise. Do you know anything about my mother's death? At this moment, Zhang Huayu regained her composure and asked, despite knowing that the person before her was her uncle. Years of estrangement rendered it difficult to discuss the matter of the Mingyue. Back then, my father vehemently opposed your mother's marriage, even threatening to sever father-daughter ties. Nevertheless, Jiqing resolutely married your father, thereby cutting off ties with the Yu family. Only I maintained correspondence with your mother, but 1 year, on the day I was to receive her letter, it never arrived. Days later, I learned that the barbarian forces breached Qingxiao Pass, and both your father and mother perished in battle. By the time I reached Qingxiao Pass, there was nothing left. I hoped to find you too, but alas, I found nothing. As he spoke, a flicker of sorrow passed through Yu Jinheng's eyes. Yet, I am grateful that today I see you two sisters safe and sound. It is indeed a blessing for my Yu family. All this was witnessed by Yuan Baiting and Zhang Huayu. Inquiring about their mother served two purposes: to uncover any unique clues and to gauge Yu Jinheng's disposition. Humans experience emotions deeply. The sorrow of losing a loved one cannot be feigned. Yu Jinheng's demeanor today indicated that the Yu family was indeed trustworthy, at least in his case. Chapter 37. Peach Blossoms and Willows. Have you made up your mind? Will you truly return the Mingyue to the Yu family? Yuan Baiting asked Zhang Huayu as they walked. Zhang Huayu nodded slightly, saying, in my childhood, my mother often spoke of a small courtyard, sharing tales of it. Now I realize it must be this Yu residence. Regardless of yearning or a sense of indebtedness, my mother has some lingering feelings for the Yu family. Although the Mingyue is my mother's sword, it ultimately belongs to the Yu family. Both the Saintess Decree and the Mingyue are unrelated to me. Possessing them serves no purpose. Yuan Baiting remained silent, for Yu Jinheng's earlier remarks had revealed much about the Yu family. Zhang Huayu seemed to trust her uncle, and thus, returning the Mingyue was likely her way of honoring her mother's legacy. Miss, what should I do? At this moment, Yulan's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to restrain herself from asking. Through their earlier conversation, she had just learned that she was the sword attendant of the Yu family. However, since the sword attendant serves the sword with qi, and her miss intended to return the Mingyue to the Yu family, what would that mean for her? Seeing Yulan's pitiful expression, Zhang Huayu could not help but smile. Do not worry. I could never bear to part with you. Wherever I go, you shall go too. How does that sound? Yulan nodded vigorously, finally managing to suppress her tears, transforming her sorrow into a smile. As they spoke, the group passed the previously mentioned stone platform, where Wu Yo was meditating, and Yu Xiaoyan was also seated. Enveloped in true energy, the two exchanging qi harmoniously. What is this? Yuan Baiting furrowed his brows slightly. He noticed that compared to their initial arrival at the Yu residence, Yu Xiaoyan had remarkably restored a significant amount of internal energy. Although the progress was slow, it was still considerably faster than his own initial recovery. This must be due to the Buddhist scriptures. It is said that this technique enables the interchange of true energy with others, accelerating its circulation, thereby achieving the desired results in cultivation. Xie Xintong remarked to the two in the courtyard. So that's the case. How did you come to know of this Buddhist technique? Naturally, it was imparted to me by my master. My time at Qingyang Palace was not solely dedicated to sword practice. Upon hearing this, Yuan Baiting was momentarily speechless. He understood that Xie Xintong implied he was merely proficient in martial arts, with scant knowledge of other sects, akin to a drop in the ocean. Damn it, did you think I wanted this? As soon as I ascended the mountain, that old man only drilled 2 words into me. Fight, he taught me nothing else. Otherwise, would I be in this predicament? However, despite his inner thoughts, Yuan Baiting remained unconcerned and instead cast a glance towards Wu Yo, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Wu Yo, you little rascal, alongside this young lady of the Yu family, and you dare to discuss martial arts? Bah, what a disgrace to manhood. In my former days, a mere hand-holding would have led us through the years. Zhang Huayu, oblivious to Yuan Baiting's absurd thoughts, assumed he was reminiscing about the previous invitation to Yunquan Temple. Do you recall that day at the tea house? Zhang Huayu inquired softly. Yuan Baiting, fearing that this young lady might discern something amiss, hastily shook his head and attempted to leave. At that moment, both Wu Yo and Yu Xiaoyan simultaneously uttered a sharp exclamation and slowly opened their eyes. Miss Yu, how do you feel? Thank you, Master. I didn't expect my true energy to have replenished so significantly, Yu Xiaoyan responded softly. She had initially possessed no true energy whatsoever, rendering cultivation impossible. However, upon Wu Yo's emergence, he claimed to possess a method to assist her in rapidly restoring her internal energy, and upon trying it, she found it to be quite effective. Wu Yo chuckled lightly, no trouble at all. This little monk merely lent a bit of humble assistance. After speaking, he turned to Yuan Baiting and approached him. Are you planning to leave, young master? May I inquire as to your purpose here? Have you forgotten what this little monk mentioned that day? I seized the sword to prepare a gift for you, and now that I have obtained it, it is only proper to present it to you. With that, Wu Yo produced the Yu sword from behind him, intending to hand it to Yuan Baiting. Are you truly giving this to me? As a monk, I do not jest, so it is indeed genuine. Yuan Baiting chuckled, thank you, but I shall decline. He thought to himself that one should not accept a gift without reciprocating. He had yet to agree to visit Yunquan Temple, and even if he did, while the Yu sword could be considered a fine weapon, it was still not to his liking. Wu Yo's expression faltered as he asked, do you not find this sword to your taste? You've heard the saying about gifts, but have you also heard that sometimes one may choose not to accept? Yuan Baiting observed Wu Yo's bewildered expression and smiled. He realized that although this monk appeared to be a wise and accomplished figure, he was somewhat naive regarding worldly matters, akin to a young child who simply follows what others say. Just like that day at the tea house, their encounter was brief, yet Wu Yo had laid bare his entire self without any guile. Wu Yo scratched his head. Well, I truly hadn't considered that. Then, let this little monk take on the role of a teacher today. You may keep the sword for yourself, but I have never learned to wield a sword. It would serve no purpose for me. If that is the case, it would be better for you to hand the sword to Miss Yu. As it is indeed forged by the Yu family, I refuse, Yu Xiaoyan retorted immediately. Her fiery temperament had been slightly dimmed by not obtaining the Yu sword, and Yuan Baiting's words now felt rather condescending, igniting her defiance. What she desired was not merely the sword, but a legitimate victory. Just then, Yu Jinheng emerged, his face flushed. He had intended to check on Yu Xiaoyan while Zhang Huayu and the others returned to the inn for their belongings. Concerned for his daughter who had yet to recover from her injuries, especially after Wu Yo had mentioned discussing martial arts with her. Knowing Yu Xiaoyan's obsession with martial arts, he was aware that if she forcefully practiced today, any mishap could exacerbate her injuries, leading to grave consequences. However, upon stepping out, he was met with this scene. What? The Yu sword, coveted by countless martial artists, has become worthless scrap in your hands. At this moment, Yu Shan happened to pass by, oblivious to the situation, and upon inquiry, nearly fainted from anger. Damn it, if none of you little brats want it, then I shall take it to melt down, he exclaimed, reaching for the sword in Wu Yo's hand. Suddenly, a surge of true energy emanated from the rear of the estate, shaking the entire Yu residence. Yu Jinheng's expression changed. Not good. It's from the back mountain. With that, he led Yu Shan and a group of guards towards the source. Miss Yu, what do you know of the rear mountain? Just as Yuan Baiting was about to inquire further regarding the rear mountain, A familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You little brat, come here quickly. I found a treasure for you. Yuan Baiting was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was Su Xianxian. Without further ado, he followed suit towards the rear mountain, leaving the rest in confusion. The rear mountain, Yu Jinheng, Yu Shan, and the other Yu family guards gazed at an elderly man leaning against an ancient tree, appearing quite disheveled, yet they dared not move an inch. Master, what should we do? A woman in a long robe inquired, her gaze fixed on the shattered sword fragments scattered on the ground, still trembling with fear. She had practiced swordsmanship for many years. Although she could not match Yu Xiaoyan's prowess, she had become a master at controlling energy. Just moments ago, that old man had merely waved his hand, and she was sent flying, her sword broken into several pieces. What immense power! May I ask why the esteemed elder has come to the Yu family's rear mountain? Yu Jinheng, known for his diplomatic skills and ability to navigate various situations, could not recall ever having offended a figure of such caliber. Are you Yu Jinheng? The elder recognizes me? I do not know you, but I know your father, Yu Hai. That Song Jiaozi was forged by your father. Song Jiaozi, Yu Jinheng murmured, feeling a sense of familiarity, and suddenly his eyes widened in realization. You are the sword immortal Su Xianxian? The disciples of the Yu family collectively gasped, astonished that the sword immortal had personally arrived, explaining why a mere flick of his sleeve had repelled a master of energy control. What sword immortal? Merely a disheveled drunkard. Elder, what treasure do you speak of? At that moment, Yuan Baiting deftly positioned himself between the two, eagerly asking Su Xianxian, You little brat, why did you come so late? Hee. Although I have found this treasure, it ultimately belongs to the Yu family, and I cannot make decisions unilaterally. With that, Su Xianxian pointed towards a nearby stone cave. It appears that this treasure is within that cave. Master of the Yu family, may I inquire what lies within? Yu Jinheng pondered for a moment before responding, Very well, since the young master is Huayu's husband. We are now family, so knowing it is no harm. Within this cave lies the sealed sword of the former sword immortal Qi Daoling, the Peach Blossom Willow. Peach Blossom Willow, Yuan Baiting exclaimed in astonishment. It was said that following the ascension of sword immortal Qi Daoling, the Peach Blossom Willow vanished without a trace, yet it had found refuge within this stone cave. Indeed, the sword immortal entered the heavenly gate right here. Yet the Peach Blossom Willow remained in this world. Why ancestor, Yu Tsong, had the great talisman master Nan Zizhong seal it inside as our family's closely guarded secret, passed down through generations. Su Xianxian chuckled. As I suspected. Since entering Wang Jian Mountain Villa, he had sensed an unusual aura, albeit faint, and had not paid it much heed. However, after visiting Taoliaping that day, the aura had suddenly intensified, and upon reflection, it was likely due to the proximity of Taoliaping to the rear mountain. Later, when he mentioned needing to attend to urgent matters, it was to trace the source of this aura, which ultimately led him to the rear mountain. How did the elder come to know that the Peach Blossom Willow is within? I merely speculated based on the legends circulating in the martial world. Now that you, the Yu family master, have confirmed it, I can be certain. Do you wish for me to retrieve the Peach Blossom Willow? Yuan Baiting asked with a nervous laugh. What, do you not covet Qi Daoling's sword? Of course not. But you have heard, this is a family heirloom of the Yu clan, and I cannot possibly breach the formation laid by a talisman master of the heavenly rank. He had certainly heard of talisman master Nan Zizhong. It was said that when Daliang was still a small nation, the Western Shu's Daliang mobilized its entire strength to attack, seizing the night to launch a surprise assault on Liangqing, located at the border of the two nations, with 30,000 elite swordsmen. However, this played right into Nan Zizhong's hands, as he utilized the Brahma glass array, leading to the demise of all 30,000 swordsmen in a single night, thus establishing the legendary status of a talisman master suppressing myriad soldiers. You need not worry about the formation. I just tested it, and it is not overly strong. With the few of you little ones, there is indeed a chance. At this moment, Yuan Baiting finally noticed that Xie Xianong and others, who had originally been at the Moon Mansion, had somehow ascended to the back mountain and were now behind him. Senior, will you not make a move? You young lad really think too highly of yourself. It is already quite commendable that I can help you seek this treasure. If you cannot unlock this formation, It can only be said that you are fated to be without this peach blossom willow. I will assist you, but then you expect me to let you wield this sword to stir up trouble. Yuan Baiting fell silent, yet Su Xuanqian's words were not without merit. Accepting help from others indeed lacked the assurance of relying on oneself. Master of the Moon family, I wonder. Yuan Baiting turned to Yu Jinheng beside him. With Su Xianxian protecting him, if he wished to forcibly take this peach blossom willow, it seemed no one from the Moon family could stop him. However, doing so would tear apart any semblance of cordiality with the Moon family. Zhang Huayu was, after all, half a member of the Moon family, a situation he did not wish to see unfold. Having navigated the business world for many years, Yu Jinheng could hardly be oblivious to the thoughts of this young lord. However, he did not believe that a few young children could possibly breach a formation laid by a celestial master. Since the young lord wishes to give it a try, then let it be. If you truly can obtain this sword, it would indeed be your fortune, Yu Jinheng said with a light smile. Ultimately, it was still the case that those who could not practice martial arts suffered the consequences. Had he known the true realm of the few children before him, he might have regretted it deeply. In that case, I must thank the Moon family master profusely. As he spoke, Yuan Baiting turned back to Su Xianxian, grinning. Hee, senior, may I borrow your sword? Su Xianxian did not hesitate, grasping the air with his right hand, the Mingyuesheng appearing in his palm, which he then tossed to Yuan Baiting. Originally somewhat indifferent, Yu Jinheng's eyes widened as he gazed at the sword in Yuan Baiting's hand. This is Mingyuesheng? Indeed, Huayu and I initially intended to retrieve it from the inn to return it to the Moon family master, but it seems we have delayed, Yuan Baiting replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Yu Jinheng was in utter dismay, lamenting, my Moon family's treasured sword, a family heirloom, and you just casually left it at an inn? Rest assured, Moon family master, regardless of whether I succeed in obtaining this peach blossom willow, Mingyuesheng will be returned to the Moon family, Yuan Baiting continued. And no worries, young lord, feel free to retrieve the sword. Knowing that Mingyuesheng is still here is already a tremendous blessing, and moreover, it is still in the hands of the Moon family. Yu Jinheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Yuan Baiting fell silent, merely gazing at the cave entrance beside him. The flash of golden light flickered in his eyes as an overwhelming sword intent was suddenly unleashed. The surging true energy and the pressure emanating from a master caused some ordinary Moon family guards to tremble involuntarily. As Yu Jinheng observed Yuan Baiting at this moment, a sense of regret washed over him. He never anticipated that the renowned young lord of the northern realms would possess such mastery. Wuyo looked at Yuan Baiting with astonishment, aware that he had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, yet this level of strength was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Holding the Mingyuesheng, Yuan Baiting swung the sword, and a domineering sword energy surged directly toward the cave entrance. With a loud thud, a fiery red talisman array materialized at the cave entrance. Blocking the sword energy from entering, Yuan Baiting furrowed his brow as he observed the talisman array. His previous strike could not be regarded as particularly powerful, yet it had shown no signs of damage, and even seemed to have grown stronger. This is the ancient leaving fire array. If it cannot be shattered in a single strike, the formation will absorb the energy released by the practitioner to enhance itself. Your previous sword energy has been absorbed by this array, Xie Shintong observed after a moment. Is there a way to break it? Yuan Baiting initially thought to use his keen insight to discern a flaw, but the outcome left him greatly disappointed. The formation laid by the celestial master was beyond his current comprehension. Let me take a look, Xie Shintong said, a glimmer of mystic light flashing in his eyes. He gestured with his hands, and a 5 elements 8 trigrams array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Gazing at the array, Xie Xuantong's eyes shone brightly. The eye of this array is mobile. It can be somewhat challenging to locate. Fortunately, this celestial master arranged it based on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, so I can still discern some aspects. Mobile? Yuan Baiting was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that the formations in this world were akin to that of a rotating disc, where no matter how it turned, the eye remained in one place. Next, pay attention to the direction I strike. That will be the eye of the array. Understood. Xie Shintong drew the sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword intent emanated outward. The previously delicate-looking young Taoist had seemingly vanished, replaced by the disciple of Qingyang Palace, Xie Shintong. Yu Xiaoyan, observing her peers, felt a profound sense of loss. She had originally thought herself to be exceptionally gifted. Yet now it seemed she was nothing in the face of true prodigies. What need is there to compare with others? The sword is in your hand, is it not? Zhang Huayu, sensing Yu Xiaoyan's dejection, spoke softly. Earlier, when they had ascended the mountain, she had discussed matters regarding the Moon family with Yu Xiaoyan, and by lineage, she was indeed Yu Xiaoyan's cousin. Although it was Zhang Huayu's first time meeting Yu Xiaoyan, she had been somewhat impressed by Yu Xiaoyan's indomitable spirit during the battle at Taoliaping. Thus she held an inexplicable fondness for this cousin. Wu You looked at Xie Shintong, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could this young Taoist be so formidable, master? You always tell me to inquire and observe more after descending the mountain, but I truly cannot discern anything. Can character, waters flooding the sky, Xie Shintong called out. And a hexagram materialized before him as he thrust his sword, the sword energy flowing like water toward the ancient leaving fire array. Others might not comprehend it, but Wu You knew that this seemingly gentle strike concealed a terrifying sword intent akin to turbulent waves. Seeing Xie Shintong make his move, Yuan Baiting swiftly followed suit, swinging his sword with all his might. Mei Sheng cross method, activate. The Mingyue Shang in his hand blazed with brilliance, and the overwhelming sword intent surged toward the ancient array. To their astonishment, the combined force of their attacks actually caused the ancient array to tremble slightly. Subsequently, both struck toward the upper left corner. The ancient leaving fire array also radiated a brilliant glow, seemingly prepared to resist them to the end. Yuan Baiting poured all his true energy into the effort, observing the ancient array on the verge of shattering, yet it still fell short. Wu You, assist me in breaking the array, and I will accompany you back to Yunquan Temple, Yuan Baiting shouted. Wu You, upon hearing this, smiled broadly and replied, all right, I will do so right away. With that, a string of white jade prayer beads was tossed into the air, and as he manipulated his hand gestures, he intoned, Buddhist Golden King, Nian Wusheng. Instantly, the prayer beads radiated a golden light, shooting toward the point where Yuan Baiting and the others had struck. With a crack, the ancient leaving fire array began to fracture from its eye, its previously resplendent glow gradually dimming before finally disappearing. Is it broken? Yuan Baiting inquired. Indeed, it is broken, Xie Shintong replied. You truly are impressive. Yuan Baiting gasped, throwing his arms around Xie Shintong, seeking a moment of respite, but Xie Shintong deftly sidestepped, leaving Yuan Baiting to tumble forward. Infuriated, Yuan Baiting exclaimed, why are you acting like a woman, not even letting me lean on you? Watching the two, Su Xinshan chuckled with amusement. Hee hee, lad, after being beaten for so many years, you still don't know this. After adjusting his breath, Yuan Baiting stepped toward the cave. The cave was not deep, merely a common narrow path. With over 10 steps leading to a stone box, it was likely that the sword of the sword immortal, the peach blossom willow, lay within. As Yuan Baiting ascended the first step, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. Who goes there? Chapter 38. The immortal slays the immortal. I truly did not expect these young ones to possess such strength. That young lord from the northern realms is indeed somewhat unexpected. Yushan remarked as he watched Yuan Baiting step into the cave. At this moment, he understood why this young lord looked down upon the sword inscribed with the character for moon that he had forged. With such cultivation at a young age, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure in the martial world. Thus, it was only natural for him to have high standards. Master, are we really going to let him seize that peach blossom willow? At this moment, Eugene Hung wore a bitter expression. He had originally intended to extend a courtesy, to grant Yuan Baiting a favor. After all, the peach blossom willow was the sword of the sword immortal and was protected by a celestial-level talisman array. If it could be easily taken, it would not have been passed down through the Moon family for a century. However, he ultimately underestimated Yuan Baiting's strength. He never imagined that the young lord, rumored to be nothing but a glutton, would possess such martial prowess, nor did he anticipate that the seemingly delicate young Taoist beside him would be even more powerful. What do you suggest we do? I have already spoken. How can I take back my words? Eugene Hung expressed his helplessness. Moreover, even if I disregard the Moon family's reputation and forcefully keep the sword, do you think we could succeed? Yushan fell silent, realizing that even if they wanted to retain it, with the Moon family's limited strength, could they really manage? Not to mention the yet-to-make-a-move Su Xianqian. Even that young Taoist alone could likely raise the Moon Mansion to the ground. The Moon family had managed to maintain a presence at Wangjian Mountain for many years, not due to the presence of top-tier masters, but rather due to their sword-forging skills. With such craftsmanship, the Moon family maintained close ties with the Hezhou military. Each year, the Hezhou military procured a significant quantity of weapons from Wangjian Mountain Manor, resulting in the quality of their arms being notably superior compared to other regions. Conversely, the Moon family would remit substantial taxes to Hezhou, enough to sustain half of Hezhou City, making the relationship between Hezhou and Wangjian Mountain Manor one of mutual reliance. Fine, I shall go make the necessary preparations. Having said that, Yushan was about to take his leave. What for? Naturally, it is to kneel in the ancestral hall. Do you still wish to escape? The corners of Eugene Heng's mouth twitched slightly. You old fool, you always find such delight in these moments. With a resigned sigh, he added, go on, and remember to make the mat a bit softer. For many years, whenever Eugene Heng acted against the interests of the Yu family or transgressed ancestral teachings, he would spend a day and night kneeling in the Yu family ancestral hall, claiming it was to seek the forgiveness of his ancestors. Now, with the sword of the sword immortal, which had been safeguarded by the Yu family for over a century, to be taken by another, such a significant matter was one Eugene Heng could not evade. At this moment, Yuan Baiting, after hearing that ancient voice echoing in his mind, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body uncontrollably began to descend, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke again and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself not in the cave as before, but beside a vast lake he had never seen. And strangely, he was able to walk upon its surface without the need to exert any internal energy. Surrounding the lake was a swirling mist, obscuring all sense of direction. Who are you? The ancient voice resonated once more. Yuan Baiting listened intently, recognizing it as the same voice that had echoed in his mind when he first climbed the steps. Who are you? Yuan Baiting retorted, refusing to respond directly. You little rascal. You possess quite the spirit, the ancient voice replied, not in anger but with a chuckle. Suddenly, the mist on the lake dissipated, and as Yuan Baiting focused his gaze, he noticed a small island faintly emerging at the center of the lake. Though referred to as an island, it was merely the size of a pavilion from the Yu residence. Following the direction of the island, he soon arrived, roughly 100 feet away, and was able to see clearly. Upon the island stood a robust ancient tree, too thick for 3 people to encircle. Strangely, this ancient tree bore willow-like branches yet bloomed with peach blossoms. Beneath the tree, there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs, upon one of which sat an old man with his hair bound into a topknot, dressed in a gray-patterned ancient robe, exuding an aura akin to that of an immortal little rascal. Come and sit, the elder beckoned to Yuan Baiting. Without fear, Yuan Baiting strode towards the island and plopped down onto the stone chair. The old man appeared amused by such carefree audacity, finding it entertaining. He pushed a fine tea towards Yuan Baiting, smiling as he said, Come, taste this tea of mine. Yuan Baiting took a delicate sip, instantly overwhelmed by the fragrant infusion that permeated his senses, a refreshing aroma that flowed into his being, restoring the vitality he had previously expended in breaking the formation. What exquisite tea! He exclaimed in admiration. May I ask who you are, esteemed elder? How did I come to find myself here? You seek to claim my sword yet inquire as to my identity? Are you the sword immortal, Qi Daoling? Yuan Baiting's eyes widened, nearly spitting out the tea he had just sipped. What sword immortal? Merely a fallacy of the world. Qi Daoling chuckled lightly. But the rumors say you have already ascended to immortality. Why do you appear here? Ah, this place is a fragment of my consciousness left behind when I entered the heavenly gate. I anticipated that one day, someone would come to claim the peach blossom willow. So I left this trace of thought to see who the next wielder of the sword would be. I see you are quite young yet have reached a level of subtlety. Was it you who broke the talisman array of Nanzichong? It was not solely me. I have 2 friends who assisted. Without them, I could never have entered alone. Yuan Baiting, though slightly embarrassed, spoke candidly. I hope this old man does not dismiss me due to my humble martial arts prowess, he thought to himself. Ha, you little brat, you speak so brazenly. Though you have entered this cave, my sword is not something just anyone can take. Does the elder wish to test me? Yuan Baiting inquired softly, already feeling his internal energy beginning to stir. Qi Daoling, noticing Yuan Baiting's posture, laughed, saying, Do not be anxious, it is not a test. For now, answer me one question. If I find your answer satisfactory, you may take the sword. Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me. Why do you wield a sword? In response, Yuan Baiting reflected, some wield swords to protect the people, while others do so for their own desires. I wield a sword merely to seek peace of mind. Peace of mind? Qi Daoling remarked, in my youth, I once severed all injustices with a single sword. You, young one, lack the grand ambition. How can you wield my peach blossom willow? I offer you another chance. Answer well with that. Qi Daoling's expression shifted, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing peach blossoms to scatter and the once calm waters of the lake to surge violently. Yuan Baiting felt as though he was teetering on the edge of an unfathomable abyss. With one misstep, he would plunge into irreparable doom. The overwhelming weight compelled him to kneel, his face flushed, and his eyes clouded with blood. After years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a fearsome pressure. Is this the power of an immortal? He pondered, attempting to marshal all his energy to resist, yet found it utterly futile. Observing the kneeling Yuan Baiting, Qi Daoling took a sip of tea and inquired, Do you wish to amend your previous answer? No. Amendment. Yuan Baiting gasped, the words escaping his lips with great difficulty. Interesting, Qi Daoling mused in an instant. Yuan Baiting felt as if he were burdened by countless colossal stones, his veins bulging, each breath a Herculean task, as the oppressive force began to sink him into the earth. Will you not amend? No amendment. Yuan Baiting summoned all his strength to shout, surprising Qi Daoling with his fervor. This little brat indeed possesses some spirit. Ha, if you choose not to amend, then so be it. No amendments are fine, for if you do, I shall strike you down with a single blow. Qi Daoling chuckled. Instantly, Yuan Baiting felt the weight upon him lift, and he slowly rose, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. That last shout had drained him of all his energy, resulting in backlash. Qi Daoling, noticing this, hastily helped him sit down, apologizing. I have not acted in quite some time. My methods may have been a bit too forceful. Do not take offense, I am unscathed. Yuan Baiting waved his hand, although inwardly, he began to curse. You old fool, if it weren't for my inability to defeat you, I would have severed you in two with a single strike. Or at the very least, exhumed your ancestors' graves. Little did he know, all was within Qi Daoling's realm of thought. Nothing could escape his perception. Watching Yuan Baiting, who was still panting heavily, Qi Daoling remarked ominously, Little rascal, should you dare disturb my ancestors' graves, I will surely open the heavenly gate and come down to strike you dead. Yuan Baiting, caught off guard by his thoughts being unveiled, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily poured tea into Qi Daoling's cup, laughing nervously, Hee, esteemed elder, you jest. Let us drink tea. Even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would never dare. You mentioned seeking peace of mind. What does that truly mean? There is no particular meaning. The world is vast and diverse, and everyone's desires differ. I seek only to inquire within myself. If my heart is clear, then my sojourn in this world is not in vain. Yuan Baiting replied, his earlier mirth fading. With but a sword, do you think you can achieve a clear conscience? Even I, in my youth, could not eradicate all the injustices of this world. Your aspirations are far grander than mine. That may be so, yet as long as one strives, guilt or no guilt shall not matter. Interesting, you remind me of my younger self. Qi Daoling smiled in his youth. He had roamed the world with his martial prowess, aspiring to be the hero praised by all, frequently aiding those in need as a matter of course. Yet, through countless experiences, he realized that despite his efforts to address injustices, they were as persistent as the wild grass along the roadside. Ever proliferating it was then that he understood. Wherever there are people, injustices will exist. From that moment on, He never drew his sword again, until he entered the heavenly gate behind this music mansion and achieved ascension. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Zhang Huayu, witnessing Yuan biting unconscious on the ground, felt a tightening in her heart and contemplated entering the cave, only to be stopped by Su Xianxian. "What purpose do you have in entering? That brash boy is fine. If you go in now, you may indeed bring him harm. But, do you not trust me?" Su Xianxian replied, observing Zhang Huayu's anxious demeanor. "Of course not. I am merely concerned. Why has biting collapsed?" Zhang Huayu, unversed in martial arts, could not sense the overwhelming force of Qi Daoling's presence within the cave. Not only she, but even Xie Xiantong and Wu Yu could not perceive it. That was the power of an immortal, yet seeing Su Xianxian remain unfazed, they were at a loss for what to do. "Simply trust me." Qi Daoling's immortal energy was such that, had it not been for Su Xuanqian's prior experience in the divine Luo heavenly communication realm, despite his current diminished martial prowess, he would still possess some perceptive power. Otherwise, even he would not have sensed the underlying circumstances. Upon seeing Su Xianxian so resolute, Zhang Huayu refrained from further protest. Her heart merely hoping for Yuan biting to regain consciousness swiftly die in the sea of thought. Yuan biting began, "Esteemed elder, I have a question. Surely you wish to inquire about the nature of the heavenly gate above?" Yuan biting nodded, grinning. "Indeed. Nothing escapes your wisdom, esteemed elder. Regarding the notion of ascending to the heavenly gate, both practitioners and ordinary folk have been steeped in it since childhood. Yuan biting is no exception. In the past 2 centuries, only the current sword immortal is said to have entered that heavenly gate, and now that he has the chance to meet him, he naturally wishes to seek clarity." Qi Daoling took a sip of his tea and spoke slowly. "What immortals are there? They are merely individuals with a higher martial realm. The world believes that immortals can summon winds and rains at will, living in carefree delight, but in my view, that is rather dull. Why not retreat from the heavenly gate and re-enter this world? Wouldn't that be more liberating? I have considered it. However, should a celestial being descend, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in this realm, which is not something I wish to witness, so it is better to remain here. If you think so, what about the others? Where there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts." Qi Daoling pondered this, yet one cannot be certain that other immortals share the same sentiment, prompting Yuan biting to inquire further. Qi Daoling chuckled lightly. "You are quite clever, young one. Within that heavenly gate, there are indeed many rotten fish and stinking shrimp who wish to re-enter the world to claim dominion and satisfy their own selfish desires. However, Yuan biting found this perplexing, as in the past 2 centuries. Aside from Qi Daoling's ascent, he had not heard of the heavenly gate opening again, let alone immortals descending to the mortal realm. Are you suggesting that is why we do not see immortals in this world?" Yuan biting nodded. "They have all been slain by me." Qi Daoling's words struck like thunder, causing Yuan biting to tremble. "Slain immortals? After I ascended, I have lingered at this heavenly gate, and anyone who sought to open it and descend has been cut down by me. As I recall, there have been precisely 108. Qi Daoling's calm demeanor astonished Yuan biting, causing him to sputter his tea in disbelief. He never imagined that this elder, exuding an air of immortality, possessed such terrifying power, even within the heavenly gate. Noticing Yuan biting's shock, Qi Daoling chuckled softly. "Enough of this knowledge, young one. I find you rather pleasing to the eye. This peach blossom willow shall be a gift to you. Take this sword and may it bring you peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Yuan biting was overjoyed. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The peach blossoms from the ancient tree began to scatter, and the previously seated Qi Daoling vanished without a trace, leaving behind an echoing voice. "Little one, should you wish to remain in this world and not ascend, let us guard this heavenly gate together, shall we? I shall certainly not fail your trust," Yuan biting proclaimed loudly. He had never been interested in the idea of ascension, and now, hearing Qi Daoling speak, he understood that beyond the heavenly gate lay merely another realm, quelling any desire for ascension within him. As the blossoms drifted away, Yuan biting slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself collapsed on the stone steps. As he rose, a wave of pain coursed through him, and looking at his disheveled state, Yuan Baiting couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had truly entered the elder's sea of thoughts. Had he not persisted, he might have been struck down in an instant. Zhang Huayu, noticing Yuan Baiting's long silence finally ending, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yuan Baiting wasted no time and headed straight for the stone box. The stone box was adorned with a carved willow branch, upon which blossomed several peach flowers. Reminiscent of the ancient tree he had seen earlier, he slowly opened the box. A terrifying sword intent surged towards him, prompting Yuan Baiting to hastily channel his true energy to barely withstand it. Even after a century, the sword's intent remained formidable. Was this the power of an immortal? Inside the stone box lay a long sword, its edge still sharp after many years. To the hilt, a faint character for Qi was engraved. This was the sword of the sword immortal. Peach Blossom Willow? Yuan Baiting picked up the sword and examined it for a moment. Then with a gentle flick, it sang with a sharp resonance, causing a nearby boulder to shatter. This sword is indeed of celestial quality. Yuan Baiting could not help but exclaim, recalling Qi Dowling's earlier words, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Peach Blossom Willow, guarding the heavenly gate, seeking peace of mind. How truly fascinating. Chapter 39. The moon-seeking ceremony. As he pushed open the door, it was already the hour of the snake. Yu Jianheng patted his somewhat numb knees. Ever since Yuan Baiting had taken the Peach Blossom Willow the previous day, he had been kneeling in the Yu family ancestral hall for a day and a night. Reflecting on that scene, he still vividly remembered how Yuan Baiting emerged from the cave, holding the Peach Blossom Willow, exuding youthful vigor, as if he could change the very winds and clouds with a mere gesture. Strangely, he felt a twinge of envy. He had watched his sister practice swordsmanship in the courtyard since childhood, every move captivating him. Alas, as a male of the Yu family, he was forbidden from cultivating. A lifelong regret. Have you emerged? Just as Yu Jianheng was lost in reminiscence, Yu Shan approached, breaking the tranquility. Yes, Yu Jianheng replied. Was the mat to your satisfaction? Yu Shan asked with a mischievous grin. Yu Jianheng's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he scolded. I told you to make it softer, yet you stuffed stones into it. Do you not fear ruining my knees? You cannot blame me. This was arranged by my sister-in-law. What could I do? Yu Shan responded quickly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Upon hearing it was his wife's arrangement, Yu Jianheng sighed. The world knew that Yu Jianheng was a force to be reckoned with outside. Adept in business and doctrine, yet upon returning to the Yu manor, he was not the same man. The matriarch of the Yu family, Nangong Yin, hailed from a merchant family in Jiangnan. The Nangong family had thrived for centuries primarily through the textile trade. Since the unification of the Liang dynasty, their light clothing and silks had become the court's yearly fabric, elevating the Nangong family's status in the commercial world. Yu Jianheng had first met Nangong Yin when Yu Hai visited the Nangong family to discuss business. At that time, she was in her prime, a beauty of unmatched grace, capturing his attention in an instant. Though Yu Jianheng was also a charming young talent, Nangong Yin had shown him no interest at all. To his surprise, after discussions between the heads of both families, a marriage contract was directly arranged for them. Naturally, Nangong Yin was unwilling, but as is often the case, a woman's will is easily swayed by parental decisions. Thus, she married into the Yu family. Upon entering the Yu family, Nangong Yin did not disgrace her family's reputation in commerce, but managed the Wangjian mountain manor and Yu family affairs meticulously. Whenever Yu Jianheng ventured out, he could rest easy in trusting the vast family business to her. However, one cannot force a relationship. After bearing a son and a daughter for the Yu family, she had little interaction with Yu Jianheng, devoting herself entirely to managing the family business. If one were fortunate enough to explore the entire Yu manor, they would discover a secluded courtyard named Wudong, the daily residence of Nangong Yin. A place where Yu Jianheng had never set foot. It could be said that the Yu family's current status as the foremost sword-forging family in the world was largely due to Nangong Yin's years of dedication. Thus, whenever Yu Jianheng acted against the family's interests, she would always discipline him as a form of lesson. By the way, how is the matter I entrusted to you prepared? At this moment, Yu Shan had put away his earlier playful demeanor and spoke seriously. Everything is ready, only awaiting the family head's presence. Then let us proceed. On the upper floor, are you truly not going to give it a try? Yuan Biting asked Zhang Huaiyu. No need. I have never learned martial arts. Why waste my energy? However, Xiaoyan is indeed a heroine among women. I believe she is the rightful saintess of the Yu family. Zhang Huaiyu replied softly, glancing at Yu Xiaoyan, who was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. After Yuan Biting obtained the peach blossom willow the previous day, he returned the Mingyue sword to the Yu family, much to Yu Jinheng's delight. Although he had lost the sword of the sword immortal, the return of the family heirloom was still a considerable gain. This was the sword of the saintess. Since the death of Yu Jiqing over a decade ago, the Yu family had been without a saintess for more than 10 years. The saintess represented the essence of their martial arts. Although Yu Xiaoyan indeed displayed extraordinary talent and bore the appearance of a saintess, she could not be deemed so without the Mingyue sword. Thus, after Yuan Biting returned the sword, Yu Jinheng promptly tasked Yu Shan with organizing the moon-seeking ceremony, vowing to fill the void left by the Yu family's lack of a saintess for over a decade. This moon-seeking ceremony was a traditional grand event of the Yu family. However, compared to the Battle of Taoluping, it was to be conducted with much more discretion, as it was held to select the Saintess in this grand event. Any girl of Yu lineage could participate. So upon hearing that the Yu family would hold the moon-seeking ceremony after many years, numerous Yu family girls were thrilled, for they might just be the next saintess. Sister, are you going to participate in that grand ceremony mentioned by father? Seeing Yu Xiaoyan practicing swordplay, Yu Xiaohu, holding a candied hawthorn in each hand, ran over to inquire. Yes, will you cheer for your sister? Yu Xiaoyan paused her actions, smiling as she spoke. Regarding her mentally challenged brother, she felt a mixture of affection and pity. Their father had been away for years, and their mother was preoccupied with managing the household. Moreover, when Nan Gongyin married into the Yu family, it was out of necessity. Thus, while she did not harbor ill will towards her children, it could hardly be said that she held them in high regard. Consequently, the siblings grew up without love, enduring much bullying within the household. At that time, Yu Xiaohu, possessing a natural talent for controlling energy, always relied on his strength to protect his sister. Now that they had grown, their childhood experiences had forged Yu Xiaoyan's fiery temperament. In the Yu family, should anyone dare to bully her brother, they would inevitably find themselves in dire straits. Yu Xiaohu nodded vigorously, grinning as he said, Sister, you must buy me candied hawthorns. Very well, I promise to buy you plenty of candied hawthorns, she replied. On the upper floor, Zhang Huaiyu observed the siblings with a sense of admiration, only to be interrupted by Yuan Biting, who remarked with feigned nonchalance, What, do you wish to partake in the candied hawthorns as well? Zhang Huaiyu shot him a cold glare, then descended the stairs to approach the siblings. Realizing he had once again irritated the young lady, Yuan Biting followed obediently behind. Xiaoyan, do you feel confident about today's ceremony? He inquired. Somewhat, but the Sun Yu ceremony is not closely related to martial prowess. Whether I can draw out the Mingyue sword is beyond my control. Yu Xiaoyan replied, glancing at Zhang Huaiyu as she approached. Previously, Zhang Huaiyu's words on the back mountain had awakened her to certain truths. Thus she felt a favorable inclination towards her suddenly appearing cousin. Yu Xiaohu looked at Zhang Huaiyu and innocently remarked, Sister, this lady is so beautiful. Her comment elicited laughter from Zhang Huaiyu, while Yu Xiaoyan playfully chastised her Navi brother, saying, How impudent! She is your cousin. Quickly greet her as Sister Huaiyu. Feeling a bit shy, Yu Xiaohu scratched his head and called out, Sister Huaiyu. Zhang Huaiyu had grown up alongside Yulan, feeling akin to sisters, yet Yulan always referred to her as Mississippi. Thus, being called sister now felt somewhat unfamiliar. I will buy you candied hawthorns later, Zhang Huaiyu promised, causing Yu Xiaohu to beam with delight. Observing the sun high in the sky, Yuan Biting suggested, The time is getting late. The Sun Yu ceremony should be commencing soon. Shall we go and witness it? Zhang Huaiyu, aware of Yuan Biting's penchant for excitement, readily agreed, curious to see what the Sun Yu ceremony entailed at the martial arts hall on the back mountain of the Yu residence. All the Yu family disciples had gathered. Apart from Su Xianxin, everyone in Yuan Biting's group was present, not wanting to decline Yu Jinhe's invitation, and they had nothing better to do, eager to join the festivities. On the platform of the martial arts hall, Yu Jinhe sat regally, with an empty seat beside him, and below him sat the elders of the Yu family. Suddenly, the previously lively crowd fell silent, turning to see what had captured their attention. Even Yu Jinhe rose to his feet. Yuan biting and the others were puzzled, turning around to behold a woman clad in a flowing white silk gown, her ethereal presence undiminished by the passage of time. The disdainful glint in her eyes made it clear to Yuan biting that she was no ordinary person. Yu Xiaoyan, upon seeing the woman, softly called out, "Mother." Yuan biting instantly understood. This was the esteemed lady of the Yu household, Nan Gongyin. Having heard tales of this remarkable woman during his brief stay, he held her in high regard for her ability to manage the Yu family so adeptly. Nan Gongyin, upon hearing her daughter's call, remained unperturbed, merely nodding before walking past. Yu Xiaoyan was indifferent. After so many years, she had grown accustomed to it. Upon reaching Zhang Huayu, Nan Gongyin paused and asked coolly, "Are you Jiqing's child?" Zhang Huayu, slightly taken aback, responded, "Aunt." Nan Gongyin studied her for a moment before saying, "You resemble your mother well. If you require anything while in the Yu family, feel free to approach me directly." With that, Nan Gongyin continued on her way to the platform, where Yu Jinhe greeted her with a soft, "My lady," but was met with indifference as Nan Gongyin took her seat without acknowledgement. Yu Jinhe, however, was not embarrassed. Their relationship had always been thus, at that moment. Zhang Huayu was still processing the encounter. She had heard of Nan Gongyan's reputation within the Yu family but was puzzled as to why this woman, who seemed indifferent to her own daughter, appeared somewhat warmer towards her. Yuan biting, contemplating this, remarked, "It seems the lady of the Yu family was once close to your mother, hence her desire to look after you now." Indeed, it was not far from the truth. When Nan Gongyin first married into the Yu family, only Yu Jiqing maintained a close relationship with her. Later, when Yu Jiqing fled, it was Nan Gongyin who devised a plan for her escape. Now, seeing the daughter of an old acquaintance, it was natural for her to feel a sense of familiarity. "Let us begin," Yu Jianhe signaled to Yu Shanshan. Yu Shanshan nodded and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed disciples of the Yu family, today marks the Sun Yu ceremony. As members of the Yu family, you are surely aware of the rules. Regardless of the method, the goal is to draw forth the Mingyu sword. Is it truly that simple?" Yuan biting, seated below, was taken aback by the apparent frivolity of the ceremony and inquired. The constraints placed upon the Mingyu sword are designed to select those with the highest martial talent, rather than the highest cultivation level. Thus, there is no need for mutual competition, making it considerably simpler, Yu Xiaoyan explained. However, these constraints do not apply to outsiders. With so many disciples in the Yu family, if I were to send someone in disguise, wouldn't it be easy for them to seize the sword? Yu Xiaoyan shook her head, clarifying, "Father told me that before drawing the sword, one must first drip a drop of their blood onto the Mingyu sword. If the sword can absorb it, then it confirms the individual as a member of the Yu family, allowing them to proceed with drawing the sword." "I see. The talisman formation truly is remarkably intricate." Yuan biting mused. As they conversed, the Sun Yu ceremony commenced. The Mingyu sword was placed upright in a square stone box, with only the hilt exposed. Yuan biting watched as each Yu disciple approached, their initial hope giving way to disappointment. Although their blood was absorbed by the Mingyu sword, they found themselves unable to even touch the hilt, let alone draw the sword. The crimson talisman formation on the Mingyu sword, perhaps due to the excessive absorption of blood, shimmered with an unusually bright glow. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and the crimson formation blazed brilliantly. A scream echoed as one disciple, attempting to grasp the hilt, found their hands pierced by the light emitted from the formation. This sight horrified the other disciples who had intended to draw the sword. From her position on the platform, Nan Gongyin observed the commotion and coolly ordered, "Subdue him, execute him." Yu Jinhe, wanting to intervene, was immediately quelled by a single glance from Nan Gongyin. "Why is this happening?" Zhang Huayu queried softly to Yu Xiaoyan. Typically, even if a Yu disciple could not draw the sword, they would not suffer harm from the formation. The individual whose hands were pierced must have been an outsider attempting to impersonate a disciple, aiming to seize the sword opportunistically. Humph! How foolish if they had simply attempted to draw the sword. It might have worked. Dripping blood to draw the sword is nothing but a path to their demise. At that moment, the disciple with pierced hands frantically called out to the elders, "Help me!" "Silence!" A voice thundered. One of the elders, a woman, rose from among the elders, drawing her sword and swiftly ending the life of the hapless disciple with a single strike. Nangong Yin regarded the woman coldly and remarked, "Elder Yu, you still cannot tolerate noise?" Hearing her address, Yu sheathed her sword and replied, "My lady knows well that I prefer silence." This individual was exceedingly bothersome, and I momentarily lost my composure. "I hope my lady does not take offense." "No offense taken. He was already a dead man."